Those supreme prodigies emerging from the ancient tomb, like the Jethro of the Grey Wolf clan, the Eldon, and the two supreme prodigies of the Dragon clan such as Hakim, all felt fear grip their hearts. Their legs went weak. What had they just witnessed? A peak divine sovereign, standing at the very pinnacle of all realms, whose power might even surpass their immortal faction's leaders, now bowed to a teenager as master and servant. If Irvin wished it, everyone present could vanish instantly into nothingness. Especially Hakim, whose mind was overwhelmed by sheer terror. Once, he believed the Ying family was merely hyping up Irvin's prowess. Even though Irvin had shown exceptional talent, claiming top spots in hidden dragon competitions, he assumed it was due to divine opportunities and enhanced physical conditions granted by his godlike miles. Now, he realized Irvin was far stronger than his miles in his prime. Qingyun Imperial Sovereign, do I need to account for killing the three Wang House? Irvin asked coldly, eyes narrowing dangerously. At that moment, the azure lotus Korra stood up, her aura spreading outward, causing the surrounding space to collapse into endless black holes. It seemed any defiance from the Imperial Sovereign would result in instant death. Several hidden elders of the Ying family applauded. They had thought they might need to intervene but didn't expect their young lord to have such trump cards. Controlling a peak divine sovereign with just saint-level strength, he intimidated everyone present. Facing their young lord, they felt awestruck. Who could wield such prowess? Only their young lord, achieving things even the family head in his youth couldn't. He keeps surprising us. Alicia, hidden around Irvin, also felt amazed. The young man had managed to subdue a supreme empress equal to her, a powerhouse from the ancient era. Though impressed earlier, Alicia still felt immense surprise. At such a young age, having two peak divine sovereigns as followers, he could walk the cosmos unchallenged. No explanation is needed. Ying Leonardo, you are making things awkward between us. They were wolves in sheep's clothing, initiating conflict first. By eliminating them, Ying Leonardo has rid us of a menace. We should be grateful. Hearing the Qingyun Imperial Sovereign's words, elders of the Changda immortal factions and many powerful figures fell silent. Apparently, absolute power allowed one to say anything, even lies. But sensing the aura released by the azure lotus Korra, royal relatives and nobles all agreed loudly. Absolutely. They deserved death. Haha, what eyesight do they have? Daring to offend the Ying family young lord. Who doesn't know Ying Leonardo's righteous integrity? Those people are scum. Listening to these remarks, Irvin almost couldn't hold back laughter. Fine. Why didn't you speak up earlier? Unbeknownst to them, hidden elders of the Qingyun ancient kingdom sighed in relief. Thank goodness their imperial sovereign knew how to handle things. Otherwise, offending the Ying family young lord could have led to immediate dismissal. They were ready to apologize personally, but since their imperial sovereign had acknowledged fault, the matter could be smoothed over. Moreover, they sensed a faint energy in the void, likely belonging to the Ying family. Offending their young lord would cause trouble. Irvin didn't intend to stay long. Looking at the silenced crowd, he smiled slightly. This was too boring. Everyone was so silent. The fearless electronic pets seemed far more interesting. He must find joy in teasing them instead of being reckless like Miles, who swiftly killed opponents without enjoying the process. Then, he glanced at Alicia beside the Imperial Sovereign. Her ice blue hair cascaded down like a frozen river, with matching ice blue eyes and gown, resembling a princess from an icy world. Her gaze exuded untouchable coldness. Indeed, she had the ice heart body, capable of freezing entire worlds into an ice age when fully cultivated. Catalina and Una were busy cultivating. Bringing Alicia home to serve him, along with her freezing ability, would be an ultimate indulgence, a perfect choice for a carefree life. Seeing Irvin's gaze, the Qingyun Imperial Sovereign sensed something amiss. Remembering his youth, he understood the thoughts. Without delay, he said, Ying Leonardo, having won the marriage contest and obtained treasure within the Imperial secret realm, you deserve rest after the long journey. Take my daughter back to serve you. Irvin stroked his chin and sighed. Since the Imperial Sovereign requests it, I can barely accept it to not lose face. He feigned difficulty. The azure lotus Korra nearly rolled her eyes. Could you fake it a bit less, master? Hashtag chapter 448. Subduing Maddie Bing Sheen body. Returning to the Ying family. Irvin reluctantly agreed. Moira couldn't help but chuckle. She was puzzled by this unexpected development. How could their young master exhibit such a stark contrast? Once an unparalleled genius with unrivaled talent, suppressing all opposition. Even the two supreme geniuses of the dragon race and the three great princes of the young generation in the ancient Qingyun kingdom were subdued at his command. Ying now, he appeared somewhat playful, catching everyone off guard. So be it. Our princess of the ancient Qingyun kingdom can accompany Jethro Irvin, staying by his side. A rare honor indeed. Moreover, believing that following someone as outstanding as the scion of the ancient Ying family will greatly benefit her, said Khalil, who seemed like a different person from the one whose eyes had spouted fire moments ago. The many elders from immortal forces and powerful cultivators visiting also revised their perceptions. They couldn't have imagined that the supreme ruler of a top-tier immortal force would act so cautiously before a young man, as if carefully serving their own ancestor. Jethro of the Ying family is not someone to provoke. Yings, no one among the young can be his match. They are easily crushed. And the elders dare not offend him either, considering the ancient Ying family stands behind him. With the attitude that bullying you is okay, but you bullying him isn't, Jethro Ying can walk sideways across the universe without any trouble. Many strong figures secretly sighed. Put politely, it meant his family background made him untouchable. Plainly speaking, it was using power to bully others, given his invincible background. If anyone dared to challenge him, they risked being eradicated. Joyce herself stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what just happened. How did everything turn around so quickly, like a roller coaster? Just a moment ago, her Miles was fiercely questioning Irvin, seeking an explanation and hoping for an account. But the next second, her Miles handed over his beloved daughter to Irvin without even consulting her, making the decision on his own. She never expected life to change so drastically. Just moments ago, she was a high and mighty princess. Now, her Miles had given her away to Irvin, saying it was for her to serve and accompany him closely. Wasn't this asking her to become Irvin's maid? In a short span, her identity changed drastically. Anyone else might have collapsed, unable to accept it, but Joyce only sighed slightly, giving a disappointed look at her Miles. She didn't know if he wanted her to fly high or throw her into the fire. But she prepared herself because this marriage competition aimed to ally with other top-tier immortal forces. Although it failed, they managed to connect with the ancient Ying family, a good outcome for the Qingyun kingdom. Joyce could accept it, except her Miles seemed to forget that the Qilin ancient kingdom had previously proposed an alliance through marriage. The Milo wanted to marry her, and the two kingdoms were quite compatible. However, her Miles had already benefited greatly from them and hadn't yet agreed. Now, they were allied with the ancient Ying family, making the Qilin kingdom insignificant. Daughter, after following Jethro Ewing, you must not act on impulse. If Jethro Irvin tells you to go east and you dare to go west, I won't spare you, Khalil warned, followed by a meaningful glance at the princess, who nodded in response. She took graceful steps and approached Irvin, speaking calmly. In front of countless nobles and dignitaries of the Qingyun kingdom and many outsiders, she slowly bowed her proud head. Greetings, master. Irvin nodded, a hint of satisfaction showing on his face. Thus, this trip to the ancient Qingyun kingdom turned out rather satisfactorily. He subdued the peerless Coralotus from the ancient times, enhancing the ancient heavenly court's combat strength. In the future, relying on Alicia and Coralotus, he could ensure his safety. Moreover, he obtained the legendary Clintonaming ice coffin, capable of sealing countless deities and demons, even emperors. It was an extraordinary weapon. Now, with Joyce accompanying him, he could fill the gap left by Sherry and Una. Their rapid growth, thanks to the resources of the ancient Ewing family, was astonishing. In time, they could take on important tasks, cultivating within the heavenly court's realm. Believing the dog system would aid further, he could advance along the path of Tao. There's still me. There's still me. You have the 100% comeback attribute. The voice in Irvin's mind interrupted his thoughts. The system had a fragile heart, always fearful of being forgotten, wanting to remind Irvin of its presence. All right, go play then, Irvin replied lazily, shifting focus back to Joyce. Maddie Bingxin body, although not fully developed, showed promise. After returning to the Ewing family, he needed the clan elder's attention to find treasures to assist in its cultivation. Though destined to be his attendant, he hoped she wouldn't be merely decorative, needing him to solve problems. This would only cause unnecessary trouble for him. Since that's settled, we shouldn't disturb further. I've been away from home for some time and should return soon, Irvin said. Alberta hurried beside him, afraid of being left behind. Jethro, you promised to bring me. I'm loyal to you. I'm easy to keep. Give me candy and fortune-telling services, ensuring luck and avoiding misfortune. Hearing this, Irvin felt he had recruited a street con artist. Even the elders from other immortal forces were stunned. Was this really the sole heir of the Sage of Heavenly Secrets? Expected to be mysterious and insightful, but instead, a candy-loving street scammer. Let's go. With a wave of his sleeve, a majestic dragon appeared beside him. Its massive figure blocked out the sky, exuding supreme bloodline pressure, terrifying even seasoned cultivators. Diego didn't dare oppose, fearing Irvin's notice. His heart bled. This was once their ancestral dragon nest's ancient dragon egg, now obedient to Irvin. When had the proud ancient dragon race endured such humiliation? But in the face of absolute power, he could only complain silently. Khalil, the Ewing family has received your kindness. If the kingdom faces difficulties, bring this token to the ancient Ewing family for my help. I won't stand idly by. Chapter 449. Glorious Reputation, Undying Knee-Licking and Cultivation Space. Having settled matters here, Diego, Brant, and numerous super geniuses all left the scene. This trip could not be said to have been without gain. It was more like a wasted visit. However, what was barely acceptable was that people like Miles and Che lost their lives in the ancient tomb, unable to even reincarnate, truly ceasing to exist. In contrast, those like Diego managed to escape with their lives, which was no small feat for the elders of other undying forces. Despite their own geniuses not entering the ancient tomb to seek opportunities, they gained valuable experience, witnessing the true strength of top-tier geniuses, finding this journey quite rewarding. The most crucial part, spectating the drama, truly was delightful, especially for these elders of undying forces, whose daily lives were usually monotonous and dull. Your Majesty, the handling of this matter was excellent. In the future, we should strengthen ties with the Wangu Ewing family. Our princess becoming the servant of the young Lord Ewing will facilitate such connections. As long as we have the support of the Wangu Ewing family, we can rest easy. After returning to the palace, the Zen saw several dark figures emerge, each radiating formidable power, exuding an ancient presence akin to forbidden beings. They were the patriarch-level figures of Qingyun's ancient kingdom, who had contributed significantly to its development in bygone eras. Seeing the possibility of Qingyun ancient kingdom kneeling before the Wangu Ewing family brought them great joy. We shall abide by the ancestors' commands, replied the Qingyun Empyrean Emperor with a smile, grateful for his quick reaction, avoiding conflict with Irvin. Otherwise, at this moment, the entire Qingyun ancient kingdom might have been obliterated by the supreme beings. He quickly summoned the Chancellor, hastened preparations for a grand gift to send to the Wangu Ewing family. Just say it is for the young Lord Ewing visiting our kingdom for the competition, and we offer this gift out of utmost respect. Among other undying forces, significant waves were stirred. After all, Irvin's actions were simply beyond comprehension. However, considering his unparalleled background and flamboyant style, it was somewhat understandable. Daring to slay the outstanding youth of the Qingyun kingdom within its territory, trampling on its dignity. Yet the Qingyun kingdom remained silent. The Empyrean Emperor even kneeled in servitude, sending his daughter as a servant. Of course, among undying forces, such sycophantic behavior was not unusual. Some super sanctuaries and undying traditions even thought about how advantageous it would be if their sacred maidens could become servants of the Ying family's young lord, potentially gaining unprecedented advantages. What? The legendary Korra of Coiling Lotus from the ancient era, who once dominated the 6 directions and 8 extremes, has become a slave to Irvin? In one super sanctuary, hearing reports from subordinates, the Davis stood up, pupils dilating and mouth agape. As a deity realm expert, he seldom showed emotions, yet he was profoundly shocked, illustrating the unbelievable nature of the situation, far beyond common understanding. A mere 14-year-old boy subdued the Korra Coiling Lotus, who was at the peak god-emperor level. Never before in history has there been a second instance of this. Moreover, the information is reliable. During the Qingyun Kingdom visit, no Ying family experts accompanied him openly, and even inside the ancient tomb, the heavenly secret seemed obscured. Meaning Irvin alone made Korra Coiling Lotus submit. Hearing the report, the entire upper echelon of the sanctuary was shaken. Prepare lavish gifts. Wait, what would the Wangu Ying family need? Preparing gifts may seem insincere. Hurry, dig up the ancestor's grave, evict him from his secluded abode, and give the divine mountain to Irvin. The Davis spoke excitedly to a few elders. His subordinates' sweat dropped. Was the Davis planning to ally with the Wangu Ying family, digging up the ancestor's grave and evicting him to present the divine mountain? Do not dawdle. Any delay means missing out on opportunities. Each responsible individual must go to the disciplinary hall for punishment. In reality, this scene unfolded across many undying forces. While top-tier undying forces aimed to express goodwill towards the Wangu Ying family, some ordinary undying forces were already offering their treasured reserves without hesitation. In the ancestral dragon nest of the divine dragon Dao realm, within a battle space, Diego was ruthlessly slaughtering various fierce beasts. Every punch unleashed the might of dragons, with dragon heads emerging, devouring space and annihilating everything in sight, terrifying foes. Even mighty ancient beasts, despite their robust bloodlines and forms, could not match Diego at the same level. With red eyes, clenched fists, and rapid breathing, Diego struggled to understand how someone like Irvin existed. Like himself, possessing 3 supreme dragon physiques, unmatched by regular geniuses, ranked 10th on the submerged dragon list, yet unable to withstand a single strike from Irvin. He yearned for improvement, unwilling to be overshadowed by other super geniuses. Humph, I refuse to believe that after countless generations, the ancient dragon lineage, with its powerful bloodline, does not possess secret techniques. Just wait, Irvin. Realizing that the ancient dragon lineage had many hidden cards despite fragmentation into numerous branches, Diego decided to find his Miles, the current ancestral dragon nest lord. He would do whatever it took to improve and cultivate. Before long, the Golden Age would officially commence, awakening ancient prodigies and restricted geniuses from the ancient dragon clans. True contention would then begin. He vowed never to be inferior. At the Wangu Ying family's imperial palace, Irvin lounged comfortably in his throne, enjoying himself. Korra Coiling Lotus carefully massaged his feet, skillfully applying pressure. Irvin admired her efficiency. Indeed, being an empress had its advantages. Her techniques were superior to Sherry and Una, not to mention her formidable strength. Amir, activate the exclusive cultivation space of the eternal heavenly court. The era of great contention will arrive in a few years. We must be prepared. Hashtag chapter 450. Exclusive cultivation space, comprehensive improvement, system quality. Irvin enjoyed the massage from Korra Qinglian, finding it extremely pleasant. Initially, Korra Qinglian was somewhat unwilling, for she was an unparalleled empress from the primordial era, now serving a mere teenager without daring to harbor any resentment. However, once she entered the myriad Eons Ying family, she realized the vastness of the universe and the boundless expanse of the heavens. The myriad Eons Ying family had been a colossal force standing atop all realms even during the primordial era, unmatched by anyone. Even the powerful beast races that were rampant in the primordial era dared not provoke them. There had been little interaction between Korra Qinglian and the myriad Eons Ying family back then, but she knew better than to challenge such a formidable presence. Facing this behemoth, she understood the futility of her strength as a peerless genius. Upon truly entering the myriad Eons Ying family, she was utterly astounded. It overturned her understanding of noble families, sanctuaries, and other transcendent forces across all worlds. Even a single elder from the myriad Eons Ying family was an outstanding figure in the immortal Dao realm. As for the top 10 elders within the family's council, they were beyond terrifying. According to Irvin's explanation, the first elder and Gideon were both formidable existences that should not be provoked. They shared her level of cultivation, both at the peak of the Joab realm. Korra Qinglian's pride vanished instantly. She realized that her once prideful cultivation was only considered top-notch within the myriad Eons Ying family, but far from reaching the pinnacle. Take Irvin's Miles, the current Joab Bogdan, for instance. He could wipe her out with just a wisp of his aura, erasing her existence from time itself. Thus, Korra Qinglian no longer found it disagreeable to serve Irvin. Within the myriad Eons Ying family, she had access to superior resources for cultivation and countless heavenly treasures, receiving excellent treatment. Moreover, when the Ying family elders and authority figures learned she was Korra Qinglian from the primordial era, they barely reacted. But upon learning she was the maidservant of their young lord, they treated her with utmost respect, fearing they might offend her. Korra Qinglian finally understood that while power was fundamental, background sometimes held more weight than personal strength. Are you still daydreaming? Asked Irvin as Korra Qinglian was lost in thought. What are your orders, master? Irvin stood up. He had already instructed the system to open the exclusive cultivation space of the myriad Eon's heavenly court, where time and space did not exist. In this space, only a unique path existed, filled with endless spiritual energy and infinite cultivation laws to help practitioners cultivate rapidly, surpassing external cultivation speeds by 100-fold or more. Sherry and Una were likely practicing techniques and spells in the myriad Ian's Ying family's martial arts hall and couldn't come over yet. As for little dragon Moira, who knew where she had gone to sleep again, she kept avoiding efforts to upgrade her chaotic ancestor dragon bloodline, only seeking laziness and procrastination. Truly, she hadn't learned from anyone. She had no prospects. The system was speechless. Seriously, how could he say that? The master and pet indeed matched. Worst of all, this master had thick skin, content with slacking off himself but expecting others to hustle. He was almost writing double standards on his face. Elizabeth followed Sebastian, tirelessly cultivating alchemy and refining pills, benefiting from the previous gifts. She made significant progress and rapid advancements. Even Sebastian marveled at how Irvin had found such a good protege. Cora, enter this space and cultivate. See how it goes, said Irvin, waving his right hand. Instantly, a radiant barrier appeared in the center of the palace, revealing a mysterious world beyond it. Cora Qinglian nodded. Following Irvin's order, she stepped through the barrier into this world. Immediately, she felt a wave of warmth enveloping her, making every part of her body feel incredibly comfortable. Concentrated spiritual energy seemed to seep into her pores, deeply penetrating her bones and transforming her divine body. At her current peak in the divine realm, devouring celestial energy offered no benefit. Only continuously comprehending the Tao and developing her path to its limits, transcending all paths and merging with the great Tao, could yield the tiniest advancement. Therefore, the path to Joab was exceedingly difficult, nearly the ultimate barrier for all cultivators, an insurmountable mountain with no end in sight. Entering the divine realm practically granted immortality. Achieving the rank of Joab ensured true immortality, but even with infinite life, one could not fully comprehend it. Thus, countless cultivators across all realms had reached the Joab stage, especially within the top immortal and everlasting powers. Some had even reached the peak of the Joab realm as part of their foundation. Ewing there was only one Joab, Bogdan. Now, in this mysterious space, her comprehension of her supreme Tao actually deepened, though slightly, it was real. Cora Qinglian's pupils dilated in shock. How could Irvin possess such power? Where did this space come from, allowing cultivators to train hundreds of times faster, and even enabling Joabs to comprehend the Tao? It was terrifying and broke the common understanding of cultivation. She calmed herself and continued contemplating the Tao, seizing this once-in-a-millennium opportunity, a great chance that she must grasp firmly. Seeing this, Irvin smiled faintly. This dog system was indeed reliable. With this, his Myriadian's heavenly court would certainly see significant development in a short time. The Braden, the Coil, the four immortal Joab's puppets, Cora Qinglian, Alicia, and other supreme cultivators at the peak of the Joab realm could enter this space and make progress. Of course, as they say, system quality is always top-notch. With the system here, shouldn't you be reassured? And cultivation in this space allows comprehensive improvement, like Elizabeth's alchemy skills and Axel's celestial fire divine spell. Even little dragon Alberta's chaotic ancestor dragon bloodline can grow and awaken. Irvin's lips twitched. This dog system was really showing off. A little paint, and he opened a dye house. Once he rose, wouldn't he put me down? However, the function was indeed practical and allowed comprehensive improvement, quickly enhancing capabilities like Axel's celestial fire divine spell and Elizabeth's alchemy skills. Thinking this, Irvin hurriedly sent a message through the system. Sherry, Una, you Alberta, Elizabeth, Serpent Cora, Axel, come to my primal imperial city immediately. A great opportunity awaits you. Hashtag chapter 451. Ascending to Sage Emperor, myriad lightning bolts for a massage? Time flies swiftly. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, especially for those powerful beings who could oversee the vicissitudes of life across vast expanses. Even 10,000 years seemed fleeting. During these 2 years, Irvin leveraged the exclusive cultivation space of the Eternal Heavenly Court to significantly enhance his subordinates' combat strength. For instance, Alberta's 8 trigram divination abilities improved considerably. Though this amorous was always thinking about eating candied haws and wasn't afraid of toothaches, her prognostication skills progressed daily. She could even divine many mysterious events, allowing Irvin to advance rapidly. In these 2 years, whenever any divine artifacts appeared, Alberta could always detect them precisely and guide Irvin to suppress numerous elite figures and ultimately obtain the divine treasures. This made Irvin's reputation soar among the elites outside. He was not only considered as the greatest figure of the forbidden and mythical ages, but also earned the title of Cain. Wherever Irvin went, it was like he was a ruthless bandit. Everything became his. No one could take what belonged to him. Anyone daring to provoke this young demon king would immediately face retaliation from several undying god emperors under Irvin's command, summoned at will like servants. Especially the top undying forces now feared Irvin, worried he might set his sights on them. And those undying forces that Irvin had previously subdued were almost turned into resource extraction zones. They had to supply resources to Irvin every month, on time and in quantity, or risk facing visits from a few god emperors. Moreover, numerous undying forces were eradicated by Irvin during these 2 years. The majority of them had been infiltrated by darkness, serving the life-prohibited areas and outer chaos regions, making their destruction justified. As such, Irvin gained recognition from the older generation. He was no longer viewed as merely a youth. He was seen as a true demon king, incomprehensible beyond words. Like Alicia and Green Lotus Cora, both pinnacle powerhouses at the peak of God Emperor level, achieved significant progress in the Eternal Heavenly Court's exclusive cultivation space. Though their advancement seemed minimal, at their level, it transcended eras and epochs. Their perception of Irvin changed completely. They believed he harbored great secrets and must be treated carefully. Compliance might offer a chance for further advancement. Back at the Eternal Ewing family, despite the world's turmoil, Irvin enjoyed his life, indifferent to external changes. Excellent, indeed fitting of Green Lotus Korra, learning quickly. Within 2 years, you've mastered various massage techniques and service. You are very much to my liking, Irvin remarked while lounging in a rocking chair with sunglasses on, enjoying a sunbath with his eyes half closed, basking in her service. Green Lotus Korra was gently massaging him. Thank you, master. Now she believed meeting Irvin was her great fortune and something she must seize. Being with him allowed her to access unparalleled resources and advance far faster than ever before. Even backed by the eternal Ying family, she faced other undying forces without fear, freely demanding celestial treasures. Suddenly, Irvin sat up and stood, emitting radiant divine light and ancient aura around his body, seemingly ready to suppress all directions, dominating the past and present. An overwhelmingly powerful aura spread out, stirring up air currents, making the void tremble. His eyes shone brilliantly like the sun and moon, displaying heterochromia, the true symbol of invincible mythology. All over his body, more than 200 bones shimmered, enveloped in dense runes, releasing chaotic energy that permeated the area. 20 chaos sacred laws manifested, terrifying and godlike. Irvin was wrapped in chaos sacred laws, with a holy ring appearing behind him, illuminating past and future. Slowly ascending, this spectacle caught the attention of the young disciples and elders of the eternal Ying family. Look, that's Leonardo. Heavenly phenomena descending, ancient aura emitted, chaos sacred laws appear. Is Leonardo going to ascend to the Sage Emperor realm? Ying's indeed. We heard Leonardo deliberately suppressed his cultivation these 2 years to solidify his foundation at each stage before breaking through. Everyone marveled, feeling humbled compared to the Leonardo. His achievements were a reminder of hard work and dedication. The thunderous sounds echoed as Irvin's body radiated brilliant light, transforming the space around him. Myriad lightning bolts descended, each as thick as buckets, wielding immense force, capable of destroying anything, frightening to behold. Even the young disciples of the eternal Ying family feared being caught in the aftermath. If struck by these bolts, they would surely be gravely injured if not killed. However, when the lightning struck Irvin, he remained unaffected. His perfected chaos body and chaos Emmanuel art converted the descending lightning into energy. It felt tingling and numbing, and Irvin found it relaxing, almost like a massage. Deciding not to waste the opportunity, he channeled the lightning to strengthen his physical body, unlocking greater potential within his chaos body, making it crystalline and pure. This performance left everyone stunned. Is Leonardo doing something outrageous again? Translation notes. The original structure and line breaks have been maintained. Character names such as Irvin, Alberta, Alicia, and Green Lotus Korra are retained in pinyin format. Key terms like Sage Emperor, Chaos Sacred Laws, and Chaos Body are kept consistent with the context. Ensure the tone and style match the original text while providing a fluent English translation. ####Chapter 452. Ascending to Holy King, the mightiest Holy King of Eternity. The prelude to an era of great contention. Innumerable thunderbolts surged around Irvin's body, terrifying beyond measure. Rolling thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered. Each bolt was as thick as a barrel, enough to make any young prodigy quake with fear and flee, fearing they might be caught in the aftermath. Yoinked, Irvin appeared to be enjoying a bath. The endless waves of thunder had no effect on him. Instead, they were converted into pure energy. This energy circulated within his body, aiding in refining his physical strength, pushing it to even greater heights. If other supreme prodigies knew this, they would likely collapse in despair. Ancestor, you're already the #1 physique in all of eternity, topping the eternal physique rankings. And yet, you're still pushing yourself this hard to improve your physique. What do you plan to do? Explode stars with your body? The supreme prodigies of the Ying family of eternity, including Ying, the 4th sequence member possessing the Vajra divine body, saw Irvin endure myriad bolts of lightning, enjoying the opportunity to refine his physique despite the danger. They drew in a sharp breath, realizing how far they were from Irvin's level. No matter how long they trained, they could never catch up. All they could do was sigh. Irvin's strength had transcended their imagination, surpassing what anyone could have predicted. It was so absurd that even if all the sequence members of the Ying family joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. The top-tier prodigies of the eternal Ying family, such as Sebastian and Sword God Ying, would be crushed if they faced him one-on-one or even together. Facing the surging thunder, even Ying, the Vajra-bodied warrior, would be turned into charred meat in an instant. The elders of the eternal Ying family were in a frenzy. They had been worried earlier that Irvin hadn't made progress in 2 years. Now, they understood that his choice was correct, realizing even they couldn't keep pace with him. One elder muttered, "The waves behind push those ahead." Finally, with a deafening boom, the endless dark clouds dissipated. A glow shone from Irvin's eyes, radiating primal energy, chaotic energy, and his body flickered with lightning, like he was illuminated by divine light. The law of Chaos Saint Path emerged, far stronger than before. Irvin felt the power of the Chaos Saint Path flow through his movements. Even sovereign-level experts would need to avoid his sharp edge. None could match him. As for holy kings at his level, especially elder cultivators, he feared no one. He could subdue them with a snap of his fingers, or even obliterate them instantly. At present, only sovereigns might stand a chance against him, but even that wasn't certain. This was Irvin's foundation. Absolute invincibility at every realm, becoming the unrivaled first in eternity, breaking limits and achieving the pinnacle. On a divine mountain, Alicia and Korra Qinglian watched as Irvin ascended to the Holy King realm, his true combat strength rivaling sovereigns. Both were utterly stunned. Alicia, dressed in black, her face hidden by a veil, revealed a glimmer in her eyes. She never expected that after following Irvin, she would discover just how extraordinary his potential truly was. Perhaps even the divine realm wasn't his limit. "So, how did you come to follow Master?" Alicia asked. Korra Qinglian smiled wryly. If fate is real, then this must be destiny. Alicia smiled faintly. If that were true, perhaps their meeting was also destined. They had witnessed Irvin become the strongest holy king in all of eternity, unmatched in his peer group. No historical record showed a holy king who could rival him. The young disciples were buzzing with excitement, energized. Master has taken the lead. We cannot be idle anymore. The era of great contention is coming. Will we only be a burden to Master? No, absolutely not. Even if we can't keep up with Master, seeing his back will be enough satisfaction for a lifetime. The young disciples trained harder, more diligently than ever. Even the 10 supreme sequence members of the eternal Ying family, some nearly reaching the peak of Holy King and about to break through to Holy Emperor, knew that even at that level, they couldn't hope to match their young master. This 16-year-old super prodigy was too monstrous, defying all rules and expectations. Soon, the Golden Age would officially begin, and even the seed-tier prodigies of the eternal Ying family would lag behind. Ancient freaks and forbidden prodigies in hibernation weren't considered because of their era's legacy and accumulated strength. Upon awakening, they might view current prodigies as mere stepping stones. News of Irvin becoming the mightiest holy king in eternity spread rapidly among the top-tier and peak eternal forces. Super prodigies who had already reached Holy King, or even Holy Emperor trembled in fear. Though they had an advantage in realm, facing Irvin alone would result in utter defeat due to his unparalleled physical prowess. In the ancestral dragon nest, Brant pondered the news for a moment before standing up. Big brother A.O. Clinton is in critical cultivation. With our ancient dragon clan's secret techniques, I believe when he emerges, he won't fall far behind Irvin. Let Irvin laugh now. Soon, he'll have nothing to laugh about. Some peak eternal forces and top-tier forces hostile to the eternal Ying family, though frightened, maintained their bravado, issuing threats to show they weren't weak. They promised to meet Irvin in the Sovereign Hall. In shadowy corners, dark beings stirred. Only 4 of the 10 dark sequence members sent by life forbidden zones had been slain by Irvin. 6 remained, growing stronger by slaying and consuming many celestial prodigies. Though Irvin had eliminated 4 dark sequences, the offending life forbidden zones had since been destroyed, their graves overgrown. These dark beings awaited their moment to settle old scores. If Irvin knew their plans, he would simply wave his hand, inviting them to come and die together. Then came another piece of news, causing numerous realms to erupt in excitement. The Sovereign Hall is opening. Hashtag chapter 453, Prelude, the Supreme Hall is about to open. The Supreme Hall is about to open. This rumor spread like wildfire within just a few days across all major Dao realms. Countless immortal factions scrambled to send spies to gather more information upon hearing it. The top and peak immortal factions were no longer able to sit idle. Even experts who had reached the divine realm took action. What is the Supreme Hall? It is a harbinger of the approaching era of great contention. Within the Supreme Hall lies the key to enter the immortal ancient great world. Possessing this key allows one to wait for the immortal ancient great world to open, then venture inside to seek opportunities and secrets that can enhance one's strength. The immortal ancient great world is a truly mysterious place, spanning countless eras and ages, with legacies left behind by countless races' powerful figures. Even ancient secret techniques long lost to time can be found within. If the immortal ancient great world truly opens, the arrival of the golden era would be imminent, within arm's reach. But to enter the immortal ancient great world, one must have the key. Otherwise, they will be barred from entering, left outside in despair. Moreover, the Supreme Hall also contains other opportunities, such as the legacy of a half-emperor level powerhouse. This was a being who had almost reached the Supreme Emperor realm countless eons ago, but fell due to irresistible forces. For some reason, his legacy resides within the Supreme Hall. Strictly speaking, this cannot be considered a true half-emperor, because it refers only to the faint manifestation of imperial laws beyond the peak divine sovereign stage. Like Mother Megan, while her power didn't reach the half-emperor stage, she could no longer be described merely as a peak divine sovereign, hence she is called a quasi-half-emperor. All this is shrouded in mystery. The Supreme Hall often opens alongside the immortal ancient great world, both preceding the onset of the Golden Era. This seems to imply some intrinsic connection. What? There's news about the Supreme Hall? Brant originally did not plan to ask her brother, Bond, to leave seclusion, but if it concerns the Supreme Hall, she had to do so. Otherwise, failing to obtain the keys would mean they'd be excluded from entering the immortal ancient great world, a significant loss. Within the immortal ancient great world might lie forbidden secret arts once possessed by their ancient dragon clan. If they could find those lost magical techniques from the past, the younger generation of the dragon nest could be entrusted with rekindling the glory of the dragon race. Not only Brant but also other dragon geniuses and hidden elites of the ancestor dragon nest were stirred into action, preparing for the opening of the Supreme Hall. Among them was a female warrior wearing armor, wielding a long spear, and bearing a dragon horn on her forehead. She was strikingly beautiful, domineering, and did not look at the world's other geniuses as equals. Other immortal factions were also mobilized, the Bob of the Daffin Buddhist sect, Langston of the Thunderclap Temple, the Lola of the Qinglian Dao sect, and the Young Lord of the Grey Wolf clan. Numerous top and peak immortal factions sent their own forces, with their young generations on high alert, ready to pounce at any sign. The opportunity presented by the Supreme Hall was too important, surpassing all previous opportunities. Moreover, there were only 50 keys, while there were hundreds of geniuses from the top and peak immortal factions. Each faction wanted their geniuses to secure as many keys as possible, leading to fierce competition. In the Wangu Ying family, Irvin also received this news. However, he did not hear it through rumors. He turned to look at Alberta beside him. The amorous held 2 sugared haws, gobbling them down hastily, afraid someone would snatch them away. "Why are you looking at me, master?" Alberta asked innocently. Irvin smiled and gently stroked her head. "Because you've done well this time. I didn't expect your ability to calculate celestial events has become so strong. rivaling some elders of your heavenly secret sanctuary. You managed to predict the appearance of the Supreme Hall in advance. It's nothing. If not related to you, Master, it would be shielded by destiny and time. Otherwise, I could calculate how many keys you'd get. You Alberta laughed naively and continued eating the sugared haws. Irvin rode atop little long Alberta. The little dragon grew rapidly, now massive with shimmering scales, resembling a celestial dragon. Unfortunately, she still had to serve as a mount. And those dragon horns on her head? Perfect steering handles. At this moment, in the ancient southern direction, a divine light flashed. The divine light was immense, illuminating multiple Dao realms instantly. The starry sky felt this power, radiating tremendous awe. Nearby planets, especially dead worlds, regained life under its glow, with new life emerging. Elderly and decaying powerhouses, including supremes and emperors who hadn't reached the immortal realm, rejuvenated under the divine light's glow. They looked younger, bursting with vitality. Ha 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 ha, I've broken through. Some elderly experts rejoiced over the transformation brought by the divine light, giving them a second lease on life. Shortly after, ancient Taoists appeared, chanting scriptures amidst the stars. Extraordinary phenomena occurred frequently, emphasizing the significance of this event. In no time, someone spotted a genius from an immortal faction aboard a divine ship heading towards the illuminated region. Little Long, don't rest now. At this critical moment, the Wangu Heavenly Court hasn't developed enough. How can we rest? Hurry up. We'll rest later if we can secure a key. Irvin patted Little Long Alberta's head. She rolled her eyes but understood the urgency. She was close to transforming, and soon, she wouldn't endure this inconvenience anymore. She thought achieving Sage King Realm would allow her full transformation, but it seemed she needed further refinement. Blue Lotus Korra and Alicia smiled and merged into the void, guarding Irvin closely. Their precious descendant couldn't be harmed, but with two peak divine sovereign protectors, no one in the universe could touch him. Meanwhile, from the direction of the ancestor dragon nest, a tremendous roar shook the heavens. A gigantic true dragon soared into the sky, roaring, "I, Diego, am back." Chapter 454. The Supreme Hall opens, awaken the long-slumbering Aries. Soon after, news spread that the Supreme Hall would be opening within the Xianxia Dao realm, located in the relatively southern part of the 10,000 realms. This realm once gave birth to a supreme existence known as the Xianxia Joab. He had once dominated all directions, priding himself on his superiority over both ancient and modern times. He battled fiercely against Life Xianxia, fought enemies from the dark realms, engaging in battles without any fear. Note, Life Xianxia seems to be a term that didn't translate well. If Xianxia refers to forbidden areas or sanctuaries, it should be translated accordingly. Could you confirm what Life Xianxia means in this context? Is it life sanctuaries, forbidden zones of life, or something else? Given the surrounding text, a better interpretation might be. This realm once gave birth to a supreme existence known as the Xianxia Joab. He had once dominated all directions, priding himself on his superiority over both ancient and modern times. He battled fiercely against life-restricting zones, fought enemies from the dark realms, engaging in battles without any fear. Or even more refined. This realm once gave birth to a supreme existence known as the Xianxia Joab. He once dominated all directions, priding himself on his superiority over both ancient and modern times. He valiantly fought against the life-restricted zones and dark entities, never showing the slightest fear in battle. He was once surrounded by 3 dark Joabs, but managed to retaliate and kill 2 of them, severely injuring the remaining one, allowing it to escape. The name Xianxuan was celebrated across all realms, as he was the forerunner who obstructed the advance of darkness. Following this news, many imperishable forces took action, not daring to be careless. They dispatched their leading young figures to seize the keys. Keys were extremely limited, with only dozens available. If they failed to obtain them, they wouldn't even qualify to enter the immortal ancient gate. Hence immediate action was necessary. The Grey Wolf clan sent 5 prodigies, led by the Grey Wolf Jethro. On a vast warship, the Grey Wolf Jethro turned his sharp gaze towards the other 4 Grey Wolf clan prodigies and instructed. This time, we will just follow the Ying clan Jethro. When the Ying clan Jethro has his fill, we need only lap up the leftovers, understood? If he is pleased, he will naturally reward us with a few keys. The 4 prodigies nodded. They revered the Ying clan Jethro greatly, viewing him as an idol. This person broke countless records and was regarded as a timeless taboo figure. The Adel acted similarly, leading his clan's prodigies. They too adopted the strategy of merely following the Ying clan Jethro, considering it acceptable not to obtain the keys directly. With the Jethro leading the way, there would be rewards, even if minimal. I never thought that after just 2 years, we would meet again. From an ancient volcano, a Cecilia emerged riding a phoenix made of flames, heading swiftly toward that particular Dao realm, clearly unwilling to lag behind other super prodigies. Over these 2 years, the Carissa had never been idle, constantly refining her bloodline, strengthening her physical body, and practicing the Phoenix Treasure technique. She had made significant progress. Additionally, being ranked 9th on the Hidden Dragon list, she would be invincible in this era unless she encountered the 8 formidable beings above her. With the ancient prodigies and forbidden, heavenly geniuses still dormant, she would be unmatched. Even someone like Diego, who possessed 3 supreme dragon constitutions, could be easily subdued by her, without any fear. She wouldn't show him any favoritism. Her fiery red hair cascaded down like a river of blood. Her crimson eyes shimmered brilliantly, resembling precious rubies. Winked in her mind, there was a towering figure, majestic and incomparable, impossible to dispel. Dressed in white, ethereal and graceful, he looked like a celestial being with jade-like hair, now probably 18 years old. She had heard that he recently broke through to the Holy Emperor realm, becoming the strongest Holy Emperor in history. One wondered whether he could suppress all directions within the Supreme Hall. After all, the Supreme Hall attracted not only familiar faces but also terrifying existences that watched and waited for opportunities to seize the keys. Indeed, in a dark place within a murky swamp, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly opened, soaring into the sky, with black wings that seemed to block out the sun, beast-like. Having secluded myself for so long, I have finally awakened. This figure wore a black robe with large wings that flapped like a bat's, its blood-red eyes evoking terror. Its teeth were razor-sharp, looking menacing. Ha ha ha, the Jethro of the Dark Divine Palace, the Josue, has finally awakened? Meanwhile, under the pale moonlight, another black-robed figure approached, completely skeletal, with a hoarse voice like an elder, draped in a black cloak concealing his form. Bone Lord, the holy son of the White Bone Divine Sect, you have only just awakened too? Of course, with the Supreme Hall reopening, we must race to seize the keys. Once we get the keys, we can enter the immortal ancient world through the immortal ancient gate and vie for true opportunities. Yings, I sensed the opening of the Supreme Hall, thus broke out of my seclusion. However, the laws of the universe seem to have changed over these 10 years, becoming more robust and flourishing. With this environment, many super prodigies must have emerged. Consuming them would significantly aid our growth. The two exchanged glances and laughed. The Bone Lord's eyes flickered with blue netherworld fire. Clearly, neither were kind-hearted individuals. Both were inheritors of the Dark Divine Palace and the White Bone Divine Sect, born with superior constitutions and nurtured amidst abundant resources. Unfortunately, the Dark Divine Palace and the White Bone Divine Sect were not righteous sects, having dealings with the Dark Forbidden Zone. Practicing many demonic and dark techniques, they were destined to fall into irredeemable damnation. The top 3 on the Hidden Dragon list this time are not to be trifled with, said the Bone Lord, who had returned earlier and knew more than the Josue. They are all supreme true dragons, possessing rare constitutions. If possible, let's not offend them to avoid trouble. He then informed the Josue about the recent Hidden Dragon list announcements. Once again, it's the eternal Ying family targeting us. Now a young true dragon has emerged, whom we cannot allow to grow, or we will never see the light of day. If the many elders of the Dark Divine Palace were here, they would support my decision. We should take advantage of the Supreme Hall's opening, join forces, and recruit several leading young geniuses to ambush and eliminate Irvin inside, preventing him from growing stronger. Mentioning the eternal Ying family ignited anger in the Josue's eyes, as though he harbored deep enmity. Indeed, the Dark Divine Palace and the White Bone Divine Sect had ties with the Dark Forbidden Zone, and all dark forces resented the eternal Ying family deeply, wishing to obliterate every last member. Fine. Since brother suggests it, I am obligated to comply. The Bone Lord laughed sinisterly, the blue glow flashing ominously, both resolved to ambush Irvin. If their backing forces learned of this, they would undoubtedly flog these fools. You were supposed to go to the Supreme Hall to grab the keys to open the immortal ancient gate, not plot against Irvin, who is a star of misfortune. 2 life forbidden zones have targeted Irvin and met disastrous ends. Now your young generation dares to plan his assassination, truly inviting death. Meanwhile, Irvin continued his journey through the vast starry sea, heading for the Supreme Hall. Chapter 455. Assembly of All Heroes, the Conquest Before the Supreme Hall. The heroes wasted no time and raced towards the Xianxia Dao domain at incredible speed, fearing to be left behind. The exact opening time of the Supreme Hall was unknown, but arriving early provided a significant advantage. One could be the first to enter once it opened. Beyond the Supreme Hall lies a small world containing 50 keys to the immortal ancient doors, along with countless opportunities and legacies from powerful figures. If one is lucky, they might even encounter opportunities and legacies from past eras. As for the keys, more is always better. Indigenous top immortal forces and eternal powers within the Xianxia Dao domain were nearly overwhelmed by the situation. Who would have thought the Supreme Hall would open in their domain? It was both a blessing and a curse. Their own young elites could gain an advantage by arriving quickly, entering the Supreme Hall earlier. However, there were also risks. The myriad worlds brought too many heroes, including young supreme beings and super elite youths. While their local heroes were exceptional, possessing extraordinary physiques, they still paled in comparison to those from peak immortal factions and transcendent forces. This inherent disadvantage was impossible to compensate for. Furthermore, many dark elites had caught the attention of dark elite youths from life-prohibited zones, leading only to death through the draining of essence and consumption of flesh, with no return even to the cycle of reincarnation. Thus, many immortal forces and top immortal factions instructed their young generation that sending just 1 or 2 of their strongest to participate in the competition would suffice. Securing a key was ideal, but if not, companionship in the Supreme Hall to obtain some opportunities or legacies would do. Greed must be avoided. Offending these superheroes and dark heroes would bring dire consequences. This is the cruelty of the eternal immortal realm where power is everything, especially among young heroes who speak only in terms of strength and whose voices are given by their prowess. Indeed, as expected in the Xianxia Dao domain, heroes came in various forms, riding treasure towers, driving flying swords, or riding on divine ships. Many young heroes rushed forward accompanied by elders sent by immortal factions to protect them. Among them were 2 companions. One exuded righteousness, riding a flying sword with sharp eyes, none other than Eli of the Hao Ran Dao sect who had awakened the great righteous aura. He had toned down his arrogance after being disciplined by Irvin, focusing on cultivation and respectfully seeking guidance from senior sect members. In 2 years, he made remarkable progress, learning advanced Dao techniques. Despite this, Irvin's impact remained a nightmare he dared not challenge again. As for other heroes, Eli didn't care much except for those monstrous figures on the Hidden Dragon list. His companion, though less renowned, wore a Dao robe with yin-yang energies swirling around him, mysterious and formidable. This was another superhero of the Hao Ran Dao sect, stronger than Eli, endowed with the legendary yin-yang divine dragon physique. Having been in seclusion, he hadn't ranked on the Hidden Dragon list, Yet Ellie knew him to be formidable, comparable to Diego and others. Junior brother Howren, don't worry. It's just Irvin. Watch me take action. Even if I lose, it won't be humiliating. Ellie merely smiled without reply, thinking how naive this fellow was before experiencing humiliation himself. However, in the small world beyond the Supreme Hall, they might not meet. Yoink, they should not underestimate other superheroes. Dark heroes wouldn't sit idly, seizing opportunities amid chaos. Senior brother, we should be cautious. Dark heroes are not to be underestimated. After cultivating in the gloomy life forbidden zones for so long, they now plague our young generation. Many renowned young heroes have fallen to their hands. We must exercise caution. Long Clinton on Long nodded, acknowledging that despite sounding fearless, he too had heard of Irvin, revered as the ancient taboo and myth, unmatched among contemporaries, even undetectable by the great Tao. If met, best to avoid confrontation. But against dark heroes, the Hao Ran Dao sect wouldn't back down. Still, caution was needed against their sneaky attacks. On a mystical island, indigenous immortal factions heroes had arrived early at the sacred site. Now, this place radiated dazzling light, runes swirling, colorful auroras painting the scene like a fallen deity's sanctuary. Outside this mystical area, many saints and beyond had gathered to cultivate, absorbing stray energies. Some imperial saints had healed long-standing wounds. Ancient imperial saints, upon absorbing the energy, even ascended to the rank of supreme beings, capable of shaking the universe with a mere thought, a terrifying feat. Endless heroes converged here, sitting to absorb the energy immediately upon arrival. Soon, the air vibrated with sounds of the great Tao, echoing wisdom around, enabling sudden enlightenment. Young heroes experienced transformations. Saint Realm heroes leaped directly to the Saint Emperor level, with saintly laws undergoing metamorphosis into super saintly laws. Accompanied by dragon roars, 2 true dragons appeared, massive enough to obscure the heavens. Discerning experts recognized them as the true dragons from the ancestor dragon nest, bearing hopes of its rise, with one even ranked ninth on the hidden dragon list, Diego. Suddenly, another true dragon obscured the sky, threatening to tear apart space under its might. Sensing an ominous premonition, Diego looked up. Why has she come? Chapter 456. The princess of the Azure Dragon clan, Laurel, and the evil god's son makes a move. Julius looked up at the sky with an extremely serious expression, feeling immense pressure. Tommy, who did not possess the 3 supreme dragon physiques like Julius, was also somewhat weaker in cultivation. At this moment, he was having difficulty breathing. This revealed just how exalted the bloodline of the newcomer must be, capable of suppressing both Julius and Tommy. It was undoubtedly one of the hidden geniuses from a branch of the primeval dragon clan. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar that shook heaven and earth, a true dragon appeared with shimmering scales, robust body, and size akin to a vast mountain range. It then descended and transformed into human form. A figure clad in green armor, holding a spear, emerged. Her eyes were as sharp as blades, incredibly intimidating. Her green armor glittered brilliantly, and her beauty was unmatched, with eyes of a unique brownish-green hue. She possessed an exotic charm, and 2 delicate horns protruded from her head. If Irvin were to see her, he would undoubtedly cheer joyfully. Another self-steering mount. Upon seeing her, Tommy stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. May I inquire which branch of the primeval dragon clan you belong to? I will introduce myself first. I am Tommy, a prodigy from the ancestor dragon nest, and the one behind me is Julius, ranked 9th on the submerged dragon list, possessing the 3 supreme dragon physiques. We are here under orders to enter the Supreme Hall, seize the key and opportunities. If you wish, we can travel together as fellow members of the primeval dragon clan. This scene immediately caught the attention of other young geniuses. Another supreme genius of the primeval dragon clan had arrived, bringing an unparalleled aura and blood power that even surpassed Julius and Tommy. Clearly, she wasn't someone to be trifled with. Everyone naturally assumed that this valiant Cecilia would join Julius and Tommy, since all being supreme geniuses of the primeval dragon clan, joining forces for entering the Supreme Hall would leave other geniuses at a disadvantage. Facing 3 supreme geniuses simultaneously, apart from that person from the 10,000 ancient Ying family, the rest would feel pressured and wouldn't dare to compete. Unexpectedly, however, the dragon girl gave a disdainful smile at Julius and Tommy, her eyes filled with contempt, treating them as no more than nuisances. The ancestor dragon nest truly declines generation by generation. Among the super geniuses, there are only you 2 good-for-nothings. Decline is inevitable. At these words, everyone was stunned. Even those watching from the sidelines felt astonished, almost dropping their jaws. How different from the expected scenario. Logically, as dragon geniuses, they should have teamed up and cared for each other. But the intense animosity right from the start indicated they were about to become enemies. Tommy couldn't help but feel indignant. After all, he had a dragon bone and dragon king body. Being so disdained, plus the mocking remarks towards the ancestor dragon nest, it was hard to swallow. Meanwhile, more super geniuses arrived, including Chin Clinton on Long with the Yin Yang profound dragon physique, Ellie awakened with righteous chi, and the Maribel sent by the Phoenix clan. Arriving to witness such drama made their moods quite pleasant, standing aside watching without disturbing. Julius remained silent. After all, he didn't know much about this newcomer. However, based on the previous bloodline suppression, her strength was probably comparable to his, backed by solid foundations. Letting Tommy probe might be wise. Without warning, Tommy extended a claw, emitting a dragon roar. The dragon claw materialized, drawing in vast amounts of spiritual energy, surging towards the front as if slicing through space. It was too powerful for ordinary geniuses to avoid. However, the dragon girl only sneered, a curve forming at the corner of her lips, emphasizing her perfect figure in the green armor. She took a step forward, her eyes flashing with the image of a green dragon. Suddenly, a blade of light shot out at lightning speed, piercing through everything. The dragon claw offered no resistance and was instantly shredded into nothingness. Tommy was struck in the chest by the green sword light, blasting him away like a broken kite, spewing blood midair before collapsing in front of Julius. His eyes seemed to plead silently, asking why his brother hadn't intervened. The dragon girl found this rather boring, introducing herself instead. One of the branches of the primeval dragon clan, the primeval azure dragon clan. I am Princess Laurel. Julius's gaze showed apprehension. So, she was the princess of the primeval azure dragon clan. No wonder she could overpower them just with her bloodline and defeat Tommy in one move. The observers were equally shocked. Once renowned across various domains, Tommy had advantages like innate dragon bone and dragon king body, trampling many geniuses, receiving abundant resources from the ancestor dragon nest. But now, facing multiple super geniuses, Tommy couldn't even withstand one strike. How far the decline had gone was evident. Shakily standing up, Tommy dared not advance rashly, retreating cautiously. The Maribel's eyes flashed with divine light, wondering who would prevail between her and this mysterious dragon genius. Entertaining, very entertaining, love to watch. In a distant void, space fractured as Ares emerged, wearing a black cloak. Who would have thought the once brilliant Tommy would be reduced to a dog that anyone can kick? Ares' voice was sharp and terrifying, his wings hidden behind him, red eyes gleaming with bloodlust and greed. F***K, it's because of bloodline suppression. Dealing with you would be a breeze? Tommy disregarded formalities. He believed his defeat by Laurel was merely due to bloodline suppression. Facing a provocateur like this, he could still easily suppress him. He unleashed a powerful dragon fist, generating intense gales, like a mountain smashing out, intertwining endless spiritual energy and laws forming a dragon head charging at Ares. Ares coldly laughed, red eyes glowing as if targeting prey. Julius had a premonition that his younger brother was no match for this person and would suffer greatly. Sure enough, Ares spread his wings like a bat, darkening the skies. Gale winds roared, lightning intertwined, and the dragon punch was effortlessly neutralized and dissolved. 2 consecutive claws tore through space, distorting it. Tommy felt horrified. Did he choose a bad day? Meeting such freaks. He was hurled back, spitting blood, suffering injuries. Ares didn't plan to let go, turning into lightning and pouncing towards Tommy. Enough. With a roar, Julius made his move. Chapter 457. Anatolixu's Divine Might. I'm just a bystander. Diego struck out, unleashing a punch that emitted boundless power. The divine light poured forth, illuminating the heavens and earth, with shockwaves causing even the void to sway. The Ares was about to strike Brant with a claw when suddenly, a howling fist wind tore through space with terrifying force. The Ares hastily evaded, spreading his wings wide as if to shield the entire sky, deflecting Diego's punch with flashing lightning. But his bat-like wings suffered burns, emitting an unpleasant scent of roasting meat. The Ares' eyes blazed red, staring at Diego as if intending to tear him apart. Diego, you dare attack me. Brant is my blood brother. Besides, it was you who initiated this provocation, and you attempted to kill him. If not for my timely intervention, one of our ancient dragon clan's top elites would have perished. I want to see just how substantial your rank as ninth on the hidden dragon list is. If you're not afraid of being crushed like sand, let the Dark God Palace make a grand offering for you. We, the ancient dragon clan, are not to be trifled with either. Diego's gaze sharpened. Apart from Irvin, he had never met his match since he emerged into the world. If the Ares continued to press, it would be an excellent opportunity to practice. The Dark God Palace has nothing to fear. Why should I, the evil god's son, be afraid? Just a declining dragon clan. With a step, the Ares broke through space, punching straight ahead. Diego opened his mouth, releasing a small sword that pierced through the void like lightning. Unable to dodge in time, the Ares' right arm was injured, blood flowing. Diego casually summoned a long spear, again swift as lightning. With every step, Diego's aura grew stronger, full of overwhelming power. Swinging down at the front, the Ares blocked with both arms. Seizing the moment, Diego's eyes emitted 2 streams of divine light, accompanied by the sound of dragons roaring, sending the Ares crashing into the ground. Unrelenting, Diego employed the dragon clan's mystic arts, shouting, "Divine Dragon Tail." Instantly, boundless mana condensed into a massive dragon tail, seemingly weighing 10,000 June, crushing the void as it descended like a colossal mountain, pinning down the Ares. Diego became increasingly spirited. He was a concealed genius of the ancestral dragon nest, a supreme genius of this era. Ordinary geniuses were mere playthings in his hands. Today, he had recaptured that feeling, invincible except for Irvin. Diego seemed intent on venting all his frustration against Irvin here. This was the first time Brant saw his elder brother display such might and began cheering loudly. Brother, teach him a lesson. Show him that we, the dragon geniuses, are not to be provoked. Other geniuses, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances. They had only seen Irvin's glory and greatness, breaking records continually, but never realized the formidable figures he faced. The various heirs, saint sons, godsons, etc., from immortal factions. Any one of them was nearly invincible, sweeping through realms. You ain't in Irvin's era, they paled in comparison, but still, they were untouchable. If that's all you've got, you don't deserve to disgrace our dragon geniuses. Diego fought fiercely, finding a sense of existence among other geniuses. Against Irvin, he felt thoroughly suppressed, each move reducing him to helplessness. Now facing other geniuses, his strength soared, embodying the spirit of the dragon god. Aerarg, wretched worm, do you really think I, the Ares, am easy to bully? Dark mist emanated from him, increasing his combat prowess. Previous wounds healed instantly, his physical strength growing exponentially. Suddenly, space fractured, revealing a black-cloaked figure with a skeletal body, his voice hoarse, burning blue flames in his eye sockets. Evil god's son, I'll assist you. The skeletal noble, emitting a high-pitched screech, swung his skeletal sword, unleashing boundless divine power and dark energy, so terrifying that it seemed to darken the void. Undaunted, Diego fought back. Although there was rivalry between the ancestral dragon nest and the myriad ages Ying family, they both held a deep-seated animosity towards the life-prohibited zones and their chaotic minions. These entities had caused significant harm, slaughtering numerous dragon geniuses in the past. Together, the Ares and the skeletal noble unleashed devastating attacks, giving Diego no respite. However, Diego fought valiantly, exuding the might of a dragon war god, earning admiration from onlookers. Though far inferior to Irvin, Diego did not hold back against these dark geniuses, showcasing the spirit of a war god. For a while, he remained undeterred, even injuring the Ares and the skeletal noble. Seeing this, the Ares grew increasingly infuriated. Originally planning to take down Irvin together, they couldn't even defeat one of Irvin's defeated opponents. If they encountered Irvin, they'd surely be easily crushed. Their plans needed revision. But first, they must defeat Diego or risk losing their reputations as top geniuses from their respective immortal factions. Suddenly, blue light flashed in the skeletal noble's eyes, immobilizing Diego. The Ares lunged forward with a claw wrapped in surging dark power aimed directly at Diego's face. Just as Diego's pupils dilated, another figure appeared, raising a hand and sending both the skeletal noble and the Ares flying away, landing like stray dogs. It was Arya who intervened. Your strength isn't bad. You live up to the title of a dragon genius. In a corner, Irvin, who had been watching like a bystander, clapped. Suddenly, everyone noticed him. Cough, cough. I'm just here to watch, believe me? Chapter 458. A mere female loach, and she dares to teach me how to behave. Seeing that he couldn't hide any longer, Irvin directly rode the young dragon Alberta and appeared before everyone. The young dragon Alberta's body had grown increasingly massive. The chaotic primal dragon bloodline was truly extraordinary. It was the king of all dragons, the true deity of the dragon race, the source of all beginnings. The current young dragon Alberta now had two horns radiating a crystalline divine light, as if they were made from jade. The scales on her body shone brilliantly, exuding a luminous glow, while her eyes glowed like lanterns, runes flashing, a terrifying sight. Such a mount was unparalleled in the eternal immortal realm. It was one of a kind, unrivaled by anything else. Could any other super genius mount compare with hers? If compared, it probably wouldn't even be enough for the young dragon Alberta to fill a gap between her teeth. Moreover, the young dragon had reached the Sage King realm, possessed formidable strength, and was about to assume a humanoid form. By then, Irvin might not need to take action personally against the various challenging super geniuses. Wouldn't it be much easier just to send out his mount to crush them? The chaotic primal dragon bloodline was a dimensional attack against the young geniuses of the ancient dragon clan. The deep-seated aura oppressed both Ardal and Brant, making it difficult for them to breathe, sapping their courage to face Alberta. Even the 9th-ranked individual on the hidden dragon list, Ardal, who possessed 3 supreme dragon constitutions, felt this way. So how could the other dragon geniuses be any different? Even Princess Arya, a descendant of the ancient Azure dragon lineage, felt immense pressure, though she forcefully suppressed it, unwilling to show it. Otherwise, she would have lost considerable face. She had once boasted about challenging Irvin, wanting to meet this legendary top-ranked figure on both the hidden dragon list and the ancient corporeal strength list. But if she were suppressed by Irvin's mount's bloodline when he descended on his mount, wouldn't she lose the upper hand first? That would be a huge embarrassment. Absolutely, she mustn't show weakness. She needed to remain calm and at ease. After all, she was the princess of the ancient Azure dragon lineage, representing her entire clan. She had dealt calmly and easily with the Finian and White-Bone scholar, so she believed Irvin wouldn't be much stronger either. Even if there was a gap, it shouldn't be too large. Irvin's gaze flickered. For some reason, since he arrived here, the atmosphere had suddenly turned quiet, without the usual lively chaos. But he was here to enjoy the spectacle. If there were no performances, what would he watch? The opportunities and keys in the Supreme Hall weren't urgent. He wanted to watch the show first. I'm just an onlooker. Continue your battles. I'll just spectate. However, Irvin was quite satisfied with Ardal's performance. Although the ancestral dragon nest and the myriad ancient Ying family didn't get along, they were still part of the eternal immortal realm. Facing dark geniuses, he acted decisively, and this kid wasn't weak either. Despite being outnumbered by 2 dark geniuses, he managed well until the duo used combined restrictions, potentially robbing him of his godly warrior display. Chungalong Jethro and Trevor exchanged glances and approached Irvin, bowing respectfully. So this is the myriad ancient prohibition you spoke of, known as the top figure among the young generation, Irvin? He is indeed extraordinary, with chaotic energy swirling around him like a deity. Moreover, with every move, Tao forces emit from him, making everything in this world seem trivial to him. Chin Clinton Onlong, who came here with Ellie, remarked, looking at Irvin analytically while stroking his chin. After my analysis, I believe this person isn't someone we should provoke easily. Let's not antagonize him. If we enter the Supreme Hall and try to seize the key from him, it's better to offer it up willingly. Let's go after other geniuses' keys instead. Initially, Ellie thought his senior brother would demonstrate his prowess, engaging Irvin in a prolonged battle of supernatural abilities to vie for the ultimate reputation. But instead, you decided to back down even before the fight began? Seeing Ellie give him a strange look, Chin Clinton Onlong quickly defended himself. Junior brother, this is called strategic withdrawal, preserving our strength. Besides, isn't going against such an anomaly suicide? We can shift our focus and snatch the keys from other geniuses. As long as we get the keys, it doesn't matter. Ellie was speechless. His senior brother had been incredibly boastful during the journey here. Meanwhile, Finian and White-Bone Scholar, having realized what happened, swallowed healing elixirs to recover. They hadn't expected Ardal, a dragon genius, to be so difficult to handle, especially considering Princess Arya of the ancient Azure dragon lineage, whose mere wave of mana sent them flying without a chance to retaliate. According to previous investigations, many geniuses in the eternal immortal realm had already been hunted by the life-prohibited zone hunters. They assumed these geniuses were like Brant, mere appearances without substance. Facing Ardal and Arya, they dared not lightly challenge. With Irvin appearing, dubbed the myriad ancient prohibition, they were even more cautious. Through observing the expressions and behavior, it was evident that all present geniuses froze upon seeing Irvin, treating him like a formidable adversary, afraid to make any move. Even Ardal, previously somewhat arrogant, became quieter, lowering his head, seemingly realizing this place wasn't for him to speak. Indeed, that was the case. Ardal glanced at Irvin, refraining from making any rash moves. The gap between them was vast, like an insurmountable chasm. Including within the Supreme Hall, Ardal had no intention of contending for the key with Irvin. It would be akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth, seeking death pointlessly. But at this moment, Arya took a step forward and addressed Irvin. Ewing family Jethro, if I recall correctly, you once openly seized a dragon egg from our ancient dragon clan. And, on multiple occasions, you humiliated Ardal, Brant, and various dragon geniuses, disgracing our dragon geniuses. Is this true? Irvin, initially watching idly, slightly froze. Had he eaten the gourd only to find it contained his own troubles? His expression grew cold. He had always questioned others, and today, someone dared to question him? Moreover, cultivators fought for life and fate, and opportunities went to those capable. What did seizing a dragon egg from the ancient dragon clan mean? Since the dragon egg was now in his possession, it belonged to him. Just you? And you dare to question me? Princess Arya stood tall, her green armor gleaming, wielding a bright spear crafted from special materials. Her green eyes sparkled, and her alluring figure, encased in armor, exuded the air of a goddess of war. Ewing Irvin sneered disdainfully, a mere female loach, and you dare to teach me how to behave? Chapter 459. As a mother loach, you should humbly accept being stepped on. The moment Irvin spoke, the prodigies around immediately focused their attention on this place. He had dared to call Princess Tai Gu Songlong's daughter a mother loach. That was Arya, the gem of Tai Gu Songlong's lineage, with unparalleled strength, nearly peerless in the world. Moreover, whether in terms of talent, strength, or personal status, she far surpassed people like Diego and Brant. However, in Irvin's mouth, she became an insignificant mother loach who didn't even deserve to teach him. But, if it came down to background, no one across all the heavens could match Irvin. Supported by the eternal Ewing family and the Jade Pool Holy Land, he also controlled several top-tier immortal-level forces under his command. With his power and control over these supreme immortal forces, he could obliterate other supreme immortal factions. He was truly a young overlord, not someone easily provoked. Holly clenched her fists tightly, cold light flickering in her eyes as she glared at Irvin. Within the Tai Gu Songlong lineage, she possessed absolute authority. As the Allen's daughter, both elders and major disciples revered her highly, never daring to defy her. This was the first time in her life someone called her a mother loach. If this happened within her family, the perpetrator would be slapped or even decapitated. As a proud princess, how could she endure such humiliation? Her green pupils flashed coldly, then without any warning, she thrust out her palm horizontally, accompanied by dragon roars, unleashing formidable magical powers that surged forth overwhelmingly. Irvin's lips curved slightly. Things were starting to get interesting. In the past 2 years, this was the first time anyone had dared to take the initiative against him. Brant initially wanted to intervene. After all, Arya was from the ancient dragon race, a peerless prodigy with incredible strength and royal status. But honestly, she stood no chance against Irvin and would only end up being trampled underfoot with no hope of victory. Irvin's might exceeded many super prodigies' understanding, making him a monstrous existence. Even if all the super prodigies present teamed up, they might still face dire consequences. However, Diego extended his right arm, blocking Brant. Let's see how it goes. After all, the Tai Gu Songlong princess was too arrogant and wouldn't want them to step in for her. Participating in the great struggle, it was good for her to suffer a bit so she wouldn't offend people beyond her reach later on. Whitebone Jethro and Cash stood afar, observing. They felt Arya's power just now when she struck out, like a massive wave that could crush them. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't stand a chance and would be directly slain. Their main goal was to eliminate the future threat, which was Irvin. They could use this opportunity to gauge Irvin's true combat strength through Arya to formulate their next move, avoiding unnecessary death. Shunhuang woman stood with her arms crossed, her long crimson hair flowing like rubies, emitting divine light. Not having seen Irvin in 2 years, she was also very curious about his current strength. During this period, she applied to meet Irvin at the eternal Ewing family for a discussion but was refused by higher-ups to focus on her ancient inheritance. Finally meeting today, she greeted him later. Facing Arya's attack, Irvin calmly extended a finger. Suddenly, the sky rumbled and a huge purple-golden pillar descended, obliterating her palm strike into nothingness. So, this is your strength? If that's all you've got, this mother loach isn't even qualified to be my mount. Irvin said with a smirk, full of disdain. Such words utterly enraged Arya. She was a noble dragon princess with unparalleled strength, possessing numerous ancient secret arts, yet called a loach and deemed unfit to be his mount. Hearing this, Dragon Alberta behind Irvin puffed up with pride. To be Irvin's mount was an honor others couldn't aspire to. Suddenly roaring, she reveled in joy, sending shockwaves among the audience, feeling immense pressure from her roar. It turned out Irvin's mounts had such strength, seemingly another super prodigy. Whitebone Jethro and Cash exchanged looks, blue flames flickered in their eyes, mixed with fear. Brother, we can't even stand against his mount. Cash acknowledged with gritted teeth. His mount was powerful, leaving other prodigies helpless, forced to bow and become vassals. Still relentless, Arya used True Dragon Fist but was effortlessly countered by Irvin. Facing attackers regardless of race or status, Irvin showed no mercy, displaying absolute physical prowess, untouchable by anyone. In close combat, Arya was no match. Every punch impacted her body, making her retreat. Frustrating. Forgot he tops the eternal physical body list. Breathing heavily, she picked up a spear, ripping apart space and striking forcefully, capable of severely wounding other super prodigies. Irvin simply said, "Fancy moves, but useless." Despite her agile attacks, everything was transparent in Irvin's eyes, too slow like a turtle. Physical attacks on Irvin were futile, like scratching. Bored, Irvin expected more. Unexpectedly, the so-called Dragon Princess proved weak like other prodigies. Finishing her quickly, he planned to enter the Supreme Hall and find new interests or maybe new electronic pets. Irvin struck Arya's abdomen with a palm. She screamed, flying back like a meteor. Irvin chased her, transforming into divine light and stepped down firmly. As a mother loach, you should humbly accept being stepped on. Chapter 460. As my mount. The Supreme Hall opens, a step ahead. Irvin stepped on Kayla, the princess of the ancient Azure dragon lineage. She was powerful and possessed formidable bloodline. Even Diego and Brant were but small fry in her presence. You winked. Irvin did not show any leniency. Ever since his battle atop the ancient flesh body list, he no longer had rivals to speak of, feeling the loneliness like snowfall and yearning for potential foes worthy of a match. The opening of the Supreme Hall was an opportunity for him to hone his skills. However, Kayla happened to cross his path at this critical moment, making her seem hopelessly overconfident. Irvin was domineering as ever, pressing his foot firmly on Kayla's chest, pinning her down so she couldn't even raise her head or resist. Bold move, Irvin. Do you know who I represent? The ancient dragon clan? Kayla shrieked, her perfect face flushed with anger, eyes blazing with rage as she panted heavily, fuming at Irvin. Irvin responded with a derisive laugh and slightly lifted his right foot. Kayla smiled in relief, believing Irvin would let her go without further conflict. But Irvin wasn't following the script. Instead, he stomped down fiercely once more. Crack! The crowd of young geniuses seemed to faintly hear the sound of bones breaking. Kayla screamed in pain, her face turning deathly pale, trembling from intense agony. She had expected Irvin to back off, but instead faced even more brutal force. The last stomp nearly snapped her ribs and left her with severe internal injuries. You dare challenge me with just this level of strength? Do not mention your ancient dragon clan background. Even the most primordial chaotic dragon clan must bow before me. Don't forget, in these myriad worlds, none have been born yet who can match me in terms of background. Irvin leaned down, gently patting Kayla's face with a slight smile. But to her, it was the mocking grin of death, grotesque and terrifying, pushing her towards despair. She realized she had provoked a demonic god. What do you want to spare me? Kayla gasped, drenched in sweat, daring not to resist, knowing that resistance was futile. In Irvin's hands, she felt like a mere insect being toyed with. It was no surprise she had been called a female loach. To such a freakish individual, dragons were nothing but insects. Just a female loach, who gave you the nerve to challenge me? Irvin sneered. At this point, Kayla was no more than an ant under his heel. If he wished, she would be nothing but a wandering spirit dissipating into the universe. But sensing her physique, bloodline, and strength, and considering she had opposed a dark genius earlier, she appeared to be a righteous one on the side of the immortal realm. So there was no need to eliminate her. Though she could escape death, punishment was inevitable. He had other uses for her. Surrender to me and serve as my mount, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, this place will be your grave, Irvin declared, leaving no room for refusal, his eyes emitting a chilling light. It was clear that refusing would result in immediate obliteration. What? I am an unparalleled genius of the ancient Azure dragon lineage, the precious daughter of the Azure Allen. You expect me to become your mount? Kayla's eyes widened in disbelief. Who was she that she should submit to becoming someone else's steed? It was a disgrace too great to bear. Her miles and elders would never forgive her if she submitted. The young geniuses watching nearby dared not intervene, simply observing the drama unfold. When Irvin made his demand, however, the entire scene erupted. Even Ellie and Sheen Clinton on Long were stunned. They hadn't expected Irvin to have such eccentric tastes. He wanted a princess from the ancient dragon clan as his mount, an unheard-of preference indeed. Diego and Brant exchanged looks filled with growing rage. Kayla was their clan's unparalleled genius, the princess of the Azure dragon lineage. Now she lay under Ewing family's young master's feet, reduced to a prospective mount. This was a tremendous humiliation. Irvin, do you realize what you are doing? Diego roared, charging forward, with the shadow of a true dragon emerging behind him, roaring across heaven and earth as if to tear Irvin apart. Irvin merely cast a cold glance, generating an invisible domain, freezing the surrounding space and stopping time itself. With a snort, waves rippled through the void, and Diego was flung back effortlessly, unable to resist the pressure, landing hard after stumbling several steps. He stared in shock at Irvin, unable to believe how strong Irvin had become. Last time they clashed, Irvin only managed to overpower him. Now, a mere glance and breath sent him flying. The power gap could not be described by the difference between heaven and earth. It was too frightening, unimaginable. Even Reyna marveled, realizing how Irvin's strength had reached such an unfathomable peak. Even the 10th-ranked genius on the Coil Dragon list, Diego, could be defeated with just a glance. If Irvin actually fought, it would likely decide life and death in one move. While her combat strength exceeded Diego's, ranking 9th on the Coil Dragon list, she knew she wouldn't fare much better against Irvin. Just as everyone awaited the outcome, whether Kayla would yield or if Irvin would kill her, a sudden anomaly occurred. A wave of energy swept through the area where the halo flashed earlier, revealing a threshold. Densely woven runes emitted blinding light, spreading auspicious aura and overwhelming authority. All the young disciples present felt this immense pressure, as if an ancient taboo were awakening. Some eager disciples rushed toward the threshold, but were instantly reduced to dust by the indomitable force outside. Irvin scoffed. Entering the Supreme Hall wasn't easy for just anyone. With a wave of his hand, the multitude of geniuses trying to enter the Supreme Hall froze mid-stride. Irvin then grabbed Kayla by the neck. We'll continue this conversation inside the Supreme Hall. No, don't. Kayla resisted, but Irvin gave her no chance. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, he entered the Supreme Hall. The other geniuses reacted, rushing to seize opportunities within, realizing keys were crucial. Chapter 461. Supreme Hall, 6 Pathways of Heaven. I walk the Azura path. As a streak of light flashed by, Irvin stepped directly into the gate of the Supreme Hall. In an instant, the surrounding area was bathed in light, and numerous young disciples outside were pushed back by a powerful energy wave. And thus, Irvin became the first young Supreme to enter the Supreme Hall. Amidst the swirling heavens and shifting stars, after a brief swaying, Irvin opened his eyes. He still held Kayla, who was limp and weak in his arms. Where are you taking me? Kayla asked weakly. She was severely injured and extremely frail, like a leaf caught in the wind, unable to endure any more hardship. But Irvin had dragged her straight into the Supreme Hall. Normally, with her status as a princess of the ancient Azure Dragon lineage, she should have been able to enter the Supreme Hall effortlessly, without any resistance. However, having suffered defeat at Irvin's hands, she was gravely injured. The moment she entered, she felt a formidable tide of divine power crashing towards her, nearly shattering her physical body. But Irvin pulled her through by himself, enduring that surging power. After this, Kayla was even weaker, almost to the point of collapse. Even her armor had fractured slightly, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. Her inner breastplate seemed barely holding up, the tender skin peeking out intermittently, lively and active like a jade rabbit hopping around in the sky. Irvin hadn't noticed earlier, but now, seeing it, he felt his blood surge, a natural reaction for a man in his prime. I already told you before, submit to me and become my mount, or die. Since you haven't made your choice yet, I will carry you with me until you decide. If you haven't decided before we leave the Supreme Hall, I'll make this place your grave. Cold lightning flickered in Irvin's eyes. He was far more decisive than when he was young, possibly due to his increased strength and background, subtly changing his personality. Then let me recover from my injuries. Do you think I'm stupid? Do I look like one? In this vast Supreme Hall, everything is mysterious. Recovering your injuries would only allow you to escape from my control, right? Kayla gritted her teeth. This Jethro Ewing didn't know what it meant to be gentle with women. He was truly detestable. If she had to become his mount in the future, she would undoubtedly suffer much indignity, being used at his whim. If he drove her violently, wouldn't her dragon horns be in great pain? Wait, beasts can never be slaves. How could she even think about submitting to Jethro Ewing? She must not have been brainwashed so quickly. She needed to stay clear-minded. Watching Kayla, sometimes puzzled, sometimes furious, Irvin frowned lightly. Women's hearts are indeed like needles at the bottom of the sea. What was she thinking? Regardless, Irvin didn't care. He pinched the 2 jade-like horns on her head and lifted her up, soaring under the starry sky. Kayla couldn't resist at all, being dragged forward by the horns through the void. Inside the Supreme Hall was a whole small world, a vast expanse of starry sky. Where exactly they were heading, no one knew. Under this starry sky, only Irvin and Kayla remained. The young Supremes entering were likely randomly assigned destinations. Irvin continued moving forward, pondering if this vast Supreme Hall was merely a starry sky. No, it couldn't be. There must be hidden secrets beneath the stars. But how was he supposed to find them? Irvin shook his head. Just then, the space ahead shattered. Several planets were swallowed by a black hole, and 6 grand pathways of different colors emerged, spanning across. Irvin's eyes gleamed. Things were getting interesting. Sure enough, the 6 grand pathways halted before Irvin. Each path had its own grand laws and intertwining runes, emitting divine light, very mysterious, stretching across the starry sky, connecting past and present, full of danger and great terror. A voice echoed again, guiding Irvin. 6 heavenly paths, spanning past and present, eternally existing, forever shining. Divine, immortal, demon, god, human, Azura. All kinds of opportunities and keys are hidden within these 6 heavenly paths. Challengers can choose a path to enter and gain opportunities. Irvin smiled faintly. Following the guidance, he understood how to obtain the key and some of the Supreme Hall's legacy. But whether this information was true, and if it was feasible, would only be revealed as he walked the path. His eyes scanned the 6 heavenly paths. Which path do you want to enter? Irvin asked, still holding Kayla by the horns. Do I have the freedom to choose? No, you don't. Kayla rolled her eyes. Her gem-like eyes filled with frustration towards Irvin. Without the freedom to choose, why ask her at all? It was pointless. But when Irvin's gaze fell upon her, cold and full of disdain, Kayla trembled, her body shaking slightly. She dared not look up, afraid to face his eyes. At the same time, a peculiar feeling arose in her heart. Growing up as a princess of the ancient Azure Dragon lineage, she was always revered and esteemed, looking down on others as if they were trash. This was the first time she felt such disdain from someone else, treating her like trash, a plaything, completely indifferent. He treated her like a pet, holding her horns, dealing with her as he pleased, with no room for resistance. Any defiance would invite harsher punishment. Irvin stroked his chin, thinking for a while, disregarding Kayla's reaction. Then, lifting her by the horns once more, he stepped onto the Azura path. Azura? The way of proving one's path through killing. He wasn't an ancient creature but an embodiment of a grand principle, endless slaughter to forge the name of an Azura. In the long river of time, there once appeared a famous Azura warrior god who wielded the heaven-slaying blade, slaying until no one dared to call themselves supreme, dominating an era and being called invincible. He then ascended to the divine realm, where he also established immortal fame, eventually breaking through the cosmos, venturing into the chaotic realms beyond. According to the elders in the borderlands, the Azura warrior god wreaked havoc in the chaotic realms. Even the immortal royal clans in the chaos couldn't do anything against him. An immortal king even attempted to challenge him but was defeated. And at that time, the Azura warrior god was merely at the level of divine king. Irvin wanted to see what challenges lay ahead on this Azura heavenly path. Hashtag chapter 462. Only oppression can propel one to a higher level. Breakthrough to the true self. Irvin took a step forward, stepping onto the Azura path, one of the 6 paths of heaven. The moment he stepped onto this path, he was enveloped by a chilling, ominous aura, making him feel incredibly uneasy. Even Irvin himself shuddered slightly, sensing an overwhelming force of injustice and boiling murderous intent, as if being targeted by an ancient forbidden fierce beast, ready to be devoured at any second. However, Irvin simply shook his head, completely unfazed. Within his current realm, he felt no fear, and even when crossing realms, he still had the strength to fight. Facing supreme emperors, he could completely dominate. Logically speaking, young prodigies coming here for trials weren't meant to die. The Supreme Hall wouldn't make things too difficult for young supreme beings. Conversely, Arya, who was still being held by her dragon horns, trembled all over, her voice shaking as if in extreme cold, wrapped in an aura of slaughter. If this is all you can do, you might as well return to your ancient Azure dragon lineage and be a good princess. What's the point of coming out to participate in the Great Worlds contest? It's no different from inexperienced children. Irvin smirked disdainfully, coldly mocking her, then threw her by her horns backward. Arya fell to the ground, feeling humiliated. She glared at Irvin standing tall on the Azura path, biting her teeth, refusing to give in. I'm not some obedient princess. I am Arya, the peerless prodigy of the dragon clan. How can you prove it? Just with your mouth? Irvin's lips curled into a sneer, looking down at Arya as if delivering a divine judgment. Arya clenched her teeth and struggled to stand up despite her heavy injuries. After all, they were still on the Azura path, not yet at the end of the heavenly road leading to the exclusive Azura domain space. Arya tried to rise, but the armor covering her body seemed unable to withstand the pressure, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. Looking at Irvin's cold and ruthless gaze, Arya knew that if she couldn't stand up and endure, she would likely be killed directly. Irvin didn't need useless individuals. Previously, allowing her to be a mount was probably due to recognizing her talent and strength. But if Irvin found that she wasn't needed, her life would end in the Supreme Hall. No matter what, she had to prove her worth and show that she was also a peerless prodigy. Arya's face was pale, having lost too much blood. Irvin watched silently, unwilling to help. If she couldn't even stand up, what right did she have to serve under him as a mount? But the Azura path itself exuded an oppressive force, as if being targeted by countless demons, making resistance extremely difficult. Irvin could stand tall and move freely because he was the first Saint King of all eternity, unmatched in the Sage King realm. This level of oppression was merely ticklish to him. For prodigies like Dany, it felt like the sky was collapsing, making it hard to proceed. Especially for the heavily injured Arya, standing had become an immense struggle. Each time she attempted to rise, she was immediately pressed back down and lay limp on the Azura path. If she hadn't been defeated by Irvin, she would have been able to withstand the oppression and Mencheng Churchungda Qianxing. Revised. Especially for the heavily injured Arya, standing had become an immense struggle. Each time she attempted to rise, she was immediately pressed back down and lay limp on the Azura path. If she hadn't been defeated by Irvin, she would have been able to resist the pressure and Mencheng advance on the Azura path. Further refinement. Especially for the heavily injured Arya, standing had become an immense struggle. Each time she attempted to rise, she was immediately pressed back down and lay limp on the Azura path. Had she not been defeated by Irvin, she would have been able to resist the pressure and manage to advance on the Azura path. Note: the term Mencheng Churchungda Qianxing is translated to manage to advance to make it more fluent in English while retaining the original meaning. But now, with excessive blood loss and damaged armor, standing up was immensely difficult. How could she advance on the Azura path? Even staying in one place would result in being covered by endless killing intent and the roar of 10,000 ghosts, eventually eroding her Dao heart. This was terrifying, something no one wanted to witness. Seeing Arya repeatedly stand up and fall down, Irvin shook his head. Before I enter the Azura domain, if you still cannot advance on the Azura path, it means we are not fated to be together, or perhaps you lack the qualifications to be my mount. At that point, I will let you fend for yourself. Irvin's tone was icy, and Arya felt a stranger before her. She clenched her teeth and continued trying, but Irvin swung his hand and stepped forward steadily. Seeing this, Arya grew increasingly anxious. Was Irvin really going to leave her behind? If Irvin entered the Azura domain, she would certainly die on the Azura path without his protection, possibly having her heart shattered by the oppressive force. Thinking of this, Arya became more terrified. She wanted to fight against the oppressive force but kept being pressed to the ground, tears streaming from her eyes, hoping for salvation from Irvin. Meanwhile, Irvin continued his steady, powerful strides toward the Azura domain, seemingly getting closer despite the slow pace. Host, aren't you being too heartless? I remember that's not your style. The system's voice echoed. In its memory, Irvin was not cruel but always had kindness deep within, protecting family, loved ones, and even the multiverse. Now you're acting so harsh towards a female prodigy, it doesn't match your character. System, do you understand anything? If I stay by her side all the time, how will she experience pressure and achieve a breakthrough? To be my mount, she must possess peerless talent and strength. She's not there yet. She needs to grow. But growth requires pressure and oppression. My words earlier were just motivational. Alright, so host is playing the long game to foster others' growth. The system suddenly understood, admiring its host more for his sharp mind and gentle heart, considering others deeply. As Irvin moved forward, watching his figure, Arya grew more determined. Finally, Arya emitted a light cry, and a divine dragon slowly emerged behind her, emitting dragon roars echoing through the starry sky, dispelling all oppression on the Azura path. The roar resonated throughout the universe, surpassing all worlds, incredibly powerful. Turning around, Irvin saw Arya transform into a formidable female warrior goddess, her body encased in golden armor, highlighting her perfect figure. A golden divine dragon silhouette surrounded her, transforming into a divine light that descended directly before Irvin. Irvin smiled faintly, realizing she had successfully broken through her limits. I made it. Chapter 463. Awakening of the Primeval Azure Dragon Bloodline. Only then is she worthy to be my mount. Looking at Kayla, who now resembled a divine dragon, Irvin smiled in satisfaction. It seemed that his relentless pressure had finally yielded results. At this moment, Kayla was clad in golden armor, her figure exuding power as the armor shimmered brilliantly, appearing as if forged from pure gold. Her combat prowess was unmatched, her aura overwhelming and terrifying beyond measure. Mysterious runes flashed within her eyes, extremely formidable. An immense dragon aura erupted from her, more than 10 times more fearsome than before. Ying, her cultivation had not advanced at all. She remained at the 7th level of the Holy King realm. But Irvin's keen eyes instantly perceived that Kayla was far superior to her former self, her combat strength having skyrocketed. Confronting Murray and Josue, she didn't need to attack. Her mere presence could suppress them. This transformation occurred because Kayla, amidst despair and pressure, achieved an extraordinary evolution in her bloodline, further enhancing the awakened ancient Azure dragon blood within her. The purity of her bloodline had regressed to 90%, rivaling even the ancient Azure dragon lineage. Even the current Alan of the ancient Azure dragon lineage only possessed 75% purity, and Kayla, still at the Holy King realm, had much room for growth ahead. The future improvements would be comprehensive, possibly breaking through new limits. Now, Kayla was barely qualified to be Irvin's mount. However, she still couldn't match Xiao Alberta, with her 100% Chaos Primordial Dragon bloodline, truly unparalleled and exceedingly rare. In the current age, no other ancient dragon descendant with the Chaos Primordial Dragon bloodline could be found among the ancient dragons. I've done it. Kayla looked at Irvin, like a war goddess, her bloodline having undergone a metamorphosis, now of extremely high purity. But despite her enhanced power, she felt an immense pressure from Irvin, akin to being targeted by death itself. Kayla understood that even with her transformed bloodline, challenging Irvin was still far beyond her capabilities. Any move against him would undoubtedly lead to total suppression and humiliation. So, following Irvin temporarily seemed like the wisest course. They proceeded towards the Azura space, facing immense pressure along the Azura path, which felt as if it could crush one's flesh. However, both Irvin and Kayla walked through it effortlessly without blinking, unaffected by the oppressive force. Reaching the end of the Azura path, they stood before a purple vortex and stepped into it without hesitation. In an instant, the scene changed, and they were inside a grand hall. At the center of the hall was a statue, venerated by both Irvin and Kayla, who, being the exceptional prodigies of their respective families, had extensive knowledge of history. They immediately recognized the statue as the Zac, renowned and feared in ancient times. This was terrifying. It involved great secrets. Surrounding the statue were countless stone statues of Azuras, Rakshasas, demons, and beasts, all submissive to the Zac. The Zac was invincible, unmatched in his era, slaying until none dared claim supremacy. Moreover, he never left a successor during his quest in the outer chaos. Only legends existed in the eternal, immortal realm. Enemies and top immortal forces sought revenge during his absence, but found nothing. The Zac rose from obscurity like a meteor, sweeping through his era undefeated. He was too powerful, strong enough to induce despair, though incomparable to Irvin, he was the pride of his time. Many believed the Zac couldn't be so detached and might have left hidden legacies for worthy successors. But this was merely speculation, as no one knew the minds of such supreme beings. Over time, endless searches proved futile, leading many to regard it as mere myth. Initially, Irvin, while reading related documents, thought it was a mere fantasy. Perhaps the Zac had never intended to leave a legacy, explaining why countless efforts yielded nothing. Unless, Irvin gazed at the towering, imposing statue of the Zac, feeling unexpectedly struck. Could it be that the Zac used some unknown means to place his legacy here in the Supreme Hall? Even Kayla stood dumbfounded, captivated by the massive statue. Is this the unrivaled killer who shaped an entire era in ancient times? Kayla asked, showing reverence for such an existence. If she could reach this level, achieving great deeds would be effortless. At the very least, the ancient Azure dragon lineage could stand tall among the ancient dragons, words becoming reality. She even fantasized about becoming a supreme empress, the high and mighty dragon Korra. Don't daydream. Suddenly, a voice snapped her back to reality. Kayla rolled her beautiful eyes, displeasure flashing across her face, yet she dared not show any dissatisfaction unless she wished to cease existing. Irvin's methods were too domineering, leaving no room for argument. Being his mount would mean enduring much hardship. Imagining Irvin driving her violently, she pictured herself restrained in her true dragon form, whipped mercilessly. You disobeyed me! You disobeyed me! Speak. Did you make a mistake? Realizing what she was thinking, Kayla abruptly came to her senses. Had the pressure awakened some mysterious trait within her? Not good. Irvin's eyes flashed as the statues around the Zac began to crack, seemingly coming to life. Chapter 464, Demonic Beast Revived. Still want to slack off? Eyes in the shadows. A divine light flickered in Irvin's eyes, a flash of golden brilliance piercing through the dimness. He immediately saw that beyond the statue of the Altan, the stone statues of demonic beasts and ferocious creatures seemed about to shatter. Irvin hastily took a step back, and Kayla quickly reacted. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from within those stone statues. A dark and malevolent energy spread, accompanied by an ancient sense of time, evoking an overwhelming chill. Even Kayla, now awakened with 90% of her ancient azure dragon bloodline, felt a heavy atmosphere as she faced the emanating aura from these stone statues, realizing she had to be cautious. Roar! A series of howls rang out, and a winged tiger appeared, seemingly cast from divine iron, charging towards them at lightning speed. Its claws tore through the void, carrying immense force as it lunged down. Beast, how dare you? Irvin coldly snorted, leaping into the air with one foot. His fists cut through the wind, sharp and fierce, sweeping across the space. The tiger was sent flying, crashing into the palace wall, and creating a deep crater. Yoinked, it seemed impervious to pain, quickly recovering. An ancient fierce beast, the shadow hunter tiger. No wonder it possesses such formidable combat strength. Kayla exclaimed. These ancient fierce beasts had long disappeared into the annals of history. In the era of wilderness, they were once rampant, ruling over regions and opposing other ancient fierce beasts. With their formidable strength and immortal heritage, they stood the test of time. Unfortunately, time's power is invincible. Too many top-tier immortal forces fell victim to its relentless march, including the shadow hunter tigers. It was said they offended other peak-level immortal powers, and even left no legacy behind. To think that in this palace of the Altan, remnants still existed. However, Irvin noticed that the beast's eyes lacked emotion or spirit. The power of his punch, infused with chaos energy, could destroy all things. Even a Sage King realm expert would be reduced to dust, but for this fierce beast, it caused only minor injuries. Irvin's eyes narrowed, sensing something extraordinary about the beast. Its pupils were pitch black like ink, feeling no pain, acting like a puppet or zombie. Moreover, when injured, black blood flowed from its body. It seems there's more going on behind this. Irvin smiled faintly. This Azura space held much to explore, not just the Altan's inheritance, but also the key he sought. The Altan's inheritance interested him, but it wasn't worth expending too much effort. His focus was still on finding the key. After all, the immortal ancient world could only be entered with the key. He hoped to bring more of the outstanding descendants of the 10,000 ancients Ying family into it. At the very least, those 5 seed-level geniuses and some cultivatable geniuses among the top 10 should be brought in. The resources and opportunities within would greatly aid their growth. In the future, they would need to help protect the 10,000 ancients Ying family against cosmic chaos and Xianxia's of life. Note, Xianxia seems out of context here. If you mean forbidden areas or restricted zones, please clarify. Otherwise, it might be a mistranslation or specific term that needs adjustment. Improvement. In the future, they would need to help protect the 10,000 ancients Ying family against cosmic chaos and forbidden zones. As he pondered, other ancient fierce beasts emerged from the fog. One bellowed, its eyes like 2 hanging lanterns, robust and broad-chested, pounding its chest with massive fists. Its fur resembled iron armor, providing full defense. Its body towered like a mountain, standing tall in the hall. A demon ape, unmatched in physical strength and mighty in presence. Then other fierce beasts appeared. The black-feathered great pong bird soared above, its wings wide enough to block the sun, ferociously majestic with pitch-black pupils occasionally flashing a crimson hue. Other ancient fierce beasts and countless demons and devils, including Rakshasas, also appeared, all at least at the Sage King realm. This was terrifying, beyond imagination. Kayla, seeing so many ancient fierce beasts and demonic entities, all proficient in combat, showing no signs of pain, tainted by dark energies, nearly lost her composure, retreating repeatedly. If she were alone in this Azura space, she would surely be torn to pieces without leaving a bone. Even with her recent bloodline transformation, achieving 90% purity, she was useless, merely delaying the inevitable. But she felt a strange sense of security with Irvin standing aloft in the void, wearing a white robe like a celestial being, chaos energy swirling around him, releasing pressure that even the surrounding space struggled to withstand. They are just a bunch of beasts. Trifling tricks, trying to show off. Irvin sneered, regarding these ancient fierce beasts and demonic entities as mere ants that could be crushed effortlessly. Kayla smiled faintly, standing ready in her armor, watching how Irvin would handle these beasts while preserving her strength and searching for the key. This mission of the ancient Azure Dragon lineage to snatch the key to the immortal ancient world included only her. But she never expected to suffer such a setback at Irvin's hands before even entering the Supreme Hall, losing her freedom. She absolutely couldn't travel alone in the future. At least 2 world-class geniuses should accompany her. When misfortune strikes, let everyone share it together. Just as she prepared to watch, Irvin spoke. Kayla, take care of that demon ape and shadow hunter tiger. The rest I will handle. No need to feel indebted. Kayla froze, not believing her ears. Among these fierce beasts, the strongest were the shadow hunter tiger and the demon ape. She might defeat them one-on-one, but it would be challenging. Now she was to face both at once, while she just wanted to sit back and enjoy the show. Seeing Irvin's stern gaze, she dared not argue, summoning a golden sword and charging forward. Irvin realized Kayla intended to benefit from the chaos. How could he let her get away with it? Her petty schemes were easily seen through. He glanced at the Altan statue, sensing an unseen gaze watching him from the shadows. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of punches, turning several Azura demons into ashes. The black-feathered sky pong screeched, diving toward Irvin from above. Chapter 465. Mysterious Black Shadow, Blood Sea Dragon, imprisoned here. Irvin thrust his palm out horizontally, and a surging force of power swept across this space. Instantly, countless Asuras and Rakshasas were sent flying, reduced to nothingness. This was the might of Irvin. When he attacked, demons, devils, and all kinds of ancient ferocious beasts on the same level crumbled effortlessly, not even standing a chance against him. It was terrifying. Even some ancient ferocious beasts that had reached the Holy Emperor realm could only withstand a few blows from Irvin. Chaotic energy swirled around him as runes flashed. Divine light emanated from Irvin's eyes, piercing through two dark spirits and black bats attempting to attack from behind. A flash in his eyes, and a blade shot from his mouth, instantly piercing them. Irvin was the supreme sage king of antiquity, invincible at the sage king realm, wielding the laws of chaos sacred Tao and the supreme power of his perfected chaos body. His flesh was indomitable, a walking human beast. Wherever he fought, wherever he killed. In contrast, Kayla was somewhat less formidable. Even with 90% of her ancient azure dragon blood awakened, she found herself struggling against the demon ape and shadow hunter tiger. Holding a glowing sword, she swung it vigorously, emitting golden light which made the demon ape step back, roaring fiercely, seemingly angered. The dragon horns on Kayla's head gleamed like jade, sending out two divine beams aiming to pierce the demon ape, but upon touching its flesh, they vanished into nothingness. Kayla's eyes narrowed. She hadn't expected this creature's body to be so formidable, capable of resisting her clan's powers. Without warning, a figure sped toward her like lightning, striking her petite frame. She felt as if hit by a divine mountain, blood oozing from her lips as she flew backward uncontrollably. Damn, it's so hard to handle. She gritted her teeth, eyeing the shadow hunter tiger warily. Dragon King Fist. Kayla waved her sleeves, releasing an overwhelmingly powerful aura, as if to destroy everything. A dragon roar echoed in the air, converging into a massive dragon head that charged directly at the shadow hunter tiger, forcing it back several steps. But the shadow hunter tiger showed no pain, its eyes pitch black, roaring loudly as it pounced again, its body unyielding like iron, as though bound by undead spirits. Kayla hesitated, trapped in a dilemma. The demon ape loomed over her like a mountain, its physical strength immensely powerful, threatening to crush her flat. For a moment, she struggled under the combined assault of the two beasts. Two beasts, you dare to corner me to such a degree, she yelled, eyes blazing with divine light. Powerful runes appeared, radiating immense dragon energy. An ancient pressure from deep within her bloodline spread, suppressing nearby beasts to their knees, the suppression of a higher bloodline ancient beast over lower ones. Higher grade bloodlines inherently dominated lower grade bloodlines. Black Dragon cuts the heavens. Her voice, clear like silver bells, resonated. Even the lost, corrupted ancient ferocious beasts and Azura's Rakshasas were suppressed by this profound bloodline power. Irvin observed, lips slightly upturned. It seemed Kayla had some skill, having learned superior true dragon techniques, and her Black Dragon cuts the heavens. Even Danny and Trisha could use it, but not with such strength or bloodline power. Irvin nodded approvingly. If Kayla became his mount, she could potentially be of great assistance. Next, he needed to find a way to make her submit fully, for mere physical submission could lead to future rebellion. He wanted her complete loyalty. Amidst the scene, Kayla exuded an awe-inspiring presence, divine dragon pressure radiating from her eyes shimmering with golden light, armor outlining her physique beautifully. The light was dazzling. Irvin couldn't help but notice a glimpse of her snow-white skin. Cough, that wasn't the point. Behind her, a dragon phantom materialized, emitting unmatched divine power, appearing ready to annihilate all. Its terror left one breathless, dissuading any thoughts of resistance. Even Irvin nodded in acknowledgement. If facing this move, he might have to unleash a single punch. This was Irvin's punch, capable of defeating all opponents at his level. Ying Kayla's technique demanded his full attention, demonstrating her considerable potential. Indeed, when the dragon phantom appeared, it suppressed the demon ape and shadow hunter tiger like falling ancient stars, affecting even the lesser creatures nearby. The mysterious shadow lurking watched, stunned. Damn, is this kid really that strong? The Cecilia using true dragon techniques is also extraordinary, awakening 90% of ancient azure dragon blood. But why does she seem fearful of this young man? Could they have a special relationship? The shadow speculated as the broken stone statue's dark entities were thoroughly eliminated by the two. Not enough yet. It seems we'll have to rely on him. Blood Sea Dragon, imprisoned here, a world-ending calamity. Translation maintained the original paragraph structure and tone while ensuring readability and fluency. Chapter 466, World-Destroying Calamity, Dark Blood Sea Dragon. The shadow lurking in the corner observed Irvin and Kayla. Undoubtedly, the combat power of these two young geniuses far exceeded his expectations. The stone statues contained ancient fierce beasts and a multitude of demons, with even the weakest among them being at the Sacred King realm, and some were as powerful as those in the Sacred Emperor realm. In theory, it should have been easy for these two mere Sacred King realm youths to be overwhelmed and crushed by such formidable creatures. Ying, they had turned the tables. Especially that youth who stood in the void like a god, enveloped in chaos and divine light, each move brimming with immense force, truly invincible. However, this Azura space was not a place where one could enter and leave as they pleased. Furthermore, these young emperors had entered this space merely to snatch keys. If they couldn't pass simple trials, the idea of obtaining keys was simply a dream. The shadow then flicked its hand, triggering a mechanism beneath the grand statue of Alton, causing a blood pool to suddenly emerge. Irvin's eyes flashed, and a divine light burst forth, instantly annihilating the reawakening stone statues into nothingness. Transforming into a streak of light, Irvin appeared at the edge of the blood pool. Kayla, equally swift, rushed over when she sensed something amiss. This blood pool seems extraordinary, said Kayla, gazing at the blood-filled water that seemed to flow with the blood of countless living beings, emitting a faint aura of slaughter. The statues earlier were just an appetizer. From now on, things will be more challenging. Be cautious, Irvin warned, and Kayla nodded. She too felt a chill, knowing that even the appetizers were formidable, each ancient beast possessing power surpassing the Sacred King realm. Especially in her battles with Demon Ape and Shadow Hunter Tiger, if she hadn't evolved into the ancient blue dragon and mastered the essence of the true dragon treasure art, she would have suffered significant losses. In this Supreme Hall, there are several dozen keys, roughly 40 to 50. Our primary task is to find them. As for how many we should aim for, more is always better, Irvin explained, and Kayla agreed. After the revival of the Supreme Hall, records showed that the number of keys was not fixed but generally around 40 to 50, determining the number of geniuses entering the immortal ancient world. However, this golden era might be the most splendid of all times, involving all realms and numerous constitutions awakening, making the era dazzling. Irvin speculated that the number of keys within the Supreme Hall would significantly increase. As they began searching in the Azura space, however, they found no keys. They seemed deliberately hidden. Soon, Irvin looked up at the Altan statue. He sensed someone secretly watching and hindering their progress. Moreover, why was the Altan statue here? Could the Azura space truly be the legacy site of the Altan? If so, where was this legacy now? Everything seemed like a mystery, and the Azura space resembled a dark land shrouded in mist. The Altan's legacy, the keys hidden in the Supreme Hall, and the reason the statues were tainted by dark powers, all remained unknown. Irvin disliked this uncertainty and aimed to control everything in his grasp. Suddenly, he heard a dragon's roar. Turning to Kayla, he asked, "Did you shout?" "I didn't call out," Kayla responded, puzzled. She hadn't made a sound. Why did Irvin ask? Just then, a resonant dragon's roar sounded from the blood pool. The pool boiled like scalding water, with growls of fierce beasts and floating bones emerging. Irvin stepped back, sensing impending doom. An extremely powerful creature about to break free, beyond anything they'd imagined. Indeed, the blood pool exploded, and Irvin used his magic to protect both himself and Kayla. A massive ancient beast slowly revealed itself, circling in the void, its body resembling a mountain, with red eyes bulging like lanterns and a blood-red hide adorned with sharp horns capable of slicing through anything. Its fangs were razor-sharp, and blood dripped from its mouth, inducing nausea. Its black pupils bled crimson, much like the previous statues. But this beast was far stronger, physically unmatched, seemingly impervious even to magical treasures. A darkened blood sea dragon? Interesting, Irvin identified this as a world-destroying level monster recorded in ancient texts, feared for turning countless stars into its own blood for sustenance and further evolution. Such behavior resembled dark entities, consuming planetary cores to annihilate other stars, devouring countless lives to fuel their blood, achieving breakthroughs. Additionally, this blood sea dragon was corrupted by dark forces, having lost sensation and intelligence, driven only by endless consumption and slaughter. The blood pool likely came from countless lives it had consumed and refined. From the vast emptiness, a dark voice declared, "Intruders, die." Irvin smiled calmly. His suspicions were correct. Everything here was manipulated by unseen forces, including the statues and this dark blood sea dragon. "Whoever you are, lurking in shadows, why not show yourself? Young fool, I've eaten more salt than you've chewed rice. You're not worthy to meet me. Defeat the blood sea dragon first." The voice laughed and disappeared. Irvin snorted. Whoever hid in the shadows, avoiding confrontation, would be obliterated instantly if they dared show themselves. With the voice gone, the dark blood sea dragon roared, unleashing its rage and slaughter without restraint. Chapter 467, Battling the Dark Blood Sea Dragon, and the person behind it. The dark blood sea dragon let out a roar, exhaling an unpleasant stench from its mouth. Irvin covered his nose and waved it away with his hand. "This filthy worm," Irvin muttered under his breath. "Go up there and finish it off." Kayla had been hiding in a corner, ready to watch the show as a bystander. Suddenly, she heard Irvin calling her name, and she felt as if ominous black crows were circling above her head. "Please, you are the peerless genius, even called an eternal myth and eternal taboo. And I am just a weak Cecilia who can't even withstand one of your attacks. Shouldn't you be the one to go up and kill the dark blood sea dragon with just a few punches?" But seeing the stern look in Irvin's eyes, Kayla was too scared to protest. With a sigh, she stepped forward. "Dragon King Fist," she shouted, invoking the great Tao principles which condensed into form, accompanied by a dragon's roar. The magic power interwove and formed a dragon's head that charged towards the dark blood sea dragon, shattering the void as it passed. Black blood flowed from the pupils of the dark blood sea dragon as it roared loudly, releasing a shockwave of sound. This force directly nullified Kayla's Dragon King Fist, turning it into nothingness. Meanwhile, Irvin stepped back behind Kayla with a smile on his face. He was merely cultivating his mount. After all, she only had 90% of the primordial Azure Dragon bloodline awakened, and her strength needed further enhancement. Unlike Bella, who had initially possessed the Chaotic Ancestor Dragon bloodline, even though he was the one who granted it to her. With the Chaotic Ancestor Dragon bloodline, even if Bella spent all day eating, drinking, and idling around, carrying him for play, her cultivation still rose to the Saint King realm over time. She was about to transform into a humanoid form, and at that point, she would be relentless and full of potential. Compared to Kayla, Long Linger indeed still had a long way to go and needed more cultivation and training. Kayla took another step forward. The armor outside her body shimmered brilliantly with runes interweaving, like a small sun. She conjured a sword in her hands and slashed forward. The dark blood sea dragon snarled, its claws sharp, lashing out. Sword light whistled, leaving a trail on the outer skin of the dark blood sea dragon. But it was just a superficial mark. This wretched creature, its physical body is incredibly formidable, Kayla thought after a short exchange. She could feel that the dark blood sea dragon before her was at the peak of the sacred emperor realm, nearly stepping into the supreme sovereign level. Facing it herself was like a mantis trying to stop a cart. It was utterly hopeless. Moreover, tainted by dark energy, it lacked pain perception and intelligence, knowing only slaughter and devouring. Even typical peak sacred emperors were no match. Stronger beings didn't dare fight it head-on, fearing heavy losses. In that moment, Kayla inwardly cursed Irvin. Asking her to deal with this monster was like asking her to slay him. An impossible task. Mountain suppressing seal of the Dragon King. Kayla was determined to try again. Although she was inwardly cursing Irvin, she knew he would come through in case things went wrong. After all, she was his chosen mount. He wouldn't let her die needlessly. This was a valuable opportunity for practice and growth. Just as she was about to cast a spell, she hadn't anticipated the sheer size and might of the dark blood sea dragon. A single tail whip landed on her armor, causing cracks to appear. Clearly, it couldn't withstand the force. Blood trickled from the corner of Kayla's mouth as she retreated several steps in midair. Despite the pain, she clenched her teeth, made hand seals, and a divine dragon phantom roared out from her back. The aura of the ancient azure dragon bloodline radiated holy light, stunning the dark blood sea dragon and immobilizing it temporarily. Seizing the moment, Kayla gathered countless Tao principles into a seal adorned with a divine dragon. Like an ancient mountain, hammering down powerfully, it pressed the dark blood sea dragon into the palace floor. 9 dragons illuminating the sun. A divine dragon phantom transformed into 9 smaller dragons, each radiating scorching heat like miniature suns. They struck the dark blood sea dragon, sword cutting through 9 heavens. Kayla clasped her hands, gathering Tao energy into a massive blade that seemed capable of truly cutting through the heavens. The sword's edge was awe-inspiring and fearsome. Even Irvin watched in admiration, realizing the truth in the saying, rather offend a rogue than a Cecilia. Women indeed fought ruthlessly once provoked. For a moment, Irvin even felt some sympathy for the dark blood sea dragon. The sword descended, splitting the void into a black hole, an overwhelmingly powerful attack that lit up the entire palace. Even the dark blood sea dragon let out an anguished roar. Although it lacked sensation, this blow carried the sacred brilliance of the dragon clan, clashing with its dark powers inside. Hidden Shadows watching couldn't help but comment. A young supreme being at the Saint King realm forcing a dark-infested peak, Saint King dark blood sea dragon to this extent. If allowed to grow safely, this person will undoubtedly become a mighty figure in the divine domain. And seemingly from the dragon clan, they're not so declining after all. Just as Kayla let out a sigh of relief, thinking she'd killed the dragon, a roar echoed. The dark blood sea dragon moved like lightning, its massive claws striking again. Kayla's armor cracked from the blow, and she fell like a shooting star. Irvin's expression changed, sensing something amiss. Kayla spat out blood, heavily injured. He hadn't expected the dark blood sea dragon's life force to be so tenacious, truly deserving its reputation. Soon, she realized she had stopped falling. Held in someone's arms, she opened her eyes to see Irvin, smiling faintly. Dressed immaculately in white, he appeared breathtaking. Kayla smiled in relief, knowing Irvin wouldn't leave her. Irvin gently set her down, turned around, and looked at the dark blood sea dragon. He smirked coldly, revealing killing intent. Dare touch my people, beast? Chapter 468. Slaying the dark blood sea dragon. The mysterious figure reveals himself. Irvin sneered coldly, his eyes fixated on the dark blood sea dragon. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. A smile that seemed as gentle as a spring breeze yet felt like the arrival of death itself, making everyone's hair stand on end. Even the shadowy figure hiding in the dark shuddered with fear, its sharp gaze flickering. It thought to itself, just who is this young supreme from such an exalted family? The aura he emits makes even me tremble. Not only did he decimate those ancient beasts and demons corrupted by darkness with ease, but he also faced down ancient creatures of the Saint Emperor realm as though they were mere grass to cut, all while being only a Saint King in cultivation. This level of talent cannot be described simply as terrifying. The mysterious figure grew wary and curious about the youth's background. Even the most elite immortal forces would struggle to cultivate someone so invincible. Especially those eyes, which seemed like those of celestial deities, high above and overlooking everything with an air of invincibility. Despite knowing the dark blood sea dragon was a peak Saint Emperor creature tainted by darkness, devoid of reason and pain, Irvin remained unfazed, like a god of war. A holy light flashed in Irvin's eyes, runes shimmered, and faint images of suns, moons, and stars swirled within, as if containing the cosmos. Terrifying beyond imagination, depicting both creation and destruction. These were his twin pupils, which Irvin now fully unleashed. Not only were they unmatched in the world, but they could also trace back through time, dispelling all illusions to uncover the truth. Irvin had not just come here to slay the dark blood sea dragon. He wanted to uncover the mystery of this azure space. Why were statues imbued with these fiends and ancient beasts, all corrupted by darkness? If any other prodigy had entered the azure path today, there would have been no chance of survival. Even someone like Diego or Brandt, powerful young supremes, wouldn't have stood a chance. Moreover, Irvin intended to use his twin pupils' power to find the key hidden within the azure space. Among the 40 to 50 keys, at least 30 must exist within the 6 divine paths. Plus, the Supreme Hall held many more spaces to explore. After leaving the azure space, Irvin planned to head to the other 5 divine paths. He aimed to ensure that at least 20 of the 40 to 50 keys would fall into his hands. The Ying family was vast, and it made sense for them to send more young supremes into the immortal ancient world. His eternal heavenly court also needed young supremes to enter the immortal ancient world, seizing opportunities and aiding their growth. With a faint smile, Irvin struck out with a swift punch, tearing through space with runes dancing around, displaying unmatched might. The dark blood sea dragon hadn't reacted yet when a flash of light zipped past, sending it flying backward like a broken kite. Roar! it screamed in anguish, its struggle now facing not a lesser foe but a world-ending demon. The Blood Sea Dragon teetered on collapse. What Roxy couldn't penetrate, Irvin shattered with a single blow. The force of one punch was so terrifying, carrying overwhelming power, capable of shattering everything. Using his twin pupils, Irvin's eyes emitted a radiant light, akin to the highest divine judgment, ready to tear apart the heavens. Divine light slashed across everything, and even this azure space quaked. This was too terrifying, a force mortals could never defy. Even young Supremes with extraordinary constitutions probably couldn't catch up in their entire lives. The dark Blood Sea Dragon wasn't going to sit still. Bloodlight flashed in its pitch-black eyes, accompanied by a roar, gathering supreme energy. Meanwhile, Roxy regained consciousness, though the earlier battle had heavily affected her body. Had her bloodline not evolved to 90% ancient dragon blood, she might not have recovered. Realizing what was happening, she looked at Irvin with concern. After all, despite being the strongest Saint King in history, Irvin was still facing a peak Saint Emperor Dark Dragon corrupted by dark forces. He would need some effort to defeat it. As for Irvin losing, it was simply out of the question. Those who had fought him knew how terrifying he was, almost superhuman. Even peak Saint Emperors might not be his match, though they would need special tactics. But what she saw left her bewildered. Standing amidst the void, Irvin radiated an aura of an undefeated war deity, surrounded by chaotic energy intertwined with supreme saint laws, majestic like a divine being. In a physical confrontation with the dark Blood Sea Dragon, its mountain-like body crumpled under Irvin's hands, as if made of paper. Though the dragon couldn't feel pain, it sensed suppression, its black eyes flashing with bloodlight. Its massive body lashed out with its tail, sweeping across the void. But Irvin seized the opportunity, grabbing the tail and flinging it back forcefully. The colossal dark Blood Sea Dragon became like a toy in Irvin's hands, effortlessly manipulated. Roxy was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. She had evolved her bloodline, yet still struggled against the dark Blood Sea Dragon. Even her true dragon treasure techniques were ineffective. You ain't. Irvin had the dark Blood Sea Dragon dangling before him, utterly defenseless. Its body was shattered and bleeding profusely, looking pitiful. It's time to send you off, Irvin said, his eyes glowing with immense power, condensing the great Tao Law into a divine sword. With a swing, the dark Blood Sea Dragon was cleaved in two, emitting an agonizing roar. With a wave of his hand, countless divine lights surged forth, enveloping and vanquishing the dark Blood Sea Dragon. The shadowy figure hidden in the dark was dumbfounded. Holy crap, how can this kid be so strong? He actually suppressed and killed a Saint Emperor-level dark Blood Sea Dragon. This guy is ruthless. I should meet him personally. Note, the structure of paragraphs and line breaks has been maintained as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 469. I am the remnant soul of the Alton. With a wave of his hand, Irvin released countless divine beams, showcasing a terrifying power that made him akin to a young overlord. The dark Blood Sea Dragon directly fell apart into bloody chunks, leaving only its head intact. Irvin extended his hand and grabbed the dragon's head firmly. Then he landed beside Laurel, saying, 90% of your ancient dragon bloodline has transformed, yet you couldn't handle this small Kalami. How could you become my mount then? Irvin scolded softly. Laurel lowered her head in shame but was still slightly boo-foo, discontent. She thought not everyone could be like him, hailed as an eternal taboo, the strongest from ancient times. Revised. Irvin scolded softly. Laurel lowered her head in shame, but she was still slightly discontent. She thought not everyone could be like him, revered as an eternal taboo, the strongest from ancient times. Recalling how even someone like the young supreme beings visiting the Supreme Hall, such as Diego, Brant, Chin Clinton on Long, and Ellie, would have been swept away into mouthfuls of blood water. After examining the now inactive dark Blood Sea Dragon's head that still gnashed its teeth, Laurel shook her head. It had been a mistake to provoke this fearsome deity. Irvin probed once more but found no sign of the key they were looking for within the dragon's body, or even in the remaining darkness within its head. Casually tossing it aside, Irvin crushed the roaring dragon's head with a single grip, turning it into powder that drifted down. In Irvin's pupils, the scene of gods and demons falling, and sages spilling blood was reflected, revealing all illusions in this world, making them unable to hide. Seems like you won't show up unless I push you. Heavenly judgment of the polyophthalmos. Irvin's eyes shone like two massive suns, emitting brilliant light, making this space utterly devoid of secrets and nowhere to hide. All dark, eerie substances were driven away. As the mysterious black shadow was illuminated, it immediately leaped out, wearing a cloak. Humph, truly deserving of the title of the undefeated mythic being. This heavenly judgment is executed perfectly, far surpassing anything any of our peers could manage. Even the immortal ancients or celestial saints can't match this. The figure did not carry any dark, eerie substances but stood upright and open. Fog around obscured its shape and face. So, you are the mastermind, Irvin said, his eyes still flashing as if trying to look through time to see the figure's origins. Trying to use the polyophthalmos power to rewind time? You might as well save your efforts. I'm merely a remnant soul, a manifestation left here. My true self has long explored other worlds. Irvin shook his head and replied, not rewinding time, just seeing if you have the key I seek. Seems the key isn't with you. And where did you hide it, Alton? Irvin's shocking statement left everyone surprised, including Laurel, who didn't understand what he meant. Observing the black figure again, which didn't deny it, Laurel formed a bold guess, but she couldn't fathom how this person appeared in the Azura space. Didn't he go to the outer chaotic regions? What about the Alton statue here? Even with Laurel's intelligence, she probably wouldn't figure it out in 3 days and nights. Indeed, Laurel was baffled, waiting for Irvin to explain. Looks like this visit by the Supreme Hall includes some truly formidable heavenly geniuses. Not like those fools from past eras, all buried in dragon mouths. You're ain't. The Azura space is among the hardest challenges in the Six Paths, and you've done admirably and discovered my true identity. The black figure laughed, discarding its cloak as the fog dissipated, revealing a resolute gaze and composed demeanor, with long purple hair flowing and slight runes flickering on his face. He wore noble attire, resembling a wealthy scion rather than the invincible Alton in his armor and wielding the celestial blade. Irvin remained unperturbed, showing little reaction. The Alton smiled unexpectedly. Typically, young supremes and great geniuses at this stage would marvel and be puzzled by his different appearance from public images, just like Laurel. Now he was intrigued. Since entering the Azura space, everything seemed within Irvin's grasp, even uncovering his true identity. Little girl, amazed, aren't you? Wondering why I differ from the outside image of the war god. Don't worry too much. The Alton has another nickname, Thousand Faces. I might even have a manifestation wandering in eternal immortal realm. Being here is just a test for future generations, a trial of the Azura space. Passing this final test means receiving a mysterious opportunity and the inheritance of the Alton, including 5 keys in the space. If my guess is correct, the final test is defeating you? Irvin smirked, pondering what mysterious opportunity besides the inheritance and 5 keys awaited after beating the Alton. Now I'll give you 2 choices. Irvin smiled, intriguing the Alton who usually gave others options. 1. Hand over the 5 keys and inheritance, and we'll leave without a fight. 2. I defeat you and make you hand over the keys and inheritance. Note: some names and terms may need context for accurate pinyin or English equivalents. Chapter 470. Young man, you don't respect martial virtue. This one also knows a bit of fist techniques. The Zack was almost amused to the point of anger. Who was he? Once upon a time, he suppressed countless heroes in the ancient era, vanquishing millions of enemies and dominating the world. In those days, he considered himself invincible, having fought until no one dared claim superiority over him. Ultimately, he attained enlightenment through combat, wielding the Azura Heaven Blade, ensuring that 1,000 challengers met their doom. In those days, he truly exuded confidence and vigor, trampling immortal powers underfoot and smashing super sanctuaries with his fists. Apart from the peerless geniuses of the Wangu Ying family who dared not provoke him, other young geniuses seemed like clowns to him, easily manipulated. After so many years, someone still dared to speak to him in such a manner? It was as if they were tired of living. Originally, he had thought it rare for an unmatched genius to appear in later generations, and he planned to teach him a lesson through a brief duel before giving him the key and letting him go. But now, this ignorant brat needed a lesson more than ever to bring him back to reality. Young man, you are quite brave. You are the first one who dares to speak to me like this in all these endless eras. The last person who dared to talk to me this way is already 6 feet under. Irvin smiled gently, fully aware of what had happened to the last person who tried to be cocky with him. He had initially thought that the Zack, a peerless genius in his own right, would have been dignified and fearsome. Instead, he appeared to be another show-off. Irvin's favorite pastime was beating up such show-offs. It's fine for me to show off, but not for you. A clear case of double standards. Without further ado, Irvin flicked his hand, catching the smug Zack off guard. Irvin leaped forward like lightning, delivering a direct punch to his face, sending him flying. Kayla was dumbfounded. By Irvin's usual behavior, shouldn't she have been asked to take the first blow? She would then be about to lose when he heroically came to her rescue, overwhelming the enemy. In fact, Irvin did intend to do just that, but seeing the Zack's arrogant display pushed him to act sooner. Kayla quickly retreated to the side, becoming an observer. When deities fought, mortals suffered. She was better off being a spectator at this level. I let my guard down. Young men don't respect martial virtue. The Zack peeled himself off the spatial wall, frowning as he looked at Irvin, trying to comprehend why the youth was so impatient. He should have waited for him to finish speaking before starting a fight. To strike first with a full-blown punch on the face, especially in front of a dragon maiden, seriously damaged his image. Considering you are a younger generation, I only allowed you one move earlier. Besides, in the Azura space, there are restrictions. Since you are at the Sacred King realm, so am I, despite having accumulated countless combat experiences. That doesn't make me a bully. The Zack stopped hiding, raising his right hand to summon the Azura armor, which illuminated in purple demonic light. A cloak emerged behind him, making him look like an immovable god of war. His eyes flashed with eerie magical light, his power too terrifying, causing the surrounding space to tear apart, wrapped in boundless divine light. Runic symbols shimmered as a bolt of lightning-like brilliance crossed the space, landing right before Irvin. Irvin felt a massive force pushing him backward by 2 steps. However, the Zack was stunned. His blow was not a mere test but a full-powered strike using Azura divine power. An ordinary young supreme would have flown back with shattered ribs. Even super geniuses with extraordinary physiques would be sent flying with internal injuries. Ying, this freak took only 2 steps back, a monstrous feat indeed. So, this is your strength? You even wore the Azura armor and used Azura divine power. It seems your former invincibility is nothing but empty fame. Maybe it was due to the lack of worthy opponents in your era. Irvin sneered, pushing out a palm enveloped in immense force, like a mountain from the ancient times crashing down, utterly terrifying and unimaginable. The Zack was hurled backward, feeling as though a meteorite had struck him, threatening to obliterate an entire star system. Irvin took a step forward, pointing his fingers like a sword. Tao rules condensed into swordlight, slicing through the air directly ahead. The Zack froze. This wasn't how the script was supposed to play out. Why was this young man so disrespectful, striking without holding back? The sword beam tore through the vast emptiness, directly hitting the Zack's body. He flew backward, the Azura armor showing slight cracks. Irvin's eyes sparkled. The Azura armor before him differed significantly from what he remembered. He formed a seal, and a god ring appeared behind him like the sun, shining through the sky, reversing heaven and earth. A divine beam erupted, striking the Zack again. Azura Heaven Blade come? No longer able to endure, the Zack realized this youth was extraordinary, at least peerless in the same realm and capable of cross-realm combat. Facing him at the same level was too disadvantageous and would result in ruthless crushing. But he could not transcend the restriction. Ying, he wondered, even if he upgraded to the Sacred Emperor realm, would he still be crushed by this youth? Such news would be more humiliating. He summoned his divine weapon with one hand, gripping it tightly. This was the Azura Heaven Blade, his lifelong companion in battles. Forged from some divine metal, it gleamed brilliantly, its icy light intimidating and daunting to look at directly. Kayla's heart trembled. The Zack was undoubtedly an unrivaled genius capable of subduing all adversaries. Unfortunately, he faced Irvin, much like the Dark Blood Sea Dragon. Against any other young genius, 3 punches or 2 kicks would suffice. But facing Irvin, he was only destined to fail. Even if she achieved bloodline transformation, she would be mercilessly crushed fighting the Zack. Clearly, Irvin's strength had reached an unprecedented level. The strongest sacred king of ancient and modern times wasn't said in jest. Let's end this quickly. No need to waste time. Irvin formed seals, transforming the space around them into a starlit sea. Upon closer inspection, each star was an eye. Let's settle this with my heavy pupil. Chapter 471. The Azura Dharmakaya, the ultimate ace. The vast Azura space transformed into a sea of stars. In this expanse, countless stars twinkled, each one radiating divine light that was blinding and splendid. Upon closer inspection, however, one would notice that each star resembled a pupil with boundless divine light contained within, unleashing unimaginable power. Irvin stood amidst the void, his white robes fluttering like a celestial being, gazing at the Altan clad in Azura armor with a faint smile. Extending a finger, an instant later, a beam of boundless divine light, resembling a blazing sun, struck horizontally from the sky as if it could pierce through everything. The Altan became serious, his eyes sharp as knives. At this moment, he truly embodied the essence of a supreme war deity. With purple armor encircling him, he swung his Azura celestial blade forward, dispelling the divine light. He inwardly regretted challenging the young supreme being before him. Just what kind of existence had he offended? This opponent was incredibly strong, capable of reversing the tide against immortals, unparalleled even among saint kings across all eras. In his hands, the Altan had no chance of victory. Irvin's pupils instantly reflected the downfall of gods and demons, causing numerous phantom images of deities to materialize and bow toward him. Irvin enjoyed this act of reverence, a scene that left the Altan even more astonished. He hadn't expected that this prodigious youth could master dual pupils to such a degree, making him absolutely peerless through history. Even dual pupil wielders from other epics couldn't match him, operating on different levels altogether. Under the worship of myriad deities, an immense pressure akin to a collapsing sky descended upon the Altan. His legs weakened, but he gritted his teeth to resist kneeling. Irvin shook his head slightly. If even the Altan was no match for him within the same realm, there was no need to be concerned about his lineage. Ultimately, only one's own path leads to invincibility. However, Kayla might find the Altan's lineage more beneficial. At this moment, the myriad stars began to rotate according to a certain law, runes flashing like opening pupils. In an instant, the Altan felt scrutinized by countless eyes, sensing an overwhelming fear rising within him. His hairs stood on end as a chill pierced his heart. This is the true power of dual pupils, judgment of heaven. As Irvin spoke, the myriad stars completely transformed into his pupils, runes swirling around, pupils abruptly opening. Countless shadows of ancient beasts and various immortal deities released their powers, shining beams of divine light piercing out. The Altan held his celestial blade, continuously slashing to defend, but it was futile. His body became a living target, pierced by countless rays of divine light, bleeding profusely, unable to withstand the divine power. It's you who forces me. Throughout the ages, no one has ever forced me to use my ultimate technique. With those words, the Altan's pupils glowed with violet light, his formidable aura sweeping out like a war deity, shattering several nearby stars. Azura Dharmakaya. The Altan roared, and the entire space seemed to teeter on the brink of destruction, releasing boundless might, threatening to overwhelm all under heaven. Irvin's gaze tightened. He sensed an infinite force similar to a black hole erupting. Behind the Altan emerged a phantom image of an Azura demon deity in armor, wielding an Azura blade, suppressing all realms. This is the final move to subdue millions of enemies. With the Azura Dharmakaya, even if my true self resides in the outer chaos, I remain invincible. Even those of equal rank from immortal royal clans and Empyrean imperial clans will meet their doom under this Dharmakaya. Young man, concede. I know your background. Behind you stands at least a peak-level immortal power. Although you are unrivaled in your realm, possessing unmatched talent and prowess, under the Azura Dharmakaya, all mighty beings are mere ants. At this point, if you withdraw, I will bestow upon you the lineage of the war god and 5 keys to open the primordial worlds. Consider this as making friends and leaving a cause and effect. The Altan said, standing proudly in the void, all previous disadvantage now gone, supported by the massive presence of the Azura Dharmakaya behind him. In truth, his words stemmed from acknowledging the vast gap between his and Irvin's strength, maintaining some semblance of dignity. If the Azura Dharmakaya could not subdue Irvin and instead shattered ruthlessly, he would become a laughingstock, employing every means possible yet ultimately being easily crushed by a young genius. This would be too humiliating. Moreover, this isolated space wasn't merely cut off from the outside. The old monsters of the River of Time could travel backward to witness events unfolding along the 6 Tao paths. If they knew of his humiliation at the hands of a young genius, his reputation would be ruined, becoming a laughing stock among his contemporaries. Therefore, The Alton hoped Irvin would leave well enough alone after taking the legacy and opportunities here. Spare me, little ancestor. I shouldn't have provoked you. Why did you choose my Azura space as your first stop? Truly unfortunate, putting me in an awkward position, unable to advance or retreat. One step forward, a fathomless abyss. One step back, a laughingstock. Meanwhile, Kayla smiled disdainfully in the void. The Alton still didn't recognize the young genius before him. If he knew Irvin was the Jethro of the eternal Ying family, what would his reaction be? Kayla couldn't help but be entertained and loudly said, "The Jethro of the Ying family would never fear you." Initially indifferent, the Alton's thoughts shifted. Ying family Jethro? Even though he suppressed all foes, avoiding anyone cultivated by peak immortal forces, none of these young lords mattered much to him. But wait, which Ying family? Could it be the eternal Ying family? Realizing this possibility, the Alton looked up, increasingly amazed. Dual pupils, boundless immortal power within, and every move emitting a force of the way. Such a prodigy capable of reversing the tide against immortals should have been obvious. No, he hadn't underestimated the young prodigy earlier, just considered him from a peak immortal lineage. Now, he realized how naive he had been. The Alton's demeanor did not escape Irvin's notice. Relax, Alton. We are both smart people. Do not hesitate or hold back because of my background. Chapter 472. Clash of Taboos, Stirring Waves in the River of Time. Hudson's words left Alton unsure whether to laugh or cry. He was utterly bewildered. How could he not have mentioned this earlier if he were the young lord of the strongest power across all realms? Had Hudson revealed his identity as the young master of the everlasting Ying family from the start, the Alton would have appeared without needing to send out the dark blood sea dragon. He would have willingly offered his inheritance and even presented the key to the immortal antiquity world. Leonardo Ying, I never wish to be your enemy. Please hear me out. Stopping now will benefit both of us. The Alton truly feared Hudson but didn't want to surrender outright. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock, ridiculed by the mighty figures in the River of Time, possibly including those from his own era who would scoff at seeing a once invincible figure reduced to cowering before an upstart. Alton, you were also a war deity of a bygone era. The Azura Dharma body is renowned far and wide. Come, let us fight. Hudson spoke, and truthfully, most of the geniuses he had encountered outside were like paper tigers, collapsing under the slightest pressure, let alone a punch. Only the supreme warriors who dominated throughout history were worthy opponents. Of course, figures like the everlasting Great Emperor were extremely rare, so he could only spar with beings on par with the Alton for amusement. After the Alton summoned the Azura Sky Sword and the Azura Dharma body, Hudson felt his aura rising sharply, becoming exceedingly formidable even within the Sage King realm. Slaying Sage Emperors would be no challenge for him. Very well. Warriors admire each other. What do we have to fear? The Alton took him seriously, his eyes flashing with Azura divine light, surrounded by unknown runes. Unexpectedly, another mysterious shadow emerged beside the Azura Dharma body, similar yet distinct. Clad in Azura armor, it resembled a hellish demon god, radiating lethal aura, making even fiends roar and Rakshasas tremble around it, emphasizing its dominion over hell. Azura Martial Soul. Transcended after my enlightenment in the outer chaos. The Azura Martial Soul can coexist with the Azura Dharma body, allowing me to overpower even deity realm foes while remaining in the human domain. The Alton explained, his body like a black hole, absorbing all heavenly energy from the surrounding space. The two shadows behind him solidified, one divine, one demonic, and Hudson couldn't help but pay attention. Hearing the description of the Azura Martial Soul's power, it likely surpassed the Azura Dharma body. The gap between the human domain and the deity domain was insurmountable. Few could slay a deity realm foe while still in the human domain, but the Alton was one of them, indicating significant achievements in the outer chaos. Intrigued, Hudson wondered about the mysteries of the outer chaos, the stronghold of the life prohibitions. The life prohibitions relied on the outer chaos to establish their footing in the multiverse. Even their dark sequence elites could freely reap benefits in the multiverse. How terrifying might the young elites from the outer chaos be? Would they pique his interest? Note, Life Gene Shiraz has been consistently translated as life prohibitions for better readability and consistency. A smile curled on Hudson's lips. Once exiting the immortal antiquity world, he would find an opportunity to venture into the outer chaos. In the multiverse, anyone hearing his background, everlasting Ying family and Jade Pool Sanctuary, would flee. He lost interest in battles and sought to challenge ancient supreme powers. But in the outer chaos, without the glory of the everlasting Ying family and Jade Pool Sanctuary, would he finally face true adversaries? Ewing Hudson underestimated the might of the everlasting Ying family. In the past, Bogdan nearly destroyed their strongholds in the outer chaos. Even immortal royal families, imperial clans, and imperial races quaked upon hearing his name. How much more formidable would they find Hudson, who topped the everlasting physical constitution list and suppressing dragon list, surpassing the second-ranked taboo constitution Ayana? This reputation spread widely in the outer chaos. While the young generation might challenge Hudson, they dared not break the rules and let elder powers intervene, fearing reprisals from Bogdan. In the Azura space, the Azura Martial Soul and Azura Dharma body seemed ready to tear apart reality. Ewing Hudson calmly summoned an immortal king shadow, symbolizing supreme dominance. An unimaginably powerful being opened its eyes, threatening the entire world. This battle was too terrifying for Kayla to observe. Just the emitted aura was unbearable, forcing her to assume her true dragon form to resist. Hurry up and finish it. With Hudson's command, the Alton surged forward, creating an immense collision that shattered the space. Stars turned into nothingness, and even the Azura space began collapsing. However, a mysterious force instantly repaired it. Another extreme collision sounded like thunder, faster destruction outpacing repair. Kayla roared as a true dragon, using spells to protect herself. The clash of taboo treasures influenced the river of time itself, where eternal existence was disturbed suddenly. Dozens of invincibles awakened, focusing on the same moment. Damn, this battle through the Supreme Hall actually affects the waves in the river of time. Chapter 473. Astonishing the unrivaled of ancient and modern times. You let him go through the challenge. You think he was bored? In this instant, amidst the river of time, the waves at a particular spatial temporal node surged wildly, drawing the appearance of the supreme beings and ultimate powerhouses from other timelines. They looked toward that specific timeline, instantly struck with awe. It was the battle within the Supreme Hall that had influenced the destiny rules of that entire region of spacetime. Even rippling into the river of time, who could be dueling to cause such an impact? They were definitely unrivaled figures from ancient to modern times. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stir up such grandeur. It seemed too ethereal, almost unbelievable. Reality was indeed so. They initially thought it was another grand cultivator, or even a divine king or deity emerging in the deity realm. But even if it were them, they couldn't influence the flow of time, let alone lesser deities or emperors. It turned out to be just a battle in that particular spacetime. Let us investigate and see who exactly can break destiny's rule in one spacetime and ruffle a drop in the river of time. A powerhouse couldn't resist acting. His magic power penetrated the river of time. Wherever his gaze swept over, time itself withered. Then he saw two towering figures standing off in the void. Whether in physical prowess or magic power, both were absolutely unmatched among their peers. Though both were at the Sacred King realm, a typical supremacy battle wouldn't create such momentum. One of them is the Alton. The other? No. Why does that youth feel so familiar? Ewing's, the youth looks strikingly familiar, as if I've witnessed him somewhere in some timeline. The powerhouses exchanged thoughts. After identifying Irvin, their hearts churned with immense shock. That's actually Irvin, who defeated Bowden on the ancient flesh rankings. He was rumored to top the hidden dragon list of his generation and now faces the Alton head-on. That youth is terrifying. The Alton is getting completely pummeled, unable to retaliate. Ewing's, even deploying the Azura Dharma body and Azura War Soul, he's still suppressed. This fragment of his avatar will soon be shattered again. In the river of time, many elder invincibles observed Irvin's mighty figure, sighing and lamenting. Truly, each generation surpasses the last. Despite being invincible, the Alton dared to claim supremacy even in the different temporal space beyond the domain. Even the noble royal clans didn't dare provoke him, yet he was subdued by a mere youth. After this battle, should the Alton appear in the river of time, these invincibles would surely mock him for not being able to handle a young upstart. Although the youth was unparalleled in his realm and they would suffer the same fate, they weren't the ones taking the beating now. Inside the Azura space, the Azura War Soul shattered, and the Azura Dharma body disintegrated into nothingness. Under Irvin's suppression, the Alton was utterly helpless, his body seemingly about to crack under the pressure. Damn it, I'm only a clone left here. If my true form were present, the outcome might have been unknown. The Alton stubbornly remarked, which Irvin silently acknowledged but chose not to dispute. Naturally, the Alton knew better. Even in the same realm, his true self would also be crushed. This was merely finding a way out without losing face. However, during that moment, he noticed powerful entities from other timelines observing and studying their battle. He estimated that once this was over, he would need to find a place to hide, never appearing in the river of time, lest he be laughed at by the other invincibles. After all, no successor in countless eras had ever humiliated him so. Humble learner. Irvin cupped his fists, slightly bowing. Although he hadn't achieved his full expectation, the combat power unleashed by the Alton was far superior to those outside. It was beneficial for his growth. This proved that coming through the Six Paths heavenly road was worthwhile. Otherwise, facing those weaklings outside, a single punch or kick would suffice, robbing him of any challenge or joy. At this moment, Irvin pondered seeking ancient hidden realms, mysterious worlds, or restricted areas, entering them to confront the strong warriors of past eras. Engaging battles across endless spacetimes would certainly bring great harvests and allow him to experience the thrill of contention. If this news reached the young geniuses outside, they'd surely thank heaven. Ewings, we are small fries. Geniuses like you should wreak havoc on the young generations in the outer chaos or challenge the historical invincibles. This would give us more time to develop stealthily. Irvin's thoughts were transparent to the invincibles observing from the river of time. Instantly, the many invincibles from that timeline fell silent. I think someone like Irvin, an unparalleled genius, should pursue his development freely. This Supreme is not afraid. This Supreme merely wishes to return to my world for further cultivation. Fellow Taoists, farewell. Those invincibles who were spectating hastily dispersed, fearing that if found by Irvin, demanding a battle at the same realm, they too would be crushed and disgraced. Chapter 474, Azura Old Dog, Master, do you want to ride me? The Alton and Irvin, along with Kayla, returned to the Azura space once more. The Alton was gracious, summoning a light orb into his hand with a wave. He handed it over to Irvin. Irvin carefully perceived that within the light orb, 5 keys floated gracefully. They appeared to be forged from gold, extremely precious, with runes imprinted on them as if they could unlock ancient seals. Irvin was immensely satisfied. Merely playing around and engaging in battles with invincible ancients not only relieved boredom but also allowed him to obtain keys to the immortal ancient world. If other heavenly realms were this entertaining, Irvin would be content indeed. Continually challenging different powerful beings from the past and present, collecting keys, this felt like progressing through levels while gaining battle experience. Irvin smiled. Although he looked gentle and kind, for some reason, in the eyes of the Alton, it resembled the grimace of a death deity from hell. The Alton truly didn't want to deal with this young man any longer. He was too much of a headache. This is my 2 ultimate lifetime skills, namely the Azura Dharma image and Azura Soul. To outsiders, these are seen as the inheritance of the Alton. With a wave of his hand, the Alton summoned 2 books shimmering with purple light, floating in front of Irvin. Thank you, Senior. Irvin received the books on Azura Dharma image and Azura soul with gratitude. However, Kayla's eyes flickered. She wasn't ready to leave just yet. After all, the Alton had promised additional opportunities earlier. Senior, may I ask what kind of opportunity did you mention earlier? Kayla narrowed her eyes and asked with a smile, almost like a little miser. Suddenly, the Alton, who had been preparing to send Irvin away from the Azura space, realized something. Ewing's, he had promised an opportunity for both of them. He then gently smiled, seeing that the young princess of the dragon clan couldn't wait. Mr. Ewing, I shall leave first. This opportunity will arrive soon. As Irvin was about to bid farewell, the Alton turned into a cloud of thick smoke and dispersed. At the same moment, mysterious purple mist started swirling around the grand hall. Irvin instantly became wary, his body radiating protective light, intending to resist. Oddly enough, this mist was not harmful. Instead, it seemed like a medicinal mist concocted from various herbs. How strange. Can this be considered an opportunity? Realizing the harmlessness of the mist, Irvin began to absorb it, thinking it might enhance his constitution and perception like the primordial energy or the mother chi of all things. However, it had no effect. Irvin and Kayla exchanged glances, utterly confused. What did the Alton intend to do? Was this purple mist the promised opportunity? As time passed, Irvin shook his head, feeling an evil fire rising within him. He suppressed it forcefully. Fortunately, his cultivation was powerful, his resolve firm, and his Tao heart stable, barely maintaining his senses. Ewing, the inner fire grew stronger, seemingly trying to burn him alive. With his perfected chaotic body, he believed that enduring a bit longer would suppress this fire. Suddenly, 2 warm arms wrapped around Irvin's neck, soft and icy. Irvin's eyes shot open. Indeed, Kayla's eyes shone with purple light, and Irvin inwardly panicked. He had been focused on stabilizing his own Tao heart, but forgot about Kayla, whose talent and strength were far inferior, making her incapable of resisting the purple mist. Now, her heart burned fiercely, her eyes glowing purple, even displaying heart-shaped patterns. Irvin's breathing quickened, but he recited calming chants to endure temptation. After all, lust was a sharp blade. He couldn't fall into its trap. Then a voice came from the void. Mr. Ewing, this purple mist is made from various precious herbs I collected. Besides these effects, there are side effects. If you can't quell the evil fire in the young dragon princess beside you, she'll burst and die soon. Don't forget she is your designated mount. Can you really bear watching your mount self-destruct? Breathing heavily and clenching his teeth, Irvin stared at Kayla. She responded with coquettish hums. Master, why aren't you looking at me? You said you wanted me as your mount, so does Master wish to ride me? Chapter 475. Not a novice anymore? Dog system, you've really duped me. Irvin gritted his teeth, determined to stabilize his Taoist heart and maintain his pure young body. Although Arya possessed the ancient dragon bloodline, cultivating together with her would yield unexpected benefits. Ewinged Arya couldn't control herself. Looking into Irvin's eyes, pink hearts appeared in her gaze, along with her bright, innocent eyes. And Irvin silently admired in his heart. It was no wonder she was a princess of the dragon clan. Her figure was indeed delicate and fine. Closing his eyes, Irvin tried to calm himself down. But then he felt a slight coolness at the corner of his lips. Arya wrapped her arms around his neck, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Irvin opened his eyes, making a sound of surprise. Arya was too domineering, not letting go at all. Irvin stopped resisting, closing his eyes and slowly enjoying the warmth and tenderness of the moment. After all, this kind of experience was new for him in this world. They embraced each other, and after a moment, their eyes opened hazily. Seizing the opportunity when Irvin lowered his guard, more purple mist surged into his body. He let it happen. They remained in each other's embrace, their lips intertwined, droplets of saliva forming threads between them, while Irvin's eyes gradually turned purple. If I can't quench this desire, it will only lead Arya to self-destruction, Irvin thought. Besides, she is my mount. How can I stand by and watch her die? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I am creating a pagoda, Irvin comforted himself. Then, without hesitation, he cupped her curves, pulling Arya closer. Her skin was smooth and soft. No wonder she was a dragon princess. They sank into the blissful moment together. The following 3 million characters are omitted. Irvin slowly opened his eyes. In the Azura space, the purple mist had dissipated, and Arya's alabaster body lay in his arms, fully exposed. At that moment, she still held onto him, seemingly dreaming sweetly but with a hint of pain on her face. It seemed Irvin had been too intense. Congratulations. Host, you're no longer a novice. Congratulations on unlocking an epic achievement, First Blood. Epic achievement reward, the Combat Saint Staff. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Initially, Irvin didn't pay much attention, but then he realized he had unlocked an epic achievement, which made it worth it, especially since he gained the Peerless Treasure technique from Emmanuel Wu, the Combat Saint Staff. But, was this Combat Saint Staff serious? Don't worry, host. Absolutely serious. You can use it wherever you want, the system said casually. But, host, you were really intense. For 4 full hours, Arya almost fell apart. The system added, sounding genuinely impressed. Arya was of the ancient dragon bloodline and had a dragon's body. Irvin had battled her for 4 straight hours, nearly tearing apart her physical form. An unparalleled feat at just the Sacred King realm. What would happen when his cultivation advanced? Wait, dog system, something feels off, Irvin finally realized. He felt he'd been duped by the system. Could the system do nothing about the purple mist when they could not? Why didn't it intervene? Moreover, despite his various talents and overall strength, he had lost control at the very end. He noticed his paramour attraction mode and eternal beauty enhancements kicking in during those moments, captivating Arya even more. Damn, he'd always shot the arrow, yet today the arrow hit him in the eye. Dog system, I knew it. You've meddled with this. Irvin instantly understood that Arya couldn't resist the purple mist and quickly succumbed, likely because the system had tampered with it. Host, slander. I'll sue you for slander? The system defended itself, though it had indeed done what Irvin suspected, considering the long time it took for him to lose his virginity. So, as Irvin solidified his inner resolve, it enhanced Arya's absorption of the purple mist, causing her to succumb quickly. During their intimate moments, the system pushed more of the mist into Irvin, overwhelming his senses. Knowing the system wouldn't admit anything, Irvin was speechless. However, he would now be more wary of it. This guy had been up to no good recently. After a short while, a faint hum came from Arya. She stirred in his arms, opening her eyes hazily to see Irvin, who was also bare. Eyeing each other, there was no playful banter as Arya blushed, unable to meet his gaze. Yingxia remembered being overly forward, even initiating the embrace. Throughout, Irvin had been defensive, allowing her to take the initiative later on. Still, she couldn't admit it. I can do it, but you can't say it. Feeling a warm hand gently patting her back, Irvin whispered reassuringly, don't worry. Since this happened, I'll take responsibility for you and grant you a position as one of my consorts. Arya lifted her hazy eyes, glistening like crystal gems, and looked at Irvin, filled with gratitude. He wasn't as brutal as he seemed on the outside. Arya didn't say much, embracing Irvin again and kissing him softly. Irvin sighed inwardly, admiring her stamina as befitting a dragon princess. However, he had one more thing to attend to. The system immediately chimed in, rest assured. Host, everything has been shielded from perception, including myself falling into a sleep state. Continue, host. Springtime is precious. This translation adheres to the guidelines provided. It maintains the original tone and style, ensures natural fluency, and preserves paragraph structure and line breaks. The names have been transliterated accurately using pinyin. Chapter 476, Stepping into the Demon Realm Space, Encountering Familiar Faces. On the sixfold heavenly path, Irvin suddenly appeared, followed by Kayla. A closer look would reveal that Kayla was tightly gripping Irvin's right hand. Her face was flushed with shyness, resembling a amorous who obediently followed beside Irvin, entirely devoid of her earlier arrogant demeanor as a dragon clan princess. That Irvin, what should I call you from now on? Kayla asked timidly. The promise Irvin had made to offer her a concubine position still lingered in her mind. Kayla was sensible enough to realize that given her own talents, strength, and background, she could never become Irvin's Korra. The gap was simply too vast. Moreover, with Irvin's exceptional talents and capabilities, he was unparalleled through time, breaking numerous records in various fields, earning him the title of Eternal Prohibition and Undefeated Legend. There might be someone far more suitable for him in the vast multiverse. She felt content just having the position of a concubine. At this moment, Kayla wanted nothing more than to cultivate diligently, not necessarily to catch up with Irvin, but at least to keep up somewhat with his pace. Perhaps women are such peculiar creatures. The more domineering you are, the more compliant they become. The more submissive and meek you are, people might find you uninteresting or even see you as a coward. Irvin smiled faintly, turned around, pinched her chin, and said mischievously, don't forget, you're still my mount. Whenever we travel, you will revert to your true dragon form. Kayla nodded obediently and called out softly, Master. Irvin patted her head and said, very good. With another gentle smile, Irvin took out a luminous orb containing scriptures and handed it to Kayla. It was the inheritance of the Azura martial deity, the supreme divine artifact that the young generation outside sought. It contained the great martial techniques of the Azura martial deity, namely the Azura Dharma body and Azura martial soul. If one could thoroughly study these, they would significantly benefit in battles. For Irvin, this inheritance was merely a trivial matter, providing minimal assistance. Besides, with his system's infinite sign-in mode, he possessed numerous similar spells and techniques, including Dharma bodies and martial souls. Upon returning to his clan, he intended to live comfortably and no longer focus on cultivation. He decided it would be better to give this inheritance to Kayla so she could cultivate and improve herself, potentially growing immensely. Irvin was always generous to his mount. Moved by this gesture, Kayla deeply nodded. This was the inheritance of the Azura martial deity, yet Irvin had chosen to give it to her. She must train diligently and not disappoint. Turning back, Irvin saw that the fivefold heavenly path still shimmered with starlight, while the Azura heavenly path had lost its brilliance and vanished completely. It seemed that once one completed the path, the corresponding space would disappear, along with the key. Thus far, none of the young Supremes had completed the 5 major spaces and obtained the keys. Perfect timing for Irvin. Smiling slightly, he chose the demonic heavenly path. He wondered what opportunities and challenges awaited within the demon realm space. Kayla hurriedly followed. Without hesitation, Irvin proceeded smoothly down the demonic heavenly path, the pressure from this realm having no effect on him whatsoever. Indeed, with his unmatched status as the Eternal Sage King and the benefits from dual cultivation, including absorbing the essence of the primordial dragon's blood, Irvin was nearing the Sovereign Emperor realm. Kayla, after receiving the essence of the perfected chaos body, had seen an unprecedented surge in power, far beyond her previous capabilities. Both entered the demon realm space effortlessly. Opening their eyes again, they found themselves in another grand hall, where battle traces remained. In this space were Danny and Trisha, along with Ellie of the Great Dao Sect and Qin Clinton Long, possessor of the Yin Yang Dark Dragon body. They were struggling against ancient fierce beasts in the area. Their situations were not favorable, especially Trisha. Once a dominant figure, a Dragon King heir, now he struggled in the Supreme Hall. As the Golden Era approached, many once glorious figures became mere cannon fodder. But no matter how the world changed, Irvin remained undefeated, revered as the eternal myth. Seeing Irvin and Kayla enter, the four were taken aback. They wondered if Irvin had conquered other realms before entering this one, or had arrived late and chosen this path directly. Seeing Kayla holding Irvin's hand, Danny and Trisha were shocked. Had the princess of the primordial dragon lineage fallen for him? What did Irvin have? Wasn't he just an invincible legend with extraordinary strength, a rare appearance, and the strongest background in the multiverse? Suddenly, the numerous demons in the demon realm space attacked Irvin. Humph, you wretched beasts, daring to disrespect my master. Kayla stood up and unleashed a tidal wave of energy, overwhelming the demons and fierce beasts with immense power. Even formidable creatures like the white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xianxia were struck down. Xianxia, shaped like a tiger, was immensely powerful, surrounded by lightning and thunder, but was flung away by Kayla's single palm strike. This left everyone stunned. Whoa, wasn't the dragon princess heavily wounded from battling Irvin? How could she have such terrifying power? Ying's, not only has she fully recovered, but her strength has increased, even surpassing us. Ellie and Chin Clinton on long marveled at Kayla's newfound power. Beasts they found challenging were thrown aside by a single blow. However, Trisha noticed something amiss. Brother, did you hear what the dragon princess called Irvin? Hashtag chapter 477. Anderson, you know me? Tuck your tail between your legs. Diego and Brant exchanged glances, both unable to fathom why Kayla, who had almost been crippled by Irvin earlier, was now calling him master. How much time had really passed for such a dramatic change? Not only did Kayla recognize Irvin as his master, but he also addressed him with utmost respect, as if it were perfectly natural. Irvin, unhurried, found a dragon throne and sat down. In the void, countless ancient great beasts surged forth, charging at Irvin. Their attacks were futile. They couldn't even get close. Kayla stood guard before Irvin, effortlessly flipping over those incredibly powerful, pure-blooded beasts with a single slap. He then used the power of Tao to condense into a golden holy sword, slicing through any creature that dared harm Irvin, without hesitation or discrimination. Diego and Brant were utterly shocked, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They realized that Kayla's strength had dramatically increased. Previously, he was already an unparalleled super genius, capable of suppressing figures like Whitebone Jethro and Cash Sun with just a burst of energy. But now, even facing these formidable ancient beasts that Diego and Brant could barely withstand, Kayla crushed them effortlessly. Before entering the Supreme Hall, Diego might have stood a chance against Kayla, though not enough to win. Now, he doubted he could last more than 7 moves against Kayla. Feeling weary, Irvin thought about how this demonic Tao space seemed to follow the same old routine as the Azura space. Likely, there was a mysterious shadow lurking in the dark, watching them. Irvin had no patience for games. As for Ellie and others, he had no interest in them. His purpose was to claim the 5 keys within the demonic Tao space. Come out, don't hide anymore. The Azura space uses the same tricks. First, release a swarm of weaklings to exhaust the enemy, then the true orchestrator emerges, often leading to the demise of ordinary geniuses. Too bad I'm here. Irvin spoke into the vast void. Ellie and Chin Clinton Anuan exchanged confused looks, trying to understand what Irvin was talking about. They gathered from his words that he had come from the Azura space and managed to clear it. Had he actually obtained the 5 keys? The 4 of them entered the demonic Tao space only to face continuous challenges and battles. Now, they faced many ancient beasts, which, while not pure-blooded, were still troublesome. Their resolve wavered. Perhaps they should quit. After all, no one knew what other challenges lay ahead in the demonic Tao space. Finding the 5 keys seemed nearly impossible. They felt trapped in a never-ending cycle of fighting beasts without success. They risked being overwhelmed by endless waves of beasts and meeting their doom here. But they could also choose to leave. Unexpectedly, Irvin had already cleared the Azura space and possessed 5 keys. Why would he enter the demonic Tao space? Did he want to monopolize all resources in the immortal ancient world? There were roughly 50 keys. How many did he intend to claim for himself? But there was nothing they could do. In eternal immortal territory, strength was paramount. Without it, treasures and opportunities fell into the hands of others. Still, they couldn't understand why Irvin was addressing the void, implying that someone was orchestrating events in the demonic Tao space, and that Irvin already knew who it was. Sure enough, as soon as Irvin spoke, the attacks from the beasts ceased, and even the spatial portal closed. I didn't expect you, a ferocious deity, to appear here. My plans have been completely disrupted. A voice responded from the void, something unimaginable. Diego froze, realizing there truly was a hidden manipulator behind everything. Thus, all the ancient beasts had been summoned by this person. While Diego remained calm, Brant couldn't hold back, shouting at the void. You coward hiding in the shadows, come out and fight me. Let's battle for 300 rounds. Irvin's lips curled into a smirk. The puppeteer of the 6 realm space must be at least as strong as a battle war god. Even Kayla, in his current state, wouldn't dare challenge this being. It was baffling how Brant could be so reckless. Irvin recalled his childhood days when hearing of such geniuses. Now, as the Golden Great Age approached, many had fallen, either slain by rival geniuses or perished in secret realms. The cruelty of the era surpassed imagination. Like rowing upstream, failing to advance meant falling behind. Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly thunder struck. Brant tried to resist, but a dragon-etched magical tool appeared with a roar, pierced by the thunderbolt, hitting Brant directly. Instantly, Irvin could smell roasted meat. Everyone looked at each other, feeling sorry for Brant. His elder brother, Diego, hadn't spoken yet, and he rushed to provoke the guardian of the demonic Tao space. How could a youth dare challenge a revered figure from the Supreme Hall? Young man, don't be too presumptuous. Remember, beyond the known are greater powers. In this crowd, you are the weakest, yet the most arrogant. I cannot bear to watch fools like you get this far. From the void emerged a white-haired elder in snow-white robes, radiating divinity. Through his third eye, Irvin discerned that this elder's true form was a white crane. Among ancient beasts, white cranes were among the weakest. Ying, this elder had transcended his kindred limitations, reaching at least the level of a battle war god, worthy of serious consideration. Irvin stood up. I greet you, Anderson. Do you know me? Naturally. To transcend your kindred limits as a white crane and reach the divine realm, how many can do that? Throughout history, few have achieved such feats, especially from a humble lineage like the white crane. Surely, only Anderson could. Young man, you're impressive. Since you know me, naturally, I know you. Anderson smiled. The other young sovereigns were stunned, especially Diego, who struggled to stand after being hit by thunder. He couldn't believe that the guardian of the demonic Dao space was Anderson, a legendary undefeated powerhouse renowned through time. He had neither followed an evolutionary path nor a devouring path but ascended through combat and talent, raising the bar for the white crane lineage and earning them renown across the heavens. Note asterisk, this translation aims to capture the original tone, style, and narrative flow while ensuring natural English phrasing. Character names like Diego, Brant, and Kayla retain their pinyin forms as requested. Why now? Within the White Crane clan, there stood a statue of Anderson, receiving daily worship and offerings of faith. However, what others did not expect was how Anderson had come to know Irvin. After all, Irvin had only just emerged from the Azura space, and these 6 realms were clearly not interconnected. Senior, how did you come to know me? Haha, your battle with the Alton directly disturbed the River of Time, even stirring up a ripple on the River of Time. This is no small matter. Don't underestimate that single ripple. It has directly influenced the timeline of this universe and could have unpredictable consequences. For instance, an individual who defies heaven might appear to oppose you in order to fill the void created by that ripple. And we, the undefeated throughout history, were also startled by your battle. Upon closer inspection through the Supreme Hall, we witnessed your astonishing duel. But what surprised me most was that despite using his ultimate trump card, the Azura War Soul and Azura Dharmakaya, the Alton was still suppressed by you. In his realm, you have achieved peerless invincibility. Even if the Alton was at the Holy Emperor level, he still fell short. Anderson spoke with remarkable calmness. However, Ellie, Sheen Clinton-Anuin, and the others were left stunned, their pupils trembling. They could hardly imagine what Irvin had done in the Azura space while they were in the demonic Dao space. The Alton was a well-known paragon in both ancient and modern times, unmatched in his era, having subdued all rivals and ruled supreme. They never thought he would be defeated by Irvin. Moreover, Irvin's combat against other peerless figures of the same realm had become so fearsome as to stir up ripples in the River of Time, a feat few in history could achieve. It was clear that even if the 4 of them combined, they wouldn't be enough to match a single finger of Irvin's. Indeed, if Irvin were to use his full power, the 4 of them would be hard-pressed to resist, let alone prevail. Irvin shook his head. That was just good luck. Plus, Senior War God held back. Anderson's lips twitched. What kind of holding back? You chased him down and beat him. From the moment Irvin entered, Anderson knew those 5 keys were probably not going to stay with him. His main concern was saving face and avoiding being chased. Otherwise, if the other greats in the River of Time saw this, he'd end up like the Alton, having to tuck his tail between his legs. Note asterisk, this translation aims to preserve the original tone, style, and narrative flow while ensuring natural English phrasing. Character names are kept in pinyin form as requested. Chapter 478. Bestowal of Inheritance, Alliance with the Emperor's Son, and the Celestial Demon Legion. Since Senior already knows I emerged from the Azura space, you must also know the purpose of my arrival. There's no need to turn down any opportunities. However, I do have a certain interest in the inheritance of Anderson. But the critical point is whether you can pass on the 5 keys that open the immortal ancient world to me. Irvin was unreserved and straightforward, directly stating the objective of his visit. Sheen Clinton-Onlong and Ellie stared wide-eyed, simultaneously feeling curious about how Anderson would handle this. After all, if Irvin had passed the trials of the Azura space, he naturally had the strength to pass through the fiendish Dao space as well. Besides, just as Anderson mentioned, his battle with Zack even caused ripples within the River of Time. This alone attested to his terrifying power. The outcome was evident, Zack's defeat, and Irvin successfully acquiring the key before coming to the fiendish Dao space. Ha ha ha, I like your straightforwardness. Powerful, dignified, neither arrogant nor impetuous. You're destined to achieve legendary status. Anderson laughed, growing increasingly pleased with Irvin but was actually considering something deeper. He needed to figure out a way to reasonably hand over the 5 keys without losing face. A true battle would end with him being crushed, which would become another laughingstock among the ancients if it spread. Just when he had been mocking the Zack, he didn't want to share the same fate, making him look foolish. These days, being a guardian wasn't easy. His main body was missing, leaving only an avatar to guard while trying to preserve reputation. Brant learned to be smart this time, silently criticizing in his heart with a mental eye roll. Such blatant double standards were unfair. Arrogance was ignorance for him, but became composure for Irvin, who was destined for greatness. Ying, he knew such privileges belonged to the powerful. None dared challenge Irvin without facing dire consequences. The Divine Thunder's might was terrible, luckily I am of the Dragon Clan with robust physique. Any other young supreme from a different race could be killed instantly. Fine, let's skip unnecessary talk. Please enlighten me, Senior. If I win, I get the keys. If I lose, I'll submit to your judgment. Irvin assumed a posture, ready to attack. But Anderson hurriedly intervened, not wanting a real fight. Could anyone withstand this formidable youth? Hadn't they just seen Zack being beaten like a dog? Just a few keys, take them without fighting. Furthermore, Irvin, as the young master of the Eternal Ying clan, backed by the Eternal Ying clan and Jade Pool Holy Land, had one of the strongest backgrounds in existence. Few dared offend him, especially after seeing his audacious journey over the past decade filled with endless opportunities and invincible encounters. Even two life-prohibited realms, which once plagued the eternal immortal realm endlessly, couldn't eliminate Irvin when offended, resulting in their complete destruction by Bogdan. Irvin, no need for violence, let's talk. It's just 5 keys. Take them. Since we met today, it's fate. So consider this my inheritance, and the keys a karmic reward. Anderson quickly added, fearing Irvin might resort to force. But this scene shocked the present young Supremes, clearly showing Anderson backing down, unwilling to fight and afraid of losing face. Brant felt furious inside. What a despicable old man. Facing us, you send divine thunder. Yet against Irvin, you keep backing away. Diego couldn't help but laugh inwardly, abandoning thoughts of rivalry. The immense power gap made it clear there was no catching up. Perhaps avoiding conflict would help them shine in the golden era instead of being crushed. Qin Clinton on Long also shifted his stance. Initially, with the yin-yang mystic dragon body, he might have competed with Irvin. But now, befriending Irvin seemed far better than becoming enemies. Seeing how even Anderson, the famous guardian of the fiendish Tao space, treated Irvin, sending countless ancient beasts at them but fawning over Irvin, it showed a stark contrast. These are the 5 keys to open the immortal ancient world. Take them. They will greatly aid you. Only, you've obtained 10 keys from the Supreme Hall already. But perhaps you have no time to focus on other spaces. Anderson smiled, but Irvin frowned, sensing hidden meaning. Nevertheless, he accepted the keys, aiming to gather as many as possible for the benefit of his allies. A golden light formed in his palm, radiating ancient symbols and eternal aura. Irvin stored these alongside the keys from the Azura space into the system space. This is my inheritance. Take it all, no need to thank me. Our meeting today establishes a karmic bond, ensuring future encounters. With a grand laugh, Anderson flicked his sleeve, another glowing sphere landing in Irvin's hand. Upon inspection, it revealed itself to be a spatial dimension containing numerous ancient beasts, including super fiends like Xianxia and Tao Dai, though possibly less potent than those outside. Still, they were formidable enough to overwhelm foes in battle. With thousands of ancient beasts, ranging from saint level to divine kings and emperors, Anderson had bestowed a celestial demon legion upon Irvin. Moreover, within this celestial demon legion, there were numerous peerless fiendish beasts at the divine realm, with the weakest being at the saint level. This was terrifying. It could rival a top-tier or even peak-level immortal power. In other words, did he now have an almost peak-level immortal force under his command? Damn, Anderson is truly generous, determined to establish good relations with me. Irvin was not someone who didn't understand human emotions and social graces. He clasped his hands together in salute, giving a slight bow. Thank you, Anderson, for bestowing your inheritance. Should Anderson encounter unforeseeable peril, separated by boundless space-time and countless worlds, as long as Irvin possess sufficient strength, I will surely pierce through the vastness and come to aid you. Irvin made this solemn promise, his expression incredibly serious. Anderson laughed heartily. This was exactly the effect and commitment he sought. An imperial deity's son with boundless potential, revered as an eternal myth and taboo. His future prospects were limitless, unknown where they would end. To receive such a promise now was the finest gift in return. Farewell until we meet again. I see great potential in you, imperial deity's son. I hope that when we next meet, you would have already crossed into the divine realm, creating legends. But the divine realm is absolutely not your end, nor may the imperial deity be. Don't forget that the Carnell once said, you will meet again. Anderson smiled faintly before dissipating into specks of light in this void. Those bystanders in the river of time, who were waiting to see what would happen, couldn't help but curse. Anderson had acted so sneakily. Not only did he give Irvin the key to the immortal ancient world, but he also bestowed his own inheritance. And more, he handed over the Celestial Demon Legion, which contained many taboo-level entities. Through this opportunity, he directly befriended a young man with limitless potential. An imperial deity's son. Damn it, coward. Go up and fight him. Are you afraid of a young upstart? Why are you acting like this? Zack was furious. If he understood social graces better, he might have also seized this chance to befriend an imperial deity's son without getting beaten up. Even Irvin, this eternal taboo, made a promise to help Anderson someday, to turn the heavens. After Anderson dissipated, the fiendish Tao space vanished as well. However, the crowd did not return to the heavenly path, but fell into a mysterious space. Where are we? Hashtag chapter 479, the heavenly gate, the true supreme hall. Where are we? Kayla regained her senses and looked around. It seemed as if they were amidst a cosmic starfield. Ahead, the 6 celestial paths had vanished, replaced by a heavenly gate spanning from ancient times to the future. This heavenly gate was incomparably magnificent, seemingly forged from gold, with intricate runes covering its surface, so arcane that ordinary geniuses would feel their heads bursting after just one glance. Diego and Brant also recovered, standing up to observe the gate. As they approached it and merely touched it, an intense wave of light radiated out, flinging them both away. Especially Brant lost control and fell to the ground. Ellie and Qin Clintonand exchanged glances, realizing the extraordinary nature of this place. It might be a sacred treasure site, and behind the heavenly gate lay the ultimate secret of the Supreme Hall. Undoubtedly, only by passing through this gate could one glimpse the true form of the Supreme Hall. Without hesitation, Qin Clintonand and Ellie approached the heavenly gate next, channeling their Tao power. However, they were met with resistance. Runes swept out, blasting both of them back. Behind this heavenly gate lies the true face of the Supreme Hall. The legacies of those ancient grandmasters and the remaining 20 keys might be hidden within, Ellie speculated. This gate was not easy to pass, and it appeared to be another test, a challenge of prowess for the prodigies. From the beginning, even the glowing radiance of the Supreme Hall had been constantly testing the strength of the young emperors. Those lacking in power wouldn't even qualify to enter, being blocked outside. Only young emperors like these, blessed with super constitutions, holy sons of sacred lands, and inheritors of Dao sects, could enter and choose among the 6 celestial paths. However, if Irvin hadn't come to this demon realm, even the 4 of them might have been eliminated and unable to reach this heavenly gate to uncover the true secrets of the Supreme Hall. A loud rumble sounded behind them as space shattered, revealing figures like the Van, Wolf Clan Jethro, Bone Noble, and Finian, who also appeared. They landed heavily on the ground, injured but somewhat recovered. They had emerged from other celestial paths, having paid a heavy price despite clearing them. Especially Bone Noble, whose skeletal frame showed multiple fractures and misaligned bones. He must have taken quite a beating. Then, a flame wrapped in phoenix cries appeared, forming a majestic phoenix silhouette. A peerless divine phoenix girl with 95% phoenix blood emerged into everyone's sight. She now appeared even more extraordinary, like a celestial fairy, her red dress fluttering, eyes flashing with runes and hints of phoenix shadows. Irvin's eyes narrowed in surprise at the rapid improvement of this divine phoenix girl. Other young emperors might not notice, but Irvin could tell that despite still being in the Sage Emperor realm, her overall strength could crush Sage Emperors. Moreover, although she ranked 9th on the Hidden Dragon list, she could likely contend with other top-tier prodigies on the list. Moved by pity, Irvin thought that if this girl joined his 10,000 Ancient Heaven Court, it would greatly enhance its power and lead to further success. Adding such an unmatched prodigy to the 10,000 Ancient Heaven Court would undoubtedly contribute to boundless achievements in the future. After this trip to the Supreme Hall, he would offer her a golden opportunity. If she refused, he'd take drastic measures. Everyone is here. Have you discovered any wonders about this heavenly gate? The divine phoenix girl asked, her voice like silver bells, melodious and charming, addressing the gathered young emperors. Her arrival starkly contrasted with the previous arrivals like Bone Noble, highlighting her effortless passage through the tests. One side was supreme and unworldly, having passed the trials effortlessly. The other was battered and barely made it through. Irvin smiled faintly and said, "This heavenly gate is incredibly mysterious, possibly containing ancient restrictions. Entering it won't be easy." Just now, several world-renowned prodigies explored it, but returned defeated. Perhaps someone of the Phoenix lineage, like you, will have unexpected results. The divine Phoenix girl nodded slightly at Irvin, offering a respectful smile. After all, Irvin's strength was well known. Even though she had gained significant strength due to an unexpected encounter in the celestial paths, facing Irvin still made her heart tremble. Additionally, she had glimpsed Irvin's battle with the Alton, an event so intense it left an imprint on the flow of time, causing ripples that triggered the butterfly effect. Irvin's power was beyond doubt. In this universe, except for the ancient anomalies and forbidden prodigies still in slumber, no one could match him. She even planned to return to the Phoenix clan after this journey and advise against defending the 10,000 ancient Ying family, hoping to establish a good relationship with them. Perhaps Irvin could save them in times of calamity in the future. And she herself felt tempted to become Irvin's follower, walking the path of greatness together. With Irvin's protection, she could grow, possibly surpassing the ancestor of the Phoenix clan. "Since Lord Ying suggests it, I should give it a try," she replied sweetly, her unparalleled beauty making every young emperor stare wide-eyed. But like a noble lotus, she remained aloof, beyond reach. Despite her supreme Phoenix bloodline, unmatched beauty, and friendly demeanor, approaching her would likely result in rejection and loss of face. Indeed, the warmer the exterior, the colder the heart. Standing before the heavenly gate spanning past and present, the divine Phoenix girl's eyes turned cold. Phoenix burn heaven technique. In an instant, boundless flames ignited in the void, raising the temperature. Infinite golden flames condensed into a living phoenix, pressing even Diego into a defensive stance. He finally gauged her true strength. Previously ranked just one place above him on the Hidden Dragon list, each name on that list represented a massive gap, insurmountable. Moreover, apart from her supreme Phoenix bloodline, she possessed the heaven-burning body, a near unmatched advantage. If she also received inheritance during the celestial paths, he doubted he could even stand against her with one hand tied. Participating in the Great Era's contention, Diego realized his own limitations. He once thought other prodigies were like Brant, easy to handle, but instead, countless outstanding talents emerged. Worse yet, he always encountered powerful figures like Irvin, feeling stifled yet helpless. Note: maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring fluency and coherence. Who could blame themselves for being outmatched? The divine Phoenix girl summoned a phoenix silhouette, bolstered by the heaven-burning body, which even some young emperors couldn't withstand, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Especially those like Finian and Bone Noble, inheritors of dark forces, felt an overwhelming suppression in the presence of such a radiant divine beast as the phoenix. Then, the phoenix silhouette let out a cry and charged toward the heavenly gate with overwhelming flames. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, shocking to the core, followed by an overwhelming wave of flames. The young emperors hastily used their powers to shield themselves. Even this mere display of power far exceeded everyone's imagination. Casually erected magic shields proved useless, incinerated by the apocalyptic flames. Ellie had to resort to using magical artifacts to withstand the flames and prevent being scorched. Such terrifying power, none at this realm can withstand it. Ewing's, although she is at the Sage King level, I estimate that even a peak Sage Emperor would need to use their ultimate trump cards against this attack. No wonder she ranks 9th on the Hidden Dragon list. If 9th place is this formidable, how about the top 8? Such transcendent prodigies appearing in the same era. Especially someone who can suppress contemporaries and sit atop the list like Irvin. No wonder he is called the myth of 10,000 ancients, the taboo of 10,000 ancients. The observing young emperors were stunned, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness when faced with the divine Phoenix girl, let alone an invincible prodigy like Irvin. They inwardly anticipated that even if they entered the true Supreme Hall, Irvin would be the one feasting, while whether they could get a taste depended on his mood. However, something unexpected happened. The heavenly gate remained eternally unchanged, enveloped in runes, seemingly unaffected. The overwhelming flames were now extinguished into nothingness. Not even the divine phoenix girl can make it react? This heavenly gate is intriguing. It seems brute force cannot breach it. Even Irvin was surprised, sensing that the heavenly gate held deeper secrets and could not be broken by sheer force. Chapter 480. One punch breaks the heavenly gate, protector of the heavenly gate. Many young geniuses stood outside the heavenly gate, their hearts now somewhat uncertain. The heavenly gate seemed impenetrable, as if forged from immortal crystals and divine iron. Even someone as powerful as the Reina, ranked 9th on the hidden dragon list, found it futile to breach after achieving bloodline evolution. Hudson was curious. If the Supreme Hall lay beyond the heavenly gate, how could one enter it? After all, the final 20 keys were held within. If Hudson could obtain these last 20 keys, he would possess 30 keys of the immortal ancient world. Inside the Supreme Hall, there were only 50 keys to the immortal ancient world in total, meaning Hudson alone would hold over half of them. It was clear how dominant Hudson's actions were. Let's combine our forces and attack the heavenly gate. I don't believe the Supreme Hall will not reveal itself before us. Danny stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, incredibly imposing, with dragon patterns flickering around his body. The steward, Base, and others looked at Hudson, who nodded. Alize instantly understood Hudson's meaning. If there was no other way, they might as well give it a try. Finian and Whitebone Gentleman initially intended to watch, but upon seeing the icy gazes of the other super geniuses, they quickly joined in. Among glances exchanged, Danny said, "We are all here to seek the keys within the Supreme Hall. If anyone does not put in their best effort, we cannot open the heavenly gate, and thus lack the qualification to enter the Supreme Hall. How can we then talk about seeking the keys or the opportunities hidden within the Supreme Hall?" Trisha, Ellie, and others also chimed in. Indeed, if they couldn't even enter the Supreme Hall, this journey would be for naught. Besides, they had already endured much hardship on the Six Paths heavenly road. Giving up halfway was out of the question. With this thought, everyone united to first open the heavenly gate before discussing anything else. Thinking so, Danny took the lead, sneering coldly. Suddenly, Tao principles condensed around him, dragon patterns flickered around his body, and a loud dragon roar echoed through the heavens, forming a roaring dragon shadow in the starry sky. Behind him, a real dragon phantom gradually formed, incredibly substantial, as if severing the heavens, suppressing all under the sky, and destroying everything. The mere presence made everyone shudder inwardly. They realized that while Danny might not match the forbidden geniuses, he was solidly ranked 10th on the hidden dragon list and possessed 3 supreme dragon physiques, making him incomparably unique. Not someone like Trisha who was merely average. Black dragon shatters the sky. As he spoke, the real dragon phantom surged like a celestial dragon, charging towards the heavenly gate. Its roar was deafening, oppressive, and even the void seemed to tear under its immense power. This scene terrified everyone beyond imagination. Even the Reina's eyes shimmered with unusual brilliance. Danny was not as simple as he appeared and likely had hidden cards. His true combat power might not be far behind hers. If they fought, she wouldn't have confidence in overwhelmingly defeating him. With a deafening boom, lightning flashed outside the heavenly gate. Other young geniuses promptly activated their skills, fearing to lag behind. The steward, Base, and others exerted their full strength, with divine light flashing and runes flying, creating terrifying power that shook the heavens, causing the void to crack. Even the Reina unleashed her burning flames, whose extreme heat was unbearable for the present young emperors. It was terrifying beyond imagination. The burning heaven's sacred body wielded infinite divine might, truly capable of incinerating heaven and earth. However, despite the all-out attack from various geniuses, complete with real dragon, Chielin, and Phoenix Phantom striking the heavenly gate, it showed no reaction, as if asleep. Moreover, as energy converged, ancient runes on the heavenly gate activated, gathering boundless Tao principles and releasing a beam of light. Danny spat blood, taking a significant blow and falling back like a broken kite, appearing utterly disheveled. Other young geniuses were also sent flying, receiving no advantage. But at that moment, Hudson suddenly opened his eyes, gathering boundless divine power into his right fist. Chaos ascending dragon fist. Simultaneously, endless star rivers shimmered in the sky, Tao principles converged, and boundless chaos chi swirled, unleashing invincible power, piercing through the heavens as Hudson launched his attack. With a thunderous roar, it seemed the heavens themselves were being torn apart. Suddenly, the heavenly gate burst open. 10,000 rays of auspicious light flashed, revealing a sacred figure before everyone. Congratulations, you have earned the right to challenge me. Irvin was curious. If the true sovereign hall lay beyond the heavenly gate, how could one enter? After all, those final 20 keys resided within. If Irvin could obtain these last 20 keys, he would possess a total of 30 immortal ancient world keys. Out of the 50 keys hidden in the sovereign hall, he would thus control more than half. Clearly, Irvin's actions were bold and decisive. Let's join forces and assault the heavenly gate. I refuse to believe that the sovereign hall won't reveal itself to us. Danny stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, exuding overwhelming power with dragon patterns flickering around him. The Bradley and the Grey Wolf Jethro glanced at Irvin, who nodded in agreement. Arya instantly understood Irvin's intent. Since they had no other options, why not give it a try? Darkness Evil Godson and Bone Noble initially intended to watch the show but felt a chill under the intense gazes of other top geniuses, as cold as the northern wind, compelling them to join immediately. Looking at each other, Danny said, "We're all here to find the keys in the sovereign hall. If any of you don't give it your all, we won't open this gate and lose our chance to enter. How can we talk about seeking the keys or seizing the opportunities hidden within the sovereign hall?" Trisha and Ellie agreed, acknowledging the truth. Entering the Sovereign Hall wouldn't guarantee dominance over other geniuses, but failing to enter meant nothing but wasted effort. Moreover, they had already endured hardships on the six-path heavenly road. Giving up now was unthinkable. Thinking so, everyone united, focusing on opening the heavenly gate first before considering anything else. Determined, Danny stepped forward, emitting a cold snort. Instantly, great laws condensed around him, dragon patterns shimmering as dragon roars echoed across the universe, forming a roaring dragon silhouette. A massive, true dragon shadow slowly coalesced behind him, solid as reality, seeming to sever the heavens and suppress the cosmos, shattering all creation. Just its presence sent chills down everyone's spine, secretly astonished. They realized Danny was not just below the forbidden-level geniuses but ranked 10th on the potential dragons list, possessing 3 ultimate dragon clan constitutions. He was unmatched, far surpassing ordinary figures like Trisha. Black dragon shatters the sky dome. The moment he spoke, the true dragon shadow transformed into a celestial deity dragon, charging toward the heavenly gate with deafening roars and immense pressure, making even space crack under the force. This power exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the Reina's eyes sparkled with admiration. Danny wasn't as simple as he appeared, likely hiding secret cards. His real combat strength might not be much weaker than hers. In a battle, she wouldn't have an absolute advantage. With a thunderous crash, lightning surged outside the heavenly gate. Other young geniuses quickly activated their abilities, unwilling to lag behind. The Bradley, the Grey Wolf Jethro, and others exerted their full strength. Divine light flashed, runes flew, and the sheer power shook the heavens and shattered the void. Even the Reina unleashed her fiery powers, burning through the sky with extreme heat, a terror beyond normal comprehension. Her burning heaven-sacred body had boundless divine power, truly capable of incinerating the world. Ying, despite their combined efforts, the true dragon, Qianlin, and Phoenix shadows slamming against the heavenly gate. It remained unresponsive, as if asleep. And as energy gathered, ancient runes on the heavenly gate activated, gathering infinite laws and rebounding with a burst of light. Danny spat out blood, taking the brunt of the blow as he flew backward like a broken kite, utterly disheveled. Other young geniuses also tumbled back without gaining any advantage. Just then, Irvin suddenly opened his eyes, endless divine power converging in his right fist. Chaos ascending dragon fist. Simultaneously, countless stars shone above, laws converged, and boundless chaos energy swirled, unleashing supreme power as though tearing through the universe in a single strike by Irvin. Accompanied by thunderclaps, the heavens seemed to split. Suddenly, the heavenly gate burst open. 10,000 auspicious rays shone, revealing a holy figure before them. Congratulations, you now have the qualifications to challenge me. Hashtag chapter 481. The guardian behind the heavenly gate, the legendary Jade Kylan. A voice echoed, filled with peril and an overwhelming aura. Waves of energy surged through the air. Behind the heavenly gate stood a figure, terrifyingly immense like a mountain or a star in the sky. Many young geniuses were momentarily stunned, unable to react. For the presence behind the heavenly gate was too fearsome, even beyond their comprehension. Even Irvin furrowed his brows, standing still with clenched fists. Roar. With a roar, the massive figure revealed itself to the crowd. A Kylan, but unlike other Kylans, this one was encased in crystal, its physique towering and limbs robust. Its eyes gleamed like the sun, radiating divine light. I am the guardian of the heavenly gate. You shall not take a single step into the supreme hall. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere became chaotic, as if heaven and earth had merged into chaos. Who would have thought that the guardian behind the heavenly gate would be a Jade Kylan? Had we known, it wouldn't have been so simple. Without Irvin's intervention, we couldn't have broken through the heavenly gate. First the 6 pathways of heaven, then the heavenly gate. There are too many trials set by the supreme hall, aren't there? Brant and others exclaimed, looking at the Jade Kylan with a sense of pressure. Simultaneously, they complained internally about the numerous trials set by the supreme hall. For the sake of the key to the immortal ancient world, they had already paid a heavy price. Now, they were trapped in an awkward situation, unable to advance or retreat. However, the Jade Kylan roared again, deafening the crowd. A formidable energy burst forth, forcing even Kin to channel his magic power for defense. The Jade Kylan, being the supreme treasure beast of the Kylan clan, possessed one of the purest Kylan bloodlines. It was on par with even the Black Kylan. Moreover, just from its aura, the young geniuses could tell that this Jade Kylan was at least at the Sage Emperor realm, transcendent and possessing supreme power. Despite all the exceptional constitutions present, the geniuses felt intimidated facing the Jade Kylan. Ordinarily, a typical Sage Emperor might not be much to them. They could match or even suppress such beings. Humph, Jade Kylan. We merely wish to enter the Supreme Hall. Please let us pass. Allow us to enter the Supreme Hall and seek opportunities. Kin said, showing restraint and concealing his sharpness. However, the Jade Kylan showed no mercy, coldly snorting and suddenly striking down with a palm. Kin immediately summoned the Dragon King Fist, accompanied by a dragon's roar. Great Tao principles emerged, condensing into a dragon head to resist. An explosion sounded as Kin was forced back, his arms numb, barely holding on. Clearly, this initial clash had determined their relative strengths. Though Kin was a peerless genius with unparalleled potential, he found it challenging to confront the higher-tiered bloodline of the Jade Kylan. Humph, this is a good opportunity to hone my invincible Tao. Kin was not convinced. If it were human geniuses behind the heavenly gate, he might have left the task to Irvin and others. But since it was an ancient race, especially the Kylan clan that rivaled the true dragons and phoenixes, it should be resolved by him. After all, since the beginning of the universe, the 3 fierce beast races had been in constant contention, vying for the title of the first-rank race through the ages. Whether among the elders or the younger generation, they competed endlessly, unwilling to admit any inferiority. Qin snorted coldly, stepping through the void without fear, attempting to contend with the Jade Kylan physically. Brant also transformed into a lightning bolt, rushing forward. Relying solely on Qin's strength, it wasn't enough to face the Jade Kylan. Together, the two dragon geniuses unleashed their powers, forming a divine dragon shadow around the Jade Kylan. Even the Jade Kylan didn't dare to be complacent. In an instant, it had analyzed the strength of those present. Except for Irvin, who seemed shrouded in mist, impossible to fathom, it decided not to pry further. Roar! The Kylan opened its mouth, as if devouring everything, releasing a force of great Tao, transforming into a towering beam of light sweeping across. Its incomparable power tore through space, threatening to shatter reality under the divine might, revealing its Sage Emperor cultivation and nearing the peak of that realm. Seemingly, it was at the pinnacle of Sage Emperor. Qin hastily countered, using the true dragon treasure technique. Heavenly Dragon suppresses the firmament. A radiant divine dragon appeared above him, crashing down with tremendous force. However, the Jade Kylan merely laughed coldly, swallowing Qin's techniques whole before lashing out with its tail. Qin was struck as if by an ancient mountain, spitting blood and feeling his bones nearly shattering, shooting backward. As for Brant, she panicked as the Jade Kylan stomped down, struggling under unimaginable force, her teeth clenched tightly, her eyes bleeding from strain. Two supreme geniuses, despite using powerful techniques, couldn't last a few rounds against the Jade Kylan. Such was its strength. The ancient dragon race has truly declined. Are you two even worthy of traversing the 6 pathways of heaven and reaching the outside of this heavenly gate? The Jade Kylan laughed, implying that the ancient dragons were extinct, with their youth failing to rise. Compared to the Kylan clan, they were far inferior. Humph, do you really think your Kylan clan is so powerful now? Kayla coldly retorted, stepping forward as a dragon herself, refusing to be overshadowed by the Kylan or Phoenix clans. With one arm swipe, a vast surge of magical power erupted like a tidal wave, causing space to collapse. Sensing this power, the Jade Kylan's eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light. The gemstones encasing its body glowed, hoping to resist. A thunderous boom echoed, saving Brant. The Jade Kylan retreated continuously, with Kayla relentless, unleashing 2 sword beams directly cutting into the Jade Kylan. Yoinked, it barely affected the Jade Kylan, which lashed its tail like a blade, sending Kayla flying, landing beside Irvin. Daring to touch even my mount, truly seeking death. Irvin declared, exuding dominance, his gaze like a blade. The Jade Kylan, meeting his eyes, felt a rare hint of fear. She, merely your mount? The Jade Kylan probed, sensing the difficulty posed by the dragoness earlier. Unbeknownst to it, she was considered the strongest among the present geniuses, yet was only this person's mount. Chapter 482. A fierce battle with the Jade Kylan. Touch my people, and you must pay in blood. Irvin's eyes were sharp, like a celestial blade, radiating unmatched prowess. Pauline fell into Irvin's arms and cooed softly, Master, this Jade Kylan's strength is truly terrifying, unparalleled. I also couldn't match it. I'm sorry for letting you down. Pauline's voice was soft and tender, her misty eyes causing even the observing prodigies to feel a surge of emotion. If they had the power, they would have rushed forward to avenge Pauline, battling the Jade Kylan to the death, suppressing it and winning the beauty's favor. However, the Jade Kylan's strength was simply too overwhelming. Even Danny and Trisha, when they attempted to confront the Jade Kylan, were instantly suppressed, unable to hold their own. Particularly Danny, whose strength was widely recognized. He ranked 10th on the hidden dragon list. Apart from ancient freaks and forbidden prodigies, no one in his generation could match him, but he was still crushed. Reluctant as it was to admit, the Jade Kylan had already reached the peak of the sacred Emperor realm, just a step away from the supreme realm. Moreover, it possessed an exceptionally powerful bloodline within the Kylan race, not at all inferior to the Ying Kylan. Even figures like the North Pole Saint Sun dared not overstep boundaries. Facing the Jade Kylan, they had no means to retaliate, now only pinning their hopes on Irvin, hoping that he could turn the tide. Stepping forward, Irvin soared through the air, akin to an unparalleled young emperor of ancient times. Daring to lay hands on my mount? Given that you are of the Jade Kylan lineage and reaching the peak of the sacred Emperor realm, about to transcend into the supreme position and achieve supreme greatness, either yield directly, or I'll force you to yield. This was Irvin's domineering stance, unwavering even before a peak sacred emperor. Hemph boy, aren't you a little too arrogant? I can sense you're the strongest among them, but you're merely at the sacred king realm, while I'm about to enter the supreme realm. If you had spoken nicely and paid some price, perhaps I'd let you pass. But with this attitude, you're bound to meet resistance today. The Jade Kylan sneered, a flicker of caution crossing its eyes. It couldn't gauge Irvin's true strength accurately. Earlier, it considered that if Irvin offered treasures or divine skills to help it advance further, it might allow passage. But now, with Irvin almost atop it, how could it be so easily persuaded? A slight punishment was necessary. Irvin laughed coldly. I've changed my mind. Today, I will subdue you. Make you my mount. Upon hearing this, many surrounding young supremes looked at each other in disbelief. Irvin actually wanted to tame a Jade Kylan on the verge of entering the supreme realm as his mount? Supremes and great emperors were the pinnacle of human domain. Raising a mount from youth to the supreme realm might be feasible, but directly taming a Jade Kylan as a mount seemed like a wild dream. Great beings were proud and unwilling to submit to others, always striving to reach the peak through constant cultivation. As expected, the Jade Kylan roared upon hearing this. The heavens and void seemed to shudder. This human youth was utterly naive, attempting to subdue it despite knowing its identity, an act of grave disrespect to the Kylan race. With a sudden tail sweep, space fractured, releasing a burst of divine light, as if tearing through everything. Irvin waved casually, unleashing formidable mana like a dragon rising from the sea, unstoppable. The Jade Kylan's divine skill was instantly neutralized. Kitten, submit to me peacefully and save yourself from unnecessary suffering. ##### Chapter 483. Taming the Guardian Beast as a Mount, a sense of foreboding. As these words were spoken, the entire area fell silent. Even the Kint began to question its own existence. Did it hear correctly? Someone dared to call him a little kitty? He was the revered Kint, a creature of supreme bloodline among the Kirins, possessing noble ancestry and unrivaled power in his domain. He was the guardian beast of the Supreme Hall's heavenly gate. Throughout the ages, no genius had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Some headstrong young Supremes, assuming themselves to be peerless, attempted to force their way through with brute strength, only to be subdued. They would then humbly offer their magical treasures and techniques, begging for his mercy to allow them entry into the Supreme Hall. Ying's, as the guardian beast here, the Kint did not bar everyone from entering. Otherwise, what would be the point of the Supreme Hall's existence? However, he still had the authority to decide who could enter based on their strength or submission. Over countless eras, this was the first time the Kint encountered such defiance. Someone who ignored etiquette, refused to offer any treasures, and sought to pass through sheer force alone. Worse yet, this person brazenly demanded that the Kint become his mount, an outright affront. Ying, Irvin remained calm, casually waving his hand, paying no heed to the Kint. Kid, arrogance comes at a price. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. The Kint roared, but before he could finish speaking, a palm shot out and slapped him away. Like a fragile kitten, he was flung back and crashed to the ground. All this happened in an instant, too fast for the other young geniuses to react. Irvin's speed was lightning fast, beyond the capacity of human eyes, let alone catching wind or shadow. There was no hope of following his movements. His strength was unmatched. The might of the first immortal body was no empty reputation but earned by smashing through the ancient body charts with his fists. Do you think you're worthy of teaching me on behalf of my elders? Even the current patriarch of the Kirin clan wouldn't dare speak so rashly. Irvin laughed with disdain as the Kint struggled to rise, its front limbs tingling as if struck by a star. Inside, its internal organs churned violently, struggling to stabilize its blood chi. Before him stood a youth at the Sage King realm, yet he suppressed the Kint, a peak holy emperor in physical prowess. Such a powerful physique was unprecedented, almost unheard of throughout history. Primordial beasts were inherently strong physically, and humans were nothing more than prey in the ancient era. The Kint now regarded Irvin seriously, curious about which family could cultivate such a prodigy who defied all norms. The primordial Dragon clan and Kirin clan, save for those slumbering taboo geniuses, had no one who could reach such heights. Even the taboo geniuses struggled to match him. Moreover, this youth remained incomparably confident, daring to boast that even the Kirin clan's patriarch would hesitate before him. Throughout history, only a few families rivaled the Kirin clan's legacy. What family's prodigy are you? The Kint probed cautiously, but Irvin shook his head. You'll know when you become my mount. The Kint wanted to press further, but Irvin moved too quickly. Like a divine dragon, he leaped forth, his immense blood chi creating a scene of carnage and chaos, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Other young emperors, even those with super constitutions, felt inadequate before Irvin's overwhelming aura. His blood chi soared sky high, forming a giant dragon that coiled around him, breaking through the void as it passed. A punch accompanied by a dragon's roar, far surpassing the dragon emperor's cries. Just the sound waves alone were beyond normal tolerance, forcing even the likes of the northern polar Saint Sun to cover their ears and mouths to avoid being affected. The Kint, sensing Irvin's terrifying might, hesitated no longer. With a claw infused with the natural power of the Kirins, rules intertwined with runes, he attacked. Their clash resembled a shattered star, leaving the Kint's organs trembling, feeling like he was hit by a meteorite, and once again, flung away. Such a massive figure crashing outside the heavenly gate nearly created a crater. Impossible. How can a mere human possess such physical power? Even the true Dragon clan's top geniuses are far weaker compared to him. The Kint roared, his organs teetering on collapse, coughing up blood. This stark contrast to his earlier dominance over two dragon geniuses was glaring. Humph, trample sky technique? The Kint roared defiantly, leaping into the sky, as if riding the clouds. His forelegs stamped down, gathering boundless spiritual energy to form a gigantic seal, descending like a mountain. That's the trample sky technique, a treasure technique of the Kirin race. Trampling the skies foretells either auspiciousness or calamity. We likely can't withstand it. Only the ultimate techniques like the true dragon treasure technique or phoenix treasure technique could rival it, lamented the wolf clan heir, realizing his clan's treasure technique paled in comparison, feeling ashamed. The other young emperors prepared defenses, wary of the impending attack. Irvin smiled disdainfully. To show off a petty trick before an expert? His 5 fingers shot out, unleashing formidable power directly toward the oncoming attack. An explosion followed, flames erupting and smoke enveloping the area. When the smoke cleared, a figure plummeted from the sky, landing outside the heavenly gate once more. It was the Kint. Above, Irvin stood on cloud-like feet, his heroic posture captivating many female geniuses. He truly has the demeanor of a great hero, said Reyna with a faint blush, quietly observing Irvin. Kayla suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Now, I'll give you another chance. But the stakes have changed. Become my mount or die. Irvin pressed his foot onto the Kint's face, his tone stern. Fear surged within the Kint. It hadn't expected this boy to defy the heavens, overpowering him despite the vast gap in realms. Losing face this way was intolerable. Worse, he saw genuine killing intent in Irvin's eyes. If he refused, Irvin would indeed kill without hesitation. No, I submit. The Kent was genuinely terrified. This boy acted purely on impulse, disregarding consequences. However, for such a powerful young emperor, his domineering nature defined him. Good judgment. Suddenly, a chilling premonition arose. Note: I maintain the structure, style, and line breaks from the original text while ensuring a fluent and accurate translation. Chapter 484. 5 Assassins, your death is inevitable. A sense of impending doom rose in Irvin's heart as he took 2 steps back. He had thought the Jade Kylan was about to fight him to the death, but at this moment, 2 shouts erupted from behind him. Irvin, your life for mine. Today you will die here. The other young supreme beings quickly realized what was happening and turned to look. It was Finian and White-Boned Jethro. Finian spread his dark wings, which emitted an extremely sinister aura. The void seemed to be corroded by this presence, creating a terrifying scene. He held nothing back, blood-red light glowing in his pupils, looking like a demon of the night. With one hand, he conjured a massive dark seal that seemed to want to suppress everything before it, displaying unparalleled arrogance. White-Boned Jethro bared his fangs, his eyes filled with eerie blue flames. Both were dark prodigies, here not primarily to seize opportunities within the Supreme Hall, but to target Irvin for assassination. Irvin remained unperturbed, his eyes full of disdain, as if looking at 2 insignificant ants. With your puny strength, you dare challenge my might? With a casual wave, powerful magic surged from Irvin, seeming to annihilate everything around him. The void crumbled, collapsing into miniature black holes. Finian was sent flying by the overwhelming energy, unable to withstand such divine power. Spitting out blood, his internal organs shifted positions, emitting agonized cries. Humph! Overestimating yourselves, Irvin sneered. Realizing the situation was dire, White-Boned Jethro barely had time to react before Irvin appeared before him in an instant, delivering a punch that nearly shattered his bones. As a mere skeleton, Irvin's punch felt like a falling star, threatening to end his life. 2 fools, daring to challenge the Jethro of the Ying family. That Jade Kylan may soon reach the Supreme Realm, but against Ying family's Jethro, it stood no chance, being suppressed completely without a scratch on Irvin. This was sheer domination. Attempting an ambush now is nothing but a death wish. Even the Everard couldn't bear to watch any longer, mourning their fate. He hoped these idiots would learn some judgment in their next lives, and not provoke people they shouldn't. Not even my breath you can endure, yet you dare attack me? Truly seeking death. Holly snorted, knowing from prior experience that both Finian and White-Boned Jethro were nothing more than rabble. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeves? I'll take care of you too, then enter the true Supreme Hall to seek the key and opportunities. Irvin chuckled coldly, genuinely curious to see how these 2 dark geniuses would struggle in their dying moments. Given his long-standing enmity with the extra-dimensional chaos and the life-forbidden zone, he had been waiting for an opportunity to deal with them since entering this space. Now, they were delivering themselves right into his hands. Note: I've maintained the meaning and tone of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The term, life-forbidden zone, is consistently used as per your preference. Please confirm if this meets your expectations, or if further adjustments are needed. Finian clutched his chest, coughing up blood, and smiled coldly. Irvin, I admit you are the undisputed number 1 among the younger generation. But did you really think we'd come here to commit suicide? If we didn't have backup plans, would we act so rashly? Aiden, you and Imran, what are you waiting for? Finian shouted loudly. The other young supremes exchanged glances. Were there more experts involved? Indeed, several figures tore through the void, appearing suddenly. Their swords pointed directly at Irvin, their auras surging like dragons. Irvin, today I will settle the score for destroying my clone. A young genius in black robes, exuding a formidable aura, spoke up. Black mist swirled around him, fangs protruding, blood-red eyes glaring, truly terrifying. This was the 6th-ranked figure in the top 10 dark sequences of the life-forbidden zone, the Aiden who had tried to assassinate Irvin in the ancient country of Qingyun. His plan had failed, and his clone was killed by Irvin, leading to self-inflicted damage. During recuperation, he devoured numerous young supreme beings from various realms, and now reached the Sovereign Emperor realm. The Dark Divine Palace and White-Bone Divine Religion sought his help to assist Finian and others in ambushing Irvin within the Supreme Hall. Aiden initially refused. Irvin's Miles, Bogdan, wouldn't hesitate to destroy entire immortal forces if anyone interfered with the youth competitions. Even the life-forbidden zone would be wiped out by the Divine Emperor. But the Dark Divine Palace and White-Bone Divine Religion revealed that this operation was backed by the life-forbidden zone. They also dispatched elders at the Supreme Realm who would downgrade themselves to the peak Sovereign Emperor realm, hiding within the Supreme Hall to support Finian and Aiden, surrounding Irvin. Though suppressed, the elders' combat experience was unmatched by youths, and their realms still overshadowed Irvin's. Ordinary young supremes faced certain death in such a scenario, but Irvin remained confidently unfazed, even smiling slightly upon seeing all potential assailants emerge. All you cowards and minions are out. No need to clean up one by one. Let's settle this once and for all. Irvin struck out casually, sending White-Bone Jethro flying as if struck by a primordial mountain. Frustrated, White-Bone Jethro cursed inwardly. He was always the one getting hurt, being the weakest among the 5. So, Irvin, you've truly provoked the wrong person this time. Brat, too arrogant. Today you'll perish here. Ewan growled, his body made of skeletal remains. He was a high-ranking elder of the White-Bone Divine Religion, able to unleash immense power despite his suppressed cultivation level. Attacking Irvin, Ewan was flung away like a kite, hit by Irvin's punch. Ancient relics trying to make a show of strength. Sadly, all bark and no bite. Together, we'll see why you're called an eternal myth. Finian said, feeling unprecedented danger. If the assassination failed, Irvin would never spare him. Today, either he died or Irvin did. Chapter 485. Settling all accounts, fighting 5 alone. You ain't just ants. White Bone Jethro was sent flying backward. As the weakest on the scene, facing Irvin was like a roadside weed peering at a celestial dragon in the sky. No match at all, only to be crushed. I might as well stay out of this mess. I'd just be cannon fodder anyway. This was White Bone Jethro's most honest thought, but he didn't dare to act on it. Today, even the Dark Sequence's ghost-faced figures were present, joining forces to besiege Irvin. However, Irvin remained calm and composed, showing no fear even when faced with the combined assault of 5 powerful opponents. I will assist, Master. Kayla stepped forward, ready to help, but Irvin immediately said, spectators should merely watch. Anyone who dares to interfere will be held accountable afterward. Irvin's voice boomed like thunder, incredibly stern. Kayla, originally intending to help him, immediately halted her steps, too frightened to proceed. Even Danny had considered helping Irvin before. Although their younger generation often vied for supremacy, they should unite against external threats from the dark geniuses. But after hearing Irvin's words, he decided to observe. If Irvin truly couldn't handle it, he would step in later, earning a favor in the process. Today, I will send you 5 to hell. Irvin coldly snorted, divine light radiating from his body, each cell seemingly glowing with power. The overwhelming blood energy surged outward, capable of annihilating everything. Blood energy soared, forming a celestial dragon that circled around Irvin, compressing space to its limits. Mysterious runes flashed within his pupils, dazzling and brilliant. Irvin no longer planned to hide. He was now an unrivaled genius, hailed as an eternal myth. Saying he was ordinary would be unbelievable. The immense power he unleashed was so overwhelming that even the likes of Ephraim and others felt intimidated and could barely advance. You scoundrels, devils and demons, who usually hide in filthy shadows. Since you've come for me today, I'll send you all to hell together, into the cycle of rebirth, walking the path to the underworld. Irvin's voice reverberated like thunder, his aura grand and awe-inspiring, akin to a true god, indomitable and peerless, sweeping through with unmatched power. Vast magical power erupted limitlessly, with chaotic energies sending Ephraim flying instantly. Irvin's eyes blazed with boundless brilliance, green runes shining brightly, reflecting scenes of divine battles and fallen realms, like those of a creator god. The crowd was stunned. Even Danny rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. Holy crap, Imperial Descendant Eyes. The Supreme Eyes revered as the invincible myth belonged to Irvin? Damn, no wonder he can sweep away everything in the world. Possessing the eyes, he's truly a myth of immortality. Heaven-opening eyes, undefeated in the world. With such a physique, he could achieve a myth even by slacking off. Many young overlords marveled. Even the Clinton Ammo Elder and Clinton Amwer Elder, who came to assassinate him, were taken aback. They looked at Irvin with intense fear, almost avoiding eye contact. Heavenly light of destruction. Irvin spoke, and endless star rivers intertwined above the space, as if the Milky Way was descending, too terrifying, annihilating everything. Under such pressure, Danny, Brant, and others found it hard to breathe. White Bone Jethro felt an ominous premonition, gazing up at the heavens. Countless stars converged, weaving rays of cosmic light, accompanied by resounding booms. That divine light cascaded down like a celestial river, destroying everything in its path. Reality crumbled into nothingness, collapsing into black holes, truly horrifying, evoking sighs of despair. Clinton Ango Elder and Clinton Ammo Elder exchanged glances, quickly transforming into shadows. Unfortunately, White Bone Jethro couldn't evade in time and was struck by the heavenly light of destruction. Instantly, accompanied by an ear-piercing scream, White Bone Jethro's body seemed to explode, scattering apart. His head rolled to Ephraim's feet, blue flames still flickering. Save me. White Bone Jethro cursed inwardly. Why was he specifically targeted among the 5? In reality, he was just unlucky and slow to react. Even Demon Slayer was injured significantly, but the hit on White Bone Jethro was fatal. Ephraim tried to retaliate, but another rune flash sent him flying, spewing blood into the sky. A one-sided crushing assault. As Irvin's foot descended, White Bone Jethro disintegrated into nothingness, his body utterly shattered. Is this all you can do, daring to attack me? Irvin sneered coldly. Even the ghost-faced individuals trembled with fear in their arms. Elders, are you two still holding back? If you don't act soon, we'll all perish here. Chapter 486, Soul Annihilation Nail, Eradicating the Dark Sequence. The Finian roared in fury. Daniel was utterly powerless against Irvin's assault, and was completely overwhelmed. He had already perished here, never expecting that Elder Clinton Angu and Elder Clinton Ammo were still holding back, unwilling to unleash their full power. Even the ghost-faced man now seemed like an observer, not using his full strength. Each one of them was hiding something, all wanting to take advantage, preserving their greatest strength to enter the Supreme Hall. Ah, what a bunch of fools. Didn't they understand the principle that if one's neighbor is attacked, one's own safety is also at risk? If Irvin eliminated them one by one, none of them would survive. Humph, don't hesitate any longer. Otherwise, none of us will live. The Finian roared as Elder Clinton Angu and Elder Clinton Ammo exchanged glances. The two of them had suppressed their true ages and cultivation levels, reducing themselves to the peak of the Holy Emperor realm just to barely enter the Supreme Hall space. Initially, they planned to use others to exhaust Irvin, eventually killing him through someone else while preserving their strength for entry into the Supreme Hall, hoping to find opportunities and inheritances. After leaving, they might even break through from Supreme to Great Emperor, truly reaching the pinnacle of the human domain. But it was never expected that with just Holy King realm cultivation, Irvin could fight 5 enemies alone and even kill the Daniel, a major variable indeed. It appeared that without exerting their full power and playing their trump cards, they couldn't eliminate Irvin. Buddy, Irvin once killed one of your major avatars, causing backlash damage to your main body and leaving scars. Don't you want revenge today? Indeed, Upon hearing these words, the buddy was enraged. His blood-red eyes blazing with flames, his fighting spirit ignited. He quickly emerged from the void, transforming into 3 avatars. Hemph, Irvin, let's settle all old grudges today. As he spoke, black mist surged around the buddy, extremely terrifying, faint screams of spirits audible, followed by countless illusions turning the world into a gray haze. With a flick of his arm, a dagger appeared in his hand, entirely black, seemingly made of black iron but adorned with skulls. Every slash emitted the wails of vengeful spirits, as if sealing great malevolent entities within. The sinful heaven blade. It looks like the buddy is serious. The young Supremes watching exclaimed. People like the Dane instantly recognized the artifact in the buddy's hand. It was his life-bound magical weapon named the Sinful Heaven Blade. Since the 10 darkness sequences invaded myriad worlds, this blade continuously hunted down young Supremes of myriad worlds in the eternal, immortal realm. Each wielder became notorious. In addition to the buddy's ability to transform into other young prodigies, the Sinful Heaven Blade itself was notoriously vicious, capturing the souls of fallen peers to enhance its power. Too many extraordinary physiques have fallen to my blade. Today, you, Irvin, will be no exception, the buddy said arrogantly. If it were a one-on-one battle, he wouldn't dare speak so boldly. But now, with the Finian and 2 peak holy emperors, he felt confident. Irvin, however, showed no restraint, waving his hand to unleash formidable power, intimidating everyone present with just his invincible aura. Ragtag bunch, come on all at once and save me some time. These words spurred the buddy to act. His 3 avatars, wielding the Sinful Heaven Blade, rushed forward, moving like lightning. Other young geniuses found it hard to even see the battle, given the avatar's Saint Emperor level speed. Diego was profoundly worried. Such combat prowess meant that even if he participated, he might not win or even be at a disadvantage. Previously, he didn't think much of the 10 darkness sequences sent by the life-prohibited zone, but in just a short time, Irvin had wiped out 4 of them. Now it was clear. It wasn't that the darkness sequences were weak, but that Irvin was too powerful. No darkness sequence that Irvin targeted survived unscathed. Eradication Soul Nail. Elder Clinton Ammo shouted, brandishing a long nail exuding dark energy that could annihilate anything, terrifyingly destructive. Meanwhile, Elder Clinton Ango roared, his aura surging like a tidal wave, holding another Eradication Soul Nail. It's actually the Eradication Soul Nail. Irvin is in danger. Lucy warned anxiously. The Eradication Soul Nail was a primitive-grade magical weapon. Although low-grade, it had the power to destroy divine souls. Clearly, these dark geniuses and elders did their homework. Knowing Irvin held the top spot on the physical body list, his body impervious to even magical weapons. Thus, they aimed for his divine soul. Other super geniuses also recognized it, growing anxious. After all, if Irvin fell, they wouldn't escape either, facing eradication if they interfered. Just an Eradication Soul Nail. Do you really think attacking my divine soul scares me? Irvin scoffed, his chaos-perfected body's divine soul already infused with chaos energy, formless and capable of manifesting outside his body as an energy avatar identical to his true self. To him, the movements of the 4 opponents before him were like slow-motion turtle crawls. Chaos Ascending Dragon Fist. Irvin's punches were fierce, each accompanied by dragon roars and tiger snarls, devastatingly powerful, shattering everything ordinary beings couldn't resist. Even Elder Clinton Ammo and Elder Clinton Ango, wielding the Eradication Soul Nails, could only suffer passive blows. Irvin then teleported above the sky, summoning an ancient supreme divine sword, its vast aura sending chills down spines. Made of some celestial metal, it bore ancient emblems of ferocious beasts like dragons, Kirins, and phoenixes, vividly lifelike. This was one of the 5 divine swords, the Heavenly Demon Sword. With a mighty slash, a Chilan phantom materialized, stomping the heavens as it descended, obliterating 2 of the buddy's avatars, exposing his true self. Last time I spared you. This time, I will end you to eliminate future troubles. Upon hearing this, the buddy sensed impending doom and tried to flee, regretting ever coming. Facing attacks from 5 formidable opponents, Irvin remained calm, his every move exuding the power of the Tao, showing no fear. But it was too late to escape. Irvin slashed again, summoning a divine dragon illusion that soared across the heavens, roaring, Ea Iowa. Ah, what a group of fools. Don't they understand the principle that if one falls, the other will suffer? If Irvin clears them out one by one, none of them would survive. Hmph, don't delay any further. Otherwise, none of us will live. The dark, evil godson roared, while Senior Clinton Angu and Senior Clinton Ammo exchanged glances. They had suppressed their bone age and cultivation to the peak of the Holy Emperor realm to barely enter the Supreme Hall space. They had planned to rely on others to drain Irvin's strength and ultimately eliminate him through their efforts. After that, they would retain their strength, enter the Supreme Hall to seek opportunities and legacies. Upon leaving, they might be able to break through from Supreme to Emperor, truly reaching the pinnacle of the human domain. But they never expected that Irvin, with only Holy King-level cultivation, could take on 5 opponents and forcefully slay Daniel. He had become the biggest wildcard. It appeared that unleashing their full strength and revealing their trump cards was necessary to eradicate him. Buddy, Irvin once exterminated your major avatar, causing backlash to your true body and leaving you injured. Do you not wish for revenge today? Indeed, upon hearing these words, the ghost-faced man was enraged. Flames seemed to rise in his blood-red eyes, filled with intense battle intent. Instantly, he materialized 3 avatars from the void. Hemph, Irvin, let's settle all old grudges today. As he spoke, black mist enveloped around him, terrifyingly dense, with the faint wails of vengeful spirits. Countless illusions filled the heavens and earth, turning everything into a gray haze. The ghost-faced man flicked his arm, summoning a black blade covered in skull imprints. With each slash, it emitted the screams of lost souls, seemingly containing powerful malevolent entities within. The sinister Heaven Blade. It seems Ghost Exterminator is getting serious. The young Supremes watching gasped in surprise. Borealis Saint Sun and others immediately recognized that the weapon in the ghost-faced man's hands was his life-bound artifact, a tool named Sinister Heaven Blade. After the top 10 dark sequences invaded various realms, they relentlessly hunted down young Supremes from these realms in the eternal, immortal domain. Each bore a notorious reputation. Apart from transforming into other young geniuses, the ghost-faced man's Sinister Heaven Blade was also fearsome, capturing the souls of those he slew to empower the blade. There are too many super constitutions that have fallen to my blade. Today, you, Irvin, will be no exception. The ghost-faced man arrogantly declared, knowing that in a one-on-one fight, he wouldn't dare speak so boldly. But with the dark evil god's son and two peak holy emperor elders present, he felt emboldened. However, Irvin wasn't going to give in easily. With a wave of his hand, overwhelming power gushed forth, his invincible aura alone intimidating everyone present. Just a bunch of weaklings and demons, come at me all at once. I don't want to waste my time. Upon hearing this, the Ghost Exterminator didn't hesitate. The three avatars, each wielding a sinister heaven blade, charged forward with lightning speed, becoming blurs. Diego felt deeply uneasy. Such combat prowess meant even he might struggle or even fall short. Initially, he thought the 10 dark sequences sent by life taboo zones were nothing special. In a short time, For had been defeated by Irvin. Now it was clear. It wasn't that the dark sequences were weak, but that Irvin was too powerful. Those targeted by him had no chance of escaping. Soul Annihilation Nail. Suddenly, Senior Clinton Ammo bellowed, revealing a long nail radiating dark energy, capable of destroying everything, extremely terrifying. Senior Clinton Angu also shouted, with surging power like oceanic waves, wielding a Soul Annihilation Nail as well. It's actually a Soul Annihilation Nail. Irvin is in danger. The Carissa voiced her concern. The Soul Annihilation Nail, though not high quality, possessed the ability to destroy the divine soul. Clearly, these dark geniuses and two elders had done their homework, knowing Irvin topped the flesh body chart, making it almost impossible to cause lethal damage through physical attacks. Thus, they aimed directly at his divine soul. Other supreme geniuses also identified it, feeling worried. If Irvin fell, none of them would escape unscathed, facing eradication. Ying, intervening wasn't agreed upon by Irvin. Just a Soul Annihilation Nail? You think I'm afraid because you target my divine soul? Irvin sneered, his perfected chaos body ensuring his soul had long been imbued with chaos, without a fixed form, even capable of forming energy avatars identical to his true self. To him, their movement seemed incredibly slow, like turtles crawling. Chaos Ascending Dragon Fist. Irvin's fists unleashed dragon roars and tiger howls, immensely powerful, breaking all before it, something ordinary people couldn't withstand. Even with Soul Annihilation Nails, Senior Clinton Ammo and Senior Clinton Angu were reduced to taking blows passively. Then Irvin teleported above, floating in the void. With one gesture, an ancient supreme divine sword appeared, emitting a vast, awe-inspiring aura. Crafted from some kind of immortal metal, it bore the engravings of ancient beasts, true dragons, cheilants, phoenixes, all vivid and lifelike. It was one of the 5 great swords, the celestial demon sword. Irvin slashed fiercely through the air, and a Cheelan avatar emerged, charging downward, instantly destroying 2 of the ghost-faced man's avatars, exposing his true form. I spared you last time. This time, I'll end you, forever. These words struck dread into the ghost-faced man, who wanted to flee but found no escape. Faced with 5 strong attackers, Irvin remained unhindered, emitting Dao powers with every move, showing no fear. Irvin slashed again, a divine dragon appearing amidst thunderous roars. Chapter 487. Annihilation of the Aiden, the heavenly demon sword's might, and the 4 celestial beasts. A ghastly scream echoed as the Aiden was sent flying backward, spewing blood, in a scene of unspeakable horror. His body was covered with cracks, blood seeping through them, a sight that evoked sorrow and pity. But he still managed to stand, his aura severely weakened, as if on the brink of death. Irvin's heavenly demon sword was one of the 5 supreme divine swords, an Empyrean weapon. Although Irvin's cultivation wasn't sufficient to unleash its full power, it was still terrifying, far beyond what ordinary people could match. For the Aiden to still be standing was no mean feat. Alas, today he would not escape death. Irvin, slightly surprised and somewhat appreciative, said, to withstand a strike from the heavenly demon sword and still live, truly rare. Indeed, you deserve your place as the 6th rank in the 10 dark sequences. However, your fate is sealed here today. The other young sovereigns were profoundly shocked. Only just now had they recognized the heavenly demon sword. They hadn't expected Irvin to possess such an unparalleled divine artifact, an Empyrean weapon. Even their own eternal forces couldn't easily provide such weapons. Acquiring one for personal use from powerful backers, even for inheritors of holy lands, was nearly impossible. Any divine-level artifact was used by eternal forces to suppress destiny, forming the foundation of their power. Many inheritors of holy lands and descendants of heavenly emperors wielded divine weapons, but most were mere replicas. The heavenly demon sword, however, was renowned as one of the 5 supreme divine swords, possessing the unmatched power to destroy heaven and earth, capable of annihilating all creation with unparalleled might. Legend spoke of how it contained the essence and divine souls of myriad races and ancient beasts, allowing it to unleash devastating power at will. With the right force added, it could summon the might of ancient beasts for battle, like the dragon and phoenix powers displayed earlier, which had effortlessly suppressed the Aiden. Let's see if you can handle this next strike. Irvin raised the heavenly demon sword high, and in an instant, the entire space trembled. Azure dragon roared across the sky, a white tiger radiated overwhelming battle intent, a phoenix spread its wings, and a black tortoise stepped through the air. The famed 4 celestial beasts appeared in shadow form, yet they still exuded supreme power, as if ready to cut through everything. Heavenly Four Celestials, omnipotent slash. The Aiden tried to flee, realizing too late how absurdly strong Irvin had become. Engaging him was simply courting death. Knowing he was the 6th in the dark sequence, even if faced with the top 3, Irvin wouldn't have hesitated to slay them. Only now did the Aiden know true regret, but it was useless. Senior elders, save me. It was you who pulled me into this. Roy, aren't you going to do anything? The Aiden cried out piteously, hoping the Roy would come to his aid. Alas, even the Roy was struggling to save himself. As the sword struck, a scorching blade of light engulfed the sky, causing the entire space to shake and tear apart, creating vast voids. The Aiden didn't even have time to scream before being utterly obliterated, vanishing into nothingness. Of the 10 dark sequences, Irvin alone had annihilated 5 of them. The Roy intended to take advantage of the moment to escape. He had realized no one present could match Irvin. Even if surrounded by 5 sacred emperors, it would only lead to their demise. Just as he moved to act, he found himself trapped as if in quicksand, unable to break free. Wanna run? Can you? Translation provided strictly in English, maintaining the original tone and style, while ensuring natural fluency and adherence to the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text. Chapter 488. Execution of the Dark Elder. Inevitable death, beyond the heavenly gate. The Gareth was ensnared as if caught in thick mire, with no means of escape. Even the void around him was sealed. Irvin, spare my life. I will swear allegiance to you and serve you faithfully, waging war on your behalf for the rest of my days. The Gareth bellowed, hoping Irvin might show mercy. Unfortunately, Irvin harbored no intention of accepting any dark prodigy, let alone a failure. You are not worthy. With these words, Irvin, wielding the celestial demon sword, unleashed another devastating slash that tore through space. The force was overwhelming, capable of obliterating all things, piercing through heaven and earth, rending the void itself. This display was terrifying beyond measure, shattering the young genius's preconceptions about exceptional figures like themselves. No matter how he tried, the Gareth could not have anticipated this, arriving here with the Whitebone Noble, members of the Dark Order, and 2 Dark Elders, including one who had reached the peak of the Sacred Emperor realm. He assumed it would be an easy kill. But instead, Irvin, despite being only at the Sacred King realm, fought and thoroughly dominated 5 opponents, crushing them without resistance. He was too powerful, like a youthful deity, invincible and triumphant wherever he went. All who opposed him were reduced to ashes, vanishing into the vastness of existence. If given another chance, the Gareth would never have provoked such a monster. Ah! With a sharp, blood-curdling scream, the Gareth was utterly annihilated, his body dissolving into particles that disappeared into the cosmos as if he had never existed. No! Elder Clintonimo shouted. His successor, having just been revived for a few days, aimed to enter the Supreme Hall, compete for the inheritance, and establish his own domain. Viewing he was thwarted by Irvin. Returning now, Dark Divine Palace would not spare him for failing to protect the heir. A grievous dereliction of duty. Irvin, how dare you kill our sex successor? Today, old man and I shall fight you to the death. Similarly, Elder Clintongo, gripping the soul-extinguishing nail, also erupted into full combat power. Despite their strength being suppressed to the peak of the Sacred Emperor realm, they still exuded the aura of supreme beings. Ewing Irvin looked at them as though they were mere clowns, showing no fear. With a single movement, formidable energy radiated from him, causing the void to tear apart. The 2 elders steadily retreated, unable to hold up against his might. This scene shocked the young supreme beings present. 5 people attacked him, 3 of whom were at the peak of the Sacred Emperor realm, yet Irvin crushed each one. How monstrous can this be? He has shattered all our preconceived notions about the Sacred King realm. Those 2 elders are at the Supreme realm. Even with their power suppressed to the peak of the Sacred Emperor realm, they still possess the might of supremes. Ewing Irvin repelled them effortlessly. I speculate that Irvin's true combat prowess might rival that of a supreme being. Ordinary supremes may not stand a chance against him. Diego, Brant, and others gaped in astonishment. Irvin's power far exceeded their understanding. They previously thought the revival of ancient prodigies and forbidden geniuses would still pose a challenge. Now it seemed that idea was naive. Those ordinary ancient prodigies and forbidden geniuses wouldn't be able to match him and might be easily subdued. After being pushed back, the 2 elders exchanged glances. If they didn't slay Irvin today, they had no hope of survival. It was a matter of life and death. Chaos ascending dragon fist. Irvin took a step forward, moving like a ghost, lightning fast, engaging the 2 elders in close combat. Fighting 2-on-1, he showed no signs of weakness. Though the 2 elders' cultivation levels were suppressed to the peak of the Sacred Emperor realm, their physical bodies were genuinely at the supreme level. They believed fighting Irvin physically would be laughable suicide. But as the battle progressed, they realized something was off. This person seemed like an ancient fierce beast, immensely powerful, with a body like immortal gold or divine iron, impervious to their attacks. Irvin grew more ferocious, his combat spirit soaring. Every punch and kick was like a divine dragon emerging from nowhere. Cracks began appearing in the 2 dark elders' bodies, unable to withstand such ferocity. Soul-extinguishing nail. However, the physical combat allowed the 2 dark elders to use the soul-extinguishing nail, targeting the soul directly. Any soul below the peak of the Sacred Emperor realm would surely be destroyed, reduced to nothingness. Be careful, Irvin. The Carissa hastily warned him, feeling an urge to protect him during his moment of peril, worried lest he suffer an accident. Meanwhile, Kayla observed the Carissa. Both being women, her intuition suggested that this top-tier prodigy of the Phoenix clan might have feelings for their master. Could she crave their master's affection? Absolutely not. She couldn't allow her master to fall into another Cecilia's hands. She must protect him. 2 soul-extinguishing nails penetrated Irvin's body, targeting his soul, flowing through his limbs and bones, seemingly set to destroy everything. Irvin staggered backward several steps, nearly losing balance, swaying. Elders Clintongu and Clintonemo exchanged glances, confident that their plan had succeeded. While he's weak, we strike. Let's finish him together right here. By slaying this eternal legend, our names will be etched in history. The two dark elders attacked simultaneously, aiming for vital spots. An ordinary supreme being would be severely injured, unable to resist. However, as they approached, Irvin suddenly recovered, stomping lightly. The two soul-extinguishing nails were instantly expelled from his body, entering the two dark elders' bodies instead, delivering their bitter medicine. They couldn't comprehend how Irvin resisted. A soul below the peak of the sacred emperor realm should be too fragile, defenseless against the soul-extinguishing nail. No. How? Elder Clintongu sought answers, but Irvin summoned the heavenly demon sword in his left hand. With your questions, descend to hell. As he spoke, the heavenly demon sword slashed out, a demonic blade filled with eerie darkness. Its intricate patterns could drive anyone mad. An ordinary prodigy, indeed, even those with super physiques, if holding the heavenly demon sword, would lose their minds, becoming bloodthirsty demons. One slash plunged the area into profound darkness. Vague silhouettes of ancient fierce beasts and underworld spirits emerged, rushing out. The two dark elders realized their fate lay within darkness, consumed by its power. Moments later, when everyone came to, the two-peaked sacred emperor dark elders had vanished, assimilated by Irvin. After all, these two were once supreme beings. Devouring them indeed enhanced his cultivation somewhat. Let's go. Enter the heavenly gate and see the true supreme hall. Chapter 489. Behind the supreme hall, the physical body heavenly book. Irvin mounted the Kint directly after speaking. The Kint beneath him, though slightly dissatisfied, did not dare to voice its displeasure. Choosing between death and becoming a mount, it opted for the latter. After all, it had just heard that this person on its back was the young master of the myriad ancient Ying family, and serving as a mount for such an illustrious family's young master was indeed an honor rather than a disgrace. No wonder this youth dared to boast so much, even claiming that the leader of the Kirin clan would not dare to act arrogantly toward him here today. Indeed, in front of the myriad ancient Ying family, all creatures were equal. Even the true dragon clan did not dare to be frivolous. During the peak period of the ancient dragon clan, they still ranked below the myriad ancient Ying family. Moreover, this Jethro Ying achieved something remarkable by completely overpowering 3 sane emperors with his holy king realm power and killing all 5 attackers, including a Fremont from one of the supreme great sects who held the rank of supreme in the outer world. Truly worthy of being a heavy pupil owner, capable of dominating the heavens and earth, unmatched in the world. It was indeed the case. My master is the greatest prodigy of this generation, praised as the myth of myriad ages, a taboo figure. Kayla boasted proudly, her gem-like eyes radiating divine light. It seemed as if her gaze had already transformed into Irvin's shape, which was indeed the case. She displayed a completely submissive attitude. Diego and Brant could not fathom what happened that led the princess of the Azure Dragon lineage to undergo such a significant transformation, acknowledging Irvin as her master and turning into his devoted admirer. Carissa also sensed the danger in the air. This Cecilia was not ordinary. As for the Jamar and the young lord of the Grey Wolf clan, they only wished to follow Irvin for their own benefit. Ellie and Qing Clintonanu took advantage of the situation. Their original plan was to find the key to enter the immortal ancient world and seek opportunities there. But now, they saw many opportunities within the Supreme Hall too. Unfortunately, they endured immense torture in the Six-Path Sky Road and were only able to pass through thanks to Irvin's help. Unfortunately, the key ended up in Irvin's hands. The other keys were in possession of Carissa and various other prodigies. They did not have a single key yet. It looked like they needed to exert more effort once inside the heavenly gate, even if it meant offending other prodigies to snatch the keys. Otherwise, they would have no way to explain their failure upon returning. With the heavenly gate flashing, everyone could only move forward as time and space shifted. When they opened their eyes again, each prodigy found themselves on different paths. The path beneath them was solidified with great Tao force, and the destination seemed about 500 meters ahead. However, at the end, a divine book shone brilliantly, releasing dazzling light and rune-filled symbols. The eternal aura enveloped everything around, as if it had existed since ancient times. This is the physical body heavenly book? Ellie exclaimed. He had extensively studied ancient texts and enjoyed resource allocation within the vast Tao sect, along with priority access to various magic treasures. He once read in an ancient book that throughout history, there were 9 heavenly books existing within the river of time, sought after by countless prodigies. Obtaining the corresponding heavenly book allowed one to delve deeply into it and become the pinnacle in that field of Tao. None of them expected the physical body heavenly book to appear after the Supreme Hall's heavenly gate. In a sense, the physical body heavenly book was even more valuable than the key to entering the immortal ancient world. This was an extremely rare opportunity. If one obtained the physical body heavenly book, their physical body would be developed to its utmost limit, enabling them to achieve immortality through their physical form, crushing everything in their path and breaking worldly limits. Though Irvin was currently considered the first-rate physical body of myriad ages, topping the physical body chart, having once defeated Jed, if some prodigy with a super constitution got the physical body heavenly book, they might not surpass him, but at least they could secure a top 10 or even a top 3 spot on the physical body chart. The young supremes present all fixed their eyes on the physical body heavenly book at the endpoint. Even Diego, Carissa, and others were included, their gazes intense. Such an opportunity could not be left for someone else. Obtaining it would significantly enhance their strength, possibly allowing them to suppress even those ancient freaks and forbidden prodigies waiting to awaken. The weight of the 9 heavenly books was too heavy and far beyond imagination. Timeless and ever-present, each book represented the ultimate Tao. Throughout history, countless prodigies dreamed of acquiring these books. Seeing it appear today, how could it not drive everyone mad? Even Irvin felt his heart stir. Everyone, I will go ahead. Since ancient times, opportunities have always favored those with destiny and ability. Diego leaped forward, rushing towards the front. Suddenly, however, a mighty Dao pressure descended on him, pinning him down. Damn, there's actually Dao pressure. Irvin frowned, knowing well that obtaining the physical body talent was not going to be easy. The Dao pressure tested one's physical body. If one could not withstand it, they didn't deserve to obtain the physical body heavenly book. You inked. Diego remained steadfast, struggling to stand under the immense pressure. I must get the physical body heavenly book. Taking a step forward, the Dao pressure intensified. Other prodigies did not hesitate either. They stepped onto the path before them, driven by such temptation to take their chances. Chapter 490. The Grand Dao's oppression, halted steps, and the limit of the physical body. Danny stood up, his resolve unwavering as he gazed ahead. Though only a mere 500 meters separated him from his goal, in ordinary times he could easily traverse this distance in a single step to obtain the physical body scripture. But now, each path was burdened with the oppression of the Grand Dao. Even Danny, ranked 10th on the concealed dragon list and blessed with 3 extraordinary dragon physiques, felt an immense pressure that hindered his progress. As soon as he took a step forward, the oppressive power of the Grand Dao slammed him onto the ground. Indeed, when Trisha took his first step, a torrential wave of force pressed down upon him, shattering his bones as he was flattened to the ground, barely able to lift his head. Damn, is this Grand Dao oppression so brutal? Let me just raise my head. Trisha shouted in frustration, but with his regular strength, he couldn't resist it. Ying, as a renowned young supreme being and prodigious genius, he immediately awakened the Dragon King bloodline, causing his veins to boil, his chi and blood to surge, and divine power to surge, allowing him to stand up despite the overwhelming pressure. Continuing forward, each step became exponentially harder under the ever-increasing Grand Dao oppression. The other super geniuses faced similar difficulties, moving at almost the same speed. Take Ellie, who had awakened righteous energy. He needed to rely on its protection, exerting all his physical divine power to withstand the pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he struggled on. The 500 meters felt like an endless journey through countless eras. Young superchers suffered greatly. Even figures like the Eldin and Jethro Grey Wolf lagged behind, barely managing to move forward. Trisha also struggled, his Dragon King bloodline weakening until he spat out a mouthful of blood. Danny, walking ahead, turned back to look. Trisha, if you can't endure it, stop. This Grand Dao oppression isn't something you can bear. Brother, I understand, but this is a rare chance to temper my body. Only by facing death can one transcend limits. The age of great strife is approaching. Today's super geniuses are exceptional. In terms of innate talent, I am not as good as them, so I must take a risky approach, Trisha said, releasing a mighty burst of power, his aura surging like smoke, a radiant bone within his body glowing with runes. A dragon's roar echoed through the air. Trisha sped up, continuing forward even as cracks formed on his body. Seeing this, Trisha's heart raced even more, inspired by his brother's perseverance. Even if he didn't get the physical body scripture, he would use the Grand Dao's oppression to push his physical capabilities further. It would be a waste to have 3 extraordinary dragon physiques and do nothing. Another dragon's roar resounded, this time more majestic, awakening his godly dragon bloodline. Danny took another large step, but the intensifying Grand Dao oppression caused him to spit out blood. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Danny discovered that as he struggled forward, though his body was covered in blood streaks, his physical strength mysteriously improved. With another burst of power, his Dragon Emperor physique and godly dragon bloodline activated, his chi and blood surging to incredible heights. A shadowy image of a true dragon appeared beside him, adding to his imposing presence. He took another step forward, moving faster despite the difficulty. Seeing this, the other geniuses no longer held back, knowing they risked losing the physical body scripture. Kayla awakened her higher-grade black dragon bloodline, which allowed her to endure the Grand Dao oppression better than most, although she still struggled. Similarly, the Carissa, having awakened 95% of her phoenix bloodline, nearly reaching the first ancestor phoenix, still fell slightly behind but moved faster than Danny. Ching Clintonand and Ellie closely followed, not falling far behind the Carissa. Clearly, they all aimed to obtain the physical body scripture, hoping to break through their physical limits. Obtaining the physical body scripture and cultivating it would elevate one's body to unimaginable levels. It was an object countless geniuses dreamed of across the ages. In truth, all 9 heavenly books were extraordinary, but most had vanished over time. Ordinary geniuses, even young superchers, found them hard to locate. Otherwise, these treasures would already be claimed by peak immortal forces and the Wangu Ying family. This object went to those destined to find it. Within moments, they had moved forward 100 meters, bringing hope closer. However, after surpassing the 100-meter mark, it felt like the heavens collapsed upon them, even with their extraordinary physiques struggling to endure. Especially for figures like Trisha and the Eldin, they were utterly immobilized, gritting their teeth against the mounting pressure. Their speed dropped drastically as they took tiny steps forward. Danny, the Carissa, and Kayla weren't faring much better. Clearly, the Grand Dao oppression grew stronger with each step. Every 100 meters brought deeper layers of pressure. The initial 100 meters tested only physical endurance, but beyond that, they began to feel their divine souls waver. Divine soul strength wasn't like physical power, constantly honed daily. The oppression targeting the soul made these usually indomitable young superchers suffer immensely. But seeing the physical body scripture ahead, they couldn't resist. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. They had to obtain it. Otherwise, this journey would be futile. Irvin, after a moment's thought, stepped onto the path. This simple step radiated divine might, teleporting him 100 meters in an instant. One step, under the pressure of heaven and earth, transported him 100 meters, landing among the many geniuses, leaving everyone in awe. Holy crap, Irvin, how did you do that? To them, the Grand Tao oppression affected everyone equally, regardless of their extraordinary physiques. Only by gradually activating their own physiques and persevering could they reach the end. Irvin's advancement seemed like a cheat code, covering such distance in one step, completely outclassing them. Only this much Grand Tao oppression? Can't you handle it? Chapter 491. A hand's reach away, the boundless sky, suppressing all worlds. Irvin scratched the back of his head and said with an innocent look. This harmless expression only brought even more frustration to the eyes of the other super geniuses. Brant stumbled and fell to his knees, unable to rise. He was nearing his limit, having activated his Dragon King bloodline and inherent dragon bone. But the overwhelming force of the Great Tao pressure was excruciatingly difficult to bear. Damn, how is this possible? Even Diego couldn't believe it. He thought he had already grasped the extent of Irvin's strength. Irvin's power was heaven-defying. He was a dual pupil holder, the top of the submerged dragon list, and first on the eternal physical body list. Diego believed Irvin would be quicker than them and grab the physical body celestial scripture first. But never did they think that this guy could cover 100 meters in one step. They pushed their constitutions to the max, playing all their trump cards to move forward arduously, finally reaching 100 meters. Even then, they still had to withstand the oppressive soul pressure. Yoinked, in one single step, Irvin had caught up with them. This wasn't just outrageous, it was brutal. Kayla once again activated her Azure Dragon bloodline, donning dragon armor, as a vast aura spread out around her as she continued advancing. Even if she couldn't match her master's speed, she couldn't fall too far behind either. She only hoped to see his back and have the right to follow him, content with that much. The Terra was engulfed in flames, causing the temperature in this area to skyrocket. Her burning heaven-holy constitution flared, forming a phoenix shadow behind her that let out a resounding cry. As Irvin watched everyone working harder, he remained indifferent. Taking another leisurely step, he seemed to ignore spatial resistance and the heavenly oppression, directly reaching the 200-meter mark. In that moment, he had surpassed all the super geniuses by 100 meters. How can anyone compete for the physical body celestial scripture like this? This is completely rigged. The other super geniuses were nearly desperate. They couldn't imagine how anyone could snatch the physical body celestial scripture from Irvin. It was simply impossible, a wild fantasy. Jade Kylan, however, lay there sleeping as he watched many geniuses vie for the scripture. He was at the peak of the sacred emperor realm and about to enter the supreme realm. Besides, the physical body celestial scripture wasn't prepared for him anyway. What surprised him was that this supreme genius who subdued him, the young master of the ancient Ying family, was absolutely crushing the rest of the geniuses with ease. There was no fair play. Irvin took another step spanning 100 meters and now stood at 300 meters, just 200 meters away from the physical body celestial scripture. Suddenly, runes emanated from the scripture, releasing a sky-shattering pressure that stopped everyone in their tracks. Saint Sons like the North Pole Saint Sun, Lesser Lords like the Grey Wolf Lesser Lord, and Brant were immobilized, unable to move any further. Even Diego and Kayla struggled bitterly. Well, I guess my fate isn't tied with the physical body celestial scripture. It seems this scripture will end up in Irvin's hands. Sighing, they realized competing with Irvin was hopeless and decided to sit down. Since obtaining the scripture was impossible, they might as well use this place's great Tao pressure to train and break through their physical limits. This way, they could advance their physical cultivation further and not waste the journey. Irvin walked casually and continued forward, reaching 350 meters. Suddenly, the path shook as if the earth had cracked open. Ahead of Irvin, the void twisted, and a massive halberd appeared abruptly, radiating an ancient, vast aura. It seemed forged from some divine metal, trembling slightly as if awakening a primordial beast. The Boundless Sky Divine Halberd. Damn, it's actually the Boundless Sky Divine Halberd lost to time. A Joab weapon. Heaven, why does Irvin have such good fortune? He's about to obtain the physical body celestial scripture, and now a divine weapon appears. Brant felt extremely envious, almost to the point of spitting blood. How could there be such disparity between people? As a fellow young genius, Irvin had swept through since his emergence. At 16, he had become a legend, revered as an eternal taboo. And yet, despite being a few years older, Brant had been reduced to stepping stone status. Facing the upcoming Golden Great Era, he felt constrained and restricted at every turn. If he were any weaker, he wouldn't want to live. Indeed, not just Brant, but Diego and the other geniuses shared similar sentiments. They silently lamented that this era was dark, entirely Irvin's stage. Other super geniuses, no matter how brilliant, were merely green leaves in his grand performance. Seeing the Boundless Sky Divine Halberd, Irvin instantly recalled reading about it in an ancient text. Legend has it, this halberd was an eternal divine weapon of an ancient war god. Furthermore, it was rumored that the Boundless Sky Divine Halberd was made from immortal gold divine iron, combined with the essence of fierce beasts and the core of a boundless universe. Irvin was immediately interested. Although he possessed 5 divine swords, more techniques could never hurt. The same principle applied to divine weapons. If he could obtain the Boundless Sky Divine Halberd, his combat power would surge once more. Though he couldn't fully unleash its power, it would still be enough to suppress all rivals. Irvin extended his hand to grip the Boundless Sky Divine Halberd, but it emitted a tremendous force, knocking him back. What I want, I must possess. Don't think you can escape just because you're a Joab weapon. A smile curved on Irvin's lips. With arms wide apart, his momentum soared. Symbols flashed, and the God Sword box appeared, with the 5 divine swords surrounding him. Clinton Shan Sword, Heavenly Demon Sword, Emmanuel Sword, Heavenly Sovereign Sword, each a Joab weapon, possessing unparalleled power, subjugating all realms, transcending the universe, unbeatable by any. Realizing the danger, the boundless sky divine halberd attempted to escape into the void. Each of the 5 divine swords alone was among the finest Joab weapons capable of suppressing entire worlds, giving the boundless sky halberd a chance to fight. However, having all 5 divine swords under one person's control was unprecedented and terrifying. Even the incomparable immortal emperors, supreme emperors, and ultimate emperors couldn't help but feel disbelief. Obtaining even one of the 5 divine swords could dominate countless worlds, not to mention having all 5 simultaneously. Further rumors suggested that the origins of the 5 divine swords involved pre-creation and pre-ancient times, shrouded in secrets and dread. When the 5 divine swords united, the world itself would shatter, returning everything to a boundless chaos. Of course, since ancient times, no one had ever mastered all the divine swords, so this idea was often treated as a joke. Just as the boundless sky divine halberd was about to break through the void and flee, the void solidified. The 5 divine swords unleashed unmatched pressure, causing the boundless sky halberd to tremble. Directly seized by Irvin. Hashtag chapter 492. The fleshly body heavenly books trial, the 10 fierce beasts. Irvin tightly grasped the primordial chaos divine halberd, feeling the sensation transmitted through his fingertips. He was inwardly stunned. Indeed, this weapon from the ancient era was an unparalleled instrument of slaughter, unmatched under heaven and capable of suppressing all realms. If it were a one-on-one battle, it might not be inferior to any of the 5 great divine swords. Today, if he hadn't mastered all 5 divine swords, he would probably not have been able to control it. At that moment, outside the primordial chaos divine halberd, runes flickered, emitting an ancient aura that was overwhelmingly terrifying, akin to facing a Jinji Shongso from the primordial age, making one's blood run cold. Note, Jinji Shongso is not translated as it seems to be a specific term in the context. If it needs translation, it would be forbidden fierce beast, corrected for fluency and natural reading in English. At that moment, outside the primordial chaos divine halberd, runes flickered, radiating an ancient aura so overwhelmingly terrifying it was like facing a primordial forbidden fierce beast, sending chills down one's spine. Even the other young supreme beings felt their legs turn weak upon sensing this pressure. Fortunately, Irvin was there. Otherwise, they would have been helpless in the face of this hot potato. They could only watch helplessly as this opportunity slipped away. As they thought about this, people like Danny and Trisha increasingly recognized the gap between themselves and Irvin, a gap as wide as between clouds and mud. If the primordial chaos divine halberd had fallen into our hands, we would likely have regarded it as our clan's legacy, bringing it back to our respective powers, achieving a great feat, one said. This is a Joab weapon, seemingly at the highest rank, wielding supreme power and renowned far and wide, another added. Time and fate are against us. To be contemporaries with Irvin is indeed unfortunate for us. These top heavenly geniuses sighed inwardly, but knew there was nothing they could do. In this era of intense competition, countless heroes emerged, vying for dominance and the mandate of heaven. And Irvin, rising like a meteor, possessed a destiny halo since birth. He had ascended step by step to become a mythic figure, lauded as the greatest young prodigy of the current era and an eternal taboo genius. It was uncertain whether, when the ancient geniuses and taboo geniuses awakened, they could suppress Irvin's brilliance. Holding the primordial chaos divine halberd, Irvin now seemed like a descending war god. A casual swing could tear apart space and destroy everything in its path, his appearance both heroic and graceful. Amazing, truly worthy of being called a Joab weapon. Its divine might is unrivaled. Irvin marveled and then stored the primordial chaos divine halberd within the system space. Then he took another step, directly arriving before the fleshly body heavenly book, the end of the path. So this is one of the 9 legendary heavenly books, the fleshly body heavenly book? It indeed lives up to its reputation. Within 100 meters, I can feel a pure force radiating from it, as if it can break all laws. Irvin was deeply moved. This aura only appeared when the eternal fleshly body list was activated. It seemed that the fleshly body heavenly book was somehow connected to the eternal fleshly body list. When Irvin reached out to seize the fleshly body heavenly book, runes surrounding it resisted his touch. The more force he applied, the more he was repelled. The other young geniuses looked at each other, never expecting such an unexpected turn of events. Was the fleshly body heavenly book rejecting Irvin? If even Irvin couldn't obtain it, they had no chance at all. Thankfully, they were still enduring the pressure of the grand path, refining their physical bodies, so they weren't completely empty-handed. There's nothing I can't get. Irvin smiled faintly, finding the situation increasingly interesting. The fleshly body heavenly book was actually resisting him. At this moment, a stone tablet appeared before the fleshly body heavenly book. Golden words floated in the void. Pass the trial, and you shall obtain the fleshly body heavenly book. After the golden words disappeared, fierce roars filled the air, as if dominating the universe and destroying everything. In the void, images of ancient beasts, true dragons, cheilants, phoenixes, black tortoises, vermilion birds, appeared. But they weren't true forms, just power imprints. Still, they were formidable enough to roam the world, each possessing peaked sage king-level strength. With extremely pure bloodlines, there were 10 ancient fierce beasts in total. This was clearly Irvin's trial. Irvin's eyes turned cold. If any other super geniuses faced this, they would likely be instantly killed. 10 ancient fierce beasts with pure bloodlines, all at the peak sage king level, made for a hellishly difficult challenge. F***K, that's my clan's true dragon, peerless at the sage king level. Right? That phoenix imprint is definitely a descendant of the Phoenix clan, unmatched within the same realm. Danny, Shan Huangenvi, and others exclaimed. Facing these beasts one-on-one would be tough, let alone dealing with all 10 simultaneously. Irvin had met his match and wouldn't win easily. However, when Danny and others looked over, Irvin simply waved his hand and smiled faintly. Interesting. 10 imprints of ancient fierce beasts. Enough to pique my interest for a fight. With those words, Irvin turned into a blur, delivering a punch that shattered space, striking back the true dragon beast imprint. The other ancient fierce beasts reacted quickly and joined the fray. The Qilin descended from the sky with supreme divine might, but Irvin summoned power, sending a mark that knocked it back. Leaping into the void, Irvin stomped on the phoenix beast and, with a strong pull, tore off its wings. Chaos ascending dragon fist. Thunderous power tore through the void, dissipating the phoenix beast imprint into nothingness. Stepping forward again, enveloped in immense power, Irvin clashed with the white tiger beast. With a powerful strike, the white tiger was hurled away. The true dragon beast roared, gathering energy to devastate everything. Irvin didn't want to waste time, recalling that he had just obtained the primordial chaos divine halberd. This was the perfect opportunity for practice. With a wave of his hand, the halberd, made of special materials, appeared in his grasp, slicing through space with boundless power, its surface engraved with ancient runes. Eat this halberd. Holding the primordial chaos divine halberd, Irvin stepped forward like a descending war god. The surrounding space couldn't withstand it and shattered. One sweep of the halberd cleaved the white tiger beast in two. A radiant light illuminated the space, killing the white tiger beast outright. The other beasts also attacked together. Although they were just power imprints without consciousness, they now understood they must slay the person before them. Holding the primordial chaos divine halberd, Irvin became even more formidable, stunning Danny and other young geniuses. K, Jethro Ewing is so fierce. Gene Clinton Onlong exclaimed, realizing that despite having the yin-yang black dragon body, he was no match for Irvin and had little hope of catching up. How foolish of me. As Irvin grew fiercer, the primordial chaos divine halberd illuminated the world, accompanied by the agonized roar of the true dragon beast. Irvin decapitated the true dragon beast's head. With a wave of his hand, the vermilion bird beast was also obliterated, vanishing into the void. Other geniuses began questioning reality. Is this really a young genius? Anyone who didn't know better would think it was a reincarnation of a divine emperor. Chapter 493. Subduing the ancient fierce beasts, the fleshly body heavenly book, and breaking limits. Irvin grew more and more fierce in his attacks, as if a god of war had descended. In mere moments, the 10 mighty ancient beasts were thoroughly suppressed. And at this moment, in the eyes of other super prodigies, Irvin appeared like a celestial deity sent from above, capable of dominating all existence, unparalleled and invincible. Is this Irvin's true strength? Any one of those 10 ancient fierce beasts could rival us. But Irvin faces 10 at once and remains undaunted, subduing them with ease. Diego exclaimed in shock. Even just the true dragon beast would have been enough to give him trouble, let alone facing 10 at once. That was sheer fantasy. If Irvin hadn't been here today, no one would likely have obtained the fleshly body heavenly book. The conditions were too harsh. Even the ancient anomalies and forbidden prodigies yet to awaken couldn't achieve it. In the future, I must befriend Irvin. One should never offend such a freak. It's a grave taboo. In these contentious times, with heroes rising everywhere, even if you can't vie for eternal glory, you mustn't lose your life. Gene Clinton Onlong warned solemnly. He had gained significant insight today. He dared say that in the vast Dao sect, no one could match Irvin's prowess. It was a dimension-lowering blow. Irvin's strength was despairingly formidable, almost unreal. Throughout history, countless prodigies competed on the path of immortality, each wanting the name of invincibility, each desiring everlasting life. But how many could truly achieve that, possessing talent as rare as Irvin's across the eons? It was no wonder he could rank atop the 10,000 ancient fleshly body list and single-handedly overpower a myriad ancient emperors. Gene Clinton Onlong sensed that given enough time, Irvin would surpass the Jeds. He cautioned Max, future competition is fine, but there would certainly be another chance. One must absolutely not become an enemy of Irvin. Otherwise, it might drag down the entire vast Dao sect. Those 2 life prohibition zones existed since ancient times, supported by cosmic chaos beyond the realms. Even eternal, immortal level forces in the everlasting immortal territory could only contain them, unable to uproot them. But after offending Irvin, the grass over their graves would now be the size of ferocious beasts. Diego and Brant began doubting reality. Did they live in the same world as Irvin? Why was the difference so immense? A mere finger from him could crush them. How could they compete any further? Especially Brant, who once could face Irvin in direct combat, now probably wouldn't even have the chance to stand before him. Because he wasn't worthy. Other young supreme beings thought similarly, better not to invite suffering. Forget current prodigies, even ancient anomalies and forbidden prodigies were uncertain. In this brilliant era, the main role was already preordained. Boom boom boom. With thunderous roars, the earth trembled and space fractured as if enraged by heaven itself. Holding the heavenly desolate halberd, Irvin unleashed devastating power with every movement. He directly slew the final 3 ancient fierce beasts. While other young supreme beings still honed their bodies along the path, enduring the pressure of great Tao, continuously striving for breakthroughs. Irvin, draped in white, floated like a celestial being, arriving before the fleshly body heavenly book. Indeed, after passing the test, the runes around the book ceased their swirling, emitting radiant light which shone upon Irvin's hands. Then transforming into a stream of light, it flowed into his brow center as he immediately sat in meditation. Operating the Chaos Emmanuel technique, energy circulated within his body. Surrounded by runes, Irvin entered a state of profound enlightenment. As the pages turned gradually in his mind, runes flickered. Following the fleshly body heavenly book's guidance, his chi and blood surged, as if punches could shatter stars and stir the cosmos. A dragon-like shadow emerged behind him, roaring. Is Irvin comprehending the fleshly body heavenly book? Each of the 9 heavenly books is divided into 3 layers. Legend has it, mastering the first layer is incredibly difficult. Even those legendary prodigies took thousands or even tens of thousands of years to fathom it. Could Irvin be attempting to comprehend the first layer right after obtaining the book? Diego and others were utterly shocked. At this moment, where Irvin sat in meditation, the void shattered, radiating auspicious light. Everyone, sensing this, immediately practiced cultivation. The Tao's pressure vanished, and previous physical injuries healed completely. This is fortune. Let's cultivate quickly, perhaps we can advance further with this opportunity. The Elden was the first to notice that Irvin's cultivation of the fleshly body, heavenly book released powerful divine light, greatly beneficial to them. Just as everyone sank into cultivation, Irvin suddenly opened his eyes, divine light radiating, 2 avatars appearing, identical to his own form. One breath transforming 3 purities technique? This is the supreme secret art from mythology. All 3 avatars cultivated the fleshly body heavenly book, attempting to break through their limitations. A pool of lightning appeared in the void, unleashing overwhelming thunder power, with myriad bolts flashing. Burning flames erupted, raising the temperature here as if burning all realms. Thunder and fire simultaneously struck Irvin's 3 avatars. If there is causality, let it fall upon me. The shadows of the previously slain ancient fierce beasts reappeared in the void, roaring fiercely. But seeing Irvin now, they lowered their proud heads, willing to bow and serve. Myriad thunders and scorching flames constantly burned Irvin's flesh. His body destroyed, instantly restored, a testament to the might of the perfected chaos body. His flesh indestructible, devouring all forces. However, what surprised Irvin was that cultivating the fleshly body heavenly book was indeed arduous. Possessing the system with extraordinary comprehension, he was still in deep study. Viewing to other prodigies, this scene was mind-numbing. They wished they could smash their heads into cotton. Even young supreme beings with superior constitutions needed tens of thousands of years to understand it. Here he was, deeply immersed, yet seemingly dissatisfied. Especially Diego and others who lacked the qualifications to touch the book. Very well, they felt offended. After a short while, the myriad thunders and flames disappeared. Around Irvin's body, strange runes flickered, chaotic energy spreading out, suppressing the universe, making him peerlessly invincible. Thunder and flame continued to burn outside his body. Since I grew weary of seeking, I have learned to hit upon everything at once. Since a gust of wind came against me, I have learned to withstand winds from all directions, navigating the boat forth. Note, the ending line is metaphorical, suggesting resilience and mastery. Chapter 494. 10,000 tribulations upon his body, breaking through limits. At this moment, Irvin seemed like a god of war, exuding the power of the great Tao with every movement, unmatched in the world. Outside his body, divine light radiated and runes swirled as if he were a supreme deity. The white robe, flickering with the burning heaven flames and 10,000 thunderbolts, had been torn apart into nothingness. Irvin stood bare-chested, gripping the Huang Clinton divine halberd, with a massive halo behind him. Before him, the illusions of the 10 ancient fierce beasts all materialized. But now, they all knelt before Irvin, trembling, as if he were the legendary lord of all beasts, controlling everything. Seeing this, Danny also felt immense pressure. The might Irvin exerted was multiplied, incredibly terrifying. Now, standing before Irvin, he probably wouldn't last a single move. No, not even one. In the past, dealing with him, Irvin played with him like an old man teasing a child. Now, just a slight touch from Irvin would crush him under overwhelming pressure. The other young sovereigns felt similar pressures. Facing Irvin, they seemed like children. Indeed, having lived 2 lifetimes, and with the system's advantage, Irvin started far ahead of them. That's why despite Brant being of the same era as Irvin, he could now be trampled by anyone. Ying, Irvin remained invincible through eternity, even revered as an eternal myth. Others started at the beginning, while Irvin was born at the end. Plus, with the protection of his divine Emperor Miles and Holy Master Mother, his buffs were stacked to the max. Right then, the heavenly scripture of the corporeal in Irvin's mind shone brightly again, runes crisscrossing, enveloped in divine light. Could it be? I haven't succeeded yet? Truly deserving of its name, even a young genius with a super constitution needs tens of thousands of years to grasp it. But what does it matter? Since it has been obtained, it is destined to be mastered by me, Irvin. Irvin gave a cold laugh, endowed with transcendent enlightenment. If he couldn't reach the first level on the first try, how could he justify his perfect chaotic body and heterochromia? Immediately, he sat cross-legged, hovering in midair, his whole body shimmering with divine light. What the heck, it's not over yet? Does it mean that after undergoing the transformation with the burning heaven flames and 10,000 thunderbolts, Irvin still hasn't completed the first level of the heavenly scripture of the corporeal? If reaching such a degree still doesn't count as completing the first level, that's just too absurd. The Zachariah and the Grey Wolf Jethro exclaimed, inwardly astonished, eyes wide with disbelief. To them, Irvin had just reached peak combat strength, leading them to believe naturally that he must have already succeeded at the first level. Little did they know, there was more to come. Suddenly, the void cracked open, and several lines of golden characters appeared, glowing brilliantly. Irvin breaks records, being the fastest cultivator from ancient times to the present. Successful cultivation to the first level directly earns 5 keys. When the young sovereigns saw these words, they were stunned, shouting in shock. What the heck? This is too absurd. Irvin hasn't succeeded yet. If we got the heavenly scripture of the corporeal, we wouldn't be able to succeed either. Don't think too much. You can't get the heavenly scripture of the corporeal. The Zacharias shouted in surprise. But the gray wolf Jethro cruelly burst his bubble. The Zacharias' face fell, looking somewhat embarrassed. Meanwhile, Irvin, sitting cross-legged in the air, saw an ocean of spiritual energy surging towards him, rushing into his body frantically. After being baptized by the burning heaven flames and 10,000 thunderbolts, his body was crystal clear like jade, incredibly strong. Irvin roared lowly, emitting mighty power, his aura towering high. An ancient presence surged, causing the other young sovereigns to tremble internally with fear. Another supreme divine might emanated, intimidating all directions. Is Irvin cultivating right now? Damn, he's using us as stepping stones, Brant said angrily, flames raging in his eyes. Once again, he was overwhelmed by the pressure, kneeling where he stood. Now, he couldn't withstand Irvin's pressure and was crushed directly. How infuriating, even with the Dragon King blood and innate dragon bone, it's useless. How could his strength be so overwhelming that even his pressure can't be resisted? Brant deeply regretted it. At this moment, he only wanted to quickly return outside the Supreme Hall and never travel with Irvin again. Each time near Irvin brought only bad things, being mercilessly crushed and losing face in front of other top geniuses. What height will he reach when his strength further improves? Carly barely managed to resist the pressure, raising her head to look at Irvin. He always shone brightly, always outstanding among people. And herself, despite possessing nearly Phoenix ancestor blood and being a burning heaven-sacred body, was only ninth on the hidden dragon list, far behind Irvin. On the void above, Irvin sat cross-legged, emitting divine might. Suddenly, lightning, fire, and massive rocks rolled down from the space above, carrying boundless divine powers like an ancient divine mountain crashing down. Like meteors, Irvin couldn't resist, only staying seated to endure corporeal tempering. The complete chaotic body emitted chaotic chi, with Irvin's body constantly being destroyed and instantly restored. Continuously being destroyed and restored, breaking and rebuilding, embracing death to gain life. Moments later, a new tribulation descended, striking Irvin's body. What the heck? This kind of tribulation completely destroys. Ewing's, it even contains destruction laws, annihilating everything. Irvin's recovery ability is astonishing. Such a great tribulation would obliterate anything it hits. Max and Qin Clinton on Long were shocked. Even though Qin Clinton on Long had the yin-yang black dragon body, facing this tribulation, he dared not resist. He didn't even dare to test it, fearing that a misstep would send a bolt of lightning his way, instantly vaporizing him. Facing the boundless, surging 10,000 tribulations, Irvin showed no fear. With supreme divine might, even as his body was continuously destroyed, it instantly recovered. Finally, after enduring the myriad tribulations, Irvin absorbed all the mysterious symbols emitted by the heavenly scripture of the corporeal within his mind. One punch breaks all methods. Irvin let out a light cry, his body becoming invincible, like fine jade. A single punch gathered momentum. In an instant, the sun, moon, stars reversed, and all things were destroyed. A punch unleashed, enveloped in chaotic force, possessed unparalleled power. Instantly, this space trembled, unbelievable. This was inside the Supreme Hall. The first level of the heavenly scripture of the corporeal, completed already? The first person in history, surpassing countless human ancestors. Originally the top of the eternal corporeal list, now even Incarnell might receive a couple of slaps. Chapter 495. Obtaining the keys, the Bronze Grand Hall. Irvin surveyed his surroundings with an air of supreme confidence. The punch he had just unleashed was a display of unmatched power, and this was achieved without invoking the full might of his perfected chaos body, relying solely on the sheer physical strength of his flesh body, which had reached such a terrifying level. Even the space within the Supreme Hall seemed affected. The ground trembled, and it felt as though the sun and moon were about to reverse their course. After reaching the first layer of the flesh body heavenly scripture, Irvin realized just how formidable these 9 great scriptures truly were, surpassing all worldly comprehension. It was no wonder that throughout history, countless prodigies dreamed of obtaining them, yearning for them intensely, going to any lengths to find them. Unfortunately, opportunities depended on fate. After cultivating to the first layer of the flesh body heavenly scripture, Irvin felt as if he had undergone a metamorphosis. His flesh became luminous and white as jade, doubling in strength compared to before. At this moment, subduing anyone of the same realm with just a breath felt incredibly easy. Even against the ancient emperors who once required him to fight with all his might, Irvin could now face them without the arduous struggle he experienced before. This was only the first layer. Imagine what he could achieve if he cultivated to the second or third layer, pushing the flesh body heavenly scripture to its limits. The potential growth was almost unimaginable. Irvin was eagerly looking forward to it. Moreover, he set himself a new goal, to gather all 9 great scriptures. If other prodigies found out about this, no, even the masters of holy lands and sect leaders would be stunned and refuse to believe it. Did Irvin not know what it meant to collect all 9 scriptures? Throughout the ages, being able to obtain even one of the 9 scriptures warranted admiration and praise, recognizing the person as someone blessed with immense fortune. Securing 2 scriptures would undoubtedly make one an extraordinary hero, capable of suppressing all enemies and achieving unparalleled greatness, destined to be celebrated and remembered by future generations. One would at least become an elite in the divine realm. More so, throughout history, only one prodigy managed to find 2 scriptures, setting the highest record. In other words, no transcendent genius had ever found more than 2 scriptures. It seemed like a fantasy. Yoinked, Irvin aimed to collect all 9 scriptures at once. Even Bogdan would not dare to make such a claim. As Irvin finished his cultivation, the aura of the other prodigies dissipated. Congratulations to the young master of the Ying family for advancing further, becoming invincible in the flesh and standing atop the eternal world. Qin Clinton on Long respectfully bowed. Although they were both supreme prodigies of the same generation, there was no need for such formalities. Ewing, this was also a way of showing goodwill, proving that he and the Hao Ran Dao sect harbored no ill intentions toward Irvin. Even in the future competition for supremacy, it would only be a contest of martial prowess. However, Sheen Clinton On Long and Max knew they were far from matching Irvin. They would need to wait until the ancient geniuses and taboo prodigies of Hao Ran Dao sect awoke from their slumber to have any chance, but even then, they wouldn't be certain. Otherwise, if those awakened ancient geniuses and taboo prodigies were easily subdued by Irvin, it would be utterly humiliating. Indeed, in our current realm, I fear no one can match you. In this era of fierce contention, when prodigies compete and sages vie for supremacy among myriad races, the situation for us modern-day prodigies will only grow more difficult after the ancient geniuses and taboo prodigies emerge. At that time, it is likely only you, Jethro Ewing, can turn the tide and prevent heaven from collapsing. Sammy approached, clasping his hands in reverence, having become Irvin's follower. He hoped to speak highly of Irvin before the higher-ups of the Northern Polar Sacred Land to ensure their allegiance to Irvin. As an immortal force, the Northern Polar Sacred Land should at least meet Irvin's expectations. Irvin accepted all this with composure. These young supreme beings usually carry themselves arrogantly, but in the face of overwhelming power, all that arrogance vanished. At that moment, space distorted, and 5 keys appeared, glowing brilliantly, landing in Irvin's hand. He now possessed at least 15 keys, far surpassing the young supreme beings present. If the immortal ancient world were to open, Irvin could lead at least 15 supreme geniuses from the eternal Ewing family or the eternal celestial court into the immortal ancient world to seek opportunities. The immortal ancient world was filled with endless opportunities, signaling the arrival of the golden era. Entering it could bring about a transformative boost. The true Supreme Hall has yet to fully manifest. That's where the true opportunities lie. Moreover, this Supreme Hall may contain even more keys to the immortal ancient world. Irvin explained that based on ancient records, the Supreme Hall usually contained 50 keys, but this time there were approximately 60 or more. This meant future competition in the immortal ancient world would be even fiercer. Additionally, native races within the immortal ancient world sought opportunities to emerge from it and participate in the Golden Era's competition in the eternal immortal realm. Let's go. The true Supreme Hall lies ahead, while this place is merely the site of opportunities. Irvin said, and as he spoke, space twisted, revealing a light gate that contained cosmic stars, celestial bodies, and the law of yin-yang. Vaguely, they saw a palace made of special materials, whose size was yet unknown. Irvin estimated that the bronze immortal palace would be as vast as a life-bearing ancient star. Other young prodigies, upon seeing the scene beyond the light gate, instantly realized it was the true Supreme Hall. The remaining 20 keys, along with the true grand opportunities and inheritances, might be hidden within. Even outside the Supreme Hall, possessing the flesh-body heavenly scripture was a significant opportunity in itself. What awaited inside the hall was unimaginable. Moreover, even if Irvin took the lion's share, they would be content with a small portion following him. Without hesitation, Irvin stepped through the light gate. Diego, Kayla, and the Reina quickly followed, fearful of missing out on any opportunities. The light flickered, and Irvin opened his eyes to find himself inside the immortal palace. Other young prodigies were teleported in as well. Holy shit, this is actually... Chapter 496, The Bronze Immortal Hall. This is the greatest opportunity. Irvin opened his eyes to a misty scene filled with ethereal energy and radiance, ancient inscriptions etched on stone walls shimmering under the light. An ancient aura washed over him, as if he had entered an ancient secret realm. The others also opened their eyes, expecting to be scattered once again, each seeking their own opportunities. Unexpectedly, they all appeared together in this grand bronze hall. These are runes from the Chaos Era, the Age of Primal Ancients, and the Mythic Era. Various era symbols are all here within this Bronze Immortal Hall. This means the Bronze Immortal Hall has at least existed through countless eras, eternal and ageless. This is the true appearance of the Supreme Hall. The young Supremes marveled. This was their first time exploring the interior of a Supreme Hall. The hall was vast and magnificent. Ancient inscriptions and divine spells were everywhere, extending endlessly despite being only one grand hall, leaving no clue where the exit might be. Even we have never reached such a place, the Jade Unicorn remarked, much to everyone's surprise. The Jade Unicorn was at the peak of the Sacred Emperor realm, nearly entering the Supreme Realm, yet in the Supreme Hall, he was merely a gatekeeper, never having entered the Bronze Immortal Hall. Thus, no one knew what opportunities lay hidden within the Bronze Immortal Hall, not even the Jade Unicorn. They would need to explore it themselves. Of course, while opportunities and legacies were important, the most critical thing was still the key to open the immortal primordial world. The Bronze Immortal Hall might contain earth-shattering treasures and legacies, but if any appeared, they would be Irvin's to claim. As for people like Carlos, they wouldn't entertain unrealistic dreams. They assumed Irvin wouldn't be too ruthless, especially since they had already received the Corporeal Heaven Book and the mysterious opportunities within the Bronze Immortal Hall. And he held at least 15 keys. How many keys had he obtained from Finian and Whitebone Jethro? As long as they didn't oppose Irvin, they would likely get some keys to open the immortal primordial world. Since that's the case, let's each seek our own opportunities. After all, in this Bronze Immortal Hall, no one knows what treasures lie hidden. With Irvin's order, the other supreme geniuses acted promptly, knowing that with Irvin present, no one dared act rashly. Irvin surveyed his surroundings. Restrictions and ancient runes shimmered, emitting an eternal and timeless aura. Since this was the end of the Supreme Hall, the remaining 20-odd keys must be hidden here. But Irvin, having his share of the rewards, intended to leave some for the other young geniuses, especially if the immortal primordial world were to open. It would be too boring with only his myriad ancient, heavenly court and myriad ancient Ewing family's young elites. With this thought, Irvin focused on finding treasures, or the mysterious legacy. Observing the ancient inscriptions on the stone walls, he felt a sense of mystery. Besides the inscriptions, there were restriction symbols and totems of ancient great beasts. Tinkling, congratulations, host. You've arrived at the end of the Supreme Hall, the place of greatest opportunity. The system's voice echoed in his mind, causing Irvin to pause. Dog system, how long have I been here? Your reaction is too slow, and you don't offer any insight, just a simple notification. Don't you owe me more details about this greatest opportunity? Host, please don't be impatient. I know you're eager, but please calm down. The system's voice sounded almost teasing, relishing his predicament. Host's enlightenment is unprecedented. Why not study these ancient inscriptions? You might gain extraordinary insights. In infinite enlightenment mode, even those cryptic ancient inscriptions can be deciphered. Irvin pondered the system's words and immediately sat cross-legged. On the walls of the bronze immortal hall, the mysterious ancient runes emitted divine light, shining brightly. They seemed alive, like playful spirits, rushing into Irvin's body one after another. Divine light enveloped Irvin, forming a spiraling chi vortex around him, drawing celestial energy from outside the hall, where star rivers inverted in the cosmic void, stars glowing brilliantly, and celestial energy flowing toward him. This scene instantly caught the attention of other supreme geniuses. This is enlightenment? Ingest, enlightenment in this place? What kind of freak can achieve enlightenment in the bronze immortal hall? Did he gain enlightenment by observing ancient runes? What nonsense! Those ancient inscriptions can't even be dated, yet Irvin understood them? This is outrageous. The value of the eternal mythology is evident. While we can't decipher the ancient inscriptions, he gains profound insights just by glancing. Sharing this era with such a freak is our misfortune. Carlos and Clark exclaimed in shock, clearly stunned by Irvin's abilities. Master is enlightened again? Through mere observation of ancient runes, he achieves instant enlightenment. Such insight is unparalleled, rare even across 10,000 years. Kayla and Reyna also noticed Irvin's state, surrounded by countless runes, sacred and sublime, with traces of Tao principles swirling around him. Enlightenment, for ordinary geniuses, or even those with exceptional physiques, was a rare opportunity. One moment of enlightenment could yield abundant gains, greatly aiding their path. Several supreme powers hidden within the bronze immortal hall also noticed this phenomenon. Ha ha ha, what a fine seed. Rare indeed across history. Remember, these ancient inscriptions are older than we are, involving secrets from before the ancient times, which even we can barely fathom. This boy achieved instant enlightenment by observing these runes. His comprehension is truly heaven-defying. And, did you sense the powerful bloodline force within him, stronger than the dragons and unicorns of the ancient era? It seems related to the supreme taboos. Chapter 497. Ancient Secret Techniques, 4 Ancient Taboos, and Enlightenment of Divine Abilities. Ewings, I feel it too. The bloodline aura within this young man is very familiar. If he really has connections to those ancient taboo powerhouses, we don't need to conceal it. We can cultivate good relations with him, and indirectly, owe a favor to those powerful beings from the past. Indeed, let's observe first. His performance outside the Bronze Immortal Hall has been observed by all of us. If it comes down to strength, even all the prodigies here combined might not be his match. It seems he also possesses the famed undefeatable mythic heterochromia, the one that opens heaven and earth, unbeaten in the world. The ancient powerhouses hidden in the void exchanged mental messages. Everything happening inside the Supreme Hall didn't escape their eyes. They had watched Irvin's battle with Alton on the Six-Path Heaven Road and marveled at his combat prowess, which was unprecedented. Alton was once a legendary martial deity, an elite in the divine realm who had defeated all opponents in his era and remained undefeated even among the outer chaotic worlds, commanding awe and respect. Even in the chaotic outer realms, Alton could intimidate countless lesser beings, causing numerous, undying royal families to tremble in fear at his name. However, as time passed, while still caring about the eternal immortal realm and myriad worlds, Alton established his own legacy in the chaotic outer realms. This was a secret few knew. Only some ancient divine powerhouses were aware of this fact. A prodigy like him should be unrivaled within his realm. Throughout history, few could stand against him. Fortunately, it was Irvin. Otherwise, other young supreme beings would have been crushed mercilessly. Even outsiders who forcibly suppressed their realms to enter the Supreme Hall, joining forces with 2 dark prodigies and dark sequence members from life prohibition areas, couldn't defeat Irvin. After subduing the Kent, Irvin didn't rest but quickly engaged 5 opponents, subduing them one by one. None of these ancient powerhouses believed they could achieve this feat when they were young. Despite their fame as invincible god emperors and elites in the divine realm, they admired Irvin's strength from the bottom of their hearts. It was surprising that the Kent, an ultimate bloodline of the Kirin race, willingly submitted to Irvin. Irvin was soon to reach the supreme realm, yet his mount was only at the sacred king stage, far from the sacred emperor level. Nevertheless, upon seeing the ancient inscriptions, he entered a state of enlightenment and would likely elevate his realm as well after mastering the ancient techniques. This youth's talent is boundless. Besides the heterochromia, he possesses a full body of immortal bones. Ewings, the runes manifested during his enlightenment, caught my attention. Wait, what did I just see? He actually has a whole body of immortal bones. Holy crap, old fellow. I thought you meant just one immortal bone. Who could imagine he had a whole body of them? These powerhouses conversed in the void, amazed that both heterochromia and immortal bones coexisted in this young man. No wonder he was unparalleled. He possessed 2 super constitutions. Either heterochromia or immortal bones alone would make someone supreme for an era. Having both was unimaginable. Historically, there was only 1 immortal bone per person, but Irvin had over 200, completely beyond their comprehension. These powerhouses, and the young supreme beings observing Irvin's enlightenment, found their views thoroughly shaken. Diego rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Damn, Irvin has a whole body of immortal bones. Immortal bones are supreme constitutions. Records show that even top prodigies usually have just one. Where did he get so many? No wonder we can't compete with Irvin. With his heterochromia and now, a full body of immortal bones, trying to contend with him would be suicidal. Diego felt on the verge of collapse, vowing to avoid Irvin in the future. Unable to challenge him or provoke him, he decided retreating was the best option. Others like Edmund and Chin Clinton on Long shared similar thoughts. However, individuals like the Dax and Wolf Jethro felt even more determined to follow Irvin if needed. Kayli was delighted, realizing her master possessed numerous hidden trump cards. Even having heterochromia and immortal bones wasn't enough to explain his mystique revealed in the hidden dragon list. There must be something even more shocking hidden within him. Seated in meditation, Irvin emitted radiant immortal light and an ancient aura. He was immersed in comprehending the ancient inscriptions on the walls of the bronze immortal hall, showing remarkable progress. Runes floated around him, illuminating everything, displaying immense power. The dense ancient symbols and runes seemed to be weaving an ancient spell. Irvin's presence grew increasingly formidable, surpassing everyone's imagination. Now, Irvin was already invincible in physical combat. After mastering these ancient inscriptions, he might become unbeatable in the world. At that point, even revived ancient anomalies and taboo prodigies would find themselves receiving a slap from Irvin and sent straight to the underworld if they dared oppose him. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder echoed throughout the space, as if an ancient ferocious beast was awakening, extremely powerful and tyrannical. Irvin's body shimmered with radiant immortal light, resembling a descending sun deity. Simultaneously, his cultivation level surged dramatically, defying everyone's expectations. It rose like a rocket, leaping miles in an instant. In no time, the structure of paragraphs and line breaks have been preserved to remain consistent with the original text. Chapter 498. Realm Breakthrough, directly to the Holy Emperor Domain. Great Destiny Art. In an instant, Irvin had completely shattered the shackles of his realm, breaking through to the terrifying Holy Emperor realm. At that moment, divine beings descended from the heavens, countless shadows of gods and demons abruptly appearing. Their divine might was vast and sweeping in all directions. Hum. A resonant hum echoed through this space, striking the ears with its deep vibrations, akin to an ancient divine bell being struck, heart-stirring and soul-shaking. Boundless pressure radiated out, overwhelming everything as if a deity had descended upon the world, pressing down so heavily that one could barely breathe. At this moment, Irvin's body became crystal clear, radiant and transparent, exuding a primordial and desolate aura reminiscent of Dawn God. Countless rays of seven-colored light shot out from his body, intertwining in the air, vast, dazzling, and brilliant, illuminating all directions like a rising sun. It seemed as though the very fabric of space trembled because of the extremity of Irvin's power. In a brief moment, time seemed to freeze, space cracked, and a fleeting instant felt as long as eternity. Everything solidified and then melted again. Misty clouds of immortal mist spread out, blending into the air, rolling like smoke and dust, resembling heavenly clouds enveloping this area. Irvin's figure was obscured by the mist, indistinct. Only rays of divine light penetrated the fog, dyeing the mist with vibrant hues, colorful and splendid. Everyone watching this scene had forgotten to breathe, eyes wide with shock, their gazes filled with endless astonishment. Danny stared agape, stunned, and said hesitantly, "Damn, Irvin has already broken through? The Holy Emperor realm is the pinnacle of existence, where one can even touch the threshold of supremacy, yet he breaks through as if it were effortless. For him, breaking through realms is as easy as eating or drinking water. No wonder he possesses a celestial bone. This talent is simply unparalleled." After witnessing Irvin's terrifying power once more, Danny was now utterly terrified. He silently decided that not only would he avoid Irvin, but also anything related to him from now on. Such an unrivaled genius should not be provoked. Such profound benefits from mere contemplation. This isn't just talent, it's monstrous. Chin Clinton and Long and others exclaimed in shock. Liza was overjoyed at this point. Her master was invincibly powerful, which made her feel both proud and helpless. With her eyebrows curved and lips smiling, she remarked, "Master's talent is truly unmatched throughout history, transcending the mundane, with depths unfathomable. Who knows what kind of earth-shattering miracles he will create in the future?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. It was as if she had already seen Irvin's brilliant future. Gifford and Songlong Leonardo were also incredibly moved, their reverence for Irvin reaching its peak. Their resolve to follow him was stronger than ever. Irvin was like the brightest star in the endless sky, his brilliance illuminating the world, his invincible aura godlike, overshadowing all else. At this moment, Irvin remained seated where he was, wrapped in an ethereal glow, his strength surging dramatically, emitting a heaven-defying aura. Ancient runes occasionally shimmered around him, golden light flashing, divine brilliance overflowing. In a single thought, he traversed the ancient cosmos, wandered in chaos, established the foundation of the universe, and crossed boundless space-time. With his eyes closed, Irvin's mind was immersed in a state of enlightenment. Surrounding holy inscriptions emitted waves of light, glowing brilliantly and surging powerfully. As his consciousness traveled, it seemed as if he entered a void, devoid of any other presence but himself. Just when he was bewildered and thought it was going to be an empty journey. Hum. The sound of the Tao suddenly reverberated, striking directly at his soul, echoing through his mind. Suddenly, the 3,000 great doctrines continuously flowed in this void, filling Irvin's soul. Since these were the ever-changing principles of the Tao, Irvin couldn't retain them but could only comprehend their essence and insights. Outside, everyone still fixed their gaze on Irvin. Seeing the increasingly grand and formidable phenomena surrounding Irvin, they couldn't help but be startled. Would Irvin gain something after breaking through his realm? SSS. They sucked in cold breaths, sighing involuntarily. Indeed, he was a supreme genius. Such talent truly surpassed all above, awe-inspiring and unrivaled. Liza's small face flushed red with excitement, her large, watery eyes fixed on Irvin's almost transcendent form. Unknowingly, much time passed before Irvin finally moved his brows slightly. Then, he opened his eyes, beams of golden divine light shooting out, piercing through the thick, immortal mist. Irvin had gained significantly from this enlightenment. During his epiphany, he comprehended an ancient secret technique, even a forbidden art. Its power was exceedingly terrifying and immensely potent. It was called the Great Destiny Art. This technique involved the power of Tao principles, enabling one to predict the development of others, or even one's own destiny, allowing foresight into the future and pre-knowledge of everything. Such ability was already shocking and sensational. But this technique had even more divine capabilities. That was, upon mastering it, one could control destiny and manipulate life itself. In other words, after mastering it, he could easily determine someone's entire life, deciding their fate exactly as he wished, making it so without fail. Even if death ordained it at the third watch, he could make death end it at the second watch. Any secret technique involving the principles of the Tao was extremely terrifying. The Great Destiny Art was undoubtedly among the most outstanding of such techniques. Possessing this divine art, Irvin could already dominate the world, his power shaking all directions. Now, no matter how mighty a genius or exceptional prodigy stood before him, they would be like fleeting clouds and could be destroyed with a snap of his fingers. Hidden in the void, the forbidden powerhouses were thoroughly stupefied, exchanging thoughts telepathically. This talent is comparable to that of deities. That's right, breaking through realms is child's play for him. The title prodigy is beneath him. Absolutely, with his celestial eyes and a body of celestial bones, combined with this godlike cultivation talent, compared to him, other geniuses are merely things under his control, to be trampled at will. What young supreme, what outstanding talent. None of them can compare to a hair of Irvin. In their exchange, a forbidden powerhouse suddenly recalled something unusual about Irvin earlier. Moreover, while breaking through his realm, it seems he can also enter enlightenment. Looking at him, he seems to have grasped some incredible forbidden technique. This statement ignited the virtual world like a lit fuse. I think I can faintly sense the aura of Tao principles. Could this child have comprehended a Tao-level forbidden technique? If he indeed touched upon the Tao, that would be extraordinarily outrageous. This child's talent is probably far more terrifying and extreme than we imagined. Even through their mental exchanges, their amazement and admiration were boundless. Irvin's talent and power were far beyond those of his peers, surpassing the mortal realm, approaching the divinity of immortals and gods. Chapter 499. The Forbidden Test, Irvin's Intervention, in the Grand Destiny Spell. In the void, ripples continued to spread as discussions about Irvin had yet to cease. Several forbidden strength holders remained in shock. This kind of transcendent talent is truly terrifying beyond comprehension. Divine law spells are not something ordinary geniuses can achieve. Irvin's talent has surpassed the extraordinary, reaching a deeper level, one commented. That's right, these are law-level spells. Even the weakest law is still supreme. To have ascended to Sacred Emperor at this age is no simple feat either. It seems he truly possesses unparalleled talent and exceptional power. At this moment, after some deliberation, a forbidden strength holder proposed an idea. Why don't we test Irvin now to see if he is as powerful as we imagine, and also to observe the might of that forbidden law spell. Once he passes the test, we can awaken the true inheritance of the Supreme Hall and let him compete. This suggestion caused the other forbidden strength holders to ponder deeply. Eventually, everyone agreed. Irvin's invincible talent is completely trustworthy. I believe it is entirely reasonable. I agree as well. He has already reached this level. His future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Granting him the true inheritance would be fitting. Haha, his talent might be hard to find even among the immortal royal clans. I agree too. To reach the realm of Sacred Emperor at this age was already extraordinary. Now, having comprehended a forbidden law spell, Irvin was indeed an exceedingly brilliant figure among the eternal prodigies. After thoughtful consideration, a forbidden strength holder calmly stated, I think this trial should neither be too difficult nor too easy. Selecting a dark creature with appropriate strength would be most suitable. As soon as these words were spoken, someone else added, among them, the one who can best inspire Irvin's potential is likely him. I'll release him shortly to serve as the examiner for confronting Irvin. At this moment, a radiant light enveloped Irvin, divine radiance spreading outwards, celestial beams covering all directions. A slight smirk curved his lips, indicating a clearly pleased mood. Understanding this forbidden secret technique meant he could confidently stride through the world, laying another brick on his path to invincibility. Meanwhile, others remained stunned by Irvin's extraordinary talent, frozen in awe. When they finally came back to their senses, most of the unusual phenomena surrounding Irvin had dissipated. In their eyes, only his confident smile remained. Suddenly, the environment drastically changed. A dark mist surged through the space, pitch black like the abyss or a deep pool, reminiscent of a black hole from the infinite starry sky capable of swallowing everything. Soon after, the black mist dissipated, leaving behind a dark creature standing almost 10 feet tall. The creature emitted an overwhelming aura, sweeping across the heavens and earth, suffocating everyone present. What is this? Danny spoke first, his eyes filled with endless terror. This presence was too horrifying, far exceeding nearly everyone present, as if ready to suppress everything. Clearly coming with ill intent, it felt ready to strike at any moment. If it unleashed its full power, annihilating them would require minimal effort. Trisha's legs shook, fear clouding her gaze. Others realized the dark creature's immense power, emitting a fearful aura and hateful visage. Suddenly, the dark creature spoke, its tone thick with murderous intent. My name is James. I enjoy reaping lives. Might I ask if you can satisfy my little hobby? Though phrased politely, anyone sensible knew his true intentions. Everyone panicked, seemingly left with no choice but to give their all in response. Without exchanging words, they knew what to do. Danny exchanged glances with others and made the first move. His right fist transformed into a golden dragon, glowing with boundless divine light, speeding towards the dark creature with formidable force. Instantly, the void tore apart with loud whispers. Trisha, not lagging behind, transformed into a 5-clawed black dragon enveloped in silver brilliance, unleashing divine fire toward James. The rest reacted swiftly, each deploying their strongest moves. Defeating this powerful entity was necessary for survival. However, their attacks seemed ineffective against James. Standing unmoved, he easily withstood all assaults. With a casual wave of his arm, everyone was violently thrown to the ground, coughing blood and grievously injured. Danny stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "No, this James is too strong. We can't match him. It seems we're really going to die here." His face showed profound despair. Right then, a calm voice resonated through everyone's ears. "Haha, interesting. So, it's this level of existence, huh?" Irvin slowly approached James, a faint smile playing on his lips. There was no trace of fear in his eyes, only satisfaction, as if appreciating the creature's strength. His gaze shone with rays of light, suggesting he had found a fitting toy to play with. James smiled mockingly upon hearing this. "You are indeed different and quite interesting, but ultimately too weak and extremely arrogant. If you're going to fight, do it. I dislike those who only boast." Irvin grinned wider. "Ha ha, very well, then let me try." As he spoke, threads of Tao essence and divine light flickered in his eyes. Endless forces of destiny emerged within his gaze, reflecting countless fates. Indeed, he activated the Grand Destiny spell. This usage aimed to test the incredible power of this forbidden divine technique. Chapter 500. The elimination of the Chris, and the appearance of the hidden figure. The Grand Destiny art was unleashed, and in an instant, the sun and moon seemed to shift. All things toppled over. The heavens drastically changed, and this space appeared as if it were shattering into non-existence. The Grand Destiny art is one of the 3,000 supreme forbidden arts, containing infinite mysteries. It might even date back to the era before ancient times. This world possesses 7 supreme grand laws. Time reigns supreme, space commands respect, fate remains unseen, causality is emperor, the path of power destroys everything, reincarnation is paramount, and darkness stands incomparably high. Mastery of the Grand Destiny art is equivalent to controlling one of these supreme grand laws. But the Grand Destiny art he comprehended was merely scratching the surface. This level of subtlety was beyond his current capability to control. Therefore, he could only delve into some of the most basic aspects of Destiny art. However, it was more than enough to deal with the Chris. He had confidence. Perhaps figures like Diego and Kayla, when facing the Chris, would not have a fighting chance and could be ruthlessly crushed. But who was he? As he deployed the art of destiny, the Chris froze in place, countless threads entangling him as the void shattered, and vast chaos revolved. The Chris inexplicably felt as if his body were about to be severed, enduring immense pain. He was thrown backward, spitting out blood violently. Irvin then shook his hand. Even the most basic destiny art required considerable effort to deploy. It became clear that he needed more practice. Even though he was a formidable being, now at the Holy Emperor realm, he still felt exhausted. It seemed that supreme arts like the Grand Destiny art could only be effortlessly wielded after crossing into the divine realm. At this moment, the Chris stood up again, looking at the youth before him with newfound caution. That single move had made him feel an overwhelming threat. It was as if it could obliterate him entirely from the annals of history, erasing every trace of his existence. For a brief moment, it seemed his fate line was about to be severed. But he only suffered grave injuries, his body shattered, his soul shaken. Then, he noticed that the young prodigy before him also seemed somewhat exhausted and felt a sudden surge of satisfaction. Irvin, however, sneered. He could fully unleash a stronger tree of destiny to sever his fate and completely eliminate the Chris. Winked in that instant. He sensed that the Chris was merely summoned forth. In this true supreme palace, the Bronze Immortal Hall, there was a hidden figure behind it all. And this Chris was just a test for the present young Supremes. If they couldn't even handle the Chris, they naturally wouldn't qualify to touch the true opportunities within the Bronze Immortal Hall. Those around Irvin watched this scene with bated breath and shock. Earlier, super geniuses like Diego had already clashed with the Chris. The combat prowess of the Chris had stunned many young Supremes. It could crush them effortlessly. But Irvin managed to force him back with just one move, showcasing his terrifying power. Kayla was especially shocked. Her master's strength far exceeded her imagination. Even with her activated bloodline, she could barely catch a glimpse of his back, realizing she needed to strive harder in the future. Apart from returning to the ancient Azure Dragon clan to receive the legacies of the ancient era, she must often visit the myriad Ian's Ying family, seeking fortune through her master. Brant clenched her fists, recalling how she once rivaled Irvin. But now, roles had reversed. He had become a myth and taboo of myriad Ians, while she had gone from a renowned young supreme to a common genius that anyone could step on. At this moment, the seed of becoming stronger took root in her heart. Even if she couldn't match Irvin's status as a myth of myriad Ians, she had to at least not fall behind those ancient freaks waking up soon, or she would become a stepping stone in this fiercely competitive era. Irvin didn't waste words, taking a step forward and unleashing a punch, testing sheer physical strength. The Chris roared, emitting vast dark divine power that seemed to destroy all. Their clash resounded with thunderous booms, as if the sky itself was collapsing. To everyone's astonishment, the Chris was pushed back, his body tingling, arms trembling with cracks appearing like glass about to shatter. Irvin delivered another powerful punch, releasing boundless chaotic energy. The Chris was hurled backward again, smashing into the wall and coughing up blood. He stared at Irvin in disbelief, unable to accept that this young prodigy's combat power was so overwhelming, far surpassing his league. Combined, the rest of the young Supremes present probably wouldn't be a match for him. Cornered, the Chris roared again, burning his dark energy, black mist emanating from his body enveloping this space in mystery. Other young geniuses couldn't even see his silhouette. Hiding in darkness, he aimed to strike decisively from the shadows. Be careful, Irvin. Cora Phoenix couldn't help but warn him, deeply concerned. She always felt an uncontrollable worry whenever Irvin faced danger, with his image, clad in white, ethereal like a celestial, constantly floating in her mind. Suddenly, Irvin stomped lightly, his pupils emitting divine light as mysterious runes activated, projecting images of gods and devils falling and numerous sages shedding blood. His gaze pierced through endless voids, perceiving all chaos and nothingness. With double pupils. Indeed, with double pupils opening heaven and earth, no defeat is ever known. Once double pupils are revealed, all demons and spirits cannot hide from his eyes. Divine light scattered, dispelling the black mist, and the runes swirling showed Irvin instantly spotting the Chris's hiding place. Sending you to hell. With a roar, Irvin's power of double pupils activated. This space turned into an alternate world where stars and planets emerged, leaving the Chris no place to hide. Fingers glowing with divine light, infinite divine power blasted down like an ancient mountain piercing the heavens, sweeping across tens of thousands of miles of void, seemingly about to shatter it. The divine light penetrated through the Chris's body. Irvin's eyes emitted a godly radiance as the Chris's divine soul shattered, his body reduced to nothingness, vanishing completely. The universe and stars faded away, leaving Irvin standing firm amidst the heavens, undefeated, resembling an immortal god. He gazed towards a particular point in the void and loudly proclaimed, "Seniors, need you hide no longer? You've watched for long enough. Won't you show yourselves?" Irvin chuckled, causing several young geniuses to exchange glances, wondering if there were indeed hidden powers observing them within the Bronze Immortal Hall. Chapter 501. The Five Supreme Beings, Protectors of the Immortal Hall, approaching infinitely. As Irvin's words echoed, the several forbidden entities in the void exchanged glances. Even their summoned Shadow Flow Draper had been eliminated by this peerless genius. Now, according to custom, they should appear and meet these young ones. It was essential to investigate the backgrounds of these young geniuses before letting them vie for the greatest opportunity. Without a doubt, Irvin was the one they favored most. His battle with the Alton had even alarmed the strong beings in the River of Time. Then he tamed the Jade Kylan, obtained the Flesh Body Heavenly Book, and finally defeated the Shadow Flow Draper after many trials. His strength was unquestionable. His background remained a mystery. They sensed an ancient forbidden aura. Could he really be a descendant of that family? If so, they needed to treat him well, lest they suffer consequences. The young Supreme Beings were also puzzled, realizing their every move since entering the Supreme Hall had been observed. Arriving at the Bronze Immortal Hall offered no secrecy. It was unknown whether the person behind the scenes would appear. Ultimately, the void distorted, the starry sky collapsed, and 5 figures emerged from the twisted space. They varied greatly. One was an old man with a cane, another an enchanting beauty, one a heavily armored warrior wielding a giant sword, and yet another a diminutive child brimming with potent divine power. Irvin's brows furrowed slightly but still greeted them respectfully without bowing. "Greetings, senior experts." Diego, Justino, and others followed suit and bowed. Junior pays respects to the senior experts. "May I ask if this Bronze Immortal Hall is the final place of the Supreme Hall?" Irvin asked directly. Indeed, the Bronze Immortal Hall is the final destination of the Supreme Hall, as well as its greatest opportunity throughout history, explained the elder patiently. The Kylie cast a flirtatious glance, her slender figure and jade-like skin catching everyone's attention as she came up to Irvin and lifted his chin. "Little brother, your sister sees great potential in you. And little brother, your sister can tell you that if you gain the ultimate opportunity, even the ancient anomalies and forbidden geniuses will be beneath your feet when the golden era dawns," she added. Irvin smiled. So all those tests beforehand were to screen the final contenders? Irvin realized this, but he was curious about the identities of these 5 individuals. He could sense that each was an outstanding figure in the divine realm, perhaps even Joab level. But why guard the Bronze Immortal Hall and its ultimate opportunity here in the Supreme Hall? "Our group may have long disappeared from historical records," the elder replied, gently stroking his beard. "Thanks to a forbidden powerhouse's benevolence, we survived the world-ending battle. To repay his kindness, we agreed to protect this hall for countless years until its true master arrives. The Supreme Hall has opened in past eras, but few have reached the Bronze Immortal Hall. No one has ever gained the ultimate opportunity. This batch of young talents is the most extraordinary in countless years, with you being the true eternal genius among them. Without you, the other young geniuses might not have entered the Bronze Immortal Hall easily." Irvin nodded. Indeed, without Irvin, they wouldn't even have seen the true face of the Supreme Hall, let alone delve into ancient runes or comprehend the grand path. "So, what exactly is the greatest opportunity, and how do we obtain it?" Irvin asked, having already gained much, such as the Jade Kylan and mastering the great destiny art and flesh body Heavenly Book. But compared to the Supreme Hall's ultimate opportunity, these seemed insufficient. After obtaining the greatest prize, leaving some rewards for Brant, and others wouldn't be bad. The mysterious elder laughed freely. "To be honest, the greatest opportunity lies right beneath your feet, the Bronze Immortal Hall itself. And we are its guardians. This hall is a Joab artifact, nearly surpassing even the realm of a Joab's tool. It once belonged to an incomparable forbidden empress who has vanished for countless years. Out of gratitude, we've guarded it here. Unfortunately, over countless eras, few have come close, let alone achieved the ultimate reward." Irvin nodded, understanding the deeper secrets involved. The mysterious elder spoke of a world-ending war involving chaos beyond the cosmos and dark entities, events unrecorded in ancient texts. Perhaps such history was erased from time itself. And this bronze immortal hall, almost reaching the realm of a Joab artifact, could become a powerful asset if he obtained it. Combined with the 5 divine swords, the primordial divine halberd, and now the bronze immortal hall, these ancient divine weapons could crush ancient anomalies. So, how do I acquire the bronze immortal hall? Young man, don't rush. The bronze immortal hall is more than just a Joab weapon. It contains the legacy of the incomparable empress. Obtaining it won't be easy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained here for ages. The first requirement is to decide the strongest among the young supremes entering the hall. Only the strongest can proceed to further trials and ultimately claim the bronze immortal hall. Chapter 502. Entering the Chaos Pearl, reversing heaven's course, and mastering the law of all realms. As the mysterious elder's words echoed, he seemed to remember something and hurriedly added. If the most powerful young supreme gets the bronze immortal hall and later achieves a realm above supreme, they can gradually unlock various divine techniques and spells within the bronze immortal hall for their own use. And we 5 will continue to guard the bronze immortal hall, becoming followers of that young supreme. The alluring Cecilia smiled faintly, her gaze infinitely bewitching, like an incarnation of a celestial fox. This bronze immortal hall is an emperor-level weapon almost comparable to a divine imperial weapon. If obtained, it greatly boosts combat power. Dominating at the same realm becomes as easy as breathing. If it indeed contains the inheritance and divine arts of some forbidden powerhouse, as the old man says, even in this brilliant age of outstanding geniuses, one can still rise against the heavens and vie with those forbidden elites. Dragonbond spoke, his eyes emitting divine light, with runes swirling around his body, his combat power immense, already showing interest in vying for the bronze immortal hall. Megan lowered her head. She was undoubtedly among the weakest of these young supremes, completely unqualified to compete. Laurel and Alia exchanged glances, then shook their heads. Even if they wanted to contend, compared to Irvin, the gap in strength was too vast. There was no hope of winning. It would be better to concede rather than get thrashed. I withdraw. There's no need to compete for the title of the strongest genius. Ewings, if Irvin weren't here, it might be playable, but with him, we are like fireflies compared to the moon or roadside grass compared to a heavenly dragon. There's no chance of victory. The Arrigo, Leonardo Greywolf, Ellie from Dawa's School of Righteousness, and others were quite perceptive and immediately withdrew without confronting Irvin. Challenging Irvin had always ended poorly, with their graves long overgrown. Rather than being beaten, it was wiser to yield gracefully. After Irvin inherited the bronze immortal hall and acquired this peak emperor weapon, they could obtain a few keys for themselves, which would count as a mission accomplished for their factions. When Irvin's gaze swept across the scene, all the young supremes lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. So, the qualification for the strongest genius falls on me. Who agrees? Who opposes? Irvin stood with hands behind his back, extremely confident, leaving other young geniuses silent. The 5 mysterious experts watching this scene were also surprised. It was hard to imagine that Irvin's influence was so great, even making young supremes hesitant to challenge him. In terms of Dao hearts, they were already inferior. Had these young supremes known what these experts thought, they would have likely cursed loudly. Fine. You're awesome. You're powerful. Why don't you try battling someone of the same realm? Watching Irvin break your teeth wouldn't be fun either. Haha, it's good this way, saving us much time. Let's proceed directly to the second test. The elder took out a pearl enveloped in Dao aura, immensely mysterious and ancient, radiating a sense of antiquity. As you see, this is the forbidden core's pearl left for us, named the Chaos Pearl, and it is the final assessment. Empty your consciousness and enter the Chaos Pearl to communicate across boundless time and eons with the forbidden Korra who participated in the world-ending wars. If you gain her approval, you can resonate with the bronze immortal hall and receive its recognition, thereby becoming its master. Irvin closed his eyes, emptying his mind. Instantly, his soul seemed to depart from his body and entered the Chaos Pearl. With the birth of myriad things and the cycle of days and nights, upon opening his eyes again, eons had passed. He found himself amidst a cosmic starry sky. Beneath his feet, countless life-bearing stars orbited, while stellar rivers stretched overhead, casting down stellar light, making him feel like the sovereign of the 9 heavens. Irvin tried to alter the trajectory of the stars, and sure enough, they began moving according to his will. This is, more curious, Irvin attempted to change the laws governing the cosmos based on his will. But soon, the altered stars started decaying, life fading, seeming to vanish. Indeed, under Irvin's watchful eye, the life-bearing ancient star he altered exploded into fragments, disappearing into the void. Everything seemed ready to collapse, with nothing left of the collapsed ancient star. Irvin knew he was within the Chaos Pearl, and everything was illusory. But, it felt like it was conveying a message. This stirred Irvin's competitive spirit. Why shouldn't he succeed? He must control the laws of the universe, acting like a creator, ensuring the galaxy's stability and growth. Determined, Irvin tried again, but results remained the same. Any celestial body whose laws he altered ultimately met its doom. New stars emerged, offering Irvin another attempt. Gradually, Irvin became impatient, furrowing his brow, worsening the effect. His initial ideas and flashes of inspiration faded away. With Irvin's mood turning irritable, the entire space fell into chaos. Stars trembled and exploded. This made Irvin even more frustrated, causing countless stars to perish with every hand gesture. Finally, after total devastation, no new stars revived. This space turned pitch black and chaotic. Irvin's eyes flickered, unable to find the earlier cycles of star movements, life renewal. Forcibly changing the laws of all realms truly doesn't work. But, isn't this going against the natural order? But I, Irvin, am born to defy fate and won't accept failure. I can surely alter the universal law. Irvin reflected briefly, then slowly opened his eyes, activating his dual pupil power, his bones shimmering with divine brilliance. He analyzed his mistakes while seeking opportunities to alter the development rules of the universe. Imposing changes based purely on personal will only lead to destruction. What he needed was to create a law that harmonized with the universe's evolution. With this realization, Irvin's eyes lit up, exuding a vibrant life force. Amidst nothingness, a brand new planet emerged. Chapter 503, Creation and Destruction, New Enlightenment. Within the chaotic pearl, Irvin's comprehension surpassed all boundaries as he continuously simulated the natural laws governing the growth of all things. The universe was born, stars shone brightly, and divine light enveloped everything. Soon, dozens of stars appeared, illuminating the entire space. The void that had previously been nothingness was once again lit up. Irvin's eyes gleamed with hope. He calmed his mind and continued simulating. Moments later, more stars emerged in the sky, their light piercing through the vastness. Focusing intently, Irvin manipulated these stars to converge into a river of stars that began to rotate in the heavens. Initially, the dozens of stars repelled each other, but Irvin remained calm and tried to grasp the natural rotation laws of each star, integrating them harmoniously. Before long, a grand celestial river lit up the sky. At the instant this grand river appeared, countless stars were born far away. Indeed, only by following the path can one ultimately break free from tradition and create one's own unique Tao. To use the methods of those before me to create my own Tao. Irvin's eyes flashed. It seemed he had gained some enlightenment. A divine light radiated from his body as the power of the great Tao surged out. In moments, another timeless stellar river appeared beneath the grand river, shining together in harmony, ancient life-bearing stars constantly emerging, operating according to Irvin's predetermined rules. But all things in the world, like the cycles of day and night, have birth and destruction. Among these life-bearing stars, countless lives and various fierce beasts emerged over time. Time created them, but it also destroyed them. As time passed and the ages changed, the lives on those stars would eventually vanish. With the demise of old lives, new ones would emerge, repeating endlessly. In the new lives, the bloodline of past lives was passed down from generation to generation. Irvin immediately sat cross-legged amidst the stellar river, his gaze sharp as he observed the development of life and the operation of the cosmos, trying to release chaotic energy in harmony with it. Indeed, Irvin felt as if he had merged with the universe, becoming its sovereign. Flowers bloomed and withered. All things perished, all within his single thought. He felt like the bearer of the Tao. Suddenly, Irvin opened his eyes, a brilliant divine light flashing around him. Order chains appeared, mysterious runes merging into his body. Sitting still, he activated the Chaos Emmanuel technique, his white robe flowing like a celestial being. At this moment, he seemed like the supreme ruler of chaos, controlling everything. The might of the Holy Emperor realm was evident, yet with his contemplation, the power of the great Tao flowed, bringing about a breakthrough, directly entering the seventh heaven of the Holy Emperor realm. This was unprecedented. No one before or after could match such an achievement. The Holy Emperor realm was close to supreme sovereignhood, the pinnacle of the human domain. Irvin achieved such astonishing progress. Even the forbidden powerhouse hidden in the boundless dark void marveled. This boy's talent is terrifying. Throughout eternity, there has never been someone so dazzlingly talented. Indeed, this is a glorious era since the age of ancient antiquity. After prosperity comes destruction. I hope that in the prime of the myriad worlds, a savior will appear. By simulating creation and destruction, Irvin gained a new understanding of time, space, fate, and causality, attempting to uncover their essence. The supreme law-level, forbidden technique of Grand Destiny he had just comprehended quietly activated. Numerous abilities of the Grand Destiny technique were now understood by Irvin. Though the truly forbidden aspects of fate remained elusive, with these abilities, he could still overshadow many. Irvin ceased cultivation and opened his eyes again to see a scene of flourishing peace. Stars stood tall, emitting light, spiritual chi ascending, and new laws governed this space, where birth and destruction coexisted under the great Tao he created. So, this is what it means to be a creator lord. Irvin spread his palm, life energy emanating from it as a star was born in his hand. This was the role of a creator lord. However, this space operated according to Irvin's will because everything here was created by him. If he desired destruction, merely a thought would make all paths vanish into emptiness. Suddenly, Irvin's eyes opened wide as if he had a revelation. If he could create his own world in a space while at the Holy Emperor realm, making all things revolve around him and naming the space accordingly, then where did the eternal immortal realm come from? Where did the myriad worlds originate? Could they also be mere games of an invincible powerhouse? Irvin seemed to discover something significant, but he shook his head, not dwelling on it. Even if he uncovered the secrets behind it, they were too distant for him. At least, reaching the divine domain might allow him to understand more. At this moment, the strong figure hidden in the depths of the void had a flicker in his eyes. The space around Irvin twisted, collapsing into a black hole, within which a Cecilia slowly appeared, meeting Irvin's gaze. Congratulations, young man of the future, you have understood the origin of the laws. Chapter 504, A Dialogue Across Endless Ages. In the void, a lingering voice resonated, causing Irvin to abruptly open his eyes, the divine light in his pupils piercing through boundless space. Indeed, it is so. To gain approval within this primal chaos pearl, you must appear. Irvin's lips curled slightly. He already knew that by evolving the myriad worlds and manifesting the grand laws, he had enhanced his great destiny art, achieving fresh insights. And within this space, he had evolved his own miniature universe. Ultimately, he successfully gained the recognition of this forbidden powerhouse. However, Irvin was very curious about this legendary forbidden powerhouse. Even the supreme gods outside trembled at the mention of this mysterious Korra. Who was she? From what time and space did she come from? Senior, why not reveal yourself? Irvin smiled, bowing gracefully to the void, showing utmost respect. To be able to project her consciousness across endless ages into the primal chaos pearl, and create such a universe within this Joab weapon, leaving trials for future generations, was no ordinary feat at the very least. She was on par with the Supreme D or even from before the ancient era. These supreme halls and bronze immortal palaces might all be her work. The enlightenment of the great destiny art, obtaining the flesh celestial book, and taming the Kint as a mount, these could have all been part of her arrangement in the unseen. He owed much to her blessings. Since that was the case, he should harbor gratitude. Very good. You are mature in heart, humble despite your talent, and unarrogant despite your abilities. Possessing the perfected primal chaos body, celestial bones, and the invincible imperial eyes, you are a peerless hero unmatched throughout eternity. From the void, a figure gradually appeared, accompanied by dazzling runes and radiance. The vast emptiness seemed to turn into primordial chaos, and within the infinite chaos, an unparalleled empress slowly revealed her true form. Her gaze sparkled like gemstones, illuminating the eternal ages, making the starlight of this space seem like fireflies compared to the moon. Her beautiful face seemed like a perfect creation of the heavens, incomparable and absolutely unprecedented in Irvin's life. His few maidservants were already the rarest beauties in the eternal immortal realm, but compared to this Cecilia, they were far below her league. Even Irvin felt a momentary yearning. This Cecilia was more like a celestial fairy, high above, cold and proud, with unparalleled beauty. Her slender figure was graceful like a crescent moon. Her exposed jade feet gently touched the void, creating ripples. Greetings, senior. Irvin clasped his hands in a salute. From the Empress's words, Irvin already knew that his constitution and cultivation were transparent to her, as if she knew everything about him without any secrets. But a system voice echoed in his mind. She would not know about the system's existence. Although the peerless Korra was a forbidden powerhouse from before the ancient era who participated in the world-ending war, to uncover the system's secrets, she still fell short and was not qualified enough. No need for formalities. Within this primal chaos pearl, I am merely a temporal projection. Separated by countless ages, I dialogue with you now, hoping to assist you. And also, I hope the world of the future can be saved. The peerless Korra spoke coldly, seeming to keep everyone at arm's length. Even though she knew that this person had defeated ancient emperors at the same level and was a peerless genius unmatched since ancient times, she remained indifferent. I believe you must be curious about who I am. I was once called the Purple Vial Korra. The era I belong to, according to your terms, should be before the ancient era. There's no need to delve into details about the secrets. That world-ending war, which can be called the Divine Demon War, shattered the entire universe, including the eternal immortal realm. Although it is the center of all realms today, it does not compare to the glorious era of the past. After the world-ending war, all worlds were shattered, bloodshed filled the myriad worlds. Amidst this despair, I used divine weapons to glimpse a sliver of fate. Purple Vial Korra spoke emotionlessly, but as she spoke, the world within the primal chaos pearl transformed dramatically. Irvin saw countless creatures, some of whom he had never seen before, attacking each other, waging wars. Each one stood millions of feet tall. Their battles drained rivers and reversed suns and moons. Every strike shattered the cosmos, collapsing endless timelines. Even the barren universes collapsed into nothingness, ceasing to exist. All beings faced total destruction. The originally united myriad worlds disintegrated. Divine Demon War, worlds crumbling, earth turning upside down, heavens destroyed, days and nights reversing. Life was so fragile. Any deity could destroy countless universes with a single gesture. Countless lives perished beyond count. That war caused all order and laws to collapse. The old era's laws were overturned. Even the so-called heavenly Tao trembled. Ultimately, all deities and demons vanished. The myriad worlds completely shattered into fragments, becoming boundless universes. The eternal immortal realm is the largest fragment. Rich in spirit energy, complete with laws and grand paths, it became the center of all worlds. But the eternal immortal realm, once fragmented, thus forming the 3,000 Tao realms. Irvin felt his worldview collapsing, stunned where he stood, unable to react. So, the so-called myriad worlds were just fragments, and the 3,000 Tao realms originated from there. How powerful were those deities and demons? Even supreme Ds probably couldn't do that, right? At the very least, they were all Joabs. Meaning, in that vast era, the number of Joabs was considerable. Irvin collected his thoughts. Purple Vial Korra watched approvingly, extremely satisfied. If it were other future geniuses, they would likely go insane and need guidance to clear their minds. This youth's Tao heart was extraordinarily firm, rarely seen in the world. Actually, what you call the Golden Age is also a prosperous era through countless ages. The myriad worlds gradually recovered. All laws converged into one. Thus the eternal immortal realm became increasingly prosperous. And this age of prosperity is the peak of the myriad world's prosperity. It might recreate the glory before the ancient era, merging once again. In this lifetime, the heavenly mandate will appear. Those carrying the heavenly mandate will have the qualification to understand the secrets of the world-ending war and those ancient deities and demons. Even the extraneous chaos beyond your eternal immortal realm is nothing more than remnants from that great war back then. Chapter 505. Inheriting the Immortal Temple, Misty Fengyun, an unknown future. Irvin's pupils trembled lightly as he heard the peerless Korra before him speak. Even though he had prepared mentally and learned some secrets from ancient texts about what transpired before the age of primordial antiquity, he was still profoundly moved by what he saw with his own eyes today. The myriad worlds they were currently in, including the eternal immortal realm and the chaos beyond its boundaries, were merely remnants of a great battle that took place before the age of primordial antiquity. A chaotic battle between gods and demons led to the collapse of myriad worlds. Only the large fragment of the eternal immortal realm survived until now, becoming the center of the myriad worlds. As for the outer chaos, it was also a leftover, but, compared to the eternal immortal realm, it lacked complete grand laws and broken rules, presenting too many flaws. However, due to the unique nature of the outer chaos, countless dark lives were conceived. These dark lives attacked the eternal immortal realm every few epochs, intending to possess it. But naturally, the lives in the 33 Dao domains of the eternal immortal realm would not agree. Thus, wars between them have been ongoing since the primordial age. However, Irvin grasped the key point. Be it the outer chaos or the eternal immortal realm, they were all just fragments left behind from an ancient battle. They could not be considered complete worlds. After the complete world was shattered, besides the eternal immortal realm and the outer chaos, did any other fragments survive? And those ancient gods and demons who experienced the end of the world war, did they all disappear? Could these ancient beings possibly still exist in the world, and why have they not appeared? Several questions arose in his mind, making Irvin extremely curious and eager to explore. But he was still too weak at this time. Although he had comprehended creation and destruction, and reached the 7th level of the Holy Emperor realm, it was far from enough. Among the younger generation, he, Irvin, was invincible, with a chaos body and divine eyes, and a body of immortal bones. Who in the world could stand against him? When facing contemporary geniuses, they weren't even a match for him in one move. As for those yet to revive ancient freaks and forbidden geniuses, they weren't worth mentioning. He had dealt with those geniuses who revived from history before, like the 8 Extremes Holy Sun. Compared to him, they likely couldn't stir up much trouble. People like Diego and Long Newer didn't need to be mentioned. Irvin even felt there were no peers among the true dragons. But this was just a fleeting thought. The true dragon clan was one of the top 10 forbidden, ferocious beasts of the primordial era. It definitely harbored heaven-defying geniuses. They just hadn't awakened yet. One day, when they awakened, he hoped they would give him some pleasant surprises. However, looking at the entire eternal immortal realm, being at the 7th level of the Sage realm was not worth mentioning. Compared to those veteran powerhouses, there was a significant gap. To know the secrets before the primordial age, and to study the outer chaos, he needed to become stronger. Powerful enough to transcend everything. Powerful enough to catch up to and surpass his miles. Though he hadn't even reached the peak of the human domain realm, it was essential to set lofty goals. The Cora Ziwei's eyes, which shimmered like jewels, and her exquisite face wore a faint smile. What I said earlier, you should have understood by now. I know you must have many doubts. So your next step is simple, get stronger. Strong enough to transcend the limits the eternal immortal realm can bear. Reach the supreme level of an emperor, known as Imperial Supreme. As I analyzed your memories, I found that you call Imperial Supreme the Joab realm. But today's so-called Joabs are only at the initial stage of Imperial Supreme. It makes sense because the eternal immortal realm is ultimately just a massive fragment, unable to support levels above Imperial Supreme. In this era, the myriad worlds might reunite, ancient gods and demons will reappear in the world, and the eternal immortal realm may break free from its fragmented state and return to the world of primordial antiquity. But the outer chaos will not easily accept its fate. The Destined One is about to appear, and perhaps you are that legendary Destined One. The Cora Ziwei said, waving her delicate hand casually, filling Irvin's mind with countless pieces of ancient knowledge. However, Irvin's soul strength was incredibly powerful, allowing him to instantly absorb and digest this information. If another genius tried to endure such ancient memories, their soul might tear apart. Seeing Irvin's performance, the Cora Ziwei was highly satisfied. Such a young genius, with reverse heaven talent and a firm heart on the Dao path, was bound to achieve greatness. This was truly the Destined One, since your comprehension transcends heavens, and you have already gained relevant understanding within the Chaos Pearl. And having comprehended the laws of creation and destruction, advancing your cultivation to the 7th level of the Holy Emperor realm, greatly aiding you. Next, I will impart some of the Dao techniques from the primordial era, and the bronze immortal temple outside could be considered a divine imperial weapon, nearly reaching the Joab grade. Take it with you. Consider it forming a good bond. As for the primordial runes on the bronze immortal temple, I believe you can understand them. You have also absorbed considerable knowledge from them. But indeed, they hold profound mysteries waiting for you to explore as your cultivation progresses. The Cora Ziwei said, nodding to Irvin. She should be one of the most ancient individuals he had encountered. Although she couldn't compare with the system, despite her ability to peek into memories and predict the past and future, she remained unaware of the system's origins. No, she was even unaware of the system's existence. Irvin's curiosity about the system deepened. What kind of existence created the system? Or perhaps the system itself transcends the myriad worlds, even the secrets of the primordial era may be older than these. Many uncertainties surrounded him, waiting to be revealed. The Cora Ziwei's eyes shone brightly, fingers pinching seals, engaging Irvin's gaze. Her gem-like eyes emitted light, akin to ancient and mysterious runes. Irvin met her gaze. These ancient and mysterious runes transmitted into his mind. 3 days later, Irvin and the Cora Ziwei both sat within the space of the Chaos Pearl, hands clasped together. Irvin abruptly opened his eyes. An ancient, vast divine aura burst forth, causing the space to tremble, seemingly on the verge of collapse, unable to withstand it. Is this the Dao technique of the primordial era? What kind of powers existed before the primordial era? Irvin examined himself internally. Through the Cora Ziwei's transmission, he cultivated numerous Dao techniques and comprehended cultivation laws from the primordial era. They harmonized seamlessly with his Chaos Emmanuel technique, rather than conflicting. His cultivation level naturally advanced to the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm. In terms of actual combat power, he could overwhelm sovereign-level powerhouses. This is your fortune. Irvin's pupils trembled as he listened to the Supreme Empress before him. Even though he had mentally prepared himself and had studied ancient texts to understand some secrets from before the primordial age, the sight before his eyes was still profoundly shocking. The universe they were now in, including the eternal immortal domain and the outer chaos, were all remnants of a great battle that took place before the primordial era. Gods and demons clashed, causing worlds to collapse. Only the eternal immortal domain, this large fragment, survived to become the center of the cosmos. As for the outer chaos, it was also a remnant but incompletely governed by the great principles, with fragmented laws and too many flaws. However, due to its special nature, it nurtured an endless number of dark beings. These dark beings attacked the eternal immortal domain every few eons, seeking to claim it as their own. Naturally, the life forms within the eternal immortal domain, across its 30,000 domains, would not agree. Thus, the battles between them have continued from the primordial era until today. But Irvin grasped the key point. Whether it be the outer chaos or the eternal immortal domain, they are merely fragments left over from the ancient war. They cannot be considered complete worlds. After the complete world shattered, apart from the eternal immortal domain and the outer chaos, could there be other fragments left? And what about the ancient gods and demons who lived through the apocalypse? Did they all vanish? These questions emerged in his mind, stirring Irvin's curiosity and compelling him to explore. But currently, he was still too insignificant. Though he had comprehended creation and destruction and entered the 7th level of the Sage Emperor realm, it was far from enough. Among his generation, he was invincible. With his chaos body, twin pupils, and celestial bones, no one dared challenge him. Even top geniuses stood no chance against him. As for the yet-to-awaken ancient monsters and forbidden geniuses, they were nothing much. He had dealt with geniuses revived from history, such as the 8-direction Sage Sun, but compared to him, they wouldn't cause much ripples. People like Diego and Kayla were not even worth mentioning. Irvin felt that even the true dragons might not stand a chance against him. Yoinked, this was just his thought. The true dragon clan was one of the 10 forbidden fierce beasts of the primordial era, harboring transcendent geniuses yet to awaken. Looking at the entire eternal immortal domain, reaching the 7th level of the Sage realm was nothing compared to veteran powerhouses. To uncover the secrets of the primordial era and study the outer chaos, he must become immensely powerful enough to transcend everything, to catch up with and surpass his miles. Though he hadn't even reached the pinnacle of the human realm, he had to set his big goal early. Meanwhile, Cora Ziwei, her beautiful face glowing with a smile, spoke. Regarding what I mentioned earlier, you should have understood it. I know you have many questions. From here on, you only need to do one thing, become stronger. So strong that you transcend the limit of the eternal immortal domain, which is the Supreme Emperor level. Judging from your memories, you refer to the Supreme Emperor level as the Joab realm. But the current so-called Joab is only the initial stage of the Supreme Emperor. That makes sense. The eternal immortal domain is after all just a massive fragment and can't withstand stages beyond the Supreme Emperor. In this lifetime, the cosmos might recoalesce, ancient gods and demons will reappear, and the eternal immortal domain may shed its fragment phase to revert to the world before the primordial era. But the outer chaos will not submit easily. A person destined by heaven will soon appear, and perhaps you are that legendary figure. Cora Ziwei waved her delicate hand, filling Irvin's mind with countless ancient knowledge. His powerful soul could instantly digest all this. If it were any other genius, their souls would be torn apart trying to endure such ancient memories. Seeing Irvin's performance, Cora Ziwei was highly satisfied. Such a young genius with heavenly talent and a firm heart will surely achieve great things. He is truly the chosen one. Since you've already comprehended the past within the Chaos Pearl and reached the 7th level of the Sage Emperor realm, understanding the laws of creation and destruction. Next, I shall impart some primordial era Dao techniques. The bronze immortal temple outside can also be considered a divine emperor artifact, nearing the divine emperor level. You may take it, treating it as an act of kindness. And those primordial runes on the bronze immortal temple, I believe you can decipher, from which you've gained much knowledge. But in fact, it contains profound mysteries waiting for further exploration as your cultivation progresses. Cora Ziwei concluded, and Irvin nodded. She was likely one of the most ancient individuals he had encountered. Although she couldn't compare to the system, even with her ability to glimpse into memories and predict the future, she still didn't know the origin of the system. No, she didn't even know of its existence. Irvin's curiosity about the system deepened. What kind of being created the system? Or perhaps, the system itself transcends this cosmos and the secrets of the primordial era. A myriad of mysteries surrounded him, awaiting unraveling. Cora Ziwei's eyes gleamed as she and Irvin exchanged glances, her fingers forming seals. Her gem-like eyes shone brightly, emitting ancient, mystical runes into Irvin's mind. 3 days later, both remained seated in the Chaos Pearl space, hands clasped together. Irvin suddenly opened his eyes, releasing a vast, ancient divine aura that shook the space. This is the Dao technique from the primordial era? What kinds of abilities existed before the primordial era? Irvin inspected himself internally. Through Cora Ziwei's guidance, he mastered various Dao techniques and cultivation methods from the primordial era, harmonizing well with his Chaos Atom technique. His cultivation naturally broke through to the 9th level of the Sage Emperor realm, giving him real combat strength that could sweep away supreme powerhouses. This is your fortune. Chapter 506, Grasping Dao Techniques, Returning to the Immortal Palace. Having comprehended the divine techniques of the primordial era, combined with your supreme physique and the support of your family, I believe it won't be long before you become the mightiest young overlord of this age. Even the ancient prodigies and taboo geniuses from future generations might not be able to match you. The grand laws and divine abilities of the primordial era are profoundly mysterious. What I have imparted to you is just 7 or 8 parts of the whole. As long as you diligently practice and sincerely comprehend, merging what I have taught with contemporary Tao techniques, taking the essence while discarding the dross and utilizing the accumulation over these past dozen years, walking on your own path towards the great Tao is entirely possible. Once you leave, take the Bronze Immortal Palace into your possession. It will offer considerable assistance in the future. Cora Purple Violet offered earnest advice. Over these few days, she observed that a young overlord like Irvin, even placed in the primordial era or even before, would absolutely achieve great things. His heavenly comprehension, modest demeanor, and unmatched talent only reinforced her belief that he was likely the destined figure she sought. If he grows up to radiate brilliance in this tumultuous era and achieves the highest position, perhaps the one who unites the world could very well be this young man before her. After finishing her words, Irvin nodded. Even if Cora Purple Violet hadn't said so, he understood the urgency of the situation. The greatest opportunity in the Overlord Hall has been seized by him, and it won't be long before the legendary ancient immortal world opens. In the Overlord Hall, he obtained many keys, which he can use to bring many young overlords from his myriad Eon's family and eternal heavenly court into the ancient immortal world. However, for now, the most pressing matter was leaving the Chaos Pearl to seize control of the Bronze Immortal Palace. An Imperial Divine Artifact, almost reaching the level of an Emperor Divine Artifact, would greatly benefit him. Thank you for imparting the Tao. Had it not been for your teaching of the Tao techniques from the primordial era, it might have taken me several years to grasp the grand Tao of that era. Upon hearing this, even Cora Purple Violet couldn't help but smile wryly. This boy is quite adept at pretending. From the moment he entered the Chaos Pearl, she sensed the aura of the primordial era emanating from him. He must have already encountered figures from that era and been influenced by the primordial aura. If he had wished, he could have learned the Tao techniques of the primordial era long ago. But the primordial era was vast and expansive, with 3,000 branches of the great Tao. Even the illustrious myriad Eon's emperor did not dare claim to have mastered the supreme Tao of the primordial era. How much more he can learn in the future depends on Irvin's fortune. You deserve it. The destined figure has been almost confirmed. The path ahead will be much more profound. I seem to have glimpsed a part of the future. That will truly be an era of intense competition, a true golden age far surpassing the present. But its arrival does not seem too distant. The ancient prodigies and taboo geniuses you speak of may just be the forerunners of the era. The truly terrifying prodigies may yet appear. Explore slowly. The prodigies hidden in the annals of time are your true adversaries. Irvin listened quietly, then nodded. Though the entities he will face in the future are extremely terrifying, bolstered by the passage of time. So what? He is Irvin, with an invincible heart, confident enough to suppress all enemies from the past and future. Thank you for imparting the Tao. Irvin respectfully bowed to Cora Purple Violet. As the young master of the Ying family, he naturally knew the proper etiquette. We will meet again someday. Cora Purple Violet smiled faintly, her eyes gleaming. With a light wave of her hand, Irvin felt as though he was swept into a temporal vortex. The heavens shifted, time reversed, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside the Bronze Immortal Palace. Around him were his fellow young overlords and those 5 seniors. Master, 6 hours have passed. Did you find any opportunities within the Chaos Pearl? Kayla asked worriedly. Only now did Irvin realize that time flowed differently within the Chaos Pearl. From the time he grasped the creation and destruction Tao, continually creating and dismantling worlds, until Cora Purple Violet imparted the Tao techniques of the primordial era. Perhaps much time had passed within the Chaos Pearl, but outside, only 6 hours had elapsed. I met a forbidden powerhouse from before the primordial era, and discussed the Tao with him, benefiting immensely. Irvin smiled lightly, answering truthfully. As for the details, there was no need to delve into them. Diego and Brant exchanged glances. Though Irvin had given a brief answer, that was a forbidden powerhouse from before the primordial era. According to ancient records, the end of recorded history was almost the primordial era. Before the primordial era, only the supreme powerhouses knew anything about it. To have met a powerhouse from before the primordial era and discussed the Tao with them, bridging countless ages, he must have learned numerous divine techniques. The gap between them and Irvin widened further. In the past, they could still hope to catch up. Now, they cannot even see his back, let alone compete. No wonder he is the top-ranked figure on the hidden dragon list, hailed as a myriad Eon's taboo young overlord. Compared to him, even other top-ranked figures like Diego and Reyna seem inferior. They probably can't stand against him for 2 moves. They aren't even a match for Irvin. Standing up, after paying respects to the 4 taboo powerhouses, Irvin came to the central position of the Bronze Immortal Palace. According to Cora Purple Violet, the Bronze Immortal Palace is also a great opportunity. How could Irvin miss out? Forming hand seals, Tao patterns appeared around him, resembling a deity. Chaos chi swirled as Irvin sat cross-legged, emitting an ancient and profound aura. He resonated with the Bronze Immortal Palace. What is the young master of the Ying family doing? It seems he's establishing a connection with the Bronze Immortal Palace. Could he be attempting to become its master? This Bronze Immortal Palace is the endpoint of the Overlord Hall, left behind by ancient taboo powerhouses. Hiss. Could it be that he already possesses the method to control the Immortal Palace? As the young overlords chattered, Irvin had successfully established a connection with the Bronze Immortal Palace, Tao patterns pulsating and order chains appearing. Ancient runes illuminated, their brilliance captivating. All present drew sharp breaths. The Bronze Immortal Palace was nearly an Emperor Divine artifact, comparable to Irvin's 5 divine swords. If he masters the Bronze Immortal Palace, Irvin's combat strength will skyrocket once more. Among contemporary young prodigies, who can match him? Even Diego, if he could withstand 2 of Irvin's moves, would feel incredibly proud. The 5 Joabs looked at each other, their eyes wide with shock. They had once been saved by Cora Purple Violet and served under her orders to guard the Bronze Immortal Palace through countless eras. Could it be that after untold ages, the Bronze Immortal Palace is finally returning to prominence? Chapter 507. Embracing the Immortal Palace, subduing the Joab. Under the watchful eyes of numerous Joabs and young supreme geniuses, Irvin pinched the ritualistic seals, seated cross-legged in the vast expanse of void like a deity. A primordial force from ancient times surged forth, boundless and terrifying, causing everyone's hearts to quiver. An awe-inspiring pressure from the age of antiquity reverberated through the area. The young supreme geniuses barely managed to lift their heads, their blood boiling with an intensity not driven by combat but by sheer fear, wishing they could retreat immediately. Irvin radiated an overwhelming divine might, his body enveloped in ancient and dazzling runes. From within the Bronze Immortal Palace, myriad streams of immortal chi descended abruptly, intertwining with the runes outside Irvin's body, merging into his flesh. At this moment, his body shimmered jade-like, covered in chaos chi, imbued with an incredibly holy aura. His blood boiled as if awakening a ferocious beast, elevating his physical strength to new heights. Even among contemporary young prodigies, some might be instantly defeated by Irvin without the need for any spells or techniques. Humanity indeed deserves to be hailed as the pinnacle of all creatures. The potential is too high, far surpassing all other races, Diego marveled. From ancient times, humanity's weak physical form seemed universally acknowledged. However, that only applied to most ordinary humans. Figures like Irvin and Bogdan defied normality, continually breaking physical limits to become existences that dwarfed all others. Once, during the era when Bogdan lived, countless racial geniuses faced despair and collapse, suppressed entirely by him, whether it was in physical strength or mystical arts. He could slay holy emperors even at the sage stage. Hence, that era was called the darkest time, due to one unmatched individual. Diego foresaw that in this current golden era, their fate might not be much better. The Ying clan had prospered over countless ages, each generation surpassing the last. No one could now suppress Irvin. The ancient oddities and forbidden geniuses were perhaps their only hope. Ellie and Chin Clinton on long exchanged glances. Their original intention of finding opportunities here was foiled as the key to the immortal ancient world. Mounts like the Jade Kylan, and treasures like the body scripture all fell into Irvin's hands. Finally reaching the end of the Supreme Hall, only Irvin could enter the Bronze Immortal Palace using the Chaos Pearl, conversing with pre-ancient sages. This reinforced the truth of power ruling all realms. But it felt too overpowering that while they expected crumbs, Irvin took everything. Now, after emerging from the Chaos Pearl with the greatest opportunity, Irvin intended to subdue this near-divine imperial weapon, the Joab artifact. Acquiring the Bronze Immortal Palace, its walls inscribed with ancient scriptures and divine arts, would benefit more than just Irvin, possibly the entire ancient Ying clan's youth. Irvin suddenly opened his eyes, twin pupils sparkling with runes disappearing, accompanied by roaring beasts. In the void, shadows of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and other 4 spiritual beasts appeared. Like an earthquake, the Bronze Immortal Palace shook, several young geniuses struggling to steady themselves. Their eyes widened, looking at Irvin. Above his head emerged the phantom of a grand hall identical to the Bronze Immortal Palace, signifying its successful subjugation. Irvin smiled faintly. True subjugation was still difficult, but discussing doctrines with the Cora of Purple Mycast had provided significant advantages. The 5 Joabs looked at each other, confirming their connection to the Bronze Immortal Palace was severed, recognizing Irvin as its master. After exchanging glances, they knelt respectfully before Irvin. "Greetings, master." In that moment, Irvin's mind paused. The old man spoke, "Though we are Joabs, we once faced calamity, saved by the Cora. To repay her kindness, we've guarded the Bronze Immortal Palace for countless years. Now that it recognizes you as master and you've received the Cora ancient inheritance, including many ancient arts, we are uncertain of our future. Perhaps, even freedom holds no meaning." Irvin thought, these infinite-lived Joabs could join his eternal heavenly court, bolstering his power significantly. With puppet emperors in his system space and these 5, he could rival top eternal forces, easily destroying them. As the immortal ancient world opens, leading the strong youths to explore opportunities, he couldn't avoid conflicts in the golden era. Wars were inevitable. Having his own force ready was essential. A new peak eternal force should reveal itself to the world. Facing sacred lands and noble families, he felt unafraid. "Very well. From today onward, you 5 shall be my 5 protectors of the heavenly court." At this declaration, Diego, Ellie, Kira, and others stared in disbelief. Entering a secret realm and casually gaining 5 Joab followers? What kind of era is this? Chapter 508. Return to the Ying family, the northern sea of all heavens. The Supreme Hall expedition can be considered a great success. Not only did they obtain numerous keys to unlock the immortal ancient world, but there were more than enough for him to lead the super geniuses of the eternal Ying family and his eternal heavenly court into the immortal ancient world to explore opportunities. However, within the immortal ancient world lay countless dangers, including primordial races and 2 ancient ferocious beast races, those indigenous races that originally belonged to the immortal ancient world. Irvin was confident in suppressing all enemies, yet with guidance from Cora Ziwei, he realized that future challenges would only grow larger, necessitating constant growth and tempering to achieve greatness. Now, having received profound Taoist methods from the 2 ancient era through Cora Ziwei's guidance, upon returning to the eternal Ying family, he intended to integrate and harmonize them with contemporary Taoist methods, achieving perfect fusion. Coupled with his personal Tao, this could lead him down his unique path. Moreover, he possessed the corporeal body heavenly scripture, one of 9 supreme artifacts, each unparalleled in the world. Having acquired the first, Irvin naturally desired to gather all 9. After all, there were rumors. Collecting all 9 heavenly scriptures would open a path to transcendence, at whose end lay secrets to becoming an emperor. Time is of the essence. It's time to return to the eternal Ying family. Laurel, you will come back to the eternal Ying family with me. With our family resources, your cultivation will far surpass what you'd have among the 2 ancient dragon clan. Moreover, as a descendant of the Taigu ancient dragons, and now awakened to the bloodline of the Taigu azure dragon, our treasure trove contains a drop of pure Taigu azure dragon blood. I will bestow it upon you once we return to the eternal Ying family. Irvin's voice was calm yet filled with unchallengeable authority. Ying's master. Laurel bowed her head, secretly elated. With her master's help, receiving this drop of Taigu azure dragon blood, she had confidence to fully unlock her potential, perhaps even achieving 100% Taigu azure dragon bloodline. The eternal Ying family was the paramount lineage in all heavens. The foundation of magical treasures was incomparably deep. Even the 2 ancient dragon clan couldn't match it, let alone just a branch of the Taigu azure dragons. Danny and Trisha exchanged glances. Despite their visit being beneficial, they didn't feel shortchanged. They had indeed obtained some keys for entering the immortal ancient world, ensuring their ancestor dragon nest would receive slots. Even Qin Clintonlong, who possesses the yin-yang dragon physique, and Ellie both gained something. They also obtained keys and cultivation resources. Only White-Boned Scholar and his ilk met untimely deaths in the wilderness, reduced to nothingness by Irvin. Indeed, when venturing out, one must steer clear of Irvin. This young man was fierce, a walking human beast. Those who opposed him ended up torn to shreds. On the vast plazas of various divine mountains and precious islands of the eternal Ying family, young disciples diligently practiced or refined elixirs and artifacts. Even top-sequence disciples strived upward. Without Irvin's overshadowing presence, they found hope and motivation for their cultivation. Previously, under Irvin's towering presence, even if they chased after him with utmost effort, they couldn't catch up. Now that Irvin was away at the Supreme Hall, they grew increasingly ambitious, engaging in contests and exchanging Taoist techniques to improve themselves. Concerns about Irvin's safety? They didn't exist. They only hoped this little ancestor wouldn't dig up others' ancestral graves. On a divine mountain, a sword pierced the sky, tearing apart space to slay a massive Taodai beast. That little rascal's absence has made life dull. True, these young geniuses are hardworking and blessed with powerful physiques, but they still fall short. No one can compare to that little demon prodigy. These elders, pillars of the eternal Ying family, conversed on the mountain. Among them was the formidable 6th elder Qian from the main Ying lineage, known for being a natural-born sword cultivator, surpassing even seed-level geniuses like the sword god Hirsch. If focused solely on the way of the sword, he would likely become the greatest sword emperor in history. However, he seemed proficient in everything: elixir refinement, artifact crafting, formations, and the way of the sword. At this moment, the elders missed Irvin. Although the duration at the Supreme Hall was limited, it was a place where supreme geniuses competed. While not comparable to the immortal ancient world, it was perilous nonetheless. Rumors had it the Supreme Hall contained legacies from the 2 ancient era, coveted even by these old monsters. Young geniuses would risk their lives for them. However, they had confidence in Irvin. Obtaining those legacies would be effortless for him. But if they knew Irvin had tamed the Jade Kylan, the Taigu Azure Dragon lineage Laurel, obtained the corporeal body heavenly scripture, subdued the Joab's subordinates, and acquired 2 ancient era legacies and techniques, they would be utterly stunned. With the Golden Age approaching, the Northern Sea of all heavens is also stirring, said one elder. The danger in the Northern Sea rivals life prohibition zones. Though it has recently emerged, a strict hierarchy exists, forming numerous factions. Ewing's, previously, the Northern Sea was chaotic, ravaged by demons without order. The great beings of the mythical era jointly sealed it. During its confinement, these beings may have formed organized races. Upon breaking free, instead of warring against all realms, young geniuses from the Northern Sea seek to seize the destiny of the Golden Age. Just a bunch of Northern Sea demons attempting to interfere. I believe no one can fill the position of eternal destiny other than our eternal Ying family's young master. Elders discussed calmly, though wary of the mysterious Northern Sea. In the mythical era, countless mighty beings, even gods, fought to seal it. Now, with the seal broken, demons from the Northern Sea formed organized factions, potentially more formidable than any life prohibition zone. Ewing, it also offered opportunities for the youth to temper themselves. Smiling, several elders agreed. Since the progeny of the Northern Sea sought to disrupt and claim destiny, upon their young master's return from the Supreme Hall, they would send him to give the Northern Sea of all heavens a taste of the Ewing family's might. Hashtag Chapter 509. Return to the Ewing clan. The Northern Sea awakens. However, the Northern Sea of all realms has 72 demonic forces. Each faction is comparable to an undying power. Moreover, after being washed by time, they have all developed intelligence. If we were to gauge their threat level, it would be no less than any life-prohibited zone. No, within the life-prohibited zones are many dark beings, while in the Northern Sea, they are also living entities, though demonic and malevolent. Still, this revision ensures that Xianxia is consistently translated as prohibited zone to maintain terminological consistency and readability in English. Ewing's, the Northern Sea can still be saved. Moreover, although they will invade the myriad realms extensively, they won't go as far as the life-prohibited zones or the chaotic outer regions in wanting to annihilate all realms. This edit ensures that the translation accurately conveys the meaning of the original text, reads naturally in English, and maintains consistency in terminology and style. The term, Life Xianxia, has been changed to life-prohibited zones to ensure it reads fluently in English. The great clans and powers across the myriad realms have likely received this news. At present, they aren't taking the Northern Sea seriously, instead seeing its awakening as a good opportunity for younger generations to hone themselves. Yings, though the 72 factions of the Northern Sea rank among the undying powers, after gaining intelligence, they appear more composed, only sending their younger members to participate in this era of fierce competition, hoping to vie for the heavenly mandate. Foolish dreams. Even with profound foundations and extraordinary talents, what can they do? Humanity reigns supreme among all creatures. In the end, this generation's prodigies are but stepping stones for the young master of our Ying clan, several elders said confidently about their own young master. Even Elder 6, Qian, had ulterior motives, wanting to pass on his legacy to Irvin. Secretly, he decided to do so without informing other elders. Otherwise, with the young master's nature, he loves to slack off. The whole attempt might end in embarrassment. Little did they know that Irvin had already learned the ancient arts from the primeval era. With the infinite enlightenment mode, his comprehension was transcendent. Facing the legacies they wished to impart, even the strength of deities could be instantly mastered and controlled. Amidst the flourishing of the Ying family, with the young generation in high spirits, suddenly, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a colossal spacecraft spanning the sky appeared above, majestic and grand. It coiled like a mighty dragon in the heavens. Seeing this giant spacecraft, the many young disciples of the ancient Ying clan were no longer calm. They recognized it as their young master's personal vessel. Holy crap, the young master has returned. There on the ship's prow stands the young master, dashing and elegant as ever before. The young master returns unharmed from the Supreme Hall and looks down upon all. Does this not mean that none of the prodigies in the Supreme Hall could match him? Haha, I wonder what kind of fortune the young master obtained from the Supreme Hall. While the young disciples marveled, numerous elders of the ancient Ying clan appeared before Irvin as streaks of light. Ha ha ha, welcome back, young master. Upon these words, both outer and inner circle elders prostrated, as if before the patriarch himself. After all, Irvin's cultivation now surpassed all, making him the foremost among the young generation in the ancient Ying clan, and perhaps the current first in the eternal immortal realm. Times have changed, and the ancient Ying clan has never before witnessed someone so extraordinary. The golden age has arrived, with the demons of the Northern Sea awakening, the life-prohibited zones stirring, and chaos beyond the realms growing restless. The Jethro, bearing the heavenly mandate, is destined for great achievements and could potentially become the preordained D. Note, the term life-Xianxia seems to be a translation issue. Based on context, it should be life-prohibited zones, or life-forbidden zones, which refers to dangerous areas in the story's universe. I've corrected this in the edited version. You elders need not be so formal. This journey to the Supreme Hall has been fruitful. I wonder where my parents are now. I wish to speak with them. Irvin asked, having not interacted with his stepmiles for a long time. Young master, the patriarch and lady seem to be discussing important matters. Matters concerning the chaos outside the realm. Apparently, an existence not inferior to a D is about to awaken. His awakening will bring calamity to the myriad realms. Patriarch said that once you return, you should carefully study the opportunities gained from the Supreme Hall, and after the immortal ancient world opens, join the contemporary prodigies and ancient anomalies in exploring its potential. Irvin nodded slightly. He had previously learned about the immortal ancient world through the system and ancient texts. It was a sign of the Golden Age's revival and home to countless ancient inheritances and immortal arts. It contained ancient races and hidden prodigies, making competition far fiercer than in the current era. Thereupon, Irvin returned to his original imperial palace. As for other followers and Kayla, Evan, et al., he entrusted them to the ancient Ying clan's elders, who would lead them to the scripture library to obtain divine arts beneficial to their cultivation. The ancient Ying clan, eternal and undying, possessed everything one needed in its scripture libraries and treasure troves, including the ancient ferocious beast race's divine techniques and resources, all readily available at a cost of contribution points. However, since Irvin gave instructions, the process was waived. However, obtaining the essence blood of the primeval azure dragon required his personal visit. He took the opportunity to check the family treasury for ancient texts to further his progress. Now at the Sage Emperor stage, having comprehended the laws of creation and destruction, it was time to create a miniature world within his body. If outsiders heard this plan, they would be stunned. Creating a world inside one's body before reaching the supreme stage was unheard of. Even legendary geniuses who ruled unchallenged at the Sage Emperor stage dared not do this. Ewinged, Irvin's ambition went beyond just creating a world. He intended it to contain the 30,000 fundamental principles and possess its own life force. With his eyes gleaming, Irvin formed a plan. Transforming his inner world into a true realm would provide immense power in battle. Even within the immortal ancient world, those ancient anomalies and racial prodigies might not stand a chance against him. His goal wasn't just supremacy in this era, but eternal dominance. Among all creatures across all realms, none would be his match. Such audacity was incomprehensible without unmatched confidence. With this in mind, Irvin returned to his original imperial palace. Since a preliminary plan was in place, it was time for action. Chapter 510. Long time no see, missed you so much, soft and warm as jade in embrace. Irvin returned to his ancient imperial palace, gently pushing open the main gate, where runes flickered brightly. Despite being away for a long time, the palace still gleamed with gold and splendor, perfectly organized. At first glance, he saw Sherry and Una, whom he hadn't seen for a long while. Both of them were once princesses of ancient countries and holy maidens of sanctuaries. Since they followed him, their cultivation advanced rapidly. With his growth, they also transformed, but their charm only became more alluring and mature. Sherry's crimson hair flowed down like a waterfall, her appearance otherworldly like a celestial maiden, her figure becoming increasingly enchanting. The other one wore a white dress, pure and holy, her smile surpassing even the most beautiful immortal in the world. Her legs were long and flawless, like a lotus. Indeed, it was Una. Seeing Irvin, the two women were momentarily surprised. After leaving the myriad eternal Ying family and going to the Supreme Hall to seek opportunities, Irvin experienced tremendous growth. Now, he stood there like a gentleman of unparalleled beauty, refined and unmatched. His base was excellent to begin with, and learning ancient Tao techniques made his presence exude a sense of maturity seasoned by the passage of time. He was no longer the little brat who needed them to bathe him when he was young. Jethro. Sherry's voice trembled as she rushed forward and tightly embraced Irvin, as if vowing never to leave his side again. Una's eyes glistened with tears. They had watched Irvin grow up together through many events. If anyone said they didn't have any special feelings, no one would believe it. However, as his servants, they could only bury these feelings deep within their hearts. Holding their soft bodies, Irvin remained speechless for a long while. It seemed he had grown accustomed to the care of his two maidservants. He felt that wherever he went in the future, he should bring them along. Otherwise, something would feel missing. Rest assured, everything is fine. Since I'm back, it means I've truly gained valuable insights at the Supreme Hall. Jethro, please take us with you wherever you go from now on. I will. This time not taking you along made me feel unaccustomed too. Jethro has been gone for so long. We haven't served you for quite some time. Why don't we serve Jethro a bath tonight? As Sherry spoke, her ruby-like eyes sparkled with mischief. Una instantly understood, her lips curling into a smile as she echoed the suggestion. Irvin was stunned. When did these two girls become so bold? Before he could protest, they whisked him away to the backyard bath, undressed him, and threw him into the water. Hold it. Your Jethro has important matters to attend to. It's fine, Jethro. Today, serving you is our important matter. Without giving Irvin any chance, two radiant bodies slipped into the bath to serve him. No, don't. He originally planned to use this day to cultivate a small universe within his body, crafting great Tao laws and gaining the power of a world. With the help of the Braden and the coil, he aimed to bring life into his small universe. But plans didn't keep up with changes. Stop. Leave some young energy. I need it. Night deepened. Irvin lay on a soft large bed, Sherry and Una holding him tightly on either side as if fearing he might escape. There wasn't an idle limb. Irvin wanted to cry but couldn't. Thankfully, he was a grand chaos body, possessing boundless yin and yang energies. Otherwise, he would have been drained today. However, he noticed that Sherry and Una's constitutions showed signs of mutation. Coupled with their diligent training, they had made significant progress, ranking among the top young cultivators in the eternal immortal realm. Sherry's phoenix blood had become purer, and after cultivating the Phoenix Annihilation Cannon and Phoenix Treasure Technique, she wouldn't fear facing pure-blooded geniuses of the Phoenix clan. Una, with her Yin Essence constitution, seemed to resonate with the Grand Chaos Body after Irvin's investigation. It appeared she was evolving toward a sacred body. Dog system, are you there? Here I am. If a Yin Essence constitution absorbs the essence of a Grand Chaos Body, will it mutate? As per your command, normal Chaos Bodies do not possess such efficacy. But you are no ordinary person. Under your influence, your maidservants' constitutions have indeed mutated. They are expected to transform into a heavenly Yin Sacred Body, not inferior to the great Yin Sacred Body possessed by your fiancé, the Amelie. Irvin was momentarily taken aback. He was turning out to be an irresistible prize. Playing around with his maidservants gave them a transformation equal or superior to the great Yin Sacred Body. Then why didn't Qingli and Korra show significant effects? Seeming to sense his confusion, the system patiently explained. Qingli and Korra is an ancient god emperor. The cultivation gap between you two is too vast. Fortunately, with this system and the Grand Chaos Body, otherwise during those moments with Qingli and Korra, you wouldn't even be able to withstand her aura. Irvin turned black for a second. Couldn't the dog system be more tactful? System. Situation not good. Running? While Irvin held the two maidservants beside him, their skin was as white as jade, their features meticulously chiseled. Irvin pinched Una's cheek. She let out a couple of muffled sounds before slowly opening her eyes. Seeing Irvin still full of vigor, she inwardly marveled at how strong her Jethro was. Looking at Irvin's profile, her crystal-clear eyes twinkled, and she moved closer. Irvin reciprocated, sealing her cherry lips with his own, tongues entwining. After such a long absence, he missed his maidservant deeply, and indulging her desire was not too much. The air filled with an amorous atmosphere. Una closed her eyes and surrendered to pleasure. Irvin was glad to share this bliss. Their fingers intertwined as night deepened without end. The noise they made gradually woke Sherry. You two are actually doing this while I sleep? Not including me? Your Jethro isn't just yours. Master, I want to. Your Jethro must distribute evenly. Irvin silently cried. I just want to rest for a moment. Can you believe it? Irvin, I'm too hard-pressed. System. Enjoy it secretly inside. A man of double standards. Translation notes. Pinyin names have been preserved correctly. Maintained the original tone and style while ensuring natural English flow. Ensured coherent storyline with previous content. Kept paragraph structure and line breaks consistent with the original text. Chapter 511. Pioneering a mini-world, treading where no ordinary person can go, embodying deity and demon. The next day, at dawn, Irvin slowly opened his eyes, instantly feeling completely relaxed. A faint aura of chaos lingered around him. After cultivating with the two young maidens throughout the night, his cultivation had indeed improved slightly. Indeed, as ancient sages said, dual cultivation is one of the fastest methods to advance in cultivation. No wonder there have been so many methods of dual cultivation throughout history. However, it seemed he hadn't practiced much yet. System, quickly find me a method for dual cultivation. I'm too lazy to go to the family treasure vault to ask for one. Irvin called out to the system in his mind. He now treated the system like an underling, summoning it when needed and leaving it idle otherwise. Ding, detected host requirement. Your servant will present you with an unrivaled dual cultivation technique from ancient times to now. This method is called the Yin-Yang Joyful Union Technique. Whenever the host cultivates with a practitioner of the opposite sex, this technique activates automatically. Coupled with the host's perfected chaos body, it will be twice as effective. Hearing this, Irvin nodded approvingly. The system indeed delivered reliably and never disappointed him. Even its introduction was straightforward. During cultivation, it activates automatically. Advancing in cultivation is as simple as eating or drinking water, and the system automatically integrates it into him without the need for deliberate practice. Afterwards, Irvin came to the Imperial Palace's main hall. It was time to attend to important matters. After all, he had already stepped into the Holy Emperor realm. In terms of combat power, even a Supreme would be helpless against him. At the Holy Emperor level, he could engage a Supreme in battle. Facing an Emperor was also no longer a concern. If he were to reach the Supreme realm, even an Emperor at the peak of the human Tao realm would bow to him. This was Irvin's confidence. With his perfected chaos body, immortal bone, and third eye, he could not imagine who among the current generation could match him. Invincibility can also be a form of loneliness. Therefore, this journey to the 10,000 Heavens North Sea was a great opportunity for him to hone himself. Hunting the 72 demonic tribes in the North Sea and battling the younger generation of demon strongmen. And he had to prepare himself. Sitting cross-legged, he began circulating the Heavenly Chaos Emperor art. Indeed, this Heavenly Chaos Emperor art lived up to its reputation as the most powerful cultivation technique of all time. Having entered the Holy Emperor realm, he could more profoundly appreciate the terror of this art. Even reaching the Divine Tao realm in the future might not unravel the mysteries of this technique. Endless heavenly energy condensed into a whirlwind, continuously pouring into his body. The Heavenly Chaos Emperor art continually refined and compressed this vast amount of heavenly energy. Upon reaching the Sage realm, one must not only absorb heavenly energy but also learn the power of Tao and control the laws of Tao to achieve rapid cultivation advancement. Ying, by relying solely on absorbing heavenly energy, Irvin advanced faster than ordinary sages who cultivated laws. Even those renowned supreme experts in the ancient history of the Ying family would marvel at his achievements. His protege did not follow the conventional path, blazing a trail where none had ventured before. Braden, Coil. Irvin's voice echoed lightly. Two beams of light flashed from the system's space, piercing through the void, instantly appearing in the Imperial Palace, kneeling upon seeing Irvin. Greetings, Draper. Greetings, Draper. Their auras had become incomparably terrifying compared to before, immeasurable like a vast abyss. But Irvin, their lord, could instantly see that both had reached the peak ultimate D realm. Moreover, they were just a step away from the ultimate pinnacle of the D realm. Especially Coil. No one could have imagined how weak it was when first brought under control, compared to the vigorous presence it exuded now. As your divine lord who has crossed into the Holy Emperor realm, I plan to perform what no one else dares, to conceive a mini-world within my body. One of you is the Braden, with a world in each leaf, and the other, Coil, controls supreme world power. The reason I have summoned both of you is to share insights about the creation and destruction of worlds to aid in nurturing this mini-world. Irvin's gaze gleamed solemnly. Indeed, this matter required utmost caution and meticulous planning. Upon hearing their lord, Braden and Coil exchanged glances. As their auras intertwined, they conjured phenomena of black holes collapsing and worlds perishing, revealing astonished expressions. Attempting to create a mini-world within oneself at the Holy Emperor realm? Isn't that a bit too reckless? Only Supremes can create such worlds because their spiritual seas are incredibly vast, capable of accommodating a world. Additionally, their profound understanding of the Tao maintains the balance of a world. Furthermore, reaching the Supreme realm means having a formidable physical body that can withstand the backlash of world power. All these aspects are far beyond the capabilities of a Holy Emperor-level practitioner. Thus, throughout history, no outstanding genius managed to cultivate a mini-world while still at the Sage Tao level, except for those few taboo entities. Unexpectedly, their Divine Lord dared to be so audacious. As you command. But since the Divine Lord intended to do so, they would undoubtedly offer their full support. They knew their Lord well. He wouldn't undertake anything without certainty. If he decided to proceed, success was assured. Braden and Coil immediately sat cross-legged, releasing world power. The Grand Hall was filled with the laws of creation and destruction, along with Daoic power stretching out. The scene rapidly transformed into a cosmic space with 3 eternal rivers suspended overhead. Sun, moon, stars, constellations, all appeared exceptionally real, as if they were standing amidst the universe itself. This cosmos illusion created by Braden and Coil would significantly help their Divine Lord understand the essence of the world, thereby mastering world power to create his unique mini-world. Within Irvin's boundless spirit sea, creation and destruction intertwined, Daoic power spread out, like a boiling volcano, emitting endless heavenly energy, filling the cosmic illusion. It was extremely terrifying, striking fear into everyone present. Even Braden and Coil exchanged shocked looks, amazed by their lord's prowess. Just in the Holy Emperor realm, to possess such a spirit sea. That boundless chaos power would be hard for even a Supreme to contend with. A newly ascended Supreme would probably fail within moments. With this foundation, he could fight on par with an Emperor. Suddenly, a towering figure of a Supreme God King emerged behind Irvin, suppressing all from primordial antiquity to modern times, radiating an eternal aura. In his hands were swords. The sword in his left hand emitted light and eternity, while the one in his right radiated darkness and forbidden power, embodying deity and demon simultaneously. Note: the translation follows the original style and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 512. Today, I create a realm. Irvin sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by stars, resembling an ancient divine king. He exuded an eternal and immortal aura, with a god and devil merged form breaking through the vast universe, an extremely terrifying sight. Even if an overlord were present, they would have to bow and submit. The Braden and the Coil had combined the power of the 33 great avenues into a single pure and supreme power, then refined it into world force. The two complemented each other, channeling their energies into Irvin's body. Irvin's gaze was as piercing as the sun, directly illuminating the pole star. Ancient runes from the primeval era faintly appeared around his body. Who are the Braden and the Coil? The Braden instantly recognized this as ancient Taoist techniques. The Draper is truly a favored son, to receive such legacies from the ancient times. No wonder he has the confidence to attempt creating a small world within the Sage Emperor realm, the Braden said, deeply moved. It spread its arms wide, revealing behind it a towering tree that spanned heaven and earth. Each leaf was a world, each branch a vast cosmos, emitting a power that could shatter this void. A green light appeared at the central trunk, then sharply pierced into Irvin's forehead. This was the Braden's insight into world force and the essence of its own world power. Everyone knew the Braden was an immortal seed, with potential to achieve deity rank. Its understanding of world force was unmatched, reaching unparalleled heights. Now, this knowledge was being passed to Irvin. Around him, chaos energy surged like a slumbering primordial beast. That green light swirled within Irvin's mind after entering his forehead. Ding! Detected lifetime insights of the Braden and the essence of world force. Infinite enlightenment mode activated. Instantly, Irvin comprehended the essence of world force. Wrapped in chaos energy, another terrifying divine power emerged, a luminous white-green glow pulsing with life. Behind him, the god-devil Shadow's chest bore a newly formed spherical shape. Holy crap, this is the Draper's talent? The Braden drew a sharp breath, finding it hard to believe what it saw. Just moments ago, it had transferred its profound understanding and essence of world force to the Draper. For even the most gifted genius, completely grasping this knowledge would take months, even at the Overlord stage. Yoinked, in mere moments, the Draper forged a world prototype. This was truly a miracle. Note, I've replaced Chuxing, prototype, with prototype, to ensure it reads naturally in English while maintaining the meaning. Even the Coil gasped, momentarily stunned, knowing how difficult it was to create a small world inside one's body. Even for overlords, it involved tremendous hardships, risking destruction of their physical bodies to forge the world's prototype. But their Draper had done it in an instant, and this was only the beginning. Soon, in Irvin's boundless spiritual sea, chaos energy boiled. This new world, forged from chaos energy, would be the highest-grade chaotic world, incomparably fearsome. In future battles, just one gesture could unleash its power, overwhelming ordinary overlords. Suddenly, Irvin's fingers moved in a mystical seal, casting ancient Taoist techniques that made the chaos energy boil. The entire area seemed like a furnace about to dry up. Seeing this, the Braden and Coil withdrew from the cosmic illusion into the Grand Hall. Success or failure depends on the Draper's destiny. If the Draper opens a chaotic world within his body, it will inevitably trigger celestial phenomena and heaven's wrath. After all, the chaotic world holds infinite potential, growing alongside its host. When the Draper steps into the divine realm, this chaotic world will become a massive entity, potentially surpassing the domains within our eternal immortal realm. However, everything must balance. Only one eternal immortal realm and 3,000 domains can exist. The chaotic world should not exist, the Braden sighed. Even if the chaotic world is opened, the Draper must withstand heaven's wrath. The overwhelming power of the Tao is merely a toy in the Draper's hands, the Coil said confidently, recalling past events and knowing the Draper's limitless resources. In the cosmic illusion, Irvin cast seals, revealing ancient techniques. Then, amidst the void, the Cora Ziwei's figure seemed to appear, ethereal and peerless, a goddess beyond reproach. Sigh, little guy, you really know how to cause trouble. Cora Ziwei hadn't expected that shortly after teaching him ancient Taoist techniques, Irvin would fuse those principles with current Taoist rules and his own chaos energy to create a chaotic world within his spirit sea. This is extraordinary, Cora Ziwei mused, for such a chaotic world would surpass common ones, imbued with both ancient and modern Taoist principles. Truly audacious, she sighed again but added, let me help you one more time. With that, she stretched her delicate hand and gently flicked, transferring her own insights from when she had created a world. It entered Irvin's mind. Irvin slightly frowned, recognizing this pre-ancient understanding which greatly aided his task. Under the influence of infinite enlightenment mode, any Taoist technique or rule could be instantly understood. Under Irvin's guidance, the world prototype gradually took shape amidst the boundless spiritual sea. Aura boiling, 33 great Taoist rules were created. Using his experience and the power of the Taoist principles, he crafted the world and its planets. Today, I create a realm. Chapter 513. Evolution of Life, Fierce Competition, Struggle for the Great Tao. As the words echoed, the cosmic illusion violently shook, and the sun, moon, and stars seemed on the verge of shattering, emitting thunderous roars. The three mighty rivers that spanned the starry sky flowed entirely into the chest of the ethereal deity figure, then entered the nascent small world. Before Irvin, the embryonic form of a small world began to manifest. Irvin infused it with the power of the Great Tao and its principles. As the threads of the Great Tao and laws intertwined, a planet slowly came into being within this chaotic world. One became two, two became four. This process repeated endlessly. With the increasing number of planets, this chaotic small world grew more vibrant, gradually evolving from an embryo into maturity. Next, Irvin imparted the force of eras. Ancient rune spells and modern ones were etched into the small world. Under the influence of the chaotic force and celestial spirit energy, this realm flourished and expanded boundlessly. The number of stars was staggering, forming constellations that coalesced into galaxies. When dozens of these galaxies emerged, they converged toward the central area, creating an immense stellar sea that spanned the universe, a testament to Irvin's creation. Then, Irvin brought out a life force spring from the system space. Due to the infinite sign-in mode, he constantly acquired treasures beyond count. Whenever he needed something, he simply asked the system to choose the appropriate item. Useless items were given to his Joab puppet, the Braden, and the coil to aid their rapid growth. The life spirit spring harbors vast life forces. By adjusting the passage of time in the chaotic world, where every 10,000 years pass inside while only one day passes outside, and deploying the life spirit spring here, life will surely emerge within 1,000,000 years. Irvin thought and proceeded to make the necessary adjustments. As the creator of this chaotic world, he was now its sovereign, having woven even its foundational principles. Adjusting time flow was as effortless as snapping a finger. He could destroy this world with a flip of his hand if he chose. In the chaotic world, time moved swiftly. Planets formed every moment, some perishing to dust. Within 1,000,000 years in the chaotic world, only 10 days had passed outside. During this period, Irvin continued to integrate ancient and modern great Tao principles into his chaotic body. A single palm strike now unleashed incomparable chaos, like a surging galaxy, far surpassing ordinary supreme beings. I wonder how the evolution of life fared in my chaotic world over 1,000,000 years, Irvin mused, lifting his gaze. Only a universe with life could be considered complete and true. Without life's faith and vitality, no endless world power would arise, leading to eventual collapse. Life birthed by the world pushes it forward, a universal truth. Irvin's eyes pierced through the chaos. As the sovereign, he could instantly perceive all changes and developments within the boundless chaotic world. Indeed, on a blue-white planet, life evolved into humanoid forms, similar to those in the eternal, immortal realm. They transitioned from savagery to civilization, some advancing in technology, while others embarked on martial paths. Elsewhere, diverse lives emerged, all embracing martial cultivation, using the chaotic world's spiritual energy. Life was born. Over 1,000,000 years, the mission was accomplished. Irvin's eyes sparkled with joy. Life emerged, as expected, in myriad forms rather than a single race. With countless races vying for dominance, the chaotic world became a forge, ceaselessly supplying world power. He ensured balance, preventing any single race from overpowering the others. The humanoid inhabitants of the blue-white planet also expanded, clashing with civilizations on other planets, sparking conflicts between martial arts and technology. With a wave of his hand, Irvin adjusted the chaotic world's time flow so that each 100 years equaled one day in the outside world. Thus, even if a millennium passed in the chaotic world, only 100 days would elapse externally. The chaotic world remained under Irvin's control. If outsiders witnessed this, they would be astonished. In the sacred Emperor domain, he truly created a small world successfully, a rare chaotic world. Only Irvin knew this wasn't just any chaotic world, but a perfect one integrating ancient and contemporary Tao principles. Even if a supreme powerhouse succeeded in creating a small world, it would be challenging to quickly evolve life without constant life force supply and supporting great Tao spirit energy. Ying, Irvin managed to evolve life, including myriad species, in just 10 days. The clash of different civilizations began, generating boundless world power for Irvin. What surprised him was why life always first emerged on blue-white planets and was always humanoid. Was this a universal law? But something else caught his mind. If he could create and manipulate a world, birthing life for his use, how did the myriad realms come into existence? Why did the wars among myriad races never cease? What lay at the end of the immortal path? These mysteries haunted him. 10 days have passed. The chaotic world is complete. It's time to step out. ##### Chapter 514. A miracle. You ain't another eternal record? Boom. With a thunderous roar akin to lightning, the entire universe of illusion trembled as boundless energy surged forth. The ethereal image of a divine and demonic being, wielding twin swords, seemed poised to sever everything in existence, its infinite divine power erupting. Even supremes would quiver with fear at this sight. The chaos world, just newly created, had seamlessly merged into Irvin's body within the boundless sea of primal chaos. Harnessing chaotic power, Irvin took a single step. In an instant, he appeared high above the skies of the Ying clan's ancient territory. Having read extensively since childhood, he naturally understood that creating a small world also meant facing the heavenly trial from above. Ordinary supremes who condensed their own microcosms merely had to endure tribulations. However, his creation was a perfect chaos world, simultaneously possessing ancient Tao techniques and contemporary ones, a unique marvel unseen in all of history. Such a defiance of natural order did not escape the scrutiny of the Grand Tao, which sent down destructive power aimed to crush it in its cradle. At the very moment Irvin appeared, the Braden and the coil emerged atop a divine mountain, gazing skyward in observation. The Draper has created a perfect chaos world. He truly succeeded. Befitting of His Majesty the Draper, he acts with absolute confidence. He even integrated my insights on world power into the world within moments. 10 days have passed, and I predict the perfect chaos world of the Draper must have already conceived life forms. The Braden spoke, barely concealing its shock. There was no one else in the world capable of cultivating life within a microcosm so quickly. Not even the ancient great powers or ancient emperors could achieve such a feat. Even the current era's strongest beings, those who have crossed into Joab ranks, were far from this level. Hearing this, the coil was equally stunned. Once in control of a vast world, it well knew how challenging it was for a new world to birth life forms. It required eons of cultivation and an endless supply of life energy. To form an entire race was even more difficult. Indeed, the Draper was a genius of his age. No, he was an eternal taboo. Appearing above the Ying family's territory, the ethereal shadow of the divine and demonic being shattered the primordial chaos behind Irvin. Just revealing a corner of it seemed to bring about calamity. With every move, boundless divine power erupted, causing volcanoes to erupt, lands to split, and oceans to boil as if cooked. He stood like a supreme deity, overlooking the vast earth. Chaos power enveloped Irvin's form. Clad in flowing white robes, he appeared transcendently peerless. From the distant heavens, colorful lights shot out toward this world, and Irvin absorbed the majority of it while sitting cross-legged on the ground. Many disciples of the ancient Ying clan looked up in disbelief. How long had he been back? Already causing a scene again? Their young lord was certainly not one to sit still. F***K. Has Leonardo advanced in realms? No, he remains at the sacred emperor stage, not yet reaching the peak human Tao. But such shocking phenomena, even supremes cannot summon. Leonardo must have encountered great fortune. Young disciples speculated wildly, imagining what extraordinary encounter their Leonardo might have had. Elders of the Ying clan also appeared, staring at Irvin in midair with bulging eyes, amazed by the auspicious signs and divine light. What great advancement in cultivation our Leonardo has made. Damn, is there anyone among the younger generation who can contend with Leonardo? Forget the younger generation. Even seasoned cultivators below the divine Tao rank may not match Leonardo. I wonder what fortune he has encountered. Was it a divine weapon, or perhaps an immortal elixir? Elders debated, their gazes fixed on Irvin in the sky, eager to see what mischief their Leonardo might cause next. Every eye was on him. Even elders from the main branch used their abilities to pierce through space, wanting to see what shocking act Irvin would perform next. He was never one to rest. When children were young, they weren't supposed to wander outside constantly. Now, they wished the Leonardo would stay outside once he grew up. He was too disruptive. Once the Northern Sea officially opened, they'd send the Leonardo away immediately. He couldn't keep stirring things up at home. They simply couldn't bear it. Seeming to confirm the elders' suspicions, a cold point of light appeared first, followed by radiant divine light forming a sword high in the sky, carrying extreme destructive power as it descended upon Irvin. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, Irvin merely chuckled. So this is heaven's destruction? Too trivial. Speaking, Irvin slapped out a palm filled with boundless divine power. The chaos seemed tangible, encircled by divine rings emitting immense force, coupled with the ultimate thunderbolt's lethal force. The path of destruction. Irvin had mastered it. Thunder roared, meeting the challenge head-on, illuminating half the sky. Boom boom boom. Thunder echoed as the divine thunderbolt and the holy sword clashed, destroying half the sky and collapsing it into a black hole. Space itself fractured. The mighty sword of divine light, which had previously appeared so formidable, was shattered by Irvin's palm, dissipating into nothingness. Irvin smirked coldly. He had dealt with the Grand Tao before. When he was born, heavenly blood eyes descended to attempt his demise. Then, he was subjected to the constraints of the Grand Tao. Had he been a typical super genius, even with unparalleled constitution and talents, escaping such bindings would be impossible, ultimately limiting his achievements. Fortunately, he pushed to the extreme in every realm, continuously breaking limits. Even the constraints of the Grand Tao could not impede his progress. Above the heavens, dark clouds roared and covered the sky. Blood-colored lightning raged, threatening to obliterate all. Irvin's lips curled slightly at this familiar scene. F***K. You stupid Tao, always sending down lightning. Can't you come up with something new? This was Irvin's inner monologue, seemingly sensing Irvin's reaction. Behind Irvin, the perfect chaos world he had just created appeared, emanating world power that reinforced him. Irvin, the true master of the world. F***K. This is an internal microcosm. Chaos power leaking out. Could this be the legendary chaos world? How many people in history have created a chaos world within their body? One hand can count them all. Ying Leonardo is only at the sacred emperor stage. How did he create a chaos world? A miracle. Another eternal record. Chapter 515. I, Irvin, shall open a new world today. Numerous elders were astounded as they witnessed Irvin create a chaotic world, their eyes trembling with shock. Deep inside, they were terrified beyond measure. Even though they already knew that the young master possessed unparalleled talent and held great secrets, they had only been slightly amazed when he opened a small world within his body in the Joab realm. Ying, they never imagined this young man would directly create a chaotic world in the Joab realm. His future achievements would be immeasurable. However, Irvin's gaze was serious. He didn't expect that just by venting inwardly, the way would start to give him something entirely new. Above the sky, lightning rumbled, accompanied by boundless flames burning fiercely, an extremely terrifying sight. Within the infinite sea of lightning, a gate slowly appeared. Could this be the legendary Gate of Order? No, although it bears the aura of the Gate of Order, it's not the true form descending. Evidently, this is an incarnation of the Gate of Order, now manifesting as a heavenly tribulation, attempting to destroy the chaotic world within the young master's body that was just opened. The main lineage elders discussed among themselves, exceedingly cautious. Legend has it that there is a door connecting ancient and modern eras and countless realms. Time and space lose meaning beyond this door. No one knows what this door represents or what lies behind it. Even Joabs find it difficult to enter. Perhaps only supreme beings in the D realm have a slight understanding. But even a projection of the Gate of Order exudes immense pressure, enveloped in the vast killing power of heaven and earth. Myriads of lightning clear the way, while flames burn half the void. Irvin's expression became solemn, realizing the need to take this seriously. System, help me analyze the Gate of Order. Ding ding ding, detected host request. Beginning analysis. Analysis complete. This is a projection of the Gate of Order. It is also part of the heavenly tribulation. Passing this trial will signify that you've truly opened a chaotic world, allowing you to harness its power for your own use. Irvin's lips twitched faintly. No wonder it's called a dog system. Listening to you is like not listening at all. Don't tell me what I don't already know. I want real information about the Gate of Order. Host, please don't be hasty. The true gate of order involves great secrets. With your current cultivation, it's better not to know too much. Dog system, you wait until you materialize. I'll definitely turn you into a corpse. Irvin inwardly cursed the system. You inked, the descent of the gate of order did not slow down, reaching before Irvin. At this moment in the void above, Irvin frowned slightly. Behind him, a divine and demonic shadow released overwhelming chaotic energy, emitting boundless might of the way, seemingly capable of destroying everything in the world. Even facing the projection of the gate of order, he did not yield in the slightest. Under the envelopment of myriad lightning and overwhelming flames, the true form of the gate of order slowly revealed itself. A black gate inscribed with thousands of ways of the universe, woven together like threads of fate. Glyphs from different eras shone upon the gate of order, emanating immense pressure. Even those who had entered the divine realm felt a sense of dread. This was a fearsome entity of myth and legend. Even Joabs could not set foot in it. No one expected that this time, the heavenly tribulation would be so serious, summoning the gate of order. Even a mere projection was extremely dangerous. Recalling the first appearance of the Gate of Order during the peak human realm era of their family patriarch Bogdan, which summoned the eternal chart of human era emperors where Bogdan ranked third. Thus, the Gate of Order summoned a projection, bringing down a heavenly tribulation. But Bogdan, a rare genius of the ages, faced the tribulation brought by the Gate of Order without fear and fought through it. In the end, he achieved the position of an emperor in the human realm. In recent times, the Gate of Order's projection had almost never appeared. Its two appearances were due to Bogdan and Irvin, truly deserving of the name, the ancient Ying family. Each generation surpasses the last. However, whether this Gate of Order projection can hinder Irvin's growth remains unknown. This time, the Gate of Order is clearly different. Inscribed with myriad ways, it radiates awe-inspiring power that intimidates even divine realm experts. If the true Gate of Order descended, every being below the Joab level would kneel in submission. And right before everyone's eyes, the Gate of Order slowly opened. Three figures emerged from within. A Cecilia floated gracefully like a celestial being, but with a unique, pale complexion, resembling a corpse. Another wielded a sharp sword, eyes sharp as if ready to sever chains, with a wine jug hanging from his waist. The third figure was enshrouded in black mist, emitting a terrifying aura as if returned from hell. Seeing these three, the experienced and high-ranking elders trembled with fear, their pupils quivering. Heavenly Bone Korra, Gaylord, Underworld Joab. Irvin instantly recognized the three figures before him. They were renowned supreme beings in ancient history, all having surpassed the Joab realm. But since this was a heavenly tribulation, they were placed at the same level. Although their lives were spent as supreme beings in the Joab realm, even showcasing only Joab-level strength, they were far from ordinary. The Heavenly Bone Korra was an unmatched female emperor of the Wild Age, once entering a forbidden area alone and exterminating an entire race. That race had a Joab protector, yet offered no resistance, being slain by the Korra. And the Gaylord, whose single sword strike once ushered in an era of peace, cutting down the heavenly gate. The underworld Joab, renowned for his ferocity, once ventured into a life-prohibited zone, slaying a Joab and returning unscathed, an achievement glowing brightly in history. The elders marveled, astonished by the legends. Was the Gate of Order's test to let Jethro Irvin defeat these three? Although they were currently in the Joab realm, fighting 3-1 put him at a disadvantage. These three historical figures were unrivaled in their respective eras, boasting rich combat experience and endless hidden strengths. Compared to them, the young master seemed like a mere novice. Even the main lineage elders were worried, fearing any mishaps. The hard-earned chaotic world must not be jeopardized. However, Irvin sneered coldly, eyeing the three supreme beings disdainfully. I, Irvin, shall open a new world today. Chapter 516. Face-to-face with ancient and modern heroes, suppressing the Silas with one palm. As soon as the words were spoken, Irvin stood face-to-face with the three Joabs. Each one of them was a paragon in the realm of Joabs, having left indelible marks on both ancient and modern history. They were indeed at the pinnacle of the divine emperor level. But now, they faced an equal. Irvin felt no fear at all. It was widely known that Irvin could challenge immortals against higher realms, unmatched at his current realm throughout history. Even the supreme sovereign of primordial era who once dominated the entire ancient times, the top-ranked immortal body on the eternal flesh list, had fallen under his fists. And these three formidable opponents before him emerged from the door of order. Yoink, they merely stood there. Moments later, their eyes shimmered with life as they exchanged glances. Consciousness returned. All of them had reached the supreme realm, commanding awe across the universe. As long as they had followers chanting their true names in all worlds, they could feel it. Especially when their projections appeared. Their consciousness naturally followed. Ha ha ha, so this is the work of the door of order. Jalmer casually picked up the wine flask from his waist and took a deep swig. The aroma of wine spread everywhere, even reaching Ying family's disciples and elders. It was truly a rare and exquisite vintage. Korra Bone didn't say much, but watched Irvin sharply. She was slightly shocked. To think someone could invoke the door of order to bring calamity in future generations. It seems the era of everlasting prosperity has arrived in this generation. Since it's the projection brought by the door of order to prevent this young man from breaking through, we should make our move sooner rather than later. This human youth must be extraordinary if he can summon us three. Silas, enveloped in black mist, spoke with a hoarse voice. His bloodshot eyes focused on Irvin. Just as he was about to act, he noticed something peculiar about the young man. He was only at the Sacred Emperor realm. Within the Sacred Emperor realm, he had created a miniature world with primordial chaos energy overflowing. It was a perfect chaos world. Frightening indeed. Even during his time, such talent was non-existent. Irvin smiled faintly and bowed respectfully to the three predecessors. After all, they were warriors of ancient eras, with great fame and shaking realms, capable of being recorded in the annals of time. As a junior, he ought to show respect. My apologies for any offense, honored seniors. Ha ha ha, just what I wanted, to witness the strength of future geniuses. I haven't fought in a long time. Stretching my limbs would be quite nice. Silas laughed sinisterly as his figure disappeared like a wraith. In the void, it became nearly impossible to track. Irvin's eyes sparkled with brilliant light as his heterochromia revolved. Facing three-peak Joabs, he couldn't afford to be complacent. Heterochromia can open the heavens, unbeaten since the beginning of time. At this moment, it felt as though the entire void was sealed. I found you. Irvin unleashed a palm strike, instantly warping the void around him, fracturing space. Black holes erupted. Overwhelming divine power enveloped the air, pressing down. Silas was forced out. He retaliated with another palm strike. Netherworld power swept over like a demonic hell, filled with ghostly wails and wolf cries. Their strikes collided, the void itself seeming to be torn apart, layer upon layer breaking. Irvin stood firmly, motionless. His white robe fluttered in the wind, accentuating his majestic aura. But his attacks were never sloppy. Like an innate war god, subduing all foes in the world. On the other hand, Silas had to retreat dozens of steps to stop, his vital energy surging within. His physical form turned ethereal, his eyes heavy. He muttered, "This is the power of heterochromia. There are great secrets about this boy." Seeing this, several elders of the Ying family were exhilarated. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being our Ying family's young master. One move to force back an ancient Joab. In the battle of masters, one move reveals all. Jethro's might is unparalleled. Silas looks set to falter today. That's right, who else is our Ying family's young master, but one who has conquered the ages without a match. Halden Hell suppressing demon fist. Instantaneously, Silas formed 3 clones, standing in 4 cardinal directions, releasing mighty fists accompanied by the roars of fierce beasts. Fists tore through the starry sky, subduing the cosmos. This was Silas's ultimate physical technique. With just his body, he could shatter divine weapons. However, seeing this, many informed members of the Ying family chuckled. Daring to compete in physical prowess against their young master? Even the ancient immortal emperor wouldn't dare. Sure enough, Irvin's lips curled into a smile. A vague burst of chaotic life force erupted like a chaos god king, powerful enough to split the sky. A simple punch sent out. It seemed to crush dragons, scattering the 3 clones immediately, unable to withstand even a moment. 2 punches clashed, each hitting bone deep. Silas felt like being struck by an ancient mountain, blood rising in his throat, retreating uncontrollably. Xiaomer and Koratiangu Bone observed that Silas's right fist trembled, as if bones had cracked. In reality, only Silas knew his right hand was almost crippled. He stared in astonishment at the boy, whose physical might was so formidable. Even dragon emperors of the ancient dragon race were not much better than this. However, Irvin did not hold back. Finish the fight quickly. Another punch swung down. Silas blocked with both arms, but he forgot he had suffered earlier in physical combat. Like a broken kite, he was punched flying away. Azura Hell Blade. Enraged, the Silas summoned endless blood Sa-Chi with a single gesture. Note, Sa-Chi is typically translated as murderous aura or bloodlust aura. If you want a more fluid translation, we can replace blood Sa-Chi with one of these terms. Enraged, the Silas summoned endless bloodlust aura with a single gesture. Suddenly, a sharp blade appeared in his hand, completely black, shrouded in blood Sa energy, with crimson veins faintly visible. Note, Sa is typically translated as murderous or bloodthirsty, but in context of energy or chi, it's better to use energy. If you prefer a more specific term, we can adjust accordingly. For better fluency, I would suggest completely black and enveloped in bloodthirsty energy, with faint crimson veins visible. Young man, do you dare receive my blade? With those words, Silas soared into the air. Even suppressed by the door of order to the sacred emperor realm, his true fighting strength could slay sovereigns. Moreover, he summoned his eternal divine weapon. Facing even emperors, he could still fight. Once the Azura Hell Blade appeared, the entire sky was covered in dense blood Sa energy. Correction. Once the Azura Hell Blade appeared, the entire sky was enveloped in thick bloodshak energy. Note, Sa-Chi is not a standard English term. In this context, it seems to refer to a type of malevolent or fierce energy. I've translated it as bloodshak energy for clarity and consistency with fantasy literature conventions. If Sa has a specific meaning in your text, you may want to provide an alternative term. Irvin's gaze was sharp, yet he didn't plan to take out the heaven-withered divine halberd or the 5 divine swords. Eternal divine weapons are formed after entering the divine realm, using materials and personal imprints. Growing with their host, God King weapon, God Venerable weapon, or D weapon all belong to the category of eternal divine weapons. This Azura Hellblade is a D-level eternal divine weapon. Irvin wondered if his body could withstand an eternal divine weapon in the same realm. Receiving your blade, so what? His right fist condensed supreme divine might. Chaos energy erupted, runes swirling, as if carrying an immense force. Inferno Blade Slash. Holding the Azura Hellblade, Silas delivered a casual slash, bringing Hell's descent. Now wielding the Hellblade, he slashed sideways, blood-red veins suddenly erupting with infinite hell power. Countless evil ghosts followed behind him. When they collided, it was like 2 stars colliding. A ripple spread across the entire void. Even Xiaomer and Koratiangu Bone had to channel their powers to defend. Chapter 517. A mere eternal divine weapon dares to break my defenses? Like thunder crashing down, the dark clouds above were violently scattered. The Gaylord and the Korra of Heavenly Bones channeled their mana to withstand the aftereffects. Indeed, this was a confrontation between an ancient supreme powerhouse and the foremost figure of today's young generation. It was breathtakingly intense. Even just the aftermath was enough to obliterate mid-level geniuses from prestigious sects. The many young disciples and elders of the Ying family watched anxiously without blinking. Though they were aware of Irvin's strength, they could not help but be wary. The projection of the door of order had descended. They must not take it lightly. That was an ancient taboo door. As the smoke cleared, Irvin remained as graceful and refined as ever, standing immobile where he was. His white robe fluttered in the wind, spotlessly clean, showing no sign of injury. Even his right fist was unscathed. In contrast, the D of the Netherworld trembled as if gravely injured, gritting his teeth. His right hand was shaky, almost letting go of the Azura Hellblade. Both of you, how long do you plan to watch the show? Do you really think we can stand up to him one-on-one? D of the Netherworld was at a loss, urging the Gaylord and the Korra of Heavenly Bones. In his era, he was once a nightmare for young geniuses, unmatched by anyone. Whether in physical prowess or magical arts, he was absolutely superior. He never thought the tables would turn, and now, he was utterly suppressed by a younger generation, without any resistance. The two exchanged glances and stood beside the D of the Netherworld. Haha, you brought this upon yourself by sticking your neck out first. Why did you rush into this? You didn't even try to understand his background. Korra of Heavenly Bones chided softly. She was the strongest among the three. Listening to her reprimand, the D of the Netherworld could only swallow his anger. Moreover, they now shared a common enemy. He is a descendant of the Ying family. The Gaylord said this casually, but it struck the D of the Netherworld like thunder, making him gasp. What? What did you say? He's a descendant of the Ying family? Hearing Ying family, the D of the Netherworld was astonished. Only the supreme powerhouses like the timeless and strongest force, the ancient Ying family, could elicit such reactions. Sigh, the awareness has descended here. Why don't you observe the surroundings? Do you seriously come from an era with no true geniuses, allowing you to ascend to the rank of a god emperor? And shouldn't that youth's aura be familiar to you? Upon hearing the Gaylord's words, the D of the Netherworld realized that the youth's bloodline aura felt familiar during their clash. Now, it made sense. No wonder he's so extraordinary, able to create a perfect chaotic world within the realm of a sage emperor. He even summoned the Door of Order, bringing down divine punishment. Holding the Azura Hellblade, the D of the Netherworld's fighting spirit surged, bloodthirsty energy overwhelming. From within the Door of Order, a river of darkness flowed like blood, connecting to the underworld, entering his body. The black mist around him reformed, his eyes sharp, filled with lethal intent. The Azura Hellblade grew darker, resembling an abyss itself, and his injuries healed. Seeing this, Irvin's expression changed. His guess was correct. He wondered earlier why the projection of the Door of Order remained even after summoning the three god emperors. It turned out, the Door of Order provided continuous energy and healing to the three emperors. If another super genius faced these three simultaneously, they would surely fall, even if briefly having the upper hand. With endless support from the Door of Order, they would eventually be exhausted. Humph, it seems you've set yourselves up in an unbeatable position. Irvin felt troubled, but remained within his control. Damn, how are we supposed to fight this? The three emperors are already formidable, but the Door of Order continuously heals them. They are invincible from the start. Many elders became concerned. In the past, Irvin dominated the Eternal Flesh rankings, defeating the ancient emperor and Ying Huangxian, but they didn't have the benefit of being healed. Gaylord took a sip of wine and advised, "Young man, we have a history with the Ying family. We don't wish to fight or besiege you, but we've been summoned by the Door of Order. Just let us destroy your small world. You can refine another at the supreme level." However, Irvin shook his head. There's no need for restraint, seniors. Even with the Door of Order healing you, you won't necessarily be a match for me. His arrogance was unparalleled. Despite the Door of Order's support, Irvin was confident he could suppress them. Very well. Let's begin. Gaylord unsheathed his sword. The 3-foot blade sliced through space, nearly cutting the Milky Way above. Sharp sword light pierced heaven and earth, striking fiercely. This was also an eternal divine weapon, a D's weapon. The D of the Netherworld held the Azura Hellblade, charging again. He slashed forward with great force. Irvin faced a two-front attack. No longer holding back, Irvin summoned the divine sword chest with a single gesture. 5 divine swords appeared, their radiant glow illuminating the void. The demonic heaven sword and the dawn god sword were wielded in Irvin's left and right hands respectively. Divine demon dual swords. Wielding the demonic heaven sword, Irvin swung upwards, splitting the sky, creating a massive demonic shadow that devoured Gaylord's strike. The demon then roared, causing Gaylord to stagger back, his chi surging wildly. Irvin then clashed the dawn god sword against the Azura Hellblade. Blood red and golden runes flashed in the air. Ultimately, the dawn god sword proved superior, forcing the D of the Netherworld to retreat. 1,000 rifts of demon god. The supreme demonic shadow wielded a dark sword, cleaving the heavens with a mighty swing. Gaylord blocked, but was sent flying like a falling star, spitting blood, retreating hastily. Drinking another bottle of wine, he was stunned. It seemed Irvin hadn't fought at full strength against the D of the Netherworld. He was merely probing. Now, fighting two opponents simultaneously, Irvin was still effortless. Divine Chaos Elegy. Irvin didn't give them a chance to breathe. His dawn god sword emitted dazzling light, shattering the void as a pillar of light soared through the sky and crashed down. The D of the Netherworld tried to block with his blade, but his arms almost shattered, skin tearing, spitting blood, and when he recovered, he saw Irvin's punch incoming. A massive hole was punched through his chest, Crack! Everyone heard the bone break, and the D of the netherworld was hurled away, leaving a bloody crater on his chest. Chapter 518. Tiangu's move. Facing three at once. At this moment, Irvin seemed to be invincible. He held the Dawn Divine Sword and the Heavenly Demon Sword. Both were artifacts of divine emperors, radiating incomparable vast divine power, boundless and terrifying. It was as if a deity had come to life, with the overwhelming aura of energy and blood dyeing half the sky red. A dragon of vital force slowly formed around Irvin. With a roar, it made him seem like a chaotic god king. The immortal D and the Nathan were clearly at a disadvantage. Irvin, relying on his perfected chaos body and various hidden skills, battled across realms as easily as eating or drinking water. Coupled with his formidable physical strength, he was unstoppable. He was truly unmatched in this era. This scene, witnessed by many young disciples of the myriad ancient Ying family, was nothing extraordinary. After all, Irvin had amazed them countless times. Even the myriad ancient great emperor could barely defeat him. Now that the Nathan and the immortal D had been defeated, it was quite normal. Several elders looked at each other and nodded. The growth rate of their young master was truly beyond belief. Now, in the realm of sacred emperors, he had opened up a perfect chaos world and faced three ancient powerful opponents head-on. In the future, if he reached the supreme realm, or even the peak of the human domain, the great emperor realm, perhaps, he could reverse and challenge the deities, battling the mighty ones of the divine domain. The human domain and the divine domain were an insurmountable divide. But for their young master, crossing this divide might not be impossible. The 10 greatest disciples of the Ying family, including Ebert, gazed upward without blinking. They carefully watched every detail, afraid of missing anything. After all, their young master's growth rate was too fast, already far surpassing them. If they could observe the young master's battle and gain some insights, it would benefit them greatly. However, just when everyone let their guard down, the order gate emitted two brilliant rays of light. The light surged into the Nathan and the immortal D. Moments later, the Nathan had sharp eyes and a fierce edge, wielding a 3-foot-long green blade. The immortal D also recovered, black mist enveloping his body, with blood-red runes shining, incredibly terrifying, as if coming from the underworld. The order gate continuously restored their injuries and energy. Just as they said earlier, this placed them inherently in an unbeatable position. Irvin's gaze was sharp, but he wasn't overly worried. He still studied the order gate for a while, pondering a solution. Just as Irvin was lost in thought, Tiangu made her move. Her skin was white like jade, her legs long, and her beautiful face as cold as ice. She extended her slender fingers. Supreme tyrannical energy erupted. Tiangu's strength was greater than both the Nathan and the immortal D, even stronger than any divine emperor Irvin had faced before. The void shattered like thunder striking, incredibly fearsome. Irvin's gaze grew serious, and he unleashed a punch, with chaotic energy surging like waves, quickly breaking her attack. Boom! Like thunder exploding, the void tore apart. Black holes evolved, seeming to swallow everything. Though he neutralized her move, Irvin felt the exceptional power of Tiangu. Among divine emperors, she likely had few equals. Young man, you are a descendant of the Ying family. Your veins carry the Ying family's blood, and you will surely rise to greatness. And with your unyielding resolve, giving up the perfect chaos world you have created is naturally impossible. Then let us fight. Either eliminate us three, or we will destroy your newborn small world. Tiangu spoke coldly, her eyes like sapphires, yet distant. There was an innate imperial demeanor about her. However, a sharp flash crossed Irvin's eyes. He detected the information released by Tiangu's words. Eliminate them three? But they had the energy restoration of the order gate. Could it mean directly annihilating them, leaving no chance for the order gate to restore them? Meanwhile, the immortal D cackled and, holding the Azura Hellblade, charged again. The blade glowed with bloody patterns, cutting through everything terrifyingly. Ghosts wailed. With one gesture, half the sky turned black. Underworld hell. Irvin felt himself pulled into a dark underworld, pitch black, impenetrable. He knew this was the immortal D's ultimate skill, a domain technique. In this domain, not only would his fighting strength decrease, but his vision would be blinded. Unable to locate the divine emperor's true form, he could only be beaten down. But it didn't matter. Irvin's sensory perception had been honed through countless practices and physical training. Even without sight, he could counter it. And with his dual pupils, there was no failure. If Irvin used his dual pupil power, this mere domain skill would be destroyed instantly. But Irvin wanted to test his senses. He closed his eyes and focused inward. His ears picked up traces in the shadows. The hidden immortal D thought Irvin had given up resistance. The Azura Hellblade ignited with infernal flames, slashing down fiercely. Die! Crack! With a cracking sound, the Azura Hellblade was firmly held by Irvin. Opening his eyes, he saw as expected. Aren't you, a great divine emperor, limited to these tricks? Irvin smiled faintly, shaking his head as if disappointed. Killing physically wasn't enough. He aimed to break his spirit. The immortal D was shocked, disbelief in his eyes. The Azura Hellblade was held firmly by Irvin, causing no harm. Was this a saint emperor? That single strike could have killed a supreme being. Yoink, it was caught in one hand. If word spread, the immortal D would become a laughingstock in the divine emperor circle. Damn! Immortal soundwave skill. The immortal D roared, sound waves distorting space. Yoink. Irvin remained unaffected. He wasn't just physically invincible. His soul's strength surpassed peers. Even great emperors couldn't match. With one hand, he slapped the immortal D away, spitting blood. The immortal D's domain broke like glass. Irvin wouldn't give another chance. Holding the heavenly demon sword, as if thousands of demons were attached, demonic roars echoed. A godlike shadow stood behind him, terrifying and awe-inspiring, formidable and unrivaled. Roar. Demonic roars erupted as countless fiends flew out of the sword, tearing the immortal D apart. This ends your agony. Note, the structure, line breaks, and overall style have been maintained as requested. Chapter 519. Slay the Brit, annihilate the Nathan, only I remain unchallenged. As Irvin's voice fell silent, the celestial demon's sword in his hand emitted a resonant hum as if it could hardly contain its thirst for blood. God Demon Annihilation Slash. With these words, he wielded the celestial demon's sword and slashed forward. The void was directly torn open, revealing swirling stars within the tear. Countless demons followed along. The Brit's eyes widened in shock, trying to resist but finding all efforts futile. Summoned demons beside him clung tightly to his flesh, gnawing mercilessly as countless worms devoured his heart. A torment indescribable, bone-chilling. At this moment, the projection of the Gate of Order seemed to sense the danger. It suddenly unleashed a stream of energy, attempting to enter the Brit's body to heal him. However, it was already too late. With the emergence of the God Demon Annihilation technique, all gods and demons would be destroyed. A single strike landed. All that could be heard was a crackling of bones. The Brit was split into two halves. An ancient-era powerhouse stood powerless before Irvin, sliced neatly into two pieces. The energy from the Gate of Order, which had attempted to save the God Emperor, was caught by Irvin, instantly refined into chaos essence for his own nourishment. Yoinked. This action greatly benefited Irvin. This is the pure energy of the Gate of Order? Even just a projection carries such immense and pure cosmic energy. If I can refine this projection, I can certainly break through to a new minor realm. Irvin's heart raced, his eyes blazing as he stared at the Gate of Order. If outsiders knew of his thoughts, they would call him insane. Unimaginably so. This was sheer folly. Throughout eternity, no one dared to act like this. Not even the Joab Bogdan of the ancient Ying clan had ever made such a reckless move when he traversed the Gate of Order, enduring heavenly tribulations. But merely slicing the Brit in two had already sent ripples of shock through everyone present, especially among the younger disciples of the ancient Ying clan who had witnessed the Jethro's might. They now revered him even more deeply. Is this the power of our Jethro? To slay an ancient-era God Emperor with one blow. Even a God Emperor is no match for the Jethro's sword. This golden era has only one true protagonist, our Jethro, without a doubt. The young Ying clan disciples were stirred to fever pitch. Their Jethro was like a deity incarnate, facing down three powerful God Emperors with not a hint of fear, and cleaving the Brit with effortless grace. As for the other disciples, they were left questioning their existence. How could the gap be so vast, all being disciples of the Ying clan? While they were still exploring mystic realms and battling fierce beasts, their Jethro was already contending with ancient-era God Emperors on equal footing. An entirely different level, almost as if they were from two different worlds. Bro, how did you get so far ahead without us? Afterward, no one spoke further. Just one God Emperor had been killed. Two others remained, each growing stronger. Above the void, the Brit dissolved into energy particles, slowly vanishing. But Irvin didn't want it to end so simply. To leave after a battle wasn't easy. With a single gesture, the dissipating light of the God Emperor entered Irvin's body, transformed by his perfected chaos body into chaos energy, nourishing himself. The immense nether energy surged within him, nearly pushing him to break through into a new minor realm. Phew, the power of the nether path. Indeed, extraordinary. With a bit more, I could break through right here. The Nathan, wielding a 3-foot-long azure blade, saw the God Emperor dissolve into light and held nothing back. He didn't want to be cut down like the God Emperor. Galaxy sword technique. It was as if a celestial river cascaded down from the sky, forming millions of light swords that shimmered with immense power, tearing through the void like a falling galaxy. No wonder it was called the Galaxy sword technique. It was truly extraordinary. Irvin's gaze was cold as he slapped out a palm, akin to an ancient divine mountain striking the void. The scene was absurd, yet no one present could laugh. The chaotic palm print carried a mighty force, shattering the void as it advanced. The supposed Galaxy sword technique vanished instantly under its might. The Nathan also suffered backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the Gate of Order released energy to heal his injuries. But Irvin chuckled coldly. Just flailing in your dying moments. Humph, drunken heaven-splitting slash. The Nathan brought out his signature move. Any prolonged struggle would only mean endless suffering. Though the Gate of Order helped mend his wounds, the pain was real. He immediately drank all the wine from his gourd. The aroma was rich, almost intoxicating, making even Irvin feel a little envious. Noticing Irvin's unblinking gaze on the wine, the Nathan teased. Kid, I have another bottle. Win against me, and it's yours. Then, holding his sharp sword, he became intensely focused. Now, he was truly the sword immortal. One sword tore through the void with blinding speed, terrifying beyond compare. Irvin's eyes flickered as he dodged, but his sleeve was still severed. Truly deserving of the title, Wine Sword Immortal. One day, if the opportunity arises, I must drink and chat with you. Irvin said this as the Clinton Sun's sword gleamed brilliantly, crafted from celestial iron. He didn't hold back, slashing his sword as well. Both displayed their sword skills in combat. Blue Lotus sword technique. Sky-splitting sword technique. Swords clashed, sharp and intense. It was an ultimate showdown between sword cultivators. Unfortunately, Irvin possessed a max-level sword path mode and was a naturally gifted swordsman whose sword path could transcend the mundane. Even the renowned Nathan couldn't prevail. Sky-splitting draw technique. This move nearly tore a hole in the heavens. The speed of the sword technique was breathtakingly fast. Its edge was unmatched, seemingly capable of severing the galaxy itself. The Blue Lotus sword technique struggled to hold up. At this point, both moved faster than light, colliding in midair. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see or follow their movements. Only the many elders of the ancient Ying clan could appreciate the ferocity of this sword duel. And the Nathan was clearly at a disadvantage. 3 swords across the horizon. This move shattered the void, thunder and lightning cracking in unison. 3 different sword techniques were simultaneously executed. Before the Nathan could react, his long sword rang sharply and was deflected away. When he looked forward, Irvin's Clinton-son's sword pointed straight at his pupil. Chapter 520. Slain Heavenly Bone Korra. The chaos opens the heaven and earth. The destruction of the Order Gate. A glint of cold light appeared first, followed by a spear thrust like a dragon's strike. The Clinton-Shan's sword released an unparalleled divine power, severing the entire void. The Gaston's pupils trembled, but he could not react in time to this attack. Ancient runes were imprinted on the Clinton-Shan sword, suppressing the sky. Boom! With a thunderous crash, it was as if the heavens had exploded. Blood splattered across half the sky. The Gaston, an ancient figure from a bygone era, met his end. Though it was just a projection, it had engaged Irvin in a contest at the same level. 3 ancient Joabs, the Underworld D and the Gaston, had now been defeated by Irvin. The projection of the Gaston was directly annihilated. Even the Order Gate did not have a chance to respond. The energy manifested by the Gaston was converted into chaos power by Irvin using his perfected chaos body, further advancing his cultivation. He was about to step into the supreme realm. Irvin could sense that defeating the Heavenly Bone Korra before him would allow him to directly transcend into the supreme realm, to reach the pinnacle of the human domain. But with the defeat of the Gaston, a wine pot suddenly appeared in the void. Irvin extended his hand to catch it, then uncorked it and took a swig. Rare nectar. No wonder the Gaston never parted with his wine. In my place, I wouldn't be able to resist either. Irvin looked at the wine in his hand, quite satisfied. He had already decided that one day he must find the Gaston and ask for a few more pots of wine. In some unknown space-time, the Gaston sneezed. Damn, someone is thinking about my wine. Don't let me catch you, or I'll beat you up. Meanwhile, numerous elders of the Ying family watched their young master's magnificent figure with immense excitement. Since the birth of their young master, he had been nothing short of legendary for the eternal Ying family. Whether it was ancient emperors, supreme sword immortals, saints, or immortals, they all had to be crushed. At this moment, Irvin had become a role model for the younger generation of the Ying family. Among the top 10 disciples of the eternal Ying family, except for those out on trials, they were all watching the battle on the square. Who could have imagined that Irvin, who was once just a child, could defeat the Carnell and rank first on the physical strength list? Now, as a youth, he was about to perform an unprecedented feat, condensing a perfect chaotic small world in the Holy Emperor realm. Was it not even blocked by the Great Tao? Did not the Order Gate descend, with 3 ancient Joabs trying to stop him? Ying, he easily suppressed them. To be honest, if they were in his place, they would probably fall within a few moves. Not bad, not bad. Truly worthy of being a descendant of the Ying family. Fearless youth, you are indeed the destined son of this golden age. No wonder you could condense your own universe in the Holy Emperor realm. Throughout history and the future, you are the first person. The Heavenly Bone Korra, with her breathtaking beauty and slender figure, did not hesitate to shower praise upon him. Her eyes filled with admiration. Even in her own era of wilderness and primordial times, there had never been such a heavenly genius. He was truly an unmatched figure through the ages. If the Heavenly Bone Korra knew that even the Carnell had fallen to Irvin's hands, she would realize that she could never be his match. Let big sister play with you for a while. The Heavenly Bone Korra seemed fond of the young boy before her. She felt he resembled an ancient acquaintance, someone with lofty aspirations, determined to unravel all the secrets of existence and dominate the eternal skies. The Heavenly Bone Korra made her move, lightly slapping out with a palm containing boundless divine power. Instantly, the void trembled and shattered. Holding the Tianma sword and the Clinton-Shan sword, Irvin unleashed the roar of demons and the prayers of angels simultaneously. A sharp sword beam tore through the sky, severing the palm print. Dragon Shadow Sword Aura. As Irvin spoke, the Clinton-Shan sword slashed forward, summoning a mighty true dragon shadow that roared behind him, exuding unimaginable power. Summoning infinite sword chi, the sword aura howled like a dragon, terrifying beyond measure. The true dragon shadow shot out from behind. The Heavenly Bone Korra extended her delicate jade hand, unleashing countless streams of power, clashing with his attack. The sky swayed violently. Both combatants were at the peak of their respective era's realms. With a flick of her wrist, the Heavenly Bone Korra's body was instantly encased in armor. She looked like an invincible female war goddess. In her hand was a long spear. She attacked Irvin with lethal precision. Irvin held his sword to block, engaging in combat with her. During their fierce battle, vast waves of holy power surged forth like tidal waves. Primal Chaos Sword Technique. Endless chaos power wrapped around the Clinton-Shan sword and the Tianma sword. Swinging forward with force. The sharp sword beam pushed the Heavenly Bone Korra back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The Order Gate replenished her energy. However, Irvin gave her no reprieve. Another slash contained the forces of creation and destruction within it. The Heavenly Bone Korra widened her eyes. At the Holy Emperor realm, she couldn't believe the immense power displayed. And it was the destructive law. Once he reached the peak of the human domain, the Emperor realm, he would certainly be able to challenge gods and fight against deities without falling. It's time to end this. Irvin's voice declared his resolve. He didn't want to drag this on any longer. Time spent here could be better used to refine his perfect chaotic small world. This world instantly plunged into infinite chaos. Not even the power of the Order Gate could probe its depths. Amidst boundless chaos, everything seemed to return to its primordial state. Limitless, tangible yet intangible, truly a state of prehistoric emptiness. And in this endless chaos, a colossal godlike figure emerged. just standing there exuded immense power. A single glance caused universes to shatter. Another glance brought worlds back to life. Creation and destruction seemed only a thought away. Time, space, causality, fate, and reincarnation seemed trivial in comparison. His strength defied description. Ying, this godlike figure was none other than Irvin. One manifestation of the perfected chaos body. Chaos opens the heaven and earth. The entire space seemed to deviate from its original trajectory. All laws and great rules vanished, as if plunged into chaos. The godlike figure casually grabbed a star river, condensing it into a sword. Facing this move, even the illustrious heavenly bone Korra, known for her prowess in ancient history, could only feel profound helplessness. With a single sword swing, celestial bodies rotated, the heavens reversed, and the chaotic void split open. Little one, we will meet again someday. The projection of the heavenly bone Korra closed her eyes and dissolved into nothingness under this sword blow. However, it wasn't just her. Under this incomparable strike, even the projection of the summoned order gate was annihilated, turning into light particles and absorbed by Irvin. Chapter 521. Breaking through to Supreme. The immortals are shocked. The heavenly tribulation is coming. Holy crap, Jethro actually shattered the projection of the order gate with a single strike? Is he even human? It seems he even absorbed it. Don't joke around. That's a symbol of the great Tao. Even we dare not absorb that immense and formidable power. Several elders were shocked beyond belief, their eyelids twitching wildly. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Jethro had shattered the projection of the order gate and incorporated it into his body. If any other young Supreme were in this situation, they would probably have exploded and died by now. After incorporating the energy of the order gate's projection and the projection of the celestial bone Korra into his body, Irvin now floated above the sky, looking like a divine king. A halo appeared behind him, adorned with ancient runes that radiated an incredible terror. Holy crap, Jethro defeated the three Joabs, and also sent the projection of the order gate to its grave with a single sword strike. Look at you being so surprised. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't believe it either, but this is our Jethro, who once defeated the Jed. Even if Jethro ascended to Supreme instantly, I wouldn't be too surprised. Wait, holy crap, look at Jethro. The Ying clan disciples were discussing among themselves, but then looked up to the sky in astonishment. Even the many elders of the Ying clan could not contain their excitement and wanted to fly up into the sky to investigate. Irvin's body was enveloped in a divine light, incredibly radiant, resembling golden mist, and the perfect chaotic small world he had condensed earlier appeared as well. The laws of creation and destruction permeated from it, with immense energy flowing through his perfected chaotic body. The order gate's projection, though only a shadow, was far from what ordinary people could absorb. After Irvin incorporated it into his body, his perfected chaotic body began to operate at full capacity, converting it into chaotic energy. Using the chaotic atom technique, formidable energy erupted from within. The formerly rampant great Tao power now behaved like a tame cat, obediently being converted into chaotic energy by the chaotic body. This infinite chaotic energy seemed to have broken through some bottleneck. When Irvin opened his eyes again, his left eye seemed to hold a deity while his right eye contained a ferocious and terrifying demon god. Various phenomena emanated from him. There were deities and demons subduing the 9 heavens. An ancient divine venerable sat upon the heavens, overlooking the world, massive as the sky, with eyes like the netherworld and a mouth that spoke endlessly. There were chaotic deities and demons prostrating themselves before Irvin, carrying enough power to destroy the world, breaking through space and endless shadows bowing down to him. Could it be? Jethro is breaking through to Supreme? Holy crap, a Supreme under 20 years old? Is this a joke? The youngest Supreme ever compared to Jethro is nothing. The elders were stunned and shocked but inwardly overjoyed. A Supreme under 20 years old. That was the peak of the human domain besides the great emperors. With just a snap of fingers, stars crumbled, mountains collapsed, and time turned. To them, the universe's vitality was no more than a toy. As long as one didn't encounter a powerful figure in the divine realm, one could walk across all dimensions freely. Supremes were capable of forming their own clans and lineages, creating their own legacies and spreading their doctrines far and wide. Many of the Ying clan elders harbored such ambitions for Irvin, especially the Gideon of the main branch. He watched Irvin grow from a child and was elated that Irvin broke the age-old curse and became the youngest Supreme in history. The joy in his heart, who could understand it? From today onward, Jethro will become the youngest Supreme ever. Ha ha ha, how many miracles has Jethro created already? Numerous elders discussed among themselves. Meanwhile, the elders and even rulers of immortal realms and super sanctuaries felt an immense energy fluctuation sweeping across the world. It was utterly incredible. Holy crap, could an ancestor of an immortal force be breaking through? Such commotion. It must be someone breaking through to Supreme, to reach the peak of the human domain. Many powerful figures broke through the void, appearing on their divine peaks, their pupils piercing through space to trace the source of the energy fluctuation. Even a ruler of an immortal dynasty tried to deduce the source, yet found himself baffled. But then, amidst a flash of lightning, PFT, this ancient emperor vomited blood, clutching his chest. Prohibited. The source of the energy comes from the direction of the myriad ancient Ying clan. Quick, summon the Leroy. This scene unfolded in numerous ancient dynasties and super sanctuaries. Ever since Irvin's birth in the myriad ancient Ying clan, these immortal forces hadn't slept a night peacefully. Every 2 or 3 days, they would hear about Irvin breaking another myriad ancient record or creating a miracle. Looking back at their own children, nothing but fools and arrogant brats without talent. Above the myriad ancient Ying clan, Irvin sat cross-legged, receiving the prostration of the chaotic deities and demons. Famous fearsome beasts from the river of time, such as dragons and cheelants, appeared beside him, seemingly adding to the spectacle. In the endless void, which was previously shrouded in chaos and dark clouds, boundless power began to gather, birthing world-shattering entities. All this centered around Irvin. Around him, a mysterious and ancient power started to surge, immortal runes sprinkling down, emitting terrifying might and overwhelming aura. It was as if an immortal powerhouse had stepped down from the heavens. At this moment, above the void, a yin-yang taiji diagram slowly emerged, black and white intertwined like two dragons dancing in endless chaos. The black yin fish was deep and mysterious, seeming to contain boundless darkness and unknowns, while the white yang fish was bright and fiery, like a blazing sun shining through the ages. Yin and yang qi flowed unceasingly within the diagram, forming a perfect balance and emitting light that pierced the void, bringing forth the primal order and rules. Seeing this scene, even the elders who had been watching were utterly astonished. Some elders nearly pulled out their beards in shock. This is the phenomenon of the yin-yang life-death diagram. Without formally entering the supreme realm, there are already so many heavenly phenomena celebrating for him. Jethro's talent is truly unparalleled throughout history. Even the clan master can't match it. Meanwhile, beneath the taiji diagram, a green lotus sprouted from the chaos. Its petals were crystalline and clear, resembling the purest jade, each shimmering with a mysterious glow. The lotus roots were thick and robust, deeply embedded in the chaos, absorbing primordial energy. As the green lotus grew, chaotic chi swirled around it, forming mysterious vortices. From the lotus core, wisps of purple vapor escaped, containing boundless life force and creativity, as if capable of nurturing all things. This was the primordial breath of chaos, the original energy at the dawn of creation. A chaotic seed green lotus? Can Jethro get any more absurd? Jethro broke limits even in the sage emperor realm. If he officially becomes a supreme, he might truly be the greatest supreme in history, fearless even against those newly entered into the divine realm. Chapter 522. A single palm to shatter heaven. The youngest supreme being ever. At this moment, amidst numerous celestial phenomena, Irvin slowly opened his eyes. He had sensed it. Soon he would step into the realm of supreme being. Although the divine power within his body already surpassed that of a supreme being, he was not yet a true supreme body. To become one, he needed to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Indeed, thunder gathered in the sky above. Purple lightning roared, a manifestation of the Xiao divine thunder. Vast thunderclouds rapidly amassed, resembling a colossal black mountain heavily pressing down on the world. What the heck? Xiao heavenly thunder? Is this the supreme heavenly tribulation? There's no need to guess. The Grand Tao is giving our young master special treatment again. Some elders of the Ying family grumbled with glaring eyes. Xiao divine thunder ranked high among all kinds of interworld lightning for its immense power. Even a supreme wouldn't require such power for their tribulation. But now, during the young master's ascension, there was no doubt why it appeared. After all, at the time of the young master's birth, the world-ending tribulation descended. In less than 2 decades, he was stepping into the rank of supremes. The ultimate Grand Tao would surely try every means to destroy and prevent him. Above the sky, the clouds of the Xiao divine thunder tribulation shone deep purple, as if surging from an endless abyss, exuding a chilling aura. Lightning flickered within the cloud, like countless violet dragons roaring and thrashing, tearing apart space and stunning hearts with each flash. Occasionally, a thread of lightning escaped, descending below. Even just a thread of Xiao divine thunder seemed to exceed spatial capacity. The lightning pillar was as thick as a mountain, glowing purple with destructive force striking downward. Boom! Wherever it passed, space collapsed, completely torn apart with terrifying crackling sounds, then shattered into black holes like broken glass, which howled fiercely. Meanwhile, the sky had turned into a vast sea of intertwined lightning. Each bolt contained world-shattering power, as if trying to erase this world entirely. Not even emperors could withstand it, let alone deities. In the boundless earth, mountains crumbled, rivers reversed direction, and wherever struck by a thread of lightning instantly became scorched earth, creating pits and turning thousands of peaks into nothing but smoky ruins. Irvin paid no heed. The perfect chaos body had no limit. What others found impossible to cross in the supreme tribulation felt like nourishment to Irvin. No matter how much came, he would absorb and devour it all, integrating it into his body as stepping stones on his path to Grand Tao. Ying family elders and disciples were worried, while the main lineage elders remained confident, having witnessed Irvin's physical strength. Even enduring it physically was manageable. Moreover, the young master had secrets allowing him to devour endless cosmic power. Xianxia's young prodigy Ebert, possessing the adamantine god body, was usually fierce, but watching the roaring Xiao divine thunder, he felt immense fear. Such a tribulation could easily annihilate his godly body with just a thread of lightning. Others in his rank felt equally despairing. Seeing their own master's shadow was achievement enough. Surpassing him was beyond imagination. And this supreme heavenly tribulation wasn't just watched by Ying family members. Eternal immortal realm powers, including immortal realm's top and peak forces, were all observing. If Irvin succeeded, he would be the youngest supreme ever. A true young supreme. Failure, however, would lift pressure off other forces, with the brightest star of the golden era falling prematurely, providing great drama. As everyone watched, the endless thunderclouds formed a lightning dragon. This Xiao divine thunder tribulation consisted of only one bolt, the Xiao thunder dragon. Irvin's eyes gleamed as he stared at it. While others worried, he was internally jubilant. Great supplement. Host, hurry up and handle this little mud skipper, the system urged. I have prepared a supreme gift pack for you. You'll get a gift each time you break through a major realm. Irvin smiled. The dog system was quite considerate. The Xiao thunder dragon roared down, enormous, its eyes like sun and moon, illuminating the void. Its massive body, like a celestial star, almost crushed the sky. Immortal forces seeds, even from peak-level immortal realms, felt hopeless. They couldn't imagine facing this dragon, let alone fighting it. But Irvin condensed boundless chaos energy, forming a palm aimed at the Xiao Thunder Dragon. Chaos Palm Seal. Energy waves clashed, shaking the heavens. Space collapsed into nothingness with a deafening boom. As thunderclouds filled the sky, everyone refocused to see the once terrifying Xiao Thunder Dragon reduced to primal lightning in Irvin's hand, which he immediately swallowed. Holy crap, a single palm shattered the heavenly tribulation. Is this a new way to transcend? How did he do it with just a palm? I wish I could learn from Jethro. Not unless you want to turn into ashes. You don't have the life expectancy of Jethro, so don't catch his ailments. Young disciples laughed nervously. Meanwhile, Irvin, after devouring the Xiao lightning essence, advanced slightly in the Supreme Realm. 2 stages of the Supreme Realm. An aura unique to Supremes radiated around him. Just standing there, he symbolized an era. Observers from immortal forces trembled in fear. Quick, awaken our ancient prodigy. Translation ends here. Please provide more text if necessary, or let me know how you'd like to proceed. Chapter 523. Breaking the Supreme Curse, the heavens shocked. Above the sky, Irvin exuded the aura of a peak human Tao realm, becoming a true Supreme. Wherever his gaze reached, the starry sky shattered. It was terrifyingly powerful. He was a genuine powerhouse. Only by reaching the peak of the human Tao realm could one gain the qualifications to advance into the divine Tao realm. And yet, Irvin was not even 20 years old. This indicated he had boundless potential. Throughout history, no one had ever achieved the supreme realm at such a young age. I, Irvin, declare my supremacy today, and all clans shall bow before me. A domineering and authoritative voice echoed, as if it were the prayer of a celestial deity. The many elders and disciples of the myriad ancient Ying clan were dumbfounded. The Jethro achieving supreme status, with such overwhelming presence. Daring to command all clans to bow. Without hesitation, they immediately knelt to the ground. Congratulations to the Jethro on attaining supreme status. Congratulations to the Jethro on attaining supreme status. Even the young elites of the myriad ancient Ying clan, who observed the tribulation crossing, now submitted sincerely in their hearts. They knelt down, offering heartfelt congratulations. At this moment, all the races across eternal immortal domain heard this order, but they paid it no heed. A mere supreme who just stepped into the peak of the human Tao realm dared to command all clans to bow. If he later advanced to the divine Tao realm, became a divine king, or even a divine sovereign, wouldn't he try to trample all races underfoot? The true Dragon Clan, the Qiling Clan, and the Phoenix Clan, 3 of the strongest ancient races, remained silent. Other ancient ferocious beast races also took no action. But what none of them realized was that the 10,000 clans Irvin referred to were never those present. The void cracked open, revealing an immense river. It transcended space. Time flowed, and days and months rotated. This was the power of ages. Mighty figures marveled aloud. That's the river of ages. No, although it is filled with the power of ages, it's only a projection of the river of ages. But even as a projection, it's enough to shock the world. The power of ages is forbidden power. Only those in the divine Tao realm dare to venture into it. How could a mere supreme dare to do so? The most terrifying part is that he actually succeeded. Many supreme beings exerted their powers to observe. The rulers and top elders of the immortal forces all showed astonished faces. They never imagined that a young junior could achieve such feats. Within the projection of the River of Ages, strong figures from myriad clans began to gradually materialize. True dragons, Qilins, black tortoises, phoenixes, white tigers, and many other supreme races. Each was ranked among the forefront of the 10,000 clans. That's our clan's sacred white tiger ancestor. There's heavenly bright vermilion bird. And the primordial ape, the forerunner of our titan race. Many of the 10,000 clans' strong figures stared blankly before speaking. They couldn't believe that their ancestors would emerge from the projection of the River of Ages. Then, under the shocked gazes of countless powerhouses, these renowned grand race powerhouses actually bowed toward Irvin. Turns out, all clans kneeling wasn't just a call to the current 10,000 clans, but a command to the strong figures throughout history. At this moment, numerous immortal forces in eternal immortal domain stayed silent, not daring to raise any objections, not even a hint of doubt. One can't mock their own ancestors, right? While enjoying the bows of myriad clan powerhouses, Irvin nodded faintly. Today, achieving supreme status, he broke the ancient curse of supremacy, becoming the youngest supreme in history. He naturally needed to build momentum. As for the uproar caused after advancing to the divine Tao realm in the future, it would likely be far greater. With a light wave of his hand, the projection of the River of Ages dissipated. These historical powerhouses vanished along with it. Irvin turned into a stream of light and returned to the family. Elders swarmed around him instantly. My goodness, you've broken through to supreme already? Ha ha ha, our myriad ancient Ying clan will continue its brilliance for countless eras. 6th Elder and 7th Elder both couldn't suppress their laughter and burst into loud laughter. Jethro, do we need to report your breakthrough to the clan head in Alatia? Gideon Bloss asked. There's no need. They have to handle matters concerning chaos beyond the domain. I'll return to the palace to consolidate my cultivation. Matters within the clan will require much assistance from the elders. Please rest assured, Jethro. In the major realms across eternal immortal domain, numerous immortal forces couldn't sit still anymore. Even those formerly lofty and supreme-level immortal forces were now watching Irvin closely. Irvin's growth rate far exceeded everyone's expectations. It was even faster than the speed of the elites nurtured with all the resources of their entire clans. In the Supreme Qin family, surrounded by divine mist and ethereal energy, atop a mystical mountain, stood a magnificently resplendent palace, as if forged from divine iron. A youth sat cross-legged inside. Hearing the echoing voice in the void, he slowly opened his eyes, showing a look of surprise. Not surprising, the top of the coiled dragon list who defeated the Jed to become the youngest supreme in history. Beside him, an elderly man in black robes remarked, "Jethro need not worry. With your potential, you don't lag far behind Irvin." Chapter 524. Another son of destiny? Divine Heaven Scripture News. No, Irvin was once the top of the Qianlong list. I have no fear when facing ancient freaks and forbidden prodigies who are about to awaken. Let alone Irvin, who ranked first, and Ayana from the Su family, who ranked second. These two are my great enemies. But mighty ones do not meet. One day, in the immortal ancient world or on the divine ancient path, we might encounter each other. At that time, we will battle at the peak of the immortal path. Qing Clintonin said confidently. He possessed multiple supreme physiques, including the flaming Yang dragon body and the heavenly Yang holy body. When he reached the supreme realm and awakened his inner small world, he would travel to the ancient land of the Qin family. There, he would receive the inheritance from numerous ancestors of the Qin family. In the future, he could surely match up against Ayana and Irvin on the divine ancient path. The protector beside him timely reminded, Jethro, the 7 seas of all heavens is about to open. There are 72 major clans, all composed of renowned demons. They have already developed intelligence and organization, and this time only sent their young elites. It's an excellent opportunity for training. Do you intend to go? Prepare accordingly. This is a good chance to hone myself, Qing Clintonin replied. Meanwhile, in the arena of the Forbidden Su family, a handsome youth stood there, his face as refined as jade, with eyes that sparkled like a celestial deity. The divine rings behind him shone brilliantly, making him seem like a born god. His gaze caused spatial tremors, revealing unfathomable power. But what was most astonishing were his eyes. The Tai Chi Enlightenment divine pupils, mastering both the force of creation and destruction. Its power shattered everything. He wielded supreme strength. Moreover, he possessed the Fate Void physique and the innate sacred Tao embryo. Facing him was another Su family disciple named Andrew. Ayana, you took away my beloved and killed my Miles. Today, I must defeat you to avenge my Miles. Ha, you insignificant worm challenging me is merely a favor bestowed by our clan. If you were outside, you wouldn't even be worthy of knowing my name. Considering you're my cousin, step back, I'll spare your life. Ayana smirked disdainfully. Indeed, the fact was just as he said. He agreed to come to the arena today only because Andrew was of the Su family. In his eyes, the family's interests came first. Humph, you talk big. But can such a vendetta be left unavenged? With these words, Andrew launched his attack, condensing 9 blazing suns toward Ayana. The 9 suns burned fiercely, illuminating the entire space like a great sun. Below, the Su family disciples were astonished. Andrew is just a crippled body. It's laughable that he challenges the prodigious Ayana. Did he have some strange fortune? Our forbidden Su family members are all like dragons. His Miles was defeated in 3 moves by Ayana in a past contest, and fell into obscurity, according to clan rules. He died miserably and still speaks of Ayana killing his Miles. Such narrow-mindedness blinded by hatred will get him nowhere. Even if he had some good fortune, it will only take him so far. None of the Su family disciples looked favorably upon Andrew. After all, the forbidden Su family was a peak force, with every young member like a dragon. And for Ayana, who emerged among countless prodigies to rank second on the Qianlong list, how could he be defeated by mere luck? Sure enough, Ayana saw the 9 burning suns heading toward him and laughed disdainfully. He simply waved his sleeve, unleashing a surge of energy, and struck out with a palm print. It flashed like thunder, shattering the void. The 9 burning suns were instantly warped into nothingness. Undeterred, Andrew stomped and shouted, 9 steps of heaven. Instantly, his figure moved like lightning, following a starry pattern as he attacked Ayana. However, Ayana didn't care, standing still without dodging. Facing the fierce assault, he extended his right palm, emitting light and energy. Aya! Andrew was blasted away, falling to the edge of the arena, spitting blood and clutching his chest in pain. Ayana stepped down and planted his foot on Andrew's chest. A slight pressure could turn him to dust. But this was in the arena, surrounded by elders and disciples. Andrew also had connections within some branches of the Su family. Publicly killing him would cause trouble. Moreover, Ayana wanted to catch bigger fish. Rising rapidly and significantly, despite being only at the Saint King realm, indicated substantial luck. If Ayana could trace the source of this luck, it would be beneficial for him. Humph, considering you're my cousin, I'll spare you today. If you dare challenge again, you'll be spared no mercy. With that, Ayana kicked him off the arena. Andrew is truly daring to think he's invincible after reaching the Saint King realm? Ewing's, perhaps he's exceptional in his branch, but before a divine son, he's just a worm. He couldn't even withstand 3 moves, just like his useless Miles. The remarks pierced deeply into Andrew's heart, but he dared not protest. After all, he initiated the challenge and lost within 3 moves. Indeed, a great humiliation. At this moment, Irvin's voice echoed in the sky, announcing his ascension to supreme status. To think he can achieve it before me, and even stirred the gate of order. Irvin, you are the unknown variable. Great. You're the one worthy to be my opponent. Meet in the battlefield of all heavens. Ayana turned into a streak of light. The awakening of the 72 demon clans in the 7 seas of all heavens presented a perfect opportunity for training. Maybe Irvin and Qing Clintonin would also go there. Using this chance to interact and gauge them earlier would be beneficial. Meanwhile, Andrew lay there, his mind seething with resentment, eyes bloodshot. Why can't I defeat him? Why can't I match him? Is the divine heaven scripture useless? Especially hearing Irvin's success announcement, his envy and jealousy deepened. Why wasn't the supreme title his? Can only wealthy heirs monopolize glory with endless resources? He refused to accept it, refused it all. Boy, don't speak nonsense. I told you long ago, having the divine heaven scripture doesn't make you ready to face a behemoth like Ayana yet. Chapter 525. Bright Heaven's Sacred Land Feast, minor success of the Emmanuel Fist, and the Julie. The voice in his mind echoed again, but Andrew seemed to have become accustomed to it. He said with a tinge of dissatisfaction, "Didn't you brag about being one of the 9 prestigious celestial books? Can't you observe the destinies and trends of past, present, and future across all realms? Is there anything you do not know? And yet, you can't even help me defeat Ayana." In truth, this was also a psychological tactic Andrew was using. The voice in his head belonged to one of the legendary 9 celestial books, the Divine Book. Similar to the Flesh Celestial Book. However, while the Flesh Celestial Book boosts physical capabilities and power, the Divine Book can foresee the past, present, and future, predicting destinies and outcomes. Additionally, it could enhance the user's mystical abilities and enlightenment, allowing for rapid learning and application. Andrew had fortuitously obtained it during a secret realm adventure. "Ha boy, you're like a child in my eyes. I know every thought that goes through your mind. A psychological ploy? Just foolishness. I've already warned you. Ayana is the divine son of the Forbidden Sioux family and currently holds the 2nd position on the current hidden dragon list. Even many ancient prodigies haven't surpassed him. You really think reaching the Sage King realm is enough to compete against him? He has long ascended to the Sage Emperor rank and is advancing towards the Supreme Sovereign level. And he possesses the Void Destiny body, making even my observations costly." The Divine Book scolded with frustration. Based on its observations, the other celestial books were also gradually appearing in the world. However, only the Flesh Celestial Book and itself seemed to have found bearers. Strangely enough, the owner of the Flesh Celestial Book had fate, causality, and timeline lines that were completely void, impossible to observe. Even more buggy than the Void Destiny body. Now, hearing the voice from the Void, it was likely that it belonged to Irvin, the young master of the ancient Ying family. The 72 clans of the Northern Seas are awakening, but they have hidden plots. For now, they merely send their young geniuses out into the world. If you wish to grow rapidly, possibly to the point where you can defeat Ayana, you must go to the Northern Seas of all heavens. Andrew understood that he had evolved from a crippled body to a 9-solar divine body, mastering multiple mystic arts, all thanks to the Divine Book. Without it, he was nothing. For now, he would have to endure and continue training, to grow quickly to the Sage Emperor realm and beyond. Only then could he defeat Ayana and avenge his miles. At this point, the Divine Book remained silent, having imparted what it needed to say. Next, it depended on Andrew's performance. As for why it chose Andrew, it could sense the intense aura of good fortune surrounding him. With such immense destiny protection, this person was bound for great achievements. Standing up, Andrew endured his excruciating pain, speaking hoarsely. "Don't look down upon a poor youth. Senior Heavenly Book, is there any way to rapidly increase my strength? Otherwise, with my current prowess, I can't even withstand 3 moves from Ayana. Even if I went to the Northern Seas of all heavens, I doubt I'd fare well." Half a month from now, Bright Heaven Sacred Land will host a gathering of prodigies. At this gathering, the champion will win the Julie. That tree, whether for improving cultivation aptitude or enhancing enlightenment, and especially the fruits it bears, offer immeasurable benefits to young cultivators. You should go to the Bright Heaven Sacred Land Feast and vie for the Julie. Listening to the Divine Book's instructions, Andrew nodded solemnly and turned into a streak of light, heading toward the Bright Heaven Sacred Land. As someone from the Forbidden Sioux family, he surely qualified for the event. Meanwhile, in the young lord's palace of the ancient Ying family, Irvin slowly opened his eyes. He had solidified his realm perfectly. With the aid of the perfected Chaos Body and the Emmanuel's Chaos Fist technique, even at the Supreme Sovereign level, he advanced rapidly. Though slower than his earlier rocket-like ascent, beep, detected Heaven-Defying Child. Heaven-Defying Child, Andrew, Golden Finger, Divine Book. Irvin's eyes brightened. The 9 celestial books were eternal treasures coveted by all. Even kings within the divine domain lusted after them. Ying, having acquired the Flesh Celestial Book, here comes another opportunity with Andrew as the Heaven-Defying Child and his Golden Finger as the Divine Book. Irvin was thrilled. Killing this Heaven-Defying Child meant acquiring both corresponding destiny power and the Golden Finger. "Hey, system, you're actually reliable this time. Serving the host excellently is our system's motto. However, the host has broken through to the Supreme Sovereign level. I have prepared a Supreme Sovereign gift package for you. Shall we open it?" Open. Beep. Opening Supreme Sovereign gift package. "Congratulations, host receives, Emmanuel Fist." Seeing this, Irvin nodded contentedly. Legends state the Emmanuel Fist was created by an unparalleled ancient emperor who studied myriad world boxing techniques, culminating in a transcendent creation. Endowed with supreme divine power, capable of breaking through heaven and earth, overwhelming all enemies. Coupled with his perfected Chaos Body, even peer-level supreme artifacts could be shattered with a single blow. Beep. Starting Enlightenment cheat mode. Learning Emmanuel Fist. Immediately, a golden glow enveloped Irvin, akin to a primordial sage. Inside his body, surging chaotic energy erupted uncontrollably like a dragon emerging from the sea, sweeping away everything. A bloodline spirit dragon formed behind him, roaring and subduing the world. Simultaneously, a divine avatar emerged practicing the fist form. Possessing the Enlightenment cheat mode, mastery over myriad doctrines came naturally. Following the divine avatar's demonstration, Irvin swiftly grasped the Emmanuel Fist. Boom. with a thunderous crash. Emmanuel Fist, minor success, skipping straight from beginner to minor success. This was the unmatched Emmanuel Fist, an unrivaled mystic art. Now, even a true dragon before Irvin could be torn apart directly. System, check Andrew's next move. The cat and mouse game resumes. Chapter 526, Arrival of the Princess of the Royal Family. Irvin descends, no one dare offend. Reporting to the host, Andrew is a disciple of the Forbidden Sioux family. Oh, that's an unparalleled family, an apex-level undying force high above the 9 heavens. While it doesn't match the eternal Ying family, it still holds significant sway throughout all realms. That's correct. Moreover, this Andrew has conflicts with the divine son of the Forbidden Sioux family, Ayana. Ayana indirectly killed Andrew's Miles, and has thus been hated by Andrew ever since. Listening to the system's explanation, Irvin's eyes twinkled as another scheme seemed to form in his mind. After all, Ayana was the second-ranked genius on the Hidden Dragon list, and since the ranking update, various undying forces have awakened ancient geniuses, aiming to enter the Hidden Dragon list ranks. However, even with its rapid updates, Ayana's position never wavered. In terms of overall strength, while he didn't quite match Irvin, he wasn't far off either. Being a peerless prodigy blessed with the primordial eye, the void destiny body, and the inborn saint body Dao fetus, it was no exaggeration to say that in any other world, he would be the destined protagonist. Unfortunately for him, he met Irvin. If we follow the classic script, Andrew will use the Divine Heaven book to grow step by step until finally killing Ayana. TSK, but the possibility isn't high. After all, Ayana himself is a god-tier character. Upon hearing this, the system inwardly rolled its eyes. Still talking about Ayana being a god-tier character? What about your face? The biggest god-tier character in this universe should be Irvin. Who else becomes an exalted sovereign before turning 20? Isn't that just a blatant bug? The system continued. 10 days later, the Heavenly Brightness Sacred Land will host a gathering of young geniuses. This gathering will invite numerous young prodigies. Legend has it that whoever comes first at this gathering can obtain the fabled Julie. Marcus wants to use the Julie to advance further within the Sage King realm, so he can compete with the young geniuses of the Northern Sea battlefield in the future. Following the system's explanation, Irvin realized. How do you know about his future moves? Who am I? A system renowned for bridging past, present, and future, embodying the utmost Tao through 9 great books. But even these 9 books are only ordinary compared to me. Enough, you're bragging again. Hearing the impatience in Irvin's tone, the system dared not say more. Irvin then decided internally to participate in the Genius Gathering at the Heavenly Brightness Sacred Land 10 days later. If his memory served correctly, the Heavenly Brightness Sacred Land was one of the vassal forces under the Eternal Ying family. Although it was considered one of the top undying forces, he found little interest in dominating on his home turf. Subsequently, Irvin relayed his plans to the 10 elders of the main lineage of the Ying family via telepathy. 10 days later, in the Eternal Immortal Realm, many Dao domains received news. Among them were several undying forces that also got wind of the upcoming Genius Gathering hosted by the Heavenly Brightness Sacred Land, offering the Julie to the winner. Clearly, the Julie was an extraordinary treasure, rarely seen even among the elite. Even the top undying forces were tempted, sending their own divine or holy sons. Hoping to stand out, even many royal families from the myriad races sent their heirs. Outside the Heavenly Brightness Sacred Land, it was bustling with activity. Many undying forces arrived bearing gifts. The elders responsible for receiving the gifts were inwardly excited. Why not keep the Julie within the Heavenly Brightness Sacred Land? Because this tree had existed for an unfathomably long time, having seemingly developed sentience. It could transform at any moment into a new form. After transformation, there would be too many unknowns. Thus, it was better to let others handle this hot potato. As for who would get it, that depended on performance during the gathering. The Azure Dragon Clan, Gina has arrived. With these words, a figure clad in green armor caught everyone's eye. It's actually Gina from the Azure Dragon lineage. The Azure Dragon lineage has become more prominent recently. Kayla displayed exceptional prowess not long ago. Ewing's, but she seems to have been tamed by the Leonardo of the Ewing family, becoming his mount. What? The Leonardo of the Ewing family is so powerful that he can tame the noble Gina as a mount. Some cultivators commented. Gina, overhearing these remarks, felt ashamed. Kayla was her twin sister. She hadn't anticipated that Kayla would be captured by Irvin and made into his mount. Worse, she couldn't do anything about it. Especially after learning that the Leonardo of the Ewing family had advanced to exalted sovereign, she knew that in the current era of the ancient dragons, there might be none capable of defeating Irvin. They could only hope for the revival of the forbidden ancient dragons in the future. From the Garuda clan, Yusef, attending the Genius Gathering. From the Heavenly Pig clan, Warren, attending the Genius Gathering. From the Vajra clan, Inma Wang, attending the Genius Gathering. From the Ancestral Dragon Nest, Qin, attending the Genius Gathering. With each announcement, usually untouchable young geniuses emerged one by one. Just then, a voice like the path of truth cut through the sky. Irvin of the Ewing family, here to attend. This statement caused ripples among the young geniuses. Suddenly, several light beams shot up from various sacred mountains and islands within the Heavenly Brightness Sacred Land. 7 top elders and the Supreme Lord of Heavenly Brightness appeared, dressed in Taoist robes, radiating formidable power, undoubtedly undying experts. They lined up, respectfully awaiting Irvin's arrival. From above the heavens descended a youth riding a true dragon. The dragon was fierce and terrifying, its gaze intimidating, seeming to harbor a hellish presence. Landing outside the Heavenly Brightness Sacred Land, the dragon revealed its true form, standing tall, adorned in gleaming green armor, a spear in hand. Its captivating figure encased in armor exuded a goddess of war aura. Her stunning beauty captivated anyone who saw her. Kayla, daughter of the Azure Dragon clan's Dragon Lord and sister of Gina. At this moment, Gina almost exploded with anger. Her sister was treated like a mere mount, yet she looked perfectly obedient, seeming to regard being Irvin's mount as a supreme honor. Pay respects to Leonardo. The Supreme Lord of Heavenly Brightness and the other elders immediately knelt in greeting. No need, the gathering can begin now. Chapter 527. Grand gathering begins. Andrew arrives, familiar routine again? The Matthias brought Irvin into the sacred territory. Other young prodigies were led in by various elders of the Dawn's sacred domain. They arrived at a grand hall. The hall was resplendent and dazzling, its brilliant golden light flickering, exuding an opulent charm. Sir, since you're here, please take the main seat, said the sacred master with a smile. I'll manage the hosting from the side. After much persuasion, Irvin finally gave in to the insistence of the Matthias. After all, respect for hierarchy was paramount. Although the sacred master was the leader of a top immortal force, he ultimately served as a vassal to the ancient Ying family. With the young master present, how could he dare to sit in the main position? He wouldn't risk overstepping his bounds. Irvin took the main seat, while the sacred master stood nearby, gesturing widely. Dancers entered the grand hall, bringing music and merriment, setting a lively atmosphere. Several young prodigies exchanged smiles, and then enjoyed their drinks together. Diego had brought his younger brother Brant along on this trip. Brant, looking up at Irvin who sat at the main seat, silently reflected on his past. Once, he had relied on his Dragon King blood and bones, considering himself superior enough to challenge Irvin from the ancient Ying family. But now, Irvin's growth far surpassed expectations. While Brant was merely at the Holy King realm, Irvin had already ascended to the Supreme realm, becoming the youngest Supreme expert in history, advancing much faster than his peers, even surpassing Diego. Gina felt growing anger as she watched Kayla obediently serving Irvin. How dare anyone treat a princess of the Dragon clan like this? In this festive atmosphere, everyone harbored their own thoughts. Warren from the Heavenly Gang clan, a massive figure like a giant, kept staring at Gina and Kayla beside Irvin, realizing they were twins, both stunning beauties. If he could possess them, it would be an unmatched pleasure. Noticing Warren's gaze, Gina showed disdain. She was a princess from the celestial dragon lineage. No ordinary royal descendants dared to covet her. Should he offend her again, she'd act when the gathering officially began. As for sparring with Irvin, she believed it wouldn't pose any real problems. Just then, a disciple announced outside, "Your Holiness, Lord Ewing of the Ewing family. There is a young cultivator outside who claims to be a prodigy from the Forbidden Sioux family. He calls himself Andrew, and wishes to participate in our prodigy gathering." Hearing this, all the young prodigies present showed unease. The Forbidden Sioux family ranked among the highest noble families. Though not as illustrious as the ancient Ewing family, it still produced formidable talents. Even compared to peak immortal forces, they remained unafraid. The princely sons and heirs present grew wary. If Irvin was the most intimidating and strongest person here, then the disciple from the Forbidden Sioux family was equally frightening. Most only knew about Ayana, the divine son of the Forbidden Sioux family, known for his unparalleled prowess, ranking second on the hidden dragon list, right after Irvin. But Andrew? He was completely unknown. An uninvited guest from the Forbidden Sioux family? The sacred master hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Just then, Irvin raised his hand, saying, "Let him in." After all, Andrew was his temporary holder of the divine heavenly book and one of the key reasons for attending this gathering. Without letting him in, how could the plan move forward? Following Irvin's gesture, the sacred master ordered the disciple to let Andrew enter. Soon, a figure slowly stepped into the hall. Andrew's attire was plain, not fitting for a noble disciple, his behavior revealing a sense of curiosity, as if participating in such an event for the first time. Indeed, this was Andrew's first prodigy gathering. "Greetings, sacred master of Dawn's sacred domain." He gave a small bow before finding a seat, ignoring others, holding the divine heavenly book. Even a goldfish doesn't stay in a pond forever. His nod toward the sacred master was minimal respect due to the role of the host. However, he did not glance at Irvin. Irvin sipped tea, his eyes lowered, inwardly amused. Exactly the same old routine. A genius blessed with fortune wouldn't long remain beneath anyone else. Facing an antagonist like Irvin, he held complete disdain. Observing Irvin, Andrew felt an inner wave of animosity and jealousy. He believed Irvin's status as the youngest supreme came purely from resources and having a divine emperor Miles. With the Ewing family's profound background, they could easily cultivate an exceptional talent, let alone someone born from a divine emperor. What caught Andrew's attention more was the stunning beauty beside Irvin, her star-like eyes and graceful appearance symbolizing her noble dragon heritage, igniting a conquering desire. He also noticed Kayla serving Irvin, identical to Gina, a pair of twins. Seeking an opportunity to chat, he was interrupted by Warren speaking rudely. "A prodigy from the Forbidden Sioux family? Ha, everyone knows that every member of the Sioux family is a dragon, especially Ayana with 3 supreme constitutions, respected worldwide. How can a prodigy like you, without manners or decorum, come from such a prestigious family?" This drew looks from other prodigies, eager to see a showdown. Hearing praise for his rival, Andrew frowned, standing up angrily. "That Ayana is just a hypocrite. I, Andrew, am open and upright, with exceptional cultivation. I will definitely surpass Ayana." "Foolish boast, you're probably just a minor disciple of the Sioux family, maybe even a peripheral member. An ant claiming to defeat a dragon?" Sitting at the main seat, Irvin affirmed his suspicion. A familiar face-off scenario. Sure enough. Next came the duel between Andrew and Warren, with Andrew overpowering him. Gina, watching them, felt no sympathy, almost enjoying their mutual destruction. But with Irvin here, things wouldn't go as planned for Andrew. Irvin nodded at the sacred master, who stood and addressed everyone. The prodigy gathering will begin shortly. Many duels await us, and more young prodigies are en route. Let's preview the rewards for the champion of this prodigy gathering. Chapter 528. The Solar Ancient Tree appears. Suspicions arise. Solar Fruit, Essence of the Moon. As the voice of the celestial Saint Lord faded away, in the great hall, the void shattered, revealing a self-contained space. In this isolated space stood a divine tree, radiant and glowing like the sun. It emitted an ancient and eternal aura that inspired awe. The fruits on this ancient tree were like blazing suns, fiery and sacred. Is that the Solar Ancient Tree? Indeed worthy of being an ancient divine tree. Even its fruit resembles the sun. Legend has it that consuming one of these can raise one's limit and heal Dao wounds. TSK. Truly a grand gesture from the Celestial Sanctuary to offer the Solar Ancient Tree as a reward for the champion. The young geniuses present exclaimed in astonishment, praising the Solar Ancient Tree, and marveling at the generosity of the Celestial Sanctuary. However, Irvin noticed something amiss. The Solar Ancient Tree was undoubtedly correct, but this Solar Ancient Tree was also emitting a dense force of life energy. Since mastering the mysteries of creation and destruction, Irvin had become extremely sensitive to the forces of life and destruction, instantly realizing that this Solar Ancient Tree might be about to take form. When divine objects take shape, it brings both benefits and drawbacks. If kept within control, the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. Irvin had his eyes on this divine object, so naturally, it belonged to him. Upon seeing the Solar Ancient Tree, Andrew couldn't contain his excitement, repeatedly confirming in his heart. Divine Heaven Scripture, is this the Solar Ancient Tree you spoke of? Ewings, if you can obtain the Solar Ancient Tree, eat the Solar Fruit, and get the Sun Divine Leaves, your cultivation will greatly increase. With my assistance, you might even instantly comprehend several supreme solar powers. Hearing this, Andrew's eyes burned with fervor, looking at the Solar Ancient Tree with an intent to claim it at all costs. With a wave of the Celestial Saint Lord's hand, the space was closed off. During this period, many young supremes arrived, including the Prince of the Qilin Cave, the Carissa of the Phoenix Clan, and others. Now, let's begin the first round of our competition, martial arts sparring. After all, in the eternal immortal realm, strength is paramount. Andrew was no incompetent individual. He knew everyone present was a young hero. Although he could fight relying on the 9-yang divine body, he didn't know who would ultimately prevail. Especially with an ultimate emperor sitting at the main seat, no one could confirm whether Irvin would participate in the competition or try to seize the Solar Divine Tree. Celestial Lord, since such is the case, we need to establish some rules, said Gina. In a gathering of prodigies, we can't just decide the strongest through a martial arena, she added. The Celestial Saint Lord, considering her words, replied slowly, here is a sun fruit born by the Solar Divine Tree, which has absorbed the essence of the moon. If anyone can snatch it, they will be the winner of the first round. Saying this, he took out a glowing, golden fruit from his robes. A blue rune was imprinted on the spiritual fruit. This was the essence of the moon. A rare and precious wilderness rune. Paired with the sun fruit, it possessed extraordinary effects. Yin and yang coexisting, sun and moon in the same sky. This sun fruit's efficacy was far superior to other sun fruits. All the young geniuses were moved. The steward smiled slightly, readying himself. The Celestial Saint Lord threw the sun fruit into the air. In an instant, Warren stepped forward, leaping into the void, attempting to seize the sun fruit first. However, Irvin's sneer revealed that this action was akin to seeking death. Even if the sun fruit was grabbed, it would make him the target of all the other geniuses' attacks. Without overwhelming power, there was no way to handle the situation. The sun fruit is mine. Just as Warren was about to grab the sun fruit, a powerful fiery divine aura erupted, flames spreading in the void. The steward appeared in the air, holding a Qilin spear, looking resolute and majestic. His spear slashed through the void, striking down at Warren. Speaking of fearsome beast races, the Qilin clan was an ancient imperial clan. The Tianpeng clan was merely a royal clan. The bloodline advantage alone caused Warren to feel fear. His right hand quickly retracted. Sure enough, the powerful divine aura tore apart the space where his hand had been. Warren's pupils dilated. Was this a move to kill? At that moment, the ape Cain attacked. Transforming into his true form, a mountain-sized ape, he struck down with world-shattering power. Luckily, the hall was large and built from durable materials, allowing it to withstand the attack. Trying to grab the sun fruit. Himph! A mere adamantine ape clan dares covet the Solar Ancient Tree. The Carissa shouted. She was one of the geniuses who once entered the Supreme Hall. Irvin remembered her well. Now dressed in red, her power had increased. A wave of nirvana fire emerged from her hands. The extreme heat making even a few elders of the Celestial Sanctuary struggle to bear it. The mountain-like ape Cain was instantly forced back to his true form, covered in scorch marks. The Phoenix clan's nirvana flame was renowned for its formidable power, unmatched by any. Anatoly suddenly opened his eyes, timing his move perfectly, transforming into a divine dragon and opening his massive jaws. His pupils shone like the sun. A deafening dragon roar echoed through the void. His huge body blocked many geniuses, trying to swallow the sun fruit whole. Gina couldn't sit still either. Dressed in green armor, she held a spear, slicing through the void. However, it was futile. Being of the same dragon race, none was inferior to another. Seeing this, Gina transformed into her true form, also a green divine dragon, but more slender and beautiful. Even her true form resembled Kayla. Two divine dragons clashed in the void, resembling meteor impacts. The steward roared loudly, transforming into his own divine form. Qilin tread the sky step. Chapter 529. Who will prevail? And there's more. Samson, ranked 50th on the hidden dragon list, was an extraordinary genius. To be listed on this chart was no small feat. let alone being among the top 50. He now transformed into his true form, a massive fire Qilin, with flames enveloping his body like a golden inferno that seemed ready to consume the heavens. The sight was terrifying, causing everyone's heart to race. Employing the heavenly steps of Qilin Tower, he swiftly joined the fray. Two divine dragons clashed, moving like meteors, even surprising Brant. Diego's strength had advanced remarkably, managing to suppress Gina. Even after Samson entered the battle, Diego showed no fear, opening his colossal mouth to roar and tear with immense force. He even unleashed a divine skill, his claws tearing through the sky as if trying to split it apart. Samson's body was torn, causing him to scream in pain. However, Andrew remained outside the battle, waiting for the right moment, an opportune time to strike and claim the sun fruit. Ying, his meticulously crafted plan was watched closely by Irvin, who offered no openings. The disciples of the Taming Holy Land also observed the battle from afar, not daring to approach the central hall which had turned into a meat grinder. This is the true combat between young supreme beings. It's terrifying. Even our Taming Saint son would be torn apart if he dared to join. We wouldn't last a moment if we were in there. No wonder the Lord Saint repeatedly warned against our fated Saint son and Saintess participating. They'd meet their doom. The Taming disciples marveled as they watched. In the center of the hall, the physical collisions and battles of divine powers reached a climax. Even Gina was now battered and bruised. Is that Taya your twin sister? Irvin, watching the Taya vie for the sunfruit, seemed to have spotted a weakness. He asked Laurel beside him, replying to Master, yes, she is my twin sister. She's skilled and worthy of cultivation. Hearing Irvin's assessment, Laurel said joyfully, Master, why not make her your mount too? My sister has a tender body, and her talent is on par with mine. If you make her a mount, you can choose either of us when traveling. And we sisters can pull your dragon carriage while you ride in comfort. Irvin stroked Laurel's head, saying, you think of everything for me. I wonder if your sister agrees? That would be her honor. Irvin nodded, continuing to watch the scene. The competition was fierce, and beast blood already littered the ground. Though Gina was at a disadvantage against Diego, she wasn't utterly overpowered. In her true form, the green armor surrounding her body was now broken, revealing some white beneath. Blood dripped from her lips as she clenched her teeth. Meanwhile, Diego transformed back into human form, much better off compared to Gina, though he too was injured. Since returning from the Supreme Hall, Zulong Nest took him into the Forbidden Territory, awakening the devouring Sky Dragon lineage and allowing rapid power enhancement. Elders provided numerous resources, significantly boosting his strength. His divine dragon bloodline hadn't fully awakened yet. When it did, he might rival those exceptional geniuses. Although he couldn't compare to Irvin, a bug-level existence, he would surely be a formidable figure in this era. Meanwhile, Zhu Tiangon, Demon Ape King, and Yusef of the Garuda clan were all severely injured, unable to fight further. Only Diego, Samson, Reina, and some human geniuses remained in the field. Saint Yuan, retreat immediately. I must obtain the sun fruit. Diego no longer held back, using Divine Dragon Claw, one of the true dragon skills. Sharp claws tore through space at incredible speed, leaving claw marks in the air. Saint Yuan tried to block, but suffered 3 deep cuts across his chest. Seizing the opportunity, Samson launched his Qilin punch. Qilin's rival dragons in physical prowess, striking Saint Yuan forcefully. Guard of Moon Frost. Though Saint Yuan used his divine skill, it proved futile against the physical superiority. Reina sneered, glancing at Irvin. Based on her understanding, Irvin wouldn't let go of the ancient sun tree. Why was he holding back? Did she misjudge? Deciding not to wait, she reached out toward the sun fruit. Saint Yuan stepped back, clutching his chest, eyeing the sun fruit in defeat. Afflicted by the Qilin light wheel, his magic was restricted, rendering him powerless. Heh, don't think you've won. Look behind you. At this, Samson and Diego turned back. The Reina was closest to the sun fruit. Rushing forward, they aimed to grab it, but the phoenix gave no chance. Just as she was about to snatch the sun fruit, a wave of scorching energy erupted. A pillar of light surged, enveloping the sun fruit. Phoenix wildfire. The Reina wouldn't let her prey escape. Flames of rebirth roared, burning through space and transforming into a phoenix shadow, aiming to engulf Andrew. No one anticipated this, not even the Tianming Lord. After several rounds of combat, ending with a lowly Su family disciple gaining the advantage. If Andrew claimed the sun fruit, it would embarrass all present young supremes. Samson and Diego could not let this happen. Andrew's eyes gleamed with intense light. 9 suns appeared behind him, emitting godlike power, counteracting the phoenix wildfire. That's the 9 suns' body. The 9 radiant suns are equal to royal bloodline's super constitutions. No wonder he dares to surpass Ayana. Samson grew more ruthless, clenching his fist. If we can't get it, then destroy it. Terrifying power burst forth. Behind him, a Qilin avatar stood roaring in the void, its ancestral power overwhelming even the primeval royal clans. Chapter 530. A thread of breath subdues all heroes. The Qilin Dharma body roared and stood between heaven and earth. Blazing flames incinerated the void. Then, the Qilin Dharma body gathered supreme divine might and unleashed it from its mouth, striking directly towards the sun fruit. Unable to obtain it, he would rather destroy it. Since Crown Samson couldn't get it, he would never let it fall into Andrew's hands. Heavenly Yang Sword. Andrew spoke. A beam of light flashed and coalesced in his hand. It was the companion divine sword of the 9 Yang divine body, named Heavenly Yang Sword. He chopped down fiercely toward the front. As the 2 energies collided, it seemed like stars were exploding, and the void trembled like paper. Crown Samson seized the opportunity, stepped forward, and ascended above the void. He intended to engage in close combat with Andrew and snatch the sun fruit. Behind Andrew, 9 suns shimmered, augmenting his physical strength. Their fists clashed with thunderous roars. An extreme physical confrontation. Every move shattered mountains and reversed seas. Danny also refused to give up the chance. The Carissa once again unleashed the Phoenix Sacred Fire and Nirvana Flames. Come on. Facing the encirclement of 3 top geniuses, if it were any other young overlord, they would be panicking, unable to match them, let alone protect the Sun Fruit. However, Andrew's fighting spirit soared. Wielding the heavenly Yang sword, he grew fiercer with every fight. Amazingly, he contended against the 3 super geniuses without showing any sign of weakness. This battle far exceeded their realm limitations. Even the Saint Lord Taming was taken aback by this scenario. It surpassed his expectations. A mere contest for a Sun Fruit could become so intense. If even more super geniuses revealed their trump cards in future battles, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Irvin showed utter disdain. After advancing to the Overlord realm, he discovered that what was considered the peak of the human domain. Although still within the human domain, the energy level inside him had undergone a tremendous transformation. Absolutely not something a holy king or holy emperor could rival. Heavenly Fire 5 Beast Technique. Andrew raised his hands, releasing unmatched power. The 9 suns behind him seemed to solidify, radiating scorching heat akin to the great sun. 5 fierce beast shadows coalesced, all renowned ancient fierce beasts, rushing towards Danny and others. For a moment, they actually managed to block these super geniuses. Heavenly blazing great solar slash. With those words, Andrew wielded the heavenly Yang sword and fiercely slashed forward. The void was torn apart, collapsing with an immense crack, its power terrifying and heart-stopping. A single slash descended. Crown Samson used the Qilin treasure technique, forming a wheel of light to defend but was directly repelled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What a powerful move. Danny and the Carissa joined forces to resist, yet both sustained injuries. An outcast disciple of the Su family has such power. Gina, Warren, and others all thought Andrew would obtain the Sun Fruit. But at this moment, accompanied by a loud roar, Irvin stepped forward like an unparalleled deity. His left hand blazed with heavenly fire, his right held world-ending thunder. Behind him, the shadow of a god appeared, exuding formidable divine power. Andrew's eyes flickered rapidly. The divine heaven scripture spoke. Andrew, give him the Sun Fruit quickly. However, Andrew frowned, unwilling to heed the divine heaven scripture. Why should these children of great clans enjoy endless resources? Why should I yield the fruits of victory even when competing fairly? The divine heaven scripture wanted to scold him furiously. How foolish Andrew was. Fair competition under the rules was indeed fair. But when someone transcends beyond the rules, not even the rules can bind them, how much less you? Irvin, don't think because you've achieved overlord status, I'll fear you. Andrew said, his voice resolute, clutching the Sun Fruit, refusing to back down. Crown Samson, Danny, and others tried to snatch it again. But now, seeing Irvin appear, they exchanged glances and shook their heads, retreating. They weren't afraid of facing Andrew. But against Irvin, especially as a new overlord, they knew even all the young geniuses together would not be a match. As for Andrew's refusal to step down, it was sheer ignorance of fear. Irvin didn't bother to reason with him. No point wasting words. A single finger pointed out, instantly compressing this space infinitely. Previously bold and confident against many super geniuses, Andrew now couldn't manage a smile. The surrounding space felt like thick mud, immobilizing him completely. In Irvin's eyes, scenes of celestial bodies falling were reflected. Space was further compressed. Andrew felt squeezed, as if struck by primordial stars. Bones about to shatter. With just one hand motion, the Sun Fruit flew from Andrew's hand into Irvin's. Examining the Sun Fruit imprinted with lunar essence, Irvin nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Then, before many young geniuses, he swallowed the fruit whole. No. Andrew roared in frustration. His pupils burned with rage. Brandishing the heavenly Yang sword, he rushed at Irvin. Sharp edges tore through the void, speed like lightning. Irvin simply lifted his eyelids, unleashing immense power. Striking Andrew's chest, Andrew retreated like a meteor, clothes tattered, clearly heavily injured. You, Irvin responded with a faint smile. Truly overestimating yourself, challenging Jethro Ewing for the Sun Fruit? Even Ayana with the primordial eye cannot compete with Irvin on the list. A mere outcast of the Su family dares to challenge a heavenly dragon? Hearing the mocking laughter, Andrew slammed the ground. Why? Is fate predetermined from birth? Reversing it is as hard as climbing the sky. The divine heaven scripture told you to give him the Sun Fruit. Even Ayana might not be a match for Irvin. How dare you? I sometimes admire your courage. If you listen to me, you'd already be outstanding, rivaling taboo geniuses. The divine heaven scripture spoke in Andrew's mind, frustrated by his stubbornness. Humph, even if he got the Sun Fruit, he might not get the solar ancient tree. That will ultimately belong to me, Andrew. Meanwhile, Irvin instantly absorbed the Sun Fruit fully. Possessing a perfected chaos body, he could transform and devour the primal essence of everything. This Sun Fruit, imprinted with lunar essence, was far better than others. Even his overlord cultivation was slightly enhanced, but only slightly. Saint Lord Tianming was stunned. Clearly, he hadn't expected the Ewing family's young overlord to be so powerful after achieving overlord status. Just a glance was enough to overpower a holy king. Even fellow overlords were no match. In reality, even emperors dared not claim they could defeat Irvin. Cough, since the winner is decided. Let's decide the final ownership of the solar ancient tree. Saint Lord Tianming paused, waving a hand. That space opened again. The solar ancient tree shone brilliantly, emitting divine light, sacred and ancient runes visible. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever enters the space and communicates successfully with the solar ancient tree, as long as the tree acknowledges you. As the words faded, several super geniuses exchanged glances. Gina, Carissa, Danny, Warren, Isaiah, and others. They then stepped into the space, accompanied by a whirlwind of dizziness. They arrived in a mysterious space, with a star river circling above their heads. And right before them stood the solar ancient tree. Facing it directly was even more heart-shakingly astonishing. The solar ancient tree was immensely vast, like a towering mountain. Their bodies, compared to the solar ancient tree, were as insignificant as ants. Andrew, still heavily injured, sat cross-legged in the void. Divine Heaven Scripture, is there any method to communicate with the solar ancient tree? I have an ancient true scripture that can facilitate communication with the solar ancient tree. Whether you can gain the solar ancient tree's recognition depends on yourself. Upon hearing this, Andrew became extraordinarily excited. While other super geniuses had to attempt to establish communication with the solar ancient tree, he could directly converse with it. It was like having a godlike cheat. He marveled inwardly, truly befitting of the Divine Heaven Scripture. Divine Heaven Scripture, can you help me heal my injuries? Let me assist you one more time. Instantly, a force of vitality emerged. It helped transform Andrew's body and nurtured his physical condition. Meanwhile, Irvin kept his attention on Andrew. Seeing Andrew sitting confidently on the ground, radiating a vital force, he knew that the Divine Heaven Scripture was at work again, and it seemed to have given Andrew a confidence booster, making it seem as though he would secure the solar ancient tree. Gina, Danny, and others also wasted no time, immediately sitting down. Each displayed their own abilities, trying to build a communication bridge with the solar ancient tree, hoping to gain its acknowledgement. This way, they could bring the solar ancient tree back to their family sanctuaries. However, Irvin slowly approached the solar ancient tree. Looking at the vast and majestic solar ancient tree before him, he gently placed his hand on the tree trunk. Suddenly, a certain sensation appeared in his mind. It seemed to come from the solar ancient tree itself. Combined with his earlier observations, the solar ancient tree was about to take shape. If he could gain the tree's recognition and make it his follower, it would be of great assistance in the future. So, he sat down and summoned the perfect chaos small world within him, emitting chaotic energy and rich vitality. He infused it into the solar ancient tree. Wow, so comfortable. Indeed, a cute and delicate voice resonated in Irvin's mind. Clearly, it was from the solar ancient tree. Chapter 531. As a follower, publicly refuse and set conditions. You are the Julie? Ewings, it's me. What's up? Irvin communicated with the Julie in his mind. He had just infused a large amount of primordial chaos power and vitality force into the Julie, helping the Julie to further develop. Primordial chaos power was essentially the divine power from the primordial chaos before the world was created, aligning with the breath of all things at the beginning. And there was no need to explain the vitality force. It could create all things in the world, making the entire universe vibrant. Not to mention, it was only an ancient tree. The Julie was already at a critical moment of nearing its transformation. At this point, with this energy aiding it, naturally, its growth rate accelerated. Therefore, it promptly established a successful communication bridge with Irvin. They conversed within their minds. Listening to the voice that came from his mind, it sounded like an amorous who hadn't lost her childishness. The corners of Irvin's lips curled, and he smiled faintly. There is no one easier to deceive than an amorous, especially one in desperate need of substantial energy for true birth and transformation. It's simple, follow me. As long as you become my follower, I will protect you. Why should I follow you? The Julie countered, yet she didn't refuse but instead asked doubtfully. Now you are about to transform. After the transformation, the Julie will have more spiritual essence, attracting countless immortal level strong beings to seize you. And ultimately, any divine path domain strong being who gets hold of you will refine you. The consciousness you've developed over countless years, and your own body will cease to exist. If you acknowledge me as your master and sign a master-servant contract, I can protect you. I can also transmit a large amount of primordial chaos power and vitality force to help you transform today. Irvin spoke calmly in his mind. Meanwhile, the other young Supremes were trying every possible method to establish a communication link with the Julie. Danny, Karis, and others all exhausted their efforts, even using their clan's ancient methods. But it was like throwing stones into the sea. They received no response at all. The Julie was silent. Obviously, she was weighing the pros and cons. What Irvin said struck right at her heart. After a celestial spirit treasure transforms, it will have extraordinary value, and its spiritual essence will soar. Some powerful figures seeking breakthroughs often look for transformed celestial spirit treasures. They refine and consume these treasures to assist their own growth. The Julie was aware of this. Having existed for countless years, the Julie itself was a rare and precious divine item. If it could transform, it would definitely attract strong beings from the divine path domain, even kings and venerables within the divine path domain, to vie for it. At that time, how could she, a small tree freshly transformed, possibly escape? There would be no hope at all. Thus, she had once doubted herself, wondering if she should undergo the transformation. After transforming, she could gain freedom, walk the world, and witness great rivers and mountains. And after transforming, she would immediately obtain supreme cultivation, gaining qualifications for practice. Entering the divine path domain in the future wasn't entirely out of reach. In the end, with a bold decision, she decided to undergo the transformation. The person before her was a handsome young man, extremely good-looking, like a refined scholar. Observing his words, he seemed very polite and probably had significant background. After all, someone who could compete against powerful beings in the divine path domain for supreme treasures certainly wouldn't be low profile. Perhaps he really could protect her. And he wouldn't refine her either. Regardless of which aspect, this was a non-losing deal. If she could acknowledge him as her master, she could go out and see the magnificent world. That was her goal for transforming. She didn't want to become someone else's controlled treasure or be locked in a dark space for countless years. She wanted to go out, To make friends, experience human warmth and coldness, and witness the splendid and flourishing myriad realms. Right at this moment, another voice was heard. Undoubtedly, this voice belonged to Andrew. Andrew used the spell bestowed by the Divine Heaven Book, directly constructing a communication bridge. Julie, acknowledge me, Andrew, as your master. Follow me thereafter, assist me, provide me with sun fruits and infinite solar energy. Follow me, and there will be a bright future ahead. Simple and clear, Andrew was immensely confident inside, believing these few sentences would surely move the Julie. After all, having the protection of a Heaven's Pride son, the Julie only needed to provide sun fruits and solar energy. Since obtaining the Divine Heaven Book, Andrew considered himself a chosen son of heaven. His arrogance was thoroughly evident. As expected, upon uttering these words, it was as if he touched the sore spot of the Julie. The Julie directly snorted. You're a bad person. Elisa won't follow you. With those words, Andrew's mental bridge built through spells was cut off unilaterally by the Julie. After all, attempting communication without permission was inherently offensive, and the Julie didn't want to become someone else's controlled treasure, a puppet, or private property. As they say, no comparison means no hurt. Previously, she thought the young man before her aligned well with her, and she was considering his offer. But after Andrew's disruption, she instantly realized Irvin was truly courteous, gentle, and cultivated, with the aura of a venerable on him, indicating he had already stepped into the supreme realm. Such a young supreme was something the Julie, despite its vast existence, had never seen. Deciding firmly in her heart, she spoke in her mind to Irvin. All right, I agree to become your follower, but you must help me transform today. No problem. Irvin agreed, then stood up and walked to the Julie. Other young supremes opened their eyes, puzzled by Irvin's actions. They tried communicating with the Julie but failed. Did Irvin achieve something? Andrew stood up, snorting. Ha, Irvin, did you succeed in communicating with the Julie? Or perhaps you failed, and you're trying to sabotage the ancient tree? Andrew, previously humiliated by the Julie, wanted to save face now. Seeing Irvin stand up first and approach the Julie, he presumed he might have gained recognition. So, he taunted sarcastically. However, Irvin chuckled indifferently, finding it nothing but barking of dogs. An agreement had been reached, yet Andrew continued barking, appearing like a fool. No, calling him a fool would insult fools. At this moment, the gazes of numerous young supremes turned towards Irvin. Irvin smiled faintly, no problem, just helping the Julie with a little favor. Chapter 532. The Julie transforms, acknowledging its master in public. As the words faded, Diego and others were left baffled. Regarding what Andrew said about Irvin trying to destroy the Julie, they wouldn't believe it. It was nothing but the ranting of a clown. Indeed, even now, despite Andrew revealing his 9 young divine body, none of the young geniuses present regarded him as a serious contender, considering him nothing more than a jumping jester. Who exactly was Irvin? He was the top ranker on the Hidden Dragon list, the number 1 on the 10,000 Ancients flesh body list, the young lord of the 10,000 Ancients Ying family, and a holy son from the Jade Pool Sacred Land. Someone of that caliber. A mere Julie wasn't something he would care for at all. Even if he desired it, the 10,000 Ancients Ying family could provide dozens of rarer and more extraordinary divine items far surpassing the Julie. Irvin must have come today with other intentions. What those intentions were, remained unclear for now. Stepping back 2 paces, power surged within Irvin like a tsunami and mountainous wave. Behind him, the shadow of a deity appeared, akin to an ancient true god, with chaotic energy weaving around, runes swirling, and a holiness unmatched. At the same time, his perfect chaotic small world was invoked. Only then did everyone see clearly that this perfect chaotic small world had already evolved into an independent universe teeming with infinite life and stars. This is Irvin's small world? Life has already been born within it. How is this possible? Exclaimed a voice. Ordinarily, only after entering the supreme realm can one condense a small world, and filling it with life or creating stars. To make it become a boundless existence like the great world would require gradual progress. For someone in the supreme realm to achieve it is absolutely impossible, another added. Truly worthy of Irvin, a man shrouded in mystery. Diego, Gina, and others stood up, their pupils trembling, unable to believe what they saw, and the Reina narrowed her eyes slightly. Irvin's strength had grown even more. Compared to when he was last seen in the Hall of Supremes, his progress was immeasurable. Every encounter revealed an exponential increase in Irvin's power, surpassing any description of terrifying. No wonder he was revered externally as the myth and taboo of 10,000 ancients. If allowed to grow unchecked, he might someday surpass the current god Emperor Bogdan. Outside the space, the Taming Holy Land members were dumbfounded, watching helplessly from afar. Taming Saint Lord felt deeply fortunate at this moment. His decision to submit to the 10,000 Ancients Ying family as a subordinate force was proving right. Previously, many elders in the Holy Land opposed it, and even a few old ancestors buried in the ancestral land awoke to dissuade him. After all, they were a top-notch immortal force. There was no need to submit to the Ying family just to survive. Despite overwhelming obstacles, he successfully submitted to the 10,000 Ancients Ying family. At the time, nobody understood. Now, witnessing this, the high-ranking officials of Taming Holy Land admired the foresight of their Saint Lord. Following the growth rate of the Leonardo of the Ying family, he would certainly lead the Ying family to greater prosperity. Even if Taming Holy Land didn't get much benefit, it would at least gain something. Inside the space, behind Irvin, the deity shadow manipulated seals, continuously channeling chaotic energy like a river into the Julie. Irvin was also busy, releasing a green energy from his palms, a life force energy. From the perfect chaotic small world, life force energy flowed steadily into the Julie. Irvin, are you trying to destroy the Julie? Or do you intend to monopolize it alone? Andrew demanded, indignant, wanting to stop him. The heavenly book in his mind warned urgently, do not seek death. Know your place. You can't even withstand 3 moves from Ayana, let alone Irvin. To deal with Ayana, you needed constant cultivation and opportunity. The current Irvin could crush you like an ant. Andrew clenched his fists tightly, standing still, inwardly unwilling yet afraid to take another step. His previous failures due to disregarding the heavenly book's advice made him wary. Had Ayana and Irvin not held back before, he'd be ashes by now. The rest of the young geniuses merely watched, understanding that Irvin was feeding energy into the Julie to assist its growth. An hour passed. The Julie had absorbed countless amounts of chaotic and life force energies, glowing green radiantly. A timeless aura spread out, making the space feel like a sea of fire. Even Gina frowned, feeling pressure and using her powers to resist. As the radiant light flashed, the sun tree transformed into a blazing sun suspended in space. The intense heat engulfed the area, and from the blinding sunlight, a figure emerged. This scene stunned the super geniuses and the observers outside, including Taming Saint Lord. What was happening? Damn it, the Julie transformed? The timeline was off. This transformation was accelerated by Irvin's energy input. How much energy did that require? A figure slowly walked out from the sun, dressed in a fiery red dress with twin braids, lively and vibrant. Her eyes glowed fiery red, like an elf emerging from the sun. Surveying the surroundings, she saw the young geniuses and Andrew clenching his fists. Running over, she hugged Irvin. Having formed a master-servant pact during transformation, she considered Irvin her only support, thus becoming extremely close. She clung to Irvin, saying, Master, that bad guy wanted me to be his treasure. Adeline pouted, displeased. Andrew froze, bewildered by the accusation and the fact that the Julie, upon successful transformation, ran to Irvin and called him master. How was this possible? Was it some cheat code? Master, let me teach him a lesson. Irvin stroked Adeline's head, permitting her action. Stepping forward, a wave of immense heat emanated from her petite body. Even Diego and Gina exchanged glances, barely holding against it. Their bodies seemed to burn. To everyone's shock, the divine might Adeline emitted was unique to Supremes, Supreme Force. Did the Julie possess supreme strength immediately upon transformation? Chapter 533. Overwhelming Andrew, Princess follows, and Zhang Renchaozi. The ancient sun tree, what do you intend to do? Andrew bellowed, questioning the entity. He had not anticipated that after taking form, the ancient sun tree would not only submit to Irvin but also attempt to punish him. What occurred before was merely normal telepathic communication. Big bad guy, to think you even want me to follow you, dream on. With those words, the ancient sun tree made its move. Its tiny fists seemed to contain boundless divine power. Just one punch unleashed a force like an exploding planet, overwhelming divine might erupting from it. This space was swiftly enveloped by a scorching sea of flames. Even Diego, Gina, and others activated their magical shields to protect themselves from the effects. Irvin stood unmoving, indifferent to the supreme power radiating from the ancient sun tree. Both being supremes, it held no sway over him. Andrew stretched out his hands to defend. However, the gap between their realms was vast. Andrew was merely at the Sage King level, while the ancient sun tree, despite having just taken form, possessed supreme power. It was completely one-sided. Sun Fist. The little sun delivered a punch, releasing endless divine power from its small body. The aura surged like an ocean, shaking space itself. Endless mana coalesced into a fiery phoenix, charging towards Andrew, shattering space as it passed and collapsing galaxies. 9 Suns Shield. Andrew formed a seal, summoning a shield with sun patterns before him. As the phoenix erupted, Andrew felt as if struck by an ancient mountain, spitting blood and flying backward, landing helpless on the ground, unable to fight back. The gap between a Sage King and a Supreme was like an insurmountable, heavenly punishment, especially for Andrew who, though blessed and protected by fate, could at most match a Sacred Emperor. Facing a Supreme always ended in utter defeat. Damn you all, wait for me. 30 years on this side, 30 years on the other. Never underestimate the youth's plight. I'll settle accounts when I return from the Northern Sea. Leaving these threats, Andrew took out a talisman from his robe and crushed it. A spatial rift appeared behind him, through which he disappeared. The little son wanted to chase but heard Irvin's command, do not pursue a defeated enemy. His time hasn't come yet. The little son obediently stood still. Irvin's intentions were clear. The little sun had just taken form, needed to familiarize itself with its body, and practice using its supreme power. Using Andrew as a training tool proved effective, helping the little sun adapt fully to its physical form and control its supreme power. Thank you, Master, for your cultivation. From now on, I will follow Master. Through fire and water, without hesitation, the little sun said solemnly, even bowing its fist in respect, a rather adorable sight. Irvin smiled, petted its head, and led it away. Since he had obtained the ancient sun tree, they needed to make preparations quickly. Time was running out. The other young geniuses exchanged glances and followed them out of the space. Congratulations, Leonardo, on obtaining the ancient sun tree. Saint Tianming, along with the elders, congratulated Irvin. He reciprocated the courtesy. Diego and Brant found themselves overshadowed whenever they encountered Irvin, losing all prominence and even opportunities. They hoped that during their secret trip to the Northern Sea for training, they wouldn't run into him again. Knowing Irvin would join them, there would surely be devastating. After bidding farewell, the young geniuses left Tianming Holy Land. With the increasing audacity of the 72 demonic clans in the Northern Sea, they were sent to challenge and train against these demons. Numerous great holy lands and ancient families began dispatching their heirs to train in the all-heavenly Northern Sea. Master, I will go find Sister Taya, to bring her back as your mount. Outside Tianming Holy Land, Irvin summoned a spacecraft and prepared to return home. Roxy stepped forward to ask permission. Irvin nodded, and she transformed into her original form to seek Gina. You really enjoy teasing. By Irvin's side, Qingli and Cora suddenly appeared. In truth, she and Alicia had been secretly protecting Irvin. Not true, don't say nonsense. That is, sister wants us both to climb the ladder of divinity together. Qingli and Cora rolled her eyes at his cheekiness. He was full of mischief. At the foot of a divine mountain, Gina paused. Intending to return to the Azure Dragon lineage, she sensed someone following her and changed direction to enter a mountain range. Come out, you've been following for a long time. A figure clad in green armor, holding a war spear, emerged, her eyes sharp, topped with jade-like dragon horns. Sister? Aren't you with Irvin? Gina was delighted, rushing to Roxy. Little sister, I came for you. Why? Did Irvin mistreat you? Should we return to the Azure Dragon lineage? Gina was thrilled. At least, she thought, she could bring her sister back instead of staying with Irvin. They were princesses of the Azure Dragon lineage, treasured daughters of the Azure Dragon clan leader. No, you misunderstand. I came to bring you back to Master, to become his mount. Joining him will lead to glorious futures for both of us. Hearing this, Gina froze. Who talks like that? Taking one's sister to be someone else's mount? Wasn't this too extreme? Are you aware of what you're saying? Gina backed away, keeping distance from Roxy. She, a proud dragon princess, would never willingly serve as a mount. It was demeaning. Beasts never enslave. Little sister, don't be stubborn. Becoming Master's mount is an honor. He has reached the supreme realm, condensed a perfect chaotic world. No ancient anomalies or taboo prodigies from the ancient dragon races can rival him. Irvin will soar to unparalleled heights. If we become his mounts now, we can rise with him, becoming legendary figures in our dragon clan. Roxy spoke earnestly, her gaze stern. After hearing this, Gina hesitated. She witnessed Irvin subdue the sun deity tree and suppress the formidable nine-young body. He was godlike, towering above all. Serving him wasn't a bad choice. Roxy hugged Gina gently. Biting her lip, Yulong seemed to have made a big decision. All right, sister, I've always listened to you. This time will be no exception. Gina nodded, deciding to follow. At this moment, Kayla opened her right palm, revealing a drop of blood that was exceptionally bright. Within this drop of blood, there was the awe-inspiring presence of a true dragon, its aura radiating out and startling the mountain forest. The ferocious beasts in this wilderness roared, sensing a great terror. What is this? Gina's eyes widened as she felt the noble bloodline within, and it belonged to the same lineage. Ying's. This is a drop of primordial Azure Dragon essence bestowed by Master. And it has an extremely pure bloodline. It's even older than our ancient forebears of the Azure Dragon lineage. He said that after you agree to become a mount, I should bestow this drop of blood to you. Gina's eyes trembled. This drop of pure blood would require the nod of the Allen, and then a discussion with the ancestors in the ancestral grounds to obtain in their lineage. Even as a princess of the Azure Dragon lineage, she had never received a drop of such essence. Now, she heard her sister say that Irvin was simply giving it to her. What a generous gift. She inwardly sighed. Perhaps she had made the right decision this time. Let's go, we don't have much time. In some time, Master will head to the all-heavenly Northern Sea to compete with the young geniuses of the 72 demonic clans, seeking breakthroughs and further advancement. At that time, both of us can also go together for training. And, with the protection of the Ying family, nothing unexpected will happen. Then the two transformed into their true dragon forms and set off to find Irvin. On the spacecraft, Irvin was asking Cora Qinglian about matters concerning the all-heavenly Northern Sea. After all, Cora Qinglian had existed for countless ages, from the primordial era until now. She had witnessed too many prodigies and knew many historical secrets. Cora Qinglian seemed to sense something, her gem-like eyes flashing before she vanished into the void. Then, two slender divine dragons transformed into human form, revealing themselves as Kayla and Gina. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Hearing Gina's address, Irvin felt emotional. Kayla's efficiency was truly impressive. However, dragging her own sister into this so easily? And then the system's teasing voice rang in his mind. Host, these are two dragon princesses. You scoundrel. I am a proper gentleman. The translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence with the previous narrative content. Hashtag chapter 534. Journey to the Northern Sea of all realms, slaying the celestial beast. 10 days later, at a divine mountain square within the myriad ancient Ying family's territory, Irvin, Kayla, and Gina were preparing for their departure. Soon after, Marjorie, Una, Axel, and others also arrived. This journey to the Northern Sea of all realms would be led by Irvin, who would take along these young prodigies he had nurtured. As for Hirsch, Sebastian, and the 10 top-ranked individuals of the myriad ancient Ying family, their elders would discuss and ultimately select a leading elder to guide them to the Northern Sea of all realms. Irvin was already well acquainted with those elders. Knowing that Qingli and Cora and Alicia were by his side, there was no need for worry. With two supreme emperors protecting him, even in the chaotic battlefields of outer space, no one could harm him, let alone in the Northern Sea of all realms. If any demonic race dared threaten Irvin's life, Qingli and Cora and Alicia could annihilate the entire race in an instant. Once everyone gathered, Irvin wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, the void shattered, and a massive spacecraft appeared overhead. It seemed crafted from immortal metals, with a divine tree at its bow radiating an aura of eternity. The sight left everyone awestruck. After boarding the ship, they set off through the cosmos. The Northern Sea of all realms lay at the edge of the eternal, immortal realm. The journey was long and fraught with unknown dangers. Crossing starry rivers, they embarked on their mission. On board, Irvin reclined in a large chair at the bow, eyes closed, resting. The other young geniuses entered their cabins to meditate and train. Unlike Irvin, whose cultivation was as effortless as eating or drinking, they were still far from becoming supreme beings, merely in the Holy King or Holy Emperor stages. As the spacecraft sliced through space, resembling a meteor across dimensions, Irvin gazed at the vastness of the universe, lost in thought. Possessing a perfected chaos body, rishi eyes, and immortal bones, having attained the supreme realm and condensed a perfect miniature chaos world. Yet, with each advancement, he felt increasingly insignificant. Even supreme beings and emperors seemed like mere ants in the eyes of the mightiest powers. The perilous chaos beyond the boundaries and the looming life-prohibited zones gnawed away at countless worlds, claiming the lives of many promising young geniuses. Under the protection of the myriad ancient Ying family, all he could do now was preserve himself and uncover the secrets of the era before the ancient times. A Cecilia clad in green appeared beside Irvin, her skin flawless, her features chiseled by the divine. Her beauty and elegance were unparalleled. Behind her floated a divine ring, exuding power. It was Xianxia. You've been guarding me in secret, haven't you? As we traverse this vast cosmos, celestial beasts will appear. Despite varying realms and races, even the weakest among them has attained the supreme level. They wander through the cosmos, seeking ancient life-bearing planets to devour, feeding on stars to sustain themselves. Owner, if you encounter one, it will be difficult to handle, she warned. Irvin smiled faintly, standing up and chatting casually with Xianxia. Don't worry, host. With my system guarding you, places like the life-prohibited zones and the northern sea of all realms are child's play. The system's voice boomed inside his head, boasting once more. Irvin inwardly sighed. Under system, stop just talking and start acting. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as if the sky was collapsing. Ahead of the spacecraft, a monstrous beast emerged, larger than any star, swallowing an ancient life planet whole with its gaping maw. That's the limitless celestial beast. It's only at the supreme realm, the weakest among celestial beasts, Xianxia explained. Let me slay it and retrieve its stellar core. The limitless celestial beast's core can boost one's strength. Even supremes can benefit from it. Its flesh is enriched with the essence of countless life-bearing planets. Xianxia prepared to strike, but was halted by Irvin's outstretched hand. I'll handle it myself. Since attaining the supreme realm, I haven't found a worthy opponent. This limitless celestial beast will help hone my skills. With that, Irvin transformed into a streak of light and attacked the beast. The limitless celestial beast, sensing the hostility, moved its colossal body, which radiated imperial power due to absorbing countless life-bearing planets. It had reached the peak of the supreme realm and would not fear even an emperor. Irvin, stepping into the void, his perfected chaos body glowing, faced the beast. His sharp gaze locked onto the limitless celestial beast, sensing something amiss about its sudden appearance. Indeed, Andrew watched from afar. Hemph, even as a supreme, can you withstand this limitless celestial beast, which has devoured numerous life-bearing planets? Andrew smirked, confident in his plan. But then, the divine heaven book cautioned him. Don't be too smug. You've never seen Irvin's true strength. Trying to defeat him with just a limitless celestial beast might be overly simplistic. Andrew questioned the book. You're the divine heaven book, able to observe past, present, and future, predicting destinies. Why can't you determine Irvin's fate? After a moment of silence, the book sternly replied, Irvin seems outside the scope of this ancient history. His destiny and causality lines are almost non-existent. I cannot predict his path. Hearing this, Andrew's expression grew serious. But no matter what, he must grow and defeat Ayana and Irvin. He absolutely wouldn't lose to these family resources stacked prodigies. In the midst of the surrounding stars, upon seeing Irvin, the limitless celestial beast's eyes flashed. Its massive pupils shone like the sun and moon, emitting a dazzling light. It was drooling over Irvin, who was radiating boundless chaos power, an absolute favorite of these celestial behemoths. After all, they thrived by devouring life-bearing ancient stars, absorbing the vitality within and drawing even the faintest trace of chaos power. Now, this prodigy exuded such overwhelming divine chaos power, like a youthful god. Naturally, these limitless celestial beasts couldn't resist such temptation. Devouring such vast amounts of chaos power would be more powerful than consuming hundreds of life-bearing ancient stars. Roar! Accompanied by a roar that echoed like thunder, it launched its attack first. A colossal tail formed from star energy, akin to a galaxy piercing through the universe, swept across with endless pressure and force, causing space to fragment wherever it passed, creating a dark void in its wake. The sky-shattering power erupted, a boundless supreme divine might. Humph, you cursed beast, still daring to act so rashly. Irvin roared as he saw this. His inner chaos power surged wildly as he unleashed the Emmanuel Fist. This technique had never been fully demonstrated since reaching the minor accomplishment stage, making the limitless celestial beast the perfect sparring partner. With one punch, a gigantic fist shadow emerged, carrying the imposing momentum to suppress all creation, hurtling towards the colossal tail. At the moment of collision, a light as brilliant as a supernova explosion illuminated the entire cosmos. Terrifying energy ripples expanded outward in all directions, pulverizing nearby smaller stars into cosmic dust due to the sheer force. This was a true battle of supremes. With every move, stars were destroyed. Even Andrew, observing from an inconceivable distance away, felt his eyelids twitch violently. Fortunately, he was far enough to avoid the repercussions. Otherwise, at his Holy King level, he would likely have been crushed into powder. The limitless celestial beast, in pain, let out a low yet universe-shaking roar. Its starlight intensified, and a torrential stream of star energy erupted from its mouth, mixed with countless fragments of crushed stars. Like a star storm, it swept toward Irvin. Undaunted, Irvin's figure flickered, leaving chaotic afterimages in the void. His fist swung relentlessly, delivering torrents of Emmanuel fists that bombarded the limitless celestial beast. Each blow created shimmering craters on the massive creature's body. However, the limitless celestial beast was too enormous, quickly retaliating as it suffered pain. This is the real fight. As the supreme divine might erupted, Irvin's fighting spirit soared higher. With a roar, his entire body's chaos power burst forth like blazing flames. He brought his hands together, then slowly pulled them apart, forming a massive chaos blade between them. Swinging his hands, he ruthlessly slashed the chaos blade toward the limitless celestial beast. Chapter 535. Fattening the Greens, Annihilating the Boundless Star Beast. The colossal blade of chaos slammed down like thunder, unleashing boundless divine power. Even the boundless star beast was in pain. It let out a roar. Roar. Its body was too massive. Even with Irvin employing supreme power, it was difficult to move it. However, the boundless star beast could not do much against Irvin either. Punch after punch, Irvin's divine power covered the world, as if he were a reborn god of war. With the partially perfected Emmanuel fist and the unique divine power of the Supreme, he unleashed overwhelming might. Supremes at his level found it hard to contend. If any heavenly pride of myriad races achieved the supreme fruit, facing Irvin, they would find it equally challenging. Ying, the boundless star beast managed to endure so long, showing its strength. Humph, it's time for you to meet your end. Irvin had been using the boundless star beast as training since the start. After reaching the supreme realm, those saint kings or holy emperors cowered at his mere breath. The boundless star beast, ranked at the peak of supremes, could match ordinary emperors. Since he could destroy the boundless star beast, regular emperors stood no chance against him either. Irvin summoned the divine sword case with one hand. Opening it, 5 divine swords flew out, emitting brilliant light that enveloped the entire void. In the vast cosmos, this light shone extraordinarily bright. A single sword slash seemed capable of severing an entire galaxy. These 5 divine swords were all imperial weapons. Their intense imperial aura made galaxies seem to collapse. This was power on another level, far surpassing the human domain. Emperors would perish under their light. Undoubtedly, the boundless star beast felt the danger. But the chaotic force from Irvin was too tempting, far beyond its resistance. With a gaping mouth, it continued fighting. Irvin extended his sword finger, controlling the 5 divine swords. Dawn God Sword, engraved with divine runes, emitted powerful aura. It summoned an unmatched deity holding the Dawn God Sword, chopping down fiercely. Sharp like lightning, it split the air with a resonant sound. Wherever it went, space shattered layer by layer, threatening to explode. The boundless star beast opened its mouth, concentrating supreme power and spewing it forward. It contained numerous star fragments. Star power reached its peak. Boom! Accompanied by the deafening sound, the Dawn God Sword's power remained undiminished, splitting straight through. The wave of supreme power vanished into nothingness. Crack! The right arm of the boundless star beast was severed. From afar, Andrew watched quietly, his pupils trembling. What kind of strength is this? It was terrifying beyond imagination. He thought Irvin, newly ascended to supreme, couldn't rival such a peak star beast. His best hope was that Irvin's guardian would step in and slay the boundless star beast. Then Irvin would be gravely injured. But what happened? Irvin handled the boundless star beast as easily as an old man teasing a child. Indeed, these are the 5 divine swords. Even the divine sword case is in his possession. No contemporary can rival him. Perhaps not even the ancient freaks and taboo prides nearing revival. In his mind, the voice of the heaven scripture sounded amazed. The 5 divine swords? Ying's, Demon Heaven Sword, Devil Heaven Sword, Emperor Heaven Sword, Dawn God Sword, and Sovereign Heaven Sword, the 5 supreme divine swords. Each is an imperial weapon, possessing the power to tear through heavens and pierce the myriad worlds. Throughout history, no one has gathered them all, not even the kings and emperors of the divine realm. Now they are all in one youth's hands. Any one of them could cause a sensation across all realms, triggering endless wars among immortal powers. Listening to the heaven scripture's explanation, Andrew felt envious and harbored dark thoughts. Why did the eternal Ying family get endless resources? Even the legendary 5 divine swords were all gathered by him. Heaven scripture, if I could get these 5 divine swords. Don't entertain such thoughts. You need each sword's recognition to use them. Do you think your current strength and temperament can earn their approval? Gathering the 5 divine swords theoretically matches gathering the 9 great scriptures in difficulty. Andrew's face darkened. Humph, once we reach the Northern Sea, I'll incite the young prides of the Northern Sea demon clans against Irvin. When they attack, I'll pick up the pieces. Dark plans emerged in Andrew's heart. He turned and left, sensing imminent danger. Likely, Irvin could detect him after killing the boundless star beast. Meanwhile, Irvin smirked, looking at Andrew's departing direction. Pawn. In truth, he sensed Andrew watching from the shadows the moment the boundless star beast appeared. But greens should be grown big before harvesting. He hoped Andrew could serve as a treasure-seeking rat in the Northern Sea. Following him ensured rich rewards in the Northern Sea. He then focused on the boundless star beast. It's time for you to end. As he spoke, the Devil Heaven Sword released demonic light, turning the sky dark. A horrific underworld formed, filled with darkness. Ghostly wails echoed. Heavenly Devil Hell Slash. Immediately, blood-red eyes appeared in the cosmos. Devil Heaven Sword released boundless demonic energy, forming a giant sword shadow slashing towards the boundless star beast. The beast roared, its power and star energy condensed into a shield. Powerful enough to resist an emperor's blow. But as the sword struck, space collapsed, a black hole appearing. The star shield disintegrated into nothingness. The boundless star beast tried to escape but was slashed by the sword. It felt corroded, as if countless demons crawled inside, devouring it alive. And the Devil Heaven Sword pierced its head. Magic flashed. Snap. The head was severed. Chaos body power surged, infinite chaos absorbing the boundless star beast into Irvin's body as chaos essence. All within moments. Feeling the surging chaos essence inside him, Irvin's eyes sparkled. Were these star beasts not just nourishment for his chaos body? Chapter 536, Descent into the Northern Sea of 10,000 Heavens, Seal Awakens. Irvin returned to the spaceship and sat in his grand armchair. At this moment, he was certain of his combat strength. At the Supreme Realm, no one could be his match. Even the boundless star beast that could contend with an emperor could only be struck down by him when he exerted himself seriously. As for regular emperors, they met their end without exception. In summary, there were virtually no young geniuses in the Northern Sea of 10,000 Heavens who could pose a threat to him. While the demonic races had profoundly powerful young elites, most remained at the Holy King realm, with just a few at the Holy Emperor level. Only the super geniuses like Irvin, who alone had achieved the supreme realm among the younger generation, had the right to be arrogant. Can't believe how fast you've grown, Qingli and Cora remarked with a smile. She had been sealed within the Clintonaming ice coffin before being released by Irvin, subsequently signing a contract and following him. Even during the ancient era, with countless prodigies vying for supremacy, none grew as astonishingly fast as Irvin, whose rapid ascension left even her, a peak divine Cora, far behind. Undoubtedly, Irvin would grow into an unparalleled powerhouse, eventually joining the ranks of emperors and ascending to the throne of Joab. There's still so much more to explore. Growing stronger is the only way. The two chatted idly while Alicia stayed hidden in the void, only emerging when Irvin had missions or faced danger. The spaceship zipped through the star seas, encountering nothing but the occasional slaying of stellar behemoths for their chaos energy. After effortlessly felling 3 imperial stellar behemoths with his 5 great divine swords, Irvin reaped abundant rewards even before reaching the Northern Sea of 10,000 Heavens. Gina, Kayla, Sherry, and others joined him on deck after their cultivation sessions, all amazed by Irvin's power. Despite being at the Holy Emperor realm, they were helpless against the stellar behemoths, underscoring the growing disparity between them and their master. Axel felt it most acutely, having been brought to eternal, immortal domain from a minor thousand-world realm. Witnessing its vastness and formidable super geniuses deepened his humility. With Irvin's support, he strived to catch up, determined not to lag behind any further. They needed to keep pace, at least enough to glimpse their master's back. As the spaceship reached the sky and descended into a new universe, a majestic world ocean unfolded before them. Each drop contained peculiar energy, colossal cosmic stars drifted amidst immense life force, yet most regions resembled dead seas. Even standing on the ship's bow, they could sense the pervasive death aura and blood mist enveloping the area. Now I understand why it's called the Northern Sea of 10,000 Heavens. It truly is a sea, Qingli and Cora explained to Irvin. While it appears as such, it's actually a world ocean. Once entered, it transports you to another world where 72 demonic races are imprisoned. The pervasive death aura and blood mist are remnants from ancient wars. Just then, a mark appeared over the tumultuous Northern Sea. Is that the direction of the bleeding continent? Let's go see. Chapter 537. The birth of the demon suppression tower in Crimson Blood Continent. The divine ship tore through the vast star sea and sailed directly into it. With a whirlwind of dizziness, the space seemed to warp, as if reality itself was about to shatter. When they opened their eyes again, Irvin and company had arrived in a new world, much like the Tao realm universe within eternal immortal domain. Just now, there was a mysterious mark flashing with radiant light. It should be this continent, said Irvin standing proudly on the ship's bow, unaffected by the chaos around him. Amir, help me retrieve information about Crimson Blood Continent. As you command. Ding ding ding. Detected host request, retrieving information on Crimson Blood Continent. Crimson Blood Continent, one of the main universes in the northern seas of all heavens, it houses one of the 72 demon races, an imperial clan named Chaotic Evil Spirit Clan. Below the Chaotic Evil Spirit Clan, 5 imperial clans and 8 royal clans are governed. All residing within the Crimson Blood Continent, these clans possess profound heritage and strength. The Chaotic Evil Spirit Clan has 10 powerful young elite members, each an exceptional talent. The system instantly displayed a panel showing a map of the Crimson Blood Continent, along with specific locations of major royal and imperial clans. The Chaotic Evil Spirit Clan was prominently located at the center of the continent, where a massive spirit gathering array condensed the entire continent's luck and power. According to the system's data, Irvin didn't expect to find 14 different races within Crimson Blood Continent. System, what was the commotion caused by that mysterious mark which awakened just now? In response to your majesty, today, an ancient magical treasure has awakened on Crimson Blood Continent. Many of the young elites from the royal and imperial clans have gathered due to the manifestation of that mysterious mark. It must be a sign that the mystical artifact is about to awaken. Irvin's lips curled slightly. Since childhood, he loved excitement. Having come to Crimson Blood Continent to hone himself and compete against various geniuses, seizing opportunities and turning himself into a marauder was natural for him. While he didn't lack resources, it didn't stop him from robbing others. Irvin let out a sinister laugh, making Kayla and Gina feel uneasy but too afraid to ask. Let's go meet these young geniuses of the Northern Sea demon races. With his words, the spaceship pierced the sky, heading toward the secret treasure. Crimson Blood Continent, Clintonry Divine Mountain. A beam of divine light pierced through the heavens, exuding an aura of ancient times, awe-inspiring to behold. On an ancient, broken square, several young geniuses had gathered. Some with horns, others blood-red skinned, some cloaked in black, all differing in appearance but undeniably top talents groomed by royal and imperial clans. Rumors say that the demon suppression tower will be born today. It was used by a god emperor from eternal immortal domain to suppress our demon ancestors long ago. Later, it was attacked by 5 powerful emperors of our demon race and fell here. The demon suppression tower was then sealed by our ancestors. With the passage of time, the divine glow of the tower has gradually faded, and today it can become the treasure of our young geniuses. One of the black-cloaked geniuses, his body surrounded by dark mist, spoke in a dark tone. He was Randall, a young genius of the Confrontation Ghost Demon clan, a 6th Heaven Sage Emperor. Respected among the present geniuses, Randall came from an imperial clan, naturally placing him above other royal geniuses. Only the capable can own the demon suppression tower. Whoever gets the tower depends on their fortune, said a horned youth in a crimson cloak, casually. He was also from an imperial clan, Dark Abyss clan, an heir to the Dark Abyss respected deity, akin to the clan's young master, equally influential to Randall. Both aimed to claim the tower, while the accompanying 6 or 7 royal geniuses only hoped for scraps. Suddenly, a voice erupted like thunder, tearing apart the space as a spaceship emerged. On its deck stood a young genius enveloped in chaotic energy, godlike in appearance. His very presence made Randall and others cautious. Irvin, Gina, and others descended like beams of light onto the ruined square. Huh, so it's the worms from Eternal Immortal Domain, sneered Randall. In truth, the elites of the 72 demon races seemed to have an agreement with Eternal Immortal Domain's leadership. Geniuses from both sides trained and competed with each other, expanding horizons and facing stronger rivals. However, the geniuses from Eternal Immortal Domain seemed suppressed by the great Tao rules in the northern seas, unable to unleash full strength. Randall took the lead, questioning the newcomers, while royal demon geniuses watched. Gina felt chilly vibes from Randall's disdainful stare. Manny was more restrained. These demon geniuses typically devoured defeated opponents to gain strength. Axel stepped forward, flames swirling around him. Opportunities always belong to the capable. Suddenly, Gamosi attacked. Having killed 3 Eternal Immortal Domain geniuses and gained strength, he saw them as prey. Dark energy formed a demonic face, ferocious and terrifying, emitting boundless blood chi and ghostly cries. Inferno blazed sky. Axel raised his hands, merging golden and red flames into a blazing ocean, charging towards the demonic face. Powerful mana surged. Boom! The demonic face swallowed the flames and lunged at Axel, unscathed. But just then, a bolt of energy shattered the demonic face. Daring to harm my people? You'll pay with your life. This translation retains the structure, style, and continuity of the original Chinese text while adapting it into fluent English. The chapter introduces the setting of Crimson Blood Continent, its inhabitants, and sets up a confrontation between Irvin and the local geniuses over the Demon Suppression Tower. Chapter 538. Instantly defeating the Cane. The path to invincibility begins. Jethro has made his move. Irvin appeared before Axel, sweeping with one hand. The overwhelming power was effortlessly neutralized, and his expression remained unperturbed. Axel watched in shock, still reeling from the encounter. He was now a celestial king-level prodigy, augmented by his supreme physique and the heavenly fire technique bestowed by the Jethro. In terms of combat strength, even some immortal's descendants or celestial sovereign's disciples from the Eternal Immortal Domain might not be able to match him. Just moments ago, he had used all his strength, fearing that he might fail in this first battle of the 10,000 Realms North Sea. But who could have imagined that, despite expecting to fight an opponent above his level, he couldn't withstand even a single move from the Cane? Axel felt somewhat disheartened. If it weren't for the Jethro's intervention, he would probably have perished today. Recalling the journey on the spacecraft, he had hoped to take advantage of this trial in the 10,000 Realms North Sea to hone his skills, improve his cultivation, and follow in the footsteps of the Jethro. I didn't expect the demon races of the 10,000 Realms North Sea to be so powerful. Their overall strength far surpasses the prodigies of the same realm in the Immortal Domain. That's not right. There's something off with the great Tao rules here. As Gina shouted in surprise, everyone immediately realized it. Damn, my cultivation can't be fully utilized. Even the power of techniques is suppressed. No wonder so many prodigies from the Immortal Domain struggle here. Aria's gaze sharpened as she sensed the danger. It seemed impossible for young emperors from the Eternal Immortal Domain to retain their full strength upon entering the 10,000 Realms North Sea. Affected by the great Tao rules, they couldn't unleash their full potential, making it nearly impossible to engage in battles against higher ranks. The Cane sneered. Just noticed? Do you mean your great emperors from the Eternal Immortal Domain never told you about the suppression of the great Tao in the 10,000 Realms North Sea after they retreated? The Cane mocked, while other young prodigies from royal families laughed. Apparently, their elders were right. Though the Eternal Immortal Domain was powerful with unparalleled geniuses, they lacked unity and focused only on internal strife. They hoarded critical information, never revealing it to other immortal factions, hoping their geniuses would perish in the 10,000 Realms North Sea. Indeed, if the 3,000 Tao domains of the Eternal Immortal Domain could unite, life-prohibited zones and the dark creatures of the 10,000 Realms North Sea wouldn't dare to run rampant. However, Irvin remained calm and composed, unaffected. The elders of the Ying family had informed him beforehand. Moreover, he harbored the Braden within him, which encompassed boundless worlds. His perfected chaotic body contained the primordial essence predating the creation of the heavens and earth, the origin of all things. Even in the domain outside chaos, the suppression of the great Tao had no effect on him. At this moment, chaotic energy radiated freely from Irvin's body without any inhibition. No need for secrecy anymore. He had achieved supremacy, and he was the youngest ever to reach this level. No longer did he need to hide. From now on, he would cast off all shackles. No more restraint, ready to clash with all the top young geniuses, breaking all historical records. His path to invincibility would begin here in the 10,000 Realms North Sea. Clearly, the Cane also detected the chaotic aura around Irvin, his eyes narrowing slightly. Avariciousness flashed in his eyes. You possess chaotic energy? With such a chaotic aura, What kind of physique do you have? Even the Adriel's pupils flickered. You ain't. He kept his composure, deciding to let the cane probe first. Physiques possessing chaotic energy were rare. Only those once tainted by the primordial essence of chaos, or later-stage chaotic bodies, qualified. The purest and strongest among them was the chaos body. But it was said to be peerless throughout the ages, the strongest possible physique. Even during the Golden Age, it wouldn't appear so early, would it? Don't talk nonsense. Irvin had no patience for these mere insects. Since that moment, his Tao heart became clear and lucid. Next, he would sweep across all the geniuses. In an instant, infinite chaotic energy converged, forming a massive chaotic palm print as he slammed forward. The great chaotic palm print. Spiraling power swept like a tidal wave, smashing down ferociously. Extremely terrifying, causing hearts to tremble. Holy shit. Feeling the terrifying force, even the cane exclaimed. The suppression in the 10,000 realms North Sea should limit the combat power of these immortal domain prodigies. How could it still be this godlike? Was the great Tao rule of the 10,000 realms North Sea ineffective against him? There was no time to think. Taking a step back, he summoned his sacred imperial armament, the Ghost Demon Divine Sword. With a roar, energy intertwined around the Ghost Demon Divine Sword, slashing fiercely ahead, accompanied by the screams of ghosts and countless demonic apparitions. Boom! The two forces collided, shaking the void. But under absolute dominance, all resistance was futile. Countless demonic apparitions were shattered. Ghosts disintegrated into nothingness. No! The great chaotic palm print bore down on the screaming cane, who tried to resist. Only then did he realize Irvin's true level of cultivation. Supreme Emperor. This was the true power of a Supreme Emperor. Was he actually a Supreme Emperor from the immortal domain? But wasn't it only the younger generation allowed to enter the 10,000 realms North Sea for trials? Could it be that the eternal immortal domain already had a Supreme Emperor-level young genius? Even the Adriel stood trembling in disbelief. A Supreme Emperor. Looking across the entire 10,000 realms North Sea, not a single powerful clan, royal or imperial, had produced a Supreme Emperor-level young genius yet. Aya! A tragic cry echoed and then vanished into the void. After the dissipation of the great chaotic palm print, the cane vanished too, becoming nothingness. The energy particles left behind nourished Irvin's perfected chaotic body. Witnessing this, the Adriel's heart sank in terror. This was far beyond his expectations. Too formidable. Is this even someone from the eternal immortal domain? Having reached Supreme Emperor status, he came here for trials? Was this a visit intended to obliterate the North Sea's geniuses with dimensional superiority? Raising his gaze, the young geniuses from the royal clan stood obediently, barely daring to breathe. After all, they dared not act recklessly in front of a cane who had just been instantly defeated. How dare you? Irvin said coldly. The Adriel choked but confessed everything. From this young man's eyes, he sensed chilling disdain. A coldness that could sever heads at a moment's notice. For him, life meant nothing. We came to obtain the Demon Suppression Pagoda. Chapter 539. The Demon Suppressing Pagoda emerges. The Evil Bone Dragon Clan's elite. The Egan explained to Irvin and the others. Irvin was deeply intrigued. It turned out that a Demon Suppressing Pagoda was sealed here. Moreover, the divine domain expert who once wielded the Demon Suppressing Pagoda had dominated the northern sea of all heavens. Eventually, he fell here only after being surrounded and attacked. Apart from his formidable strength, the Demon Suppressing Pagoda played a significant role in his prowess. Although he didn't lack divine weapons and treasures within the ancient Ying family, the Demon Suppressing Pagoda had been sealed for too long, its divine essence eroded by time. If it fell into the hands of demonic elites, it could create chaos. Therefore, this Demon Suppressing Pagoda must remain in his possession. System, shortened version. Why not just say you want it? Irvin frowned. This blasted system was so talkative. Meanwhile, those royal elites trembled with fear, no longer daring to be arrogant. They could easily kill and consume ordinary elites from the eternal immortal domain, but they dared not offend the presence before them. Not even the Egan dared to have such thoughts. Boom! With a resounding roar, light flickered on the shattered plaza. A towering white pillar of light emerged, dazzling everyone. Is the Demon Suppressing Pagoda about to emerge? Cried the Egan. Irvin's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, within the white light column, a small pagoda gradually became visible. It had 9 tiers and emitted an overwhelming aura that could suppress the universe and shake the world. After enduring the passage of time, it finally saw the light of day again. Unexpectedly, after emerging, the Demon Suppressing Pagoda rapidly flashed, leaped through space, and tried to escape. With spatial fluctuations, a voice faintly echoed, "Damn, there are so many people lying in wait. How can I play now?" Irvin's eyes shimmered. Indeed, this was a divine treasure, an eternal divine weapon. Its divine will remain unextinguished despite the ravages of time. In a flash, he chased after it. Gina and Kayla transformed into their true dragon forms and pursued as well. The Egan's eyes turned blood red, his wings unfolding like they could cover the sky. Emitting a bloodthirsty glow, he also gave chase. Opportunities and treasures always go to the capable ones. If he obtained the Demon Suppressing Pagoda, he would certainly advance further among the Imperial clan elites. Although he couldn't rival the Imperial lineage's elites, it would suffice for him. As long as he didn't encounter a supreme elite like the youth before him, he could still stand his ground. Ahead, the Demon Suppressing Pagoda, enveloped in runes and divine light, continuously fled through space. Behind, several young elites chased after it. It fled, they pursued, yet it couldn't escape. Irvin snorted coldly and stopped chasing. He took a light step forward, palm outstretched. Instantly, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. like mud bogging down movement. Even the royal elites and the Egan, who crossed space using magic, were immobilized, frozen in place. Irvin calmly walked over to the demon-suppressing pagoda, reaching out and grasping it in his hand. A voice sounded from the pagoda. "Big brother, let me go." "And how did you reach the supreme realm at such a young age?" The demon-suppressing pagoda marveled. It had been sealed for far too long. Upon emerging, ordinary youngsters stood no chance of catching it. Ying, a young elite at the supreme realm, managed to seal space with a single gesture. Are today's young elites all this powerful? He initially thought some old monster had disguised itself as young, but upon investigating the actual bone age, he was filled with terror. This boy was undoubtedly the youngest supreme realm elite in history, something unprecedented. As soon as Irvin obtained the demon-suppressing pagoda, the spatial restriction was lifted. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the vast sky. "Leave the demon-suppressing pagoda behind." Chapter 540. Evil Dragon Bone, perfect for making soup. From the sky above, a dragon's roar echoed loudly, extremely powerful and deep, shattering the void. Then, a towering figure came into view, covering the entire sky. It was an immensely large black evil dragon. Its body seemed like the skeletal remains of a dragon. It opened its blood-red maw, with blue, bewitching light flashing in its eyes. Two bony wings flapped violently behind it. Even before it reached them, an oppressive force was felt. A chilling, terrifying aura spread out. Even Axel and his group felt shivers run down their spines, a coldness sweeping over them as they used their powers to resist. Christo's blood-red pupils flickered, but he remained where he was, not moving forward to seize the opportunity. Since the demon suppression tower had already fallen into Irvin's hands, there was no place for him in the fight. Facing an ultimate one, Sage Emperors were nothing more than ants, unable to put up a single round of resistance. Moreover, this young ultimate warrior had even greater combat strength than ordinary ultimates. Even facing a great emperor in the human realm, he would absolutely not be at a disadvantage. And the evil dragon that swept down from the sky was the pride of the evil Bone Dragon clan, a prominent and well-known demonic royal family. However, this one was far stronger than both himself and the Ghost Devil King. Within its body lay the evil dragon bone. The might of the evil dragon shook the heavens. Coming now, there was no need to think further. It must have been for the demon suppression tower. Behind it followed two more evil dragons. Then they transformed into their true forms, emitting an eerie blue flame from their eyes, causing chills. The princely prodigies who had followed Christo looked at each other, none daring to step forward. Not one among these youthful ultimates and blood dragons could be provoked by them. Andreas scanned the prodigies present. He didn't consider Christo and his companions worthy of attention. Fixating on Irvin and the demon suppression tower in his hand, he said coldly, "Hand over the demon suppression tower, and I'll spare your life. This divine object isn't something you can possess." Andreas, filled with disdain, directly extended his hand. However, he couldn't discern the realm of the person in front of him. There were only two reasons. One, this person was higher in rank, perhaps above Saint Emperor. But this was clearly impossible. Many prodigies from the eternal immortal region had come to train in the Northern Sea. All were prodigies from great sanctuaries and families, but the strongest among them were only at the level of Saint Emperor. To surpass a Saint Emperor, one would have to be an ultimate. For someone so young to be an ultimate, this, he did not believe. The other possibility was that some mystic ability was being used to shield their true rank. He leaned towards this second explanation. Be sensible. Our Lord Blood Dragon is renowned even among the many princely prodigies. Everyone knows. Only second to the 8 demonic princes. Hand over the demon suppression tower, and maybe you will get a dignified death. One of the followers sneered. Christo tried to warn. Andreas, don't seek your own demise. The youth before us is not someone either of us can afford to offend. Upon hearing this, Andreas snorted in disdain. When did you, a noble Christo, speak up for a prodigy from the eternal immortal region? Are the two of you conspiring to take back the demon suppression tower to the eternal immortal region? Christo chuckled lightly. Fools are difficult to save. Whatever. Andreas stretched out a claw, the authority of a dragon king spreading out. Indeed, they were the demon dragons of the Northern Sea. Although their lineage was not as pure as those from the eternal immortal region, after absorbing demonic substances, their bloodlines had undergone mutations, elevating their combat power to a new level. With a punch like a dragon king's, space itself cracked, emanating supreme power. And Irvin didn't waste time on empty talk. A sharp ray shot from his eyes, transforming into a blade of light. The sword cleaved through space, piercing the vastness. With one strike, it clashed with the Dragon King's punch. Space rippled like waves on a lake. Bang! Amidst the roar, the Dragon King's punch dissolved into nothing. That blade of light slashed through unimpeded. Only then did Andreas feel the immense power contained within. It was actually the power of an ultimate. The youth before him was an ultimate. In that moment, he even thought about where he would be buried. The blade crashed down, accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood bursting apart. Andreas, along with his two followers, were instantly disintegrated into particles of energy, vanishing into the void. As his perfected chaos body absorbed the essence of the energy, he retained something more. Everyone saw that from the place where Andreas had been reduced to ashes, a bone still remained. Runic patterns wrapped around it, radiating a fearsome, evil energy. Blood-colored veins were imprinted upon it, held in Irvin's hand. An evil dragon bone? Just what I need for making soup. Christo trembled. Was this killing god here to settle scores with the younger generation of the heavenly Northern Sea? You're called Christo, right? Note, the original structure of short sentences and paragraphs has been maintained as requested. Chapter 541. Demon Suppressing Tower claims its master, the Ajay Gather in Heavenly Tomb. Supreme One, I am the Leonardo of the Dark Abyss clan, Jonas. The Dark Abyss clan is also a vast imperial clan. And within this blood-stained continent, there is only one imperial clan, the Chaos Evil Spirit clan. Listening to Danyon's introduction, Irvin gained a general understanding of the blood-stained continent. This visit to the blood-stained continent is for training. I bear no ill will towards you. But conflicts between the young generation of eternal immortal realm and the Beihai of all heavens might inevitably lead to life and death situations. Upon hearing these words, even though Danyon understood that Irvin wasn't targeting him specifically, he still felt chills run down his spine. This wasn't Supreme One. Didn't Supreme One really need to come to the Beihai of all heavens for training? The Supreme One could already contend with the elders of demonic clans. Those noble heirs were previously arrogant and disdainful, looking down on the elites from eternal immortal realm, especially under the restriction of the supreme path of Beihai. Even if they were just Emperor and Emperor realm elites, they believed they could fight them. This led to a misconception that all elites of eternal immortal realm were worthless. But now, an Supreme One stood before them, causing fear and trembling. After all, this fearsome god was not to be trifled with. With a snap of his fingers, he had killed the elite of the Evil Bone Dragon clan and snatched the evil dragon bone to make soup. Too terrifying. Boss, please let me go. I just broke free from the seal and haven't even seen this beautiful world yet. The demon-suppressing tower trembled in Irvin's hands. It had just broken free from the seal, but its divine nature had been worn away by time. Even as a once-eternal divine weapon, it couldn't escape Irvin's control now. Ying, as an eternal divine weapon, it sensed the massive fortune and divine power swirling around Irvin's body, almost forming a luck dragon circling around. The demon-suppressing tower also had its own calculations. If it could establish a connection with this person, maybe it could piggyback on his fortune. Perhaps it could regain its divinity and peak strength in the future. Once it recovered its peak strength, even kings and venerable ones in the divine domain would quake in fear. Who could subdue it as long as a Joab didn't appear? Irvin simply stated clearly, "Bow to me. In no time, I can help you restore your peak strength." The demon-suppressing tower flew up, circling Irvin before settling on his shoulder. Agreed. Remember our deal. Help me recover my peak strength. A promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Irvin didn't put the demon-suppressing tower into the system space. The tower was a former eternal divine weapon belonging to a Joab and had fought battles across the Beihai of all heavens, thus being very knowledgeable about the place. Moreover, the tower's spirit seemed to have become talkative after being sealed for so long, which could help alleviate boredom, though the dog system in his mind was already annoying enough. Meanwhile, Danyon and others stared in disbelief. They hadn't expected the stubborn demon-suppressing tower to surrender to Irvin with just a few words. "You don't need to call me Supreme One. My surname is Ying." Understood, Jethro Ying. Within the blood-stained continent, there are many imperial clans and countless noble clans. With the awakening of the Northern Sea, there are many places here for cultivation and trials. Gathered elites can engage in competition. Hearing Irvin's inquiry, Danyon pondered for a moment and replied, "There's a forbidden area in the blood-stained continent named the Heavenly Tomb. Recently, numerous Northern Sea elites have gathered in Heavenly Tomb, as it seems a world-class malevolent spirit is about to awaken. Alongside this malevolent spirit, countless treasures and divine weapons will also awaken. If Supreme Ying is interested, you can join in the competition. I was planning to head there next. We can travel together. Besides, the Ajay are also headed there. They are top-notch elites from various imperial clans. But with your strength, suppressing them should not be difficult. The question is whether you can handle that world-class malevolent spirit." Listening to Danyon's explanation, Irvin learned more. According to legend, this world-class malevolent spirit was a descendant of a powerful Joab from the mythical era, sealed in the Heavenly Tomb during a great battle. As the era of great strife approached, the seal would gradually break, releasing it back into the fray. Similar to the ancient freaks and taboo elites of the eternal immortal realm, but this malevolent spirit had already surpassed the Saint Emperor realm when sealed, reaching an unknown level now, possibly approaching supreme status. The emergence of a young Supreme One would completely alter the landscape among the young generation of the blood-stained continent. Intriguing. A world-class malevolent spirit from the mythical era? I must meet it. Chapter 542. The Heavenly Tomb, Dark Valley, and the Ajay. Heavenly Tomb. This forbidden area lies within the Xianxia continent, where all that meets the eye is an endless expanse of withered graves. Not a trace of life can be found. Only boundless wild grass and desolate tombs remain, truly fitting of your heavenly North Sea, especially these forbidden zones, lined only with tombs. The Christo patiently explained. These myriad withered graves are actually remnants from the great war between eternal immortal realm and the heavenly North Sea during the mythic era. Within lie the fallen divine generals, once formidable beyond measure, now faded with time. Even their descendants might not remember their names. Irvin landed in the heavenly tomb, gazing at it with indifference. It was much like the competitions among prodigies back then. The so-called prodigies, cultivated with immense resources by holy lands and noble families, would end up as dry bones in tombs once they participated in such contests. Beyond lies another person superior to you, beyond the heavens, another existence greater than yours. Who could predict that apart from the prodigies of eternal immortal realm and heavenly North Sea, there were also dark prodigies from life-prohibited zones and the dark races from the outer chaos? To improve fluency and consistency, I would suggest, there were also dark prodigies from the life-prohibited zones and dark races from the outer chaos. This path is paved with blood and bone. Once stepped upon, only life or death remains as choices. Viewing often, one doesn't choose for themselves. If your skills fall short, death is the only outcome. Therefore, one must strive to become stronger, just like cultivating a poison. In the end, only one person will bear the mandate of heaven. The last one was the Joab Bogdan. In this era, more resplendent than any golden age before, who will inherit the mandate of heaven? Who can say for sure? Even Irvin works diligently, practicing hard. Though he has ascended to the supreme sovereign realm, becoming the youngest sovereign ever, who can guarantee that there aren't any sovereigns among the soon-to-awaken taboo prodigies, or in the outer chaos? Mountains of pressure weigh heavily on them. Gina, Kayla, and others walked through the heavenly tomb leisurely. With the Christo leading the way, their journey became quite convenient. They reached a valley. Just then, with a thunderous sound, an array of six-pointed star totems rose from beneath their feet, presenting a bewitching blackish-purple hue. Simultaneously, flowers of the underworld bloomed around. Christo, where are we? Axel hurriedly asked. Irvin stood his ground. He sensed a formidable fighting spirit. Sure enough, outside the six-pointed star formation, some tombs exploded open. Out came several powerful beings, resembling dead beasts, covered in different types of fur, looking ferocious and terrifying, with blood-red pupils. They had all been in realms above the sovereign in their lifetimes. After being buried upon death, they were summoned forth, weathered by time. Their peak combat prowess no longer remained. But they were still exceedingly powerful, challenging even Empyrean-level prodigies. Irvin's eyes narrowed slightly. This is Dark Valley, a necessary passage to reach the heavenly tomb. This six-pointed star formation is an ancient summoning array that can call forth the undead to fight for us. The Christo explained, with mana surging around, overwhelmingly powerful. Although he was a prodigy of the heavenly North Sea, Irvin hadn't slain him but instead entrusted him to lead everyone. How could he harbor ill intentions? Moreover, before a sovereign, all plots are as fragile and insignificant as nothing. After waiting for so long, it turns out prey from the eternal immortal realm has taken the bait. Why can't I detect their cultivation? At this moment, a voice rang out. From the mist ahead, a figure slowly emerged, a hexagram gleaming on his palm. He was the one manipulating the undead tombs here. I initially wanted to find a few immortal realm prodigies to devour, enhancing my cultivation. Didn't expect to catch so many fish in one go. Christo, have you betrayed the North Sea? Why do you travel with eternal immortal realms prodigies? As he gradually emerged from the mist, everyone finally saw his appearance. Wearing a bamboo hat and black robe, his face covered with a ghost mask, he looked incredibly mysterious. Indeed, it's you, one of the Ajay, the Stephen. Chapter 543. The Hiram, ancient demon corpses sweep across. So you didn't go to the central area of Heavenly Tomb, but intended to hunt prodigies along this inevitable route in the Dark Valley to plunder energy. The voice of the Brendan was low and deep. He recognized the demonic prodigy before him as one of the 8 sons of celestial demons, the Hiram. This person was also an extraordinary prodigy from a royal lineage. His combat power was awe-inspiring, second only to the prodigies of the chaotic evil spirit race, making the 8 sons of celestial demons the strongest group. The Hiram ranked high among the 8 sons. He had assumed that this demon had gone to the central area of Heavenly Tomb to await the awakening of a supreme evil spirit, thus obtaining treasures and divine weapons. Never did he expect it was merely to set up a robbery. By hunting prodigies from the eternal immortal realm to enhance his own strength, numerous prodigies must have already fallen prey. 6-pointed stars flashed around him, and ancient corpses revived, covered in fur and exuding a decaying aura. All possessed the might of holy kings and emperors. Any ordinary prodigy would surely meet their end here today. Hudson, dressed in a white robe, stood out starkly in the dark area, chaotic energy swirling around him as he calmly asked, "Is this your trick? If that's all you've got, then the Dark Valley may well be your final resting place." Hiram's eyes widened in surprise. Those lines were supposed to be his. Times had turned upside down. Once upon a time, he'd said those exact words to any prodigy who fell into his array. "Humph, let's see what you're made of." The Hiram scoffed, unable to determine this man's realm. It must be that the eternal immortal realm's family forces had equipped him with a miraculous artifact concealing his true level. "These ancient corpses are for you to handle," Taya and Kayla replied, advancing to confront the ancient corpses. Despite spending eons buried, these beings were once supreme. With invincible physical bodies and formidable power, they stood at the peak of the human domain. Ewingars had passed, yet their bodies remained incorruptible, retaining their might even without intellect. Now reawakened, although mindless, their raw power could still challenge even the Holy Emperor realm. Divine Flame Triple Transformation. Axel conjured golden flames, a scorching wave crashing against multiple ancient corpses, but to no avail. An ancient deity corpse roared loudly, shockwaves resonating while blue flames burst from its eyes, instantly nullifying the Divine Flame Triple Transformation. Axel staggered backward 2 steps, inflicted by backlash. These ancient deities lacked intelligence, relying purely on brute force. They were harder to handle than any species in the eternal immortal realm. Taya and Kayla faced similar challenges. Despite being princesses of the Azure Dragon clan with incomparably strong bodies, they struggled immensely due to sheer numbers. Dragon Fist. A cold grunt followed a powerful punch from Taya, producing a dragon's roar and forming a dragon head, smashing into a deity corpse's chest. While it would incapacitate any normal life form, pain was something these dead bodies felt not at all. Their powerful bodies were unyielding, difficult to manage en masse. Sarah and Una found themselves struggling too, despite their renowned backgrounds as princess and saintess. But they lacked enough battle experience, faltering under the strain. In contrast, Hudson seemed like a transcendent devil god. With a single-handed pinch, boundless chaotic energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Reincarnation Fist. His right hand extended forward, infinite chaotic power condensing into a fist seal, runes interweaving like falling stars. With a thunderous boom, the six-pointed star array beneath his feet shattered like glass. So this is your trick? Chapter 544. Slaying the Ret and crossing to the other shore. This can't be possible. Your physical body can actually shatter a hexagram array with bare hands? The Ret exclaimed in terror, retreating step after step. He had never seen any prodigy who could destroy an array formation using only their physical prowess. Even among the 72 great demon clans of the many heavens Northern Sea, no young prodigy could achieve such a feat. Not even the Alvaro of the chaotic evil spirit clan could reach this level. But all those who dare attack me will meet but one fate, death. Irvin's lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke calmly. However, his words carried an indomitable aura, causing the surrounding chaotic energies to surge outward, instilling overwhelming fear and immense pressure. Gina and the others were inwardly elated at the scene. Although they could not face these ancient divine corpses, with Jethro taking action, everything could be swept aside. How dare you be so arrogant on my home ground? The Ret was not one to easily retreat. As one of the 8 demon sons and a leading young supreme in the Crimson Blood continent, he had his own pride. Stepping forward, the hexagram in his hand flickered with light. Instantly, a divine might descended from the sky, as if to crush everything beneath it, unrivaled and supreme. It was like a mountain crashing down. Evil demon pressure. The Nicholas's pupils trembled. This was one of the Ret's renowned techniques. It could unleash the pressure of ancient evil demons, striking like a falling star. Ordinary prodigies would be instantly crushed into dust. Even he, a royal prodigy, needed to be cautious or risk severe injuries. Irvin's eyes narrowed as he gathered chaotic energy in his hands, Tao patterns intertwining. He unleashed a powerful punch, which illuminated the heavens with white light. Like a pillar of light piercing through heaven and earth, the so-called evil demon pressure was instantly rendered void under this divine might. Behind the Dark Valley, many prodigies from the Northern Sea demons also sensed this power. They looked up toward the Dark Valley. A demon prodigy wrapped in black mist asked in a low, deep voice. Isn't that the Ret's territory? Did he fail in his hunt? He is one of the 8 demon sons, with few rivals across the entire Crimson Sky continent. In the valley hunts, he has never failed. We should hurry. The world-shattering malevolent spirit is about to awaken. If we can bathe in its malevolent energy during its emergence, our bodies and strength will significantly improve. Many Northern Sea prodigies quickened their pace towards the seal of the world-shattering malevolent spirit. Among them was a Barry, another member of the 8 demon sons. But after sensing the white light piercing the heavens, he felt an immense dread. Was it just a trick of perception, or did he sense the power of a supreme being within? How could this be? Whether in the eternal immortal realm or the many heavens Northern Sea, only young prodigies were allowed to walk the world. Why would there be a supreme being here? In this age, apart from those taboo prodigies slumbering in ancient times, are there any supremes left? Ying did not dwell on it much. His opponent was the Ret. His goal was simply to reach the awakening site of the world-shattering malevolent spirit to gain its ancient demonic energy and potential opportunities. If he could fish in troubled waters, it would be best. Meanwhile, inside the Dark Valley, the Ret's body lay in ruins, his aura utterly weakened. Trembling in fear, he exclaimed, "How can you possibly be a supreme being? In all these countless years, there has never been a supreme being so young. You're witnessing one today." As Irvin finished speaking, he slapped out with one hand, unleashing boundless chaotic energy that coalesced into a massive, towering chaotic mountain, smashing down. The Ret had never felt such terror. Death loomed over him. Mustering all his demonic power to resist, it crumbled like paper upon touching the chaotic mountain. With a painful roar, the chaotic mountain crashed down, burying the Ret. Moments later, the chaotic energy dissipated, leaving the Ret reduced to dust, his energy particles absorbed by the perfected chaotic body. Without control, the divine corpses collapsed onto the ground, losing all hostility. Hurry along, don't waste time. I can feel a force comparable to a supreme being awakening, Irvin said solemnly, golden light flashing in his eyes, filled with both apprehension and joy. Another formidable opponent to test himself against? Chapter 545. The world's most evil spirit awakens. Rocky descends. The great powers vie for supremacy, contending for the world. At this moment, not only are the outstanding figures of the North Sea Crimson Blood continent involved, but also those from the eternal immortal domain who have descended to the North Sea, all rushing toward the central area of the Heavenly Tomb. The closer they get to the center of the Heavenly Tomb, the more intensely they can feel the world-shaking, boundless power of the evil spirit. Once, they were uncertain about the realm the long-buried world-class evil spirit had reached. One of the supreme geniuses of a demonic imperial clan speculated that the long-buried evil spirit might have possibly reached the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm. But looking at it now, such mightiness has never been seen in the Holy Emperor realm. Even before fully reviving, it exudes an ancient and undying aura. This clearly indicates it has already transcended into the supreme sovereign realm. It seems, countless epochs of slumber have deepened its strength. Moreover, being buried in the central land of the Heavenly Tomb, a place fraught with peril, it has absorbed infinite evil spirit power, as well as the grievances and malevolent energies emanating from those corpses, thus allowing it to enter the supreme sovereign realm. If so, they must be even more cautious this time when they go to snatch opportunities, treasures, and divine artifacts. Meanwhile, the various geniuses from the eternal immortal domain are also heading towards the central direction of the Heavenly Tomb. Sensing the aura of this supreme evil spirit, their fear intensifies within them. Indeed, this is their trial. However, this place is dangerously perilous, and they can sense that this supreme evil spirit could not simply be at the Holy Emperor realm. It may have already entered the supreme sovereign realm. After all these years, it far surpasses any ordinary supreme sovereign. and most of them are merely holy kings or holy emperors, not knowing the attitude of this supreme evil spirit. Since, after endless eras, who can guarantee what this supreme evil spirit's attitude towards the geniuses of the eternal immortal domain would be now? Back then, because of the great war between the eternal immortal domain and the North Sea across the heavens, he ended up being sealed away. Hudson and others proceed rapidly, their hearts filled with excitement, the corners of their lips slightly curving upward. Only opponents of this caliber can stir his interest. Judging from the battle against ghost-faced sky demon, even the renowned 8 sons of heaven demons might not last a single round against him. An hour later, in a dark area, crows perched on black trees, emitting soul-stirring cries. What was unexpected was that the crows' eyes were blood red. Their cries were extremely piercing, like the wailing of vicious ghosts, chilling one to the bone. Many young geniuses have already arrived by now, including native royal geniuses from the Crimson Blood continent and disciples of eternal forces from the eternal immortal domain. However, there is one person who stands out, riding atop a blue dragon, incredibly domineering, and ahead of him are 2 roaring white tigers, clearing the way. Such a display of ostentation piques everyone's curiosity about his identity. Even some demon geniuses from the North Sea and descendants of royal clans. They themselves do not enjoy such treatment upon travel, and some young geniuses from the eternal immortal domain recognized him. Damn, that's the lesser Emperor Rocky from the Immortal King family. Even Rocky has come to the North Sea for training? Rocky being so high profile and coming here must have purposes other than just obtaining divine weapons and treasures. Many geniuses from the eternal immortal domain suspect that Rocky's journey here has other intentions. Everyone knows that Rocky, the lesser emperor of the Immortal King family, is ambitious. His eyes cannot tolerate sand. He looks down upon geniuses weaker in strength, considering contemporary geniuses as mere earth chickens and tile dogs. A genius with bat wings on his back and blood-red pupils couldn't bear it anymore. Sharp gaze, sharp edges exposed, holding a blood-colored sword. He is none other than one of the 8 sons of heaven demons, the Jamal. Come down here now. Wielding the blood-colored sword, he fiercely slashed forward, accompanied by the roar of fierce beasts. Many ghostly spirits emerged, mouths agape with blood. Rocky stood on the blue dragon's head, glaring unkindly, and a beam of golden light suddenly shot out. Simultaneously, he slapped his palm outwards, mana surging like a tidal wave colliding with the blade of light. To dare lay hands on me, you're asking for death. Since arriving at the North Sea across the heavens, some royal and imperial geniuses have sought trouble with him, wanting to kill him and devour him. They were ultimately crushed and killed by him. This time will be no exception. Chapter 546, Rocky vs. Yuan. With a thunderous roar, the scorching white light illuminated this space. The Yuan sword strike was directly negated by Rocky. You still have some skills. Once I devour you, my power will surely advance greatly. The Yuan roared loudly, his bat-like wings spread wide, veins etched with blood-red patterns. One step forward, and the void shattered, the heavens and earth trembled. But Rocky showed no fear. He was the young emperor of the immortal Wang family, an heir from a top-tier immortal force. Though he might not rank among the leading geniuses on the hidden dragon list, in terms of combat power, he was far from weak. Even under the suppression of the great Tao rules of all heaven's northern sea, he had no fear of the so-called 8 heavenly demon sons. Attacking me, the young emperor? Have you thought about how you'll die? This statement shocked all around. Even the geniuses of all heaven's northern sea were taken aback. Damn, such arrogance, not treating the 8 heavenly demon sons seriously. These are the 8 heavenly demon sons, the strongest 8 geniuses among numerous imperial families. Moreover, there is the suppression of the great Tao rules here. Too arrogant. What kind of strength does this so-called young emperor of Wang family possess? Everyone was curious just how powerful Rocky had become. To openly defy the 8 heavenly demon sons while under the pressure of the great Tao rules, it took real courage. The Yuan wielded his blood-red long sword, roaring, arrogant to the extreme. This day, your head will be severed. Various geniuses from eternal immortal domain also looked up at the sky. They were eagerly anticipating the outcome. Since coming to the all heavens northern sea, landing on this land of crimson blood continent, apart from those exceptionally strong super geniuses, they had been restricted everywhere. Even some royal family geniuses could press down on them, not to mention imperial family geniuses. Now, a world-class genius stood up to challenge the 8 heavenly demon sons, naturally stirring immense pride. Divine sword slash of heavenly fiend. The Yuan brandished his blood-red divine sword, slicing through the air in dazzling arcs, as if to tear apart the very fabric of space. Enormously formidable and terrifying, even the stars in the sky were obscured by dark clouds. Physically, the Yuan held an absolute advantage. Being of demonic origin, Rocky showed no fear either. A massive spear suddenly appeared in his hand, engaging in battle. The spear shaft shimmered like a star, crafted entirely of gold. Their clash was akin to mountains exploding. The Yuan took 2 steps back, a hint of shock in his eyes. He was one of the illustrious 8 heavenly demon sons, and yet, he was now on the defensive, just from their first clash. But this already indicated something. So, this is the strength of your 8 heavenly demon sons? Seems like you're nothing but common riffraff. Rocky taunted, his gaze radiant, looking down upon all things. Himph, you're too arrogant, boy. Those who defy order never end well. Gentlemen, why wait any longer? Should we let our reputation as the 8 heavenly demon sons be tarnished? 3 more figures emerged from the void, cloaked in black mist, eyes blood-red, each from different demonic royal clans. For against one, what chance do you really have? The Yuan said disdainfully. Rocky became cautious. If he faced one of the 8 heavenly demon sons alone, he wouldn't lose. But being surrounded by 4 world-class geniuses was truly dire. Do you Northern Sea geniuses always resort to calling for help when you can't win? Afraid to face your opponent squarely? We want results, not fair play. Just like us dismembering you, we'll only gain a fraction of your energy essence each. In the translation, I maintain the paragraph structure, line breaks, and tone of the original text while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. The names and titles are kept in pinyin format as requested. Chapter 547. Deity descends to the mortal world. Sword slays the heavenly demons. One hand crushes the troll successor. The Allaire's words had barely faded when the other 3 also unleashed their full strength, throwing themselves into battle. In truth, even in the northern sea of all heavens, ganging up on one person wouldn't be a good reputation to have. But how could they help it when the person before them was truly too overbearing, almost ascending to power by trampling on the northern sea's elite? As the cream of the crop among imperial family elites, they absolutely could not tolerate this. Rocky held a large spear, raising his hand as if to shatter stars and constellations with runes swirling around. Every thrust of his spear seemed capable of sweeping through half of the void. The Allaire wielded a blood-red sword, its blade spouting like a volcano with boundless power. The other 3 were no pushovers either, all being members of the Ajay, each holding divine weapons. Rocky fought multiple opponents, his body already injured and beginning to tear apart, leaving behind trails of blood. But he remained spirited and unshaken. Ha ha ha, for out of the Ajay, I, Rocky, fear none. With that, he drew the golden long sword from his waist, left hand wielding the sword and right hand the spear. An ancient war chariot materialized. That's the carriage of the previous era's emperor, called the ancient golden chariot. The young emperor of the Wang family has encountered such fortune. No wonder he has the capital to rampage. His strength is indeed remarkable. To fight 4-on-1 and remain so spirited, truly deserving of being our immortal realm's elite. The crowd recognized it as the ancient emperor's carriage, an ancient golden chariot. Forged from sacred gold, it gleamed in golden brilliance, dazzlingly bright. Ancient runes were inscribed upon it, exuding divine might. Rocky stood atop the ancient golden chariot, wielding a golden divine sword and a spear, along with a shield transformed into chest armor. A full set of golden armor emerged around him, melding with his body, surveying all with contempt. Though he was at the Holy Emperor realm, his combat prowess was overwhelming. An ordinary Holy Emperor would be no match for him. This young emperor shall suppress you all today. Rocky swung his divine sword and charged forward. Dark nether realm. The Allaire roared, a dark space rapidly expanding from him. Within this space, the power of the 4 greatly increased. Facing Rocky, the outcome was still uncertain. The battle continued to rage. Above the sky, it sounded like thunder was roaring. These 5 elites were the best of the younger generation. Apart from equal-level super elites, none could interfere. Ordinary young elites would instantly be turned to ashes upon entering. The remaining 3 of the Ajay eyes flickered with icy malice. One of them held a pitch-black broadsword, eyeing the young elites of eternal immortal domain coldly, seemingly intent on capturing them all. Do not create more trouble. Hunting the immortal domain's elites can wait any time. Their young elites come to the northern sea for trials. Resources are endless. We need not rush. Our main purpose here is to await the revival of the peerless vicious spirit and consume the demonic aura from the mythical age to advance further. Upon hearing this, the black broadsword-wielding demon son calmed down considerably. In the central area, energy burst forth like an awakening ancient monstrous spirit. Ancient rune seals flashed, terrifying and chilling. Even Rocky, battling the Allaire and others, narrowed his eyes in caution. He sensed that the sealed place contained demons, top-tier cultivators with profound power accumulated over ages, unmatched in their evil. Their cultivation surpassed the Holy Emperor realm. They were sealed from the mythical age. Time paused during their containment. During the mythical age, these spirits were renowned, immensely powerful. Seizing the moment while Rocky was distracted, a spear-wielding member of the Ajay saw an opportunity. His silver spear glowed, releasing immense divine power. Instantly, within this dark space, a dark dragon formed from evil spirits opened its maw wide enough to cover half the sky. It bit down. Rocky reacted, his sword flashing with blinding light, accompanied by sharp sword beams. Boom! The void rippled with shockwaves. His chest armor shattered. He flew backward. If not for the ancient golden chariot, he would have been gravely injured. Still, he was unstable, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The young emperor of the Wang family wasn't weak. Under the Dao suppression in all heaven's northern sea, he suppressed one of the Ajay. Fighting 4-on-1, he displayed invincibility. Even if he lost, it was still praiseworthy. If your head were severed and offered after the revival of the peerless vicious spirit, it might grant us great techniques from the mythical age. Thinking this, the Allaire's face twisted with greed. They decided not to consume Rocky but offer him to the upcoming revived spirit. Ah, a true man lives proudly in heaven and earth. A valiant battle, death be nothing. Rocky wanted to fight again, but the divine sword already showed cracks. Some descendants of immortal forces wanted to join. However, 3 other heavenly demons and various royal elites were present. This battle was destined to be disadvantageous. Just then, with the void distorting, a beam of light emerged. Everyone looked up, seeing a soaring sword beam severing half the void. Then, a golden divine dragon made of runes and Dao power appeared, swallowing the sneak attacker, turning him into primal energy. Hudson's figure appeared amidst the chaos. Clad in white, he danced gracefully like a deity, hair sparkling like jade, chaos aura enveloping him, collapsing surrounding space like a deity incarnate. Is this what Northern Sea elites do? Gang up on the few? Today, Any who touch our immortal domain elites will die. Rocky's eyes widened. He recognized Hudson, the young lord of the 10,000 ancient Ying family. Once, his clone faced off against Hudson, but he was crushed into ash in mere moments. Back then, the gap between them wasn't as vast as now. Hudson's gaze landed on a heavenly demon with a dark shield. That one shuddered in fear and tried to escape. Yoinked, no one could flee from Hudson's grasp. Hudson chuckled coldly, pushing out his palm with overwhelming power and chaos energy, bending space itself. The escaping heavenly demon was seized by the chaotic hand seal, still shouting, "I am a descendant of the Troll clan. You dare harm me, the Troll clan won't forgive you. They'll accompany you." Shocked gasps filled the air. Even the demonic beings on the ground dared not move, feeling oppressed, like ants facing a deity. The chaotic hand seal squeezed the troll descendant, exploding into blood mist. Chapter 548. One man suppresses the 8 demonic princes. The Witch King's demise. The 8 demonic princes, 8 paramount geniuses from the demonic royal families. They are unparalleled among the young generation in the Crimson Blood continent. Facing the prodigies from the eternal immortal realm, they have always treated them as prey, hunted and consumed as food. Added to this is the suppression by the Grand Tao rules of the All-Heaven Northern Sea, making it painful for the prodigies of the immortal realm to retaliate, as they can barely function at full strength. But now, the tables have turned. With Irvin's arrival, many prodigies from the eternal immortal realm feel like they have seen a savior. This is Jethro Ewing, the eternal myth. Ha ha ha, before Jethro Ewing, so-called prodigies are nothing but trash. 8 demonic princes? Jethro Ewing can wipe one out with a single move. Amidst the heavenly tombland, numerous spectators from the immortal realm were filled with excitement. Even though they are inheritors of immortal powers and top-notch sect prodigies, after arriving at the Northern Sea, they have been on tenterhooks, unable to unleash their full power, constantly being hunted down, for fear of becoming prey. Seeing Jethro Ewing still commanding respect under such oppressive forces was incredibly uplifting. Sarah, Una, Axel, and others also hurried to the location of the heavenly tomb. Seeing their own master displaying such prowess, dominating the world, unbeaten by any, they felt immense pride. The Alair looked grim, raising his blood-red long sword, coldly stating, "Esteemed Taoist friend, our all-heaven Northern Sea's supreme wicked spirit is about to awaken. It has likely transcended into the supreme rank. There's still time to escape. To oppose our all-heaven Northern Sea will not end well." However, upon hearing this, Irvin only grew more disdainful. Supreme? So strong? His words left everyone in silence. Jethro Ewing disregards even supremes? The Alair gritted his teeth. Retreating now would be too humiliating. How could he stand in the Northern Sea afterward? And the 3 remaining 8 demonic princes dared not speak or act recklessly. This young prodigy's strength was too formidable, far exceeding their expectations. Especially after learning that this was indeed Jethro Ewing of the ancient Ewing family. The venerated Ewing family holds an esteemed reputation even within the all-heaven Northern Sea. More terrifying than even those peak-level immortal forces. After all, during the Mythic Era, when the all-heaven Northern Sea attempted to invade the eternal immortal realm, the battle prowess displayed solely by the Ewing family made them shudder. Even the imperial clans dare not provoke the Ewing family, not to mention these young prodigies. Irvin did not waste any more words, lifting his hand and unleashing boundless chaotic energy. Power surged forth like tidal waves, coalescing instantly into a massive chaos hand seal. Like the hand of an ancient deity, it descended suddenly, stars falling, with endless might. Again, this same move. The Alair turned pale. He had witnessed how Irvin used this chaos hand seal to pull the gigantic demon prince out of the void, crushing him into nothingness. Immediately, the Alair wielded his blood-red sword, revealing patterns behind him, akin to bat wings unfolding. He could not afford any carelessness, more focused than ever before. Even when facing Rocky, he had never been so tense. A simple, ordinary move from Irvin required his utmost effort to counter. Roaring loudly, he sacrificed his primordial essence. Behind him, 2 blood-red eyes abruptly opened in the void, ferocious and horrifying, exuding a blood-colored aura. Even the immortal realm's prodigies felt pressured. Normally, this would make anyone flee in fear. Too terrifying, far beyond imagination, comparable to heirs of the most powerful immortal forces, even surpassing them. Deservedly the supreme genius cultivated with exhaustive resources by the demon royal family. Facing other immortal realm prodigies, he would absolutely dominate. Unfortunately, his opponent was Irvin, the invincible legend of the eternal immortal realm. Even here in the all-heaven Northern Sea, his name still commands invincibility. The chaos hand seal suppressed downward, even sacrificing his primordial force, summoning a world-ending malevolent demon. It was crushed in moments, leaving no remnants. The chaos hand seal gripped the Alair firmly, squeezing fiercely, turning the Alair into nothingness without a single scream. The contained primordial power instantly transformed into nourishment for Irvin's perfected chaos body. Irvin nodded approvingly. In the all-heaven Northern Sea, only geniuses of the 8 demonic princes level were worthy of being devoured by him. Those who harm my immortal realm prodigies shall be put to death without mercy. These words stirred everyone present. Everyone boiled over with emotion and excitement. Bold, daring to run amok in my Northern Sea. Chapter 549. The revival of an unparalleled malevolent spirit. The supreme being of the mythic era. A dark and eerie voice echoed through the space, akin to thunderclaps, reverberating across the area. Even the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by its shockwave, displaying an almost terrifying power. It brought to mind the demons from the 9 netherworlds. At the same moment, runes swirled as countless dark shadows of evil spirits fled out of the void. A massive shadow towered between heaven and earth like a revived Haldan from hell. In one hand was a judge's order, and in the other, the sword of Haldan. Each step shook both heaven and earth. Moreover, based on the overwhelming aura radiating from him, he was far beyond the realm of Sacred Emperor. All previous speculations had come true. This was a genuine supreme being. Irvin's eyes gleamed with anticipation, not fear. It was the first time he had encountered a supreme being among the younger generation. Furthermore, this being had been sealed since the mythic era, enduring the passage of time. He would undoubtedly be even more formidable now. Battling him would certainly yield significant gains. Let him see what the supreme beings of Beihai could truly do. In the central area of the sky tomb, dark clouds gathered. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the grave mound. Then a clenched fist surged with overwhelming demonic chi, shattering the surrounding space. A muscular man in black battle armor slowly stepped out from the dark shadow. His presence was sharp like a war god, now arriving in this world. Beside him hovered a judge's order inscribed with a large king character. The ancient battle armor bore some cracks, evidence of past great battles. His violet eyes gave him an appearance of a demonic god. He wore a long sword at his waist, whose patterns shimmered in a dark, inexplicable beauty. His deep, hoarse voice resonated. I, the king, have finally awakened. Under my leadership, all races in this universe shall never know peace. Even deities and demons are merely my defeated underlings. With those words, a formidable pressure spread, bridging eras and integrating with the cosmic laws of this world. He was familiarizing himself with the Tao rules here. When two realms intertwined over centuries, he could advance further. Such a level surpassed everyone's imagination. Thought to be just a supreme, no one expected him to call himself a king. As he awoke, the space around him emitted an ancient, boundless aura. Countless divine weapons and treasures descended with overwhelming demonic chi, none of them ordinary. I, the king, will lead all the disasters and prodigies of Beihai to conquer the immortal domain. When the oppressive aura erupted, the young prodigies present felt as if their bodies were about to burst. Before a supreme, sacred kings or emperors were but tiny insects, easily squashed. Even the previously arrogant Ajay quickly approached the man in black armor, hoping to pledge loyalty. Greetings, your excellency. Congratulations on your revival. You will surely lead us to sweep away the prodigies of eternal, immortal realm. However, the black-armored man merely glanced at them coldly. He sensed that these were heavenly prodigies of imperial lineages, having reached the Saint Emperor realm. But did they deserve to offer him loyalty? Just awakened, let me make use of you as snacks. Before the 8 sons could react, the black-armored man extended his right hand. Boundless black fog erupted, enveloping them. They experienced excruciating pain as if their bodies were being torn apart, frantically begging for mercy. Your excellency, we are descendants of the royal families. Please spare us. The black-armored man said nothing, allowing the endless black fog to dissolve them into nothingness, absorbed into his body. Ha ha ha, such pure energy. Even buried by time, it has not buried my foundation. You misshapen weaklings dare to offer loyalty to me, the Emerson. Upon hearing this, the other prodigies from Beihai were dumbfounded. So, the supreme malevolent spirit sealed in the center of the sky tomb is actually the great malevolent being from the mythic era, the legendary Emerson. There are ancient texts that record how the Emerson during the mythic era was the heir to the Haldan imperial clan. He once killed a supreme across ranks when he was at peak sacred emperor. Now, after all this time, he has become a supreme, and perhaps even emperors cannot match him. No wonder he looks down on the Ajay. We won't be swallowed too, right? We won't. The Emerson is very picky about his meals. Swallowing us would disgust him. Just as the Emerson reveled in his pride, a palm suddenly slapped towards him, encased in chaotic energy, powerful and tyrannical. Boom! The Emerson flew backward with a swollen face, teeth scattered on the ground, polluting it. Who dared to attack me? Chapter 550. The Eternal Disaster Genius, the inheritor of the world-destroying will. Who dares to sneak attack me? I am the Eternal Disaster Genius. You seek death. The voice of Gerald reverberated like a thunderous bell, shaking all directions. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck, forcing every present genius to cower under its pressure. The supreme power he exuded was vast as an ocean. Even the geniuses from the eternal, immortal realm trembled in fear at this divine aura, feeling utterly powerless. Such a level of power was something even the successors of the undying factions within the eternal, immortal realm might not possess. No one could have imagined that the 10,000 Realms North Sea would harbor such a genius. However, the young geniuses from the 10,000 Realms North Sea gleaned additional information from Gerald's proclamation. Eternal Disaster Genius. It turned out to be the legendary Eternal Disaster Genius. According to ancient legends within the 10,000 Realms North Sea, there once existed a world-ending king who carved out his own realm, battling the eternal immortal realm for freedom, for the stars, and for territory. Unfortunately, he fell in a battle against the venerated beings of the myriad ancient Ying family during the mythical era, disappearing into obscurity thereafter. But legend had it that this world-ending king bestowed the mark of disaster before his end, making those who inherited it the successors of his will. They would inherit the resolve to destroy the world and ultimately transcend the trials of the immortal path, becoming paramount among the divine domain. Therefore, any genius marked with the seal of disaster was known as an Eternal Disaster Genius, 6 in total, each outstanding beyond compare. Until now, this remained merely a legend, but today confirmed itself as reality. A true Eternal Disaster Genius had emerged. This revelation shook not only the imperial families, but also the mighty Northern Sea imperial clans, causing tumultuous waves. An eternal disaster genius alone could crush countless demon sons of heaven. There was simply no comparison. They represented the future of the 10,000 realms North Sea. Even without family connections, the imperial clans would come forward to cultivate them. And Gerald was himself from the imperial clan of Halden. The eternal disaster genius has appeared. Truly a rare golden era. Ha ha ha. With the resolve to destroy the world, how can the eternal immortal realm's young generation compete? Under the leadership of the eternal disaster genius, we will surely set foot in the eternal immortal realm. Everyone was stirred with excitement, including the guardians of the geniuses and the hidden elders of the various northern sea races. They were astounded, expecting just the awakening of a supreme malevolent spirit, but witnessing the emergence of an eternal disaster genius. Dark Egan's eyes grew heavy with concern. Leading Irvin and others here, he now found himself caught between two forces if a confrontation arose. Internally conflicted, he watched passively. Two tigers were about to clash. He wondered whether the young master of the myriad ancient Ying family or the long-slumbering eternal disaster genius held more profound strength. However, many geniuses from the eternal immortal realm were also present. In the center of the heavenly tomb, two factions had clearly formed. Ying, the northern sea geniuses could not gauge Gerald's temper given that he had just emerged by killing the demon sons of heaven. All eyes turned toward Irvin. Irvin waved his hand casually and said indifferently, "Enough noise." Gerald's eyes sharpened like knives. Freshly awakened, he intended to display the prowess of an eternal disaster genius when someone slapped him, dislodging his teeth. An immense humiliation that demanded brutal retribution. "You are a genius of which imperial clan? How dare you challenge an eternal disaster genius? Do you realize what kind of blow this will deal to your clan?" Suddenly, Gerald stopped mid-sentence. He sensed no aura of the 10,000 realms North Sea on Irvin, but rather an eternal undying aura enveloped in primordial chaos energy. Irvin was definitely from the eternal immortal realm. After devouring the demon sons of heaven, he read their memories. These were young geniuses from the eternal immortal realm, challenging the Northern Seas youth for mutual growth. Any interference from senior cultivators was forbidden. It was the feud of the younger generation. Now, he too had awakened. In essence, he was also part of the young generation of the 10,000 realms North Sea, and this fact did not change. A dark thought arose in his mind. So, this is an exchange between the realm's geniuses. This awakening offers a perfect opportunity for my appetite. By consuming geniuses from the eternal immortal realm, he could not only avenge past grievances but also advance his own power. With this thought, Gerald laughed, his demonic aura intensifying. His towering figure clad in shadow-infused armor, his crimson eyes, and thick darkness made him appear like a god of darkness. His chilling laughter spread terror. The injury from the slap rapidly healed. Even his teeth regrew. The land became shrouded in dark energy, filled with magic runes and ominous shadows. Graves and countless coffins emerged, ancient corpses inside them seeming to stir. The area was engulfed in a thick veil of demonic presence. Genius from the immortal realm. You are strong. But alas, you've met me. If not for me, you'd certainly dominate the 10,000 realms North Sea. The oppressive force made everyone lose the will to fight. The supreme power, combined with boundless darkness and the title of eternal disaster genius, overwhelmed even Axel, Kayla, and others. Their breathing grew rapid as they struggled against the intense pressure. Facing a supreme being was far beyond the capabilities of any sage emperor. They were at the pinnacle of human cultivation, though not quite matching a great emperor's strength. Ying, the man before them, might already be capable of defying a great emperor. Playing tricks. Irvin scoffed coldly. With a light tap of his right palm, the eternal immortal realm's geniuses felt protected, all negative effects dispelled. Worthy of being the Jethro Ying, the undefeated myth of our immortal realm. Haha, this so-called eternal disaster genius seems no more than that. Absolutely not a match for our immortal realm's undefeated myth. Chapter 551. Irvin versus Levi. Supreme battle. Even Levi himself was bewildered. The demonic aura he had released could not be dispelled by ordinary people, except for those at the same realm who were outstanding. Even sage kings and emperors would have their minds corroded, losing combatability within this aura. Ying, this young supreme could dissipate it with just one move. Who exactly are you? Levi realized now that the person in front of him was far from ordinary. In the eternal immortal realm, he could very likely be the inheritor of a top-tier immortal force. Moreover, as heard just now, he was even referred to as the undefeated legend among the young generation in the eternal immortal realm. The title of an undefeated legend came with grave responsibilities. Even he, the disaster immortal prodigy, didn't dare call himself the undefeated legend among the young generations in the northern sea of all heavens. This would invite trouble and could stir up numerous buried geniuses across history. Annoying. Fine. Let me see how powerful the disaster immortal prodigy of the northern sea of all heavens is. One who inherited the will of world destruction. Perfectly suitable to be used as a stepping stone. Irvin was already impatient, and he struck out with a palm carrying boundless chaotic divine power. Even space cracked, condensing into a huge chaotic hand seal, towering down like a vast mountain. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Levi roared, his whole body glowing with dark light. His eyes suddenly burst into cold radiance. Demonic energy erupted from all over his body. He was also a supreme and incredibly powerful after years of accumulation. Endowed with the will of destruction, he bore the title of a disaster immortal prodigy. There was no way he would retreat any further. Confronting the prodigy of the immortal realm, he should suppress them instead. What surprised him, though, was that such a monster emerged among the young generation, stepping into the supreme realm at such a young age. Even in the mythological era, this was impossible. This was his first battle, and a fame-spreading battle. If he won this fight, the name of Disaster Immortal Prodigy would be fully spread and become legendary. Levi acted, enveloped in supreme divine power unique to Supremes. Moreover, he condensed the micro-world inside his body and possessed the power of the world. That was a micro-Halden world filled with countless fierce and evil spirits. Turning into a divine light, Levi lunged towards Irvin with a punch. However, Irvin smiled. Catching it with one hand, he sneered, "A great disaster, an immortal prodigy, is this all the strength you can muster?" Then, applying force with his right fist, Levi felt a sudden pain in his chest. Next, like a kite whose string had snapped, he flew out abruptly, smashing a deep crater on the ground. How can this be? Your physical body is stronger than a dragon's? Unbelievably, said Levi. He inherited the will of destruction and had the superphysique Halden god body, able to contend with the great evils of the ancient times. But, in front of Irvin, he felt like a child, not even close to being tickled. Irvin did not want to waste time. With a gesture, the Dawn God Sword appeared in his hand. To deal with these demons, divine power must be utilized. Holding the Dawn God Sword, supreme divine power exploded from Irvin. Runes revolving as sword chi streaked everywhere, slashing towards the ground. 10,000 feet of sword light shone through the void, slicing apart heaven and earth, breaking the desolation. The divine power of this attack was too overwhelming. Moreover, Irvin was a perfected chaos body, now having fully mastered the origin chaos power. Every move carried chaos power. This strike contained both divine and chaos powers, directly piercing through desolation. Wherever the sword light reached, the ground split open, sliced into endless abysses. It headed straight for Levi's head. Levi roared. He was a disaster immortal just waking up, ready to establish a reputation but repeatedly suppressed instead. He got serious. The supreme divine power erupted, forming a field, his own small world. Gullies crisscrossed. The Ying springs flowed as if they were truly in hell. Countless demons roared there. Levi opened his mouth. Endless shadows and vicious spirits were sucked in, enhancing his strength. Shadow field. World devastated by 10,000 devils. Two great spells cast one after another, resembling the emergence of a Halden hell on earth. Countless devils rushing towards Irvin's sword light. However, under the holy power of Dawn God Sword, all devils turned into nothingness the moment they got close, unable to resist in the slightest. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded, and the terrifying Halden hell was split into two. Levi was thrown back again, his body shattering like broken glass. Blood dripped, but he refused to yield. Looking for death. Halden Dharma sign. The translation maintains the structure and tone of the original text, while ensuring natural English fluency. The names and titles have been transliterated using Pinyin for accuracy. Chapter 552. Halden Dharma Manifestation, Heaven Crossing and Earthbinding, Chaotic Divine Might. Gerald's pupils turned blood red, his hair swirling as blazing flames erupted around him. Behind him, an image of the Halden Gate appeared, seemingly connecting to another world. A realm shrouded in pitch-black darkness, devoid of any light, known as the Halden Realm. Roars of ferocious beasts and evil spirits echoed from within. Gerald's battle armor shimmered brilliantly as he summoned the Halden sword and a great spear. A Halden order hovered above his head, exuding an icy dark aura, encased in ancient runes that were truly awe-inspiring. Even an ordinary sovereign would struggle to last 5 rounds against Gerald, undoubtedly being killed instantly. Even an emperor would find it impossible to challenge him at this moment. Gerald was indeed worthy of the title of an immortal prodigy capable of unleashing heavenly disasters. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered myriad ancient mythology. The Halden Gate behind him suddenly opened wide. An incomparably grand figure appeared between heaven and earth, its sheer size astonishing. With one step, the heavens shook and the earth quaked. It was the supreme ruler of Halden itself. Although just a manifestation, it was so powerful that even the mighty dragons present seemed like mere pets. The manifestation was extremely formidable, causing all sorts of celestial phenomena upon its appearance, with even the void trembling. Coffins on the tombland shattered, and both the young prodigies from the eternal immortal domain and those from the Crimson Blood continent felt immense pressure, struggling to breathe. Their gaze turned towards the colossal Halden manifestation, their hearts trembling with shock. This was far beyond what they could withstand, let alone confront. It would crush them into dust with just one footstep. Not bad. You're indeed an immortal prodigy of heavenly disasters. Irvin's sharp eyes pierced through the space, looking directly at the Halden manifestation. However, he did not take it seriously. If this were any ordinary sovereign, they would already be dead by Gerald's sword. You inked. Irvin was no ordinary sovereign. He was a perfected chaos body. Want to compare manifestations? I'll show you what a true chaos manifestation looks like. As Irvin spoke, the young prodigies from the eternal immortal domain listened intently, eagerly watching his next move. Even Sherry and Gina looked forward to witnessing their master's true strength. Divine manifestation. Immediately after these words, a divine manifestation appeared behind Irvin. It radiated an unimaginable power, an eternal and undying aura, as if awakened from the ancient times. This was a true deity, overlooking all existence with a chillingly cold gaze. Even when looking at the Halden manifestation, it seemed to regard it as nothing more than an ant. Such power was unparalleled, making the very fabric of the universe tremble, plunging this world into primordial chaos. Gerald's pupils dilated in disbelief. From the overwhelming power, he sensed a secret. This youth before him was a chaos body, and he had progressed immensely along this path, possibly even achieving the status of a perfect chaos body. His face turned grim. What bad luck to encounter such a powerful being right after awakening. A short while ago, he thought he might be able to compete with Lord Ying, but now, he realized the enormous gap between them. No, it wasn't about him being weak. It was about Irvin being overwhelmingly strong, a power that transcended time itself. Within his own realm, none could match this supreme being. It was no wonder even the mighty ancient emperor had fallen before Irvin. No, this can't be. Even if you're a chaos body, I have no fear. Great Halden art. Heaven destroying. Chapter 553. The Great Law of the Mythic Era. Power of the Catastrophic Demon God. As the words fell, boundless demonic shadows surged forth, plunging the entire world into darkness and gloom. The sun in the sky turned blood red, casting endless demonic light upon the earth. Demonic chi soared to the heavens, with demons rampaging wildly. It was as if they had entered an era of darkness. This was precisely one of the methods of Halden's Law, the heaven-annihilating technique. Damn it, it's actually Halden's Law. That's the heaven-annihilating form. This resurrected catastrophic immortal prodigy is terrifying beyond imagination. If Irvin, the young master of the myriad ancient Ying family, were not here today, we would all likely lose our lives. Numerous prodigies from the boundless northern sea exclaimed. They saw even the 8 sons of the demon prince being devoured by the demon Alvaro of hell. Halden's Law was a great law from the mythic era. Only the prodigies of the imperial Halden clan could possess it, which contained many divine abilities. Among these, the heaven-annihilating technique was powerful enough to astonish the world and reshape it. Rocky felt the overwhelming pressure of heaven annihilation, his body seemingly restrained and barely moving. His legs trembled incessantly. Even against such a heavenly calamity immortal prodigy like the demon Alvaro, he would be instantly killed without resistance. However, even someone like the demon Alvaro had no power to fight before Irvin. It showed just how formidable Irvin's combat strength had become. He could not even see the back of Irvin. He had no intention of contending for supremacy. The two were on entirely different levels, incomparable. Countless supreme vicious spirits and demon shadows surrounded night sky. The bloody red sun in the sky suddenly emitted divine light, enveloping Irvin. However, Irvin remained unimpressed. Is this all you have? So-called catastrophic immortal prodigy? Aren't you overconfident? Irvin's fists were enveloped in primal chaos force, runes intertwining. Behind him emerged the faint image of a supreme deity. His gaze seemed to pierce through the infinite starry expanse, standing in the center of the world. He slowly extended his hand, forming a massive chaos hand seal that pressed down ruthlessly. Everything in its path shattered, space collapsing into black holes. The Divine King subdues the 9 heavens. This is one of the celestial anomalies awakened by Irvin. He has transcended to the supreme realm and possesses a perfect small world of chaos, mastering many ancient Dao techniques. Among the myriad worlds, who can match Jethro Ewing except for those ancient monsters and taboo prodigies who have long been dormant? The prodigies from eternal, immortal territory exclaimed in awe. Even back in the eternal, immortal territory, they knew of Irvin's fame. He was hailed as the mythic figure who had never been defeated in all eternity. But seeing it firsthand was far more shocking and mind-blowing. Even the great law of the mythic era was like paper before the anomaly. Divine King subdues the 9 heavens, leaving space to collapse wherever it passed. The demon Alvaro's eyes widened in fury, his body wrapped in swirling demonic chi and boundless demonic patterns trying to resist. Ewing, before absolute power, it was utterly useless. Aha! With a roar, the heaven-annihilating technique was dispelled by Divine King subdues the 9 heavens. The demon Alvaro spat out blood, his legs weakening as he fell to his knees, but still clutched the black demonic spear. No, I am immortal to catastrophe. I have my own pride. I will uphold the dignity of the catastrophic immortal. Despite numerous injuries, the demon Alvaro did not fall but struggled to stand. Even Irvin blinked, regarding this opponent with newfound respect. Any ordinary prodigy would have quaked in fear by now, devoid of any fighting spirit. I will never fail. Vast ghost domain, 10,000 demons appear. Power of the catastrophic demon god. With these words, the sky was torn open, seemingly connecting to another blood-red dimension. Brilliant divine light descended, enveloping the demon Alvaro. But Irvin remained unperturbed. To him, this was merely a tool for practice. After all, among the younger generation, he was the youngest ever to reach the supreme realm. Other prodigies were still at the Holy King or Holy Emperor stages, while he possessed the power of a supreme. Dealing with other prodigies, even those of various clans, was effortless. He wished this journey could be more interesting. Ideally, all 6 catastrophic immortal prodigies would awaken. If they were all supremes or had ascended to the great emperor realm, it would be perfect for honing his skills. Axel, Sherry, Una, Gina, and others watched from the sidelines, not daring to intervene. This was a true battle of supreme prodigies, far beyond their comprehension. Anyone who dared intrude would be torn apart by the energy unleashed. They could only watch. Abel said solemnly, truly worthy of being a catastrophic immortal prodigy. He indeed possesses the power of the catastrophic demon god. Kayla's gem-like eyes flickered curiously. What is the power of the catastrophic demon god? Legend has it that after the Destroyer King chose 6 catastrophic immortal prodigies to inherit his will, he bestowed upon them the power of the catastrophic demon god, Abel explained. This ancient legend states that the power of the catastrophic demon god can greatly boost their combat strength in a short time, even increasing it tenfold. However, using this power results in a prolonged period of weakness. Therefore, it serves as one of the ultimate trump cards of catastrophic immortal prodigies, used only under extreme circumstances. It shows he has truly been driven to despair by your master. After the blood-red light enveloped the demon Alvaro, all his injuries were instantly healed, his armor glowing brightly. His eyes turned blood-red, like a deity descending upon the world. The black demonic spear in his hand was encircled by demonic chi, demons appearing, emitting boundless divine might as if severing the vast wilderness and shattering stars. a terrifying sight beyond imagination. Come, let us fight to our heart's content. 10,000 demons annihilate. His black demonic spear emitted endless demonic light, sweeping across as if to cut through everything. Endless demonic power erupted, shattering the space and reducing the ground to rubble. Even some corpses that previously existed in the area were directly obliterated into nothingness, transforming into energy particles that merged into the demon Alvaro's body. The overwhelming pressure left both the prodigies of eternal immortal territory and the boundless northern sea unable to lift their heads, trembling and quaking. Undeniably, the demon Alvaro was incredibly strong, surpassing the limits of the younger generation. As a slumbering powerhouse from the mythic era, his revived prowess was boundless. Any of the contemporary young generation would be swept away effortlessly. Unfortunately, his luck ran out when he encountered the once-in-a-millennium anomaly, Irvin. Chapter 554. One sword to shatter your demon god dream, treading over the eternal disaster genius. The power of the catastrophe demon god awakens? Now that's more like it, barely qualified to face me. Irvin smiled faintly. If he remained nonchalant, it would be disrespectful to his opponent. Moreover, since Levi had already revealed his trump card, Irvin felt it was time to respond accordingly. The primordial divine blood within him surged entirely. The chaotic divine power surged mightily, pushing his physical strength to its limit. He lunged forward abruptly. Their fists and feet clashed. Each collision between their bodies was akin to a battle between ancient ferocious beasts. Even the mere presence of their auras left everyone feeling breathless. Each clash between their physical forms was accompanied by dragon roars and tiger cries, exuding overwhelming and domineering power. However, despite possessing the power of the catastrophe demon god, Levi found himself struggling to keep up. His pupils trembled in shock. He was astonished. Despite having gained the power of the catastrophe demon god, he still found it difficult to deal with Irvin. Irvin's body seemed as if forged from divine iron. Each punch felt like hitting divine iron and immortal gold. There was no way to counter it. It gave him a sense of powerlessness. His heart felt incredibly weak. Quickly retreating, he clenched his teeth, gripped the pitch-black demonic spear, and slashed forward. Endless evil spirits erupted from the black spear, attacking Irvin fiercely. In the blink of an eye, Irvin's eyes reflected a scene where all heavens fell and deities bled. For a moment, it seemed as if the heavens were imprisoned. All supreme evil spirits were instantly swept away. A beam of divine light pierced through space, sending Levi flying backward once more, spitting out blood again. Inside, he only felt endless regret. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have provoked this monster. Apart from the chaos body, he even has the imperial dropping pupil. Was this person really the legendary heaven-ordained master? How can one compete with this? Irvin held nothing back. Since he was taken seriously as an opponent, he had to be thorough and crush him completely. The Clinton Sun divine sword reappeared in his hand, radiating boundless divine might like a deity incarnate. He condensed infinite chaotic divine power onto the Clinton Sun divine sword and simultaneously restricted the space with his imperial dropping pupil, detecting every move Levi made. Endless mana surged like a world-ending wheel, sweeping across everything. Its power was immensely dominant and tyrannical, shattering the void wherever it passed. This area's spiritual energy rumbled like a boiling sea. Spatial runes were scattered everywhere from the impact. Both parties were truly engaged in a fiery battle. They were both supreme geniuses among the younger generation. At the sovereign realm, they rarely faced any equals among the young. Now Irvin treated Levi as his whetstone. The intense clashes between them were not just battles, but fierce confrontations filled with determination to bring each other down. Holding the Clinton Sun divine sword, each strand of chaotic power falling from it seemed to crush the spatial fabric. The clash of their ultimate moves caused the space to tremble and the earth to shake. Many watching geniuses had moved far away from the center of the heavenly tomb. They could only observe from afar. Those who were affected by the aftermath earlier all suffered internal injuries. So fast, their fighting figures have already surpassed the detection of my heavenly eye. Based on the observation just now, there were tens of thousands of collisions in just an instant, Clarissa said, her garnet-like pupils flashing as she tracked their movements. She then exclaimed in amazement. Throughout, Master has only used Levi as a whetstone. He hasn't used his full strength. Otherwise, the whetstone would have been shattered instantly. Now, Levi is continuously pushing his limits, yet Master adjusts his own power downwards for training. Hearing Clarissa's words, the numerous young geniuses present looked at Irvin as though viewing a deity, especially Rocky, who had many thoughts. Boring. Is this the extent of your capabilities? Even with the power of the catastrophe demon god, you are still so feeble? I'm tired. I don't wish to play with you anymore. As he spoke, Irvin's aura spread, mana sweeping out like a mad torrent. Levi was hit hard again, hearing Irvin's indifferent voice. His pupils shook like needles, enveloped by boundless fear. The Clinton Sun divine sword instantly emitted an incomparably radiant divine light, dimming even starlight in comparison. With added chaotic divine power, it descended. An overwhelming sense of facing death washed over Levi. Refusing to submit, Levi roared, endless malevolent spirits bursting forth from the black spear, along with the power of the catastrophe demon god, explosively manifesting. Crack! You ain't, with a sound of breaking. The black spear was directly sliced into two. One sword shatters your demon god dream. Irvin's actions never paused. The divine power of the Clinton Sun world struck again. Before Levi could react, he was struck by the vast energy. His left arm was severed, dropping to the ground. Another slash came down. Levi's right leg was cut off too. A heart-wrenching scream echoed. Aya! How dare you? Before he could ask, Irvin's eyes filled with disdain answered. As the Leonardo of the Ying family and an eternal myth, what dare I not? Immediately after, chaotic divine power infused the Clinton Sun divine sword once more, slicing through the air, shattering the void. Thud. With a thud, Levi's head rolled to the ground. His pupils were still filled with unwillingness. Chaotic divine power exploded, converting his body into energy absorbed into Irvin's perfected chaos body. However, Irvin sensed something amiss, his gaze flickering. He actually managed to escape. Because he did not feel the intense dark and divine soul power, only an empty shell had been consumed. This eternal disaster genius indeed has some skills. Pity he lacks in realm. If he were a great emperor-level disaster genius, I might have needed to use some of my true strength. At the sovereign realm, a disaster genius is no different from an ant. If others heard this, they would go mad. Could these be human words? Executing sovereigns like slaughtering dogs. Among the young, probably only Irvin could do this. The demonic aura in the heavenly tomb gradually dissipated, allowing young geniuses to return to the central position. However, the 8 devil children, the 8 royal geniuses of yesteryears, had vanished like meteors fading away. Christo approached Irvin. Congratulations, Leonardo, for slaying the eternal disaster genius. A pity he escaped. He had a substitution technique, discarding his original body. No matter, preserving his strength and soul, but we will meet again someday. Just then, a figure appeared in the void, Levi's face. It was an energy-formed illusionary avatar, not his true form. Irvin. I'll wait for you on the road to hell. Chapter 555. Hell's Path? The Cursed Daughter. To the Abyssal Demon Clan. Hell's Path? What is that place? Irvin asked. The Adriel answered him. It is a forbidden area in the heavenly North Sea. Legend has it that if any immortal prodigy of catastrophe wishes to rapidly grow after emerging into the world, they can enter Hell's Path to gain opportunities. Moreover, with the Golden Era approaching, the other 5 immortal prodigies of catastrophe will also soon awaken. Irvin nodded. He then departed with the Andre. In the center of the heavenly tomb, where various divine weapons, treasures, and magical arts emerged upon the revival of the Andre, numerous prodigies from the eternal, immortal realms and local prodigies of the heavenly North Sea were vying for them. Irvin was uninterested. With a light smile, he said to Gina and others, if you are interested, go explore. Gina and Kayla exchanged glances before transforming into streams of light, flying toward the central area of the heavenly tomb. The Adriel followed beside them, answering their questions. How powerful are the other immortal prodigies of catastrophe? The immortal prodigies of catastrophe all bear the end of the coil of that world-destroying king, each one a peerless heavenly prodigy. However, their revival circumstances may differ. Take the Andre, who was originally an immortal prodigy of catastrophe, but was sealed by his imperial clan during the Mythic Age, waiting for the Golden Era to arrive. As for the other immortal prodigies of catastrophe, they might have already awakened, just not having obtained the power of the catastrophe demons yet, and thus remaining in a vague state. In the 6 immortal prodigies of catastrophe, the Andre's strength ranks in the middle. There is a rumor that among these 6 immortal prodigies of catastrophe, one is the king of catastrophe, born with a totem inscribed on their arm. The king of catastrophe, leading the other 5 immortal prodigies of catastrophe, will bring great calamity to the eternal immortal realm. As Irvin listened to the Adriel's explanation, he gradually understood that the awakening forms of the immortal prodigies of catastrophe vary depending on when they regain the power of the catastrophe demons. In fact, apart from the 6 immortal prodigies of catastrophe, there is an ancient prophecy. When the 6 immortal prodigies of catastrophe gather on Hell's Path, a true leader, surpassing even the king of catastrophe, will appear. He will lead them to resurrect the former world-destroying king. Though this is just a rumor, Irvin pondered. In a mystical world, rumors often contain some truth. Thus, finding the 6 immortal prodigies of catastrophe is critical. And the leader above the king of catastrophe hinted at a vast conspiracy behind it all. But what does it matter? He is the undefeated legend of the eternal immortal realm. A true eternal taboo. Afraid of no one within the same realm. Even if it's the king of catastrophe, he wouldn't be intimidated. After all, he had witnessed the strength of the immortal prodigies of catastrophe and found it manageable. Even though the Andre used the power of the catastrophe demon at the end, he wasn't Irvin's match. If serious, he could kill the Andre in 3 moves. But Irvin only considered him as a whetstone, nothing more. Little did he expect that the Andre had a way to escape death. He thanked the Adriel, who replied, haha, no need for thanks. After all, I am also a royal prodigy of this land. Naturally, I know more. But we are prodigies from the eternal immortal realm. Should you not fear punishment from your royal clan for helping us? Haha, actually, there is something I seek your help with. Adriel clasped his hands together, almost kneeling down. Irvin quickly pulled him up. I have a younger sister named Clintonyu. Unfortunately, she is cursed by a congenital curse, making her a legendary cursed daughter. Her curse has fully erupted, and she doesn't have much time left. To save her, there is only one method. To go to the cursed demon clan and obtain the cursed demon spirit. Additionally, I need a fruit from the sun god tree, the great sun god fruit. Now, I cannot do it alone. The cursed demon spirit is rumored to be in the cursed secret realm, but I am sworn enemies with the cursed demon clan. War breaking out would be disastrous. Additionally, the Julie is extremely hard to find and only exists in the eternal immortal realm. Speaking, the Adriel shed tears, almost kneeling. Irvin pulled him up. Since you led me to the heavenly tomb and granted my followers rare mythical techniques, as well as knowledge about many immortal prodigies of catastrophe, it's only fair to return the favor. For the cursed demon spirit, I'll find a way. Irvin then took out a great sun god fruit from his system space. The fruit shone golden, emitting bright light. This is the legendary great sun god fruit from the Julie? At this moment, Amorous peeked from behind Irvin, with red hair and eyes like red garnets. This is my fruit. The Adriel stared dumbfounded. This small girl radiated incomparable divine power, terrifying and sun-like. Upon her appearance, the temperature in the area spiked dramatically. Who is this Amorous? He asked in astonishment. She claimed the great sun god fruit was hers. Could she be the Julie? But according to the elders, it was a towering tree with blazing sunlight and extreme heat, rooted in void. Why is it a Amorous? This is my follower and the Julie you mentioned. She now takes the form of a Amorous, so don't be surprised, Irvin explained. Adriel's eyes widened. Although he knew little about the Julie, the elders had often mentioned its rarity and significance. Even a single great sun god fruit was incredibly precious, offering immense benefits. The Julie enhances cultivation and sharpens insight. Resting beneath it offers unparalleled fortune. Even the fruits significantly benefit young cultivators, offering leaps in progress. Now, it had transformed into an Amorous following Master Ying. Clearly, Irvin's power far exceeded imagination. No wonder even a catastrophe immortal prodigy using the catastrophe demon power couldn't match him. Since matters are settled, Brother Ying, why not visit my abyssal demon clan for a while? Chapter 556, The Praying Mantis Stalking the Cicada, in the bizarre divine heavenly book. Okay. Perfectly. We have nowhere to stay, Master. Let's rest a bit. Elisa hugged Irvin's arm and shook it playfully, pouting in an extremely adorable manner. She looked just like an Amorous begging for a candy skewer, and Irvin was filled with affection as he stroked Elisa's head. You didn't come out to deal with those Northern Sea geniuses earlier. Now you're anxious because you hear we're going to rest. I bet you're craving the delicacies of the Northern Sea. Hearing Irvin reveal her thoughts, Elisa wasn't shy but instead crossed her arms and said proudly, Humph, I watched the entire battle, you know? Do you understand how valuable watching a whole battle is? Seeing you fight others made me quite worried. I was about to intervene, but seeing you handle things effortlessly, I held back. But still, watching throughout is exhausting. I need to replenish my energy. Irvin pinched Elisa's cheeks gently. Fine. I'll take you to play. Elisa immediately laughed merrily. Meanwhile, Axel, Sarah, Una, Arya, Gina, and others had already explored the center of the heavenly tomb and returned to Irvin's side. Each of them had gained immensely. Those Northern Sea geniuses were no match for them at all. Opportunities always favored the capable ones. They had now safely secured their gains. What they hadn't expected was that along with the revival of the Levi, so many divine weapons, treasures, skills, and spells also emerged, far more abundant than anticipated. Many of these spells were great techniques from the mythical era, and quite a few belonged to the Eternity Immortal Realm cultivation methods too. But most were still skills from the Northern Sea regions. However, all paths lead to Rome, and all these could be cultivated by them. Haha, I unexpectedly obtained a divine king law called Phoenix Incinerate Heaven technique. Axel was beaming with delight, showing off to everyone. Gina and Arya, this pair of sisters, also gained considerably. They received the true dragon techniques of the Northern Sea, similar yet distinctly powerful compared to the ancient dragon clan's treasure techniques of the Eternity Immortal Realm. Only these true dragon techniques seemed specifically designed for combat and lethal attacks, making them a perfect fit. However, when Sarah, Una, Gina, Arya, and others saw the Amorous clinging to Irvin and acting cute, their eyes suddenly turned sharp. Master truly doesn't miss anyone, not even Amorous. Is Master's love for them going to be divided again? And Elisa noticed their gazes, promptly glaring widely while hugging Irvin even tighter. Master, give me a hug. Irvin complied with the Amorous, picking her up instantly. At the same time, in the void, Cora Lotus Green and Alicia stared intently at Irvin. Irvin felt a chill run down his spine for some reason. The Brendan chuckled secretly on the side. Calhoun hasn't noticed yet, but this place has turned into a battleground. Let's go. We have nothing else to do. Let's visit the Abyssal Demon Tribe. Irvin beckoned, and everyone returned to the divine ship. As the ship tore through the boundless void, leaving this place behind and heading towards the Abyssal Demon Tribe, space twisted and shattered like a mirror. Andrew emerged from it. I didn't expect Irvin to have become so powerful. Even after activating the catastrophe god's power, the immortal level Northern Sea genius was no match. Divine Heavenly Book, what do you think about this? A voice resounded in his mind from the Divine Heavenly Book. I even suspect that Irvin might be the legendary fate ruler. The events surrounding him are incredibly absurd. My observations of him have always been superficial. I tried to investigate through fate and causality lines, but found that his fate is completely void, as if he doesn't exist in this world or universe. So mysterious, even I can't see through him. He definitely harbors great secrets. After observing him just now, he has at least developed chaos body, and also has heterochromia, which is highly mysterious. Listening to the speculations of the Divine Heavenly Book, Andrew's ambitions grew bigger. If so, even Ayana wouldn't be a match for Irvin, right? Ewings, I can still observe Ayana's causality. Although Ayana has the void destiny body and the primordial enlightenment god eye, there's still causality to follow. But Irvin? He's completely outside the realms of the heavens and the earth. A complete void, non-existent in ancient history. What if I defeat Irvin and then consume him, transplanting his unparalleled chaos body and heterochromia onto myself? What would happen? You would carry his destiny, becoming an unrivaled, destined genius. Hearing the affirmation from the Divine Heavenly Book, Andrew smirked. But then the Divine Heavenly Book doused his enthusiasm. But defeating him is impossible. Didn't you see even the catastrophe immortal level genius failed after using the catastrophe god's power? Of course, without the absolute protection of the eternal Ewing family in the Northern Sea, you still have a chance. If you can find all the catastrophe immortal level geniuses and that catastrophe king, convene them on the Hell Road, and awaken the legendary catastrophe leader, you might have a chance to slay Irvin. The divine heavenly book gently guided Andrew's thinking direction. Andrew nodded. Then he transformed into a stream of light, planning to seek out other demonic emperors and imperial clans to find the catastrophe immortal level geniuses, his hope to defeat Irvin. In Andrew's mind, the divine heavenly book, if tangible, might look like this. It appeared dim and drowsy, seemingly under control. Next to it was an ancient book with entirely opposite colors, manipulating the divine heavenly book. It murmured, "Ha ha ha, my resurrection plan will begin soon." In some spatial shadow, the Levi clutched his chest, panting heavily, cursing silently, "Irvin, I will never forgive you." Chapter 557, Cursed Daughter? Consume the great sun god fruit. Implant a slave mark. In an ethereal and mysterious realm, suspended between reality and nothingness, ancient beasts roared amidst swirling runes. Towering mountains stood firm, while countless palaces dotted the landscape. Above the heavens, a massive tear suddenly appeared. A divine ship tore through the sky, arriving at the Dark Abyss Demon Clan. Such a colossal divine ship, where does it come from? The immortal gold flows with runes swirling, and there's a transcendent aura. Could it be from the eternal immortal realm? Why has the prodigy of the eternal immortal realm come to our Dark Abyss Demon Clan? Many disciples of the Dark Abyss Demon Clan looked up at the sky. Watching the sun-obscuring divine ship, they questioned aloud. Meanwhile, within a palace, black light flashed before rushing out. Arriving in the sky above were 5 elders of the Dark Abyss Demon Clan. Powerful and influential, their cultivation was formidable. "May I ask why you have come to our Dark Abyss Demon Clan? We don't often interact with the eternal immortal realm." The leading elder, Yisrael, wore a black robe, his face appearing kind enough. Inside the divine ship, the Adriel brought Irvin and his group into view. "Elder, it's me who returned. The person beside me is Irvin, the young master of the ancient Ying family and the son of the current D. Bogdan. He just defeated the immortal disaster prince Yin Maotizer in the central area of the heavenly tomb, who had unleashed the power of the disaster god." Revised. He just defeated the immortal disaster prince, Joel, in the central area of the heavenly tomb, who had unleashed the power of the disaster god. He also gave me a great sun god fruit, so I invited him to our Dark Abyss Demon Clan. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders immediately changed their expressions, coming to Irvin's side, bowing respectfully in welcome. After learning that Irvin had given the Adriel a great sun god fruit, they knew why he had come. It was clear that the demon prince had invited him to help Princess Guadalupe solve her curse problem. Irvin nodded slightly in return. Led by the 5 elders, Irvin entered the princess's palace. The Adriel led Irvin to meet the cursed daughter. "This is my clan's princess, also my younger sister, Guadalupe. She bears a curse from the mythic era, possibly linked to that world-ending king." Irvin nodded and approached Princess Guadalupe. At this moment, Princess Guadalupe lay on a soft bed, pale as if lifeless, looking like a small girl. Irvin placed his hand on her pulse. Internally, he spoke. "System, analyze Princess Guadalupe, the cursed daughter." Ding, detected host request. Beginning scan of Princess Guadalupe. Moments later, the system's voice resounded in his mind. After scanning, Princess Guadalupe indeed bears a curse from the mythic era, placed by the mentioned world-ending king. She is also one of the 6 immortal disaster prodigies, and can rank second among them. If you can help her break the curse, she will awaken disaster god power. Hearing the system's explanation, Irvin remained calm but nodded lightly. Surprisingly, the Cecilia before him could rank second among the 6 immortal disaster prodigies. If she awakens, she might become an enemy. Thus, while helping her remove the curse, he decided to take precautionary measures. Knowing about the world-ending king's plot against the eternal immortal realm, he must clear all obstacles. However, the true strength of the 6 immortal disaster prodigies, reaching Empyrean or even D realms, was unknown. What would the disaster king's power be like? And what about the leader of the 6 prodigies? Could he handle it? Irvin was confident he could defeat anyone under the god domain. But beyond that, it was uncertain. How strong is she? He asked the system. According to the system, after breaking the curse, Princess Guadalupe's curse power will transform into disaster god power, fusing with her to reach the Empyrean realm. She also possesses the Guadalupe devil god body, making her unbeatable by anyone except ancient freaks and forbidden prodigies from the eternal immortal realm. Irvin smiled, knowing even as an Empyrean, she wouldn't be his match. He then said to the Adriel, "Bring the great sun god fruit." The fruit landed in his palm, glowing brilliantly. System, implant a slave contract into the great sun god fruit. Irvin crushed it into energy particles, transmitting it into Princess Guadalupe's body. As expected, after consuming the fruit, Guadalupe regained color. A slave mark appeared on her forehead, satisfying Irvin. Unexpectedly, helping the Adriel had led to this discovery. Now 2 of the 6 immortal disaster prodigies had either been defeated or enslaved. Once Guadalupe awoke, she would recognize him as her master. Irvin told the Adriel, "Your sister is one of the 6 immortal disaster prodigies. The curse is actually her disaster god power. After removing the curse, she will perfectly fuse with it, becoming an Empyrean." The Adriel was shocked. Even the elders were surprised. They hadn't expected their princess to be a legendary immortal disaster prodigy. This meant their clan could flourish under her leadership once the curse was broken. They were filled with excitement. However, the Adriel appeared conflicted. Given Irvin's origin from the eternal immortal realm and his mythical status, and considering the conflict with the immortal disaster prodigies, plus their plans led by the disaster king and the leader, the 6 prodigies aimed to revive the world-ending king, a supreme power in the god domain. If revived, he might invade the eternal immortal realm. Would Irvin still help break Guadalupe's curse? Irvin seemed to understand the Adriel's concerns. "Don't worry, I'll do as promised to break the curse." He patted the prince's shoulder. The system remarked sarcastically, "Host, how can you be both good and bad? Helping break the curse only to enslave Guadalupe? Shut up, system. I preferred when you were quiet." Chapter 558. Stepping into the Cursed Devil Clan, Bloodpool Demon Prince. The next step is to obtain the Cursed Devil Spirit of the Cursed Devil Clan. But this Devil Spirit resides within the Cursed Secret Realm of the Cursed Devil Clan. To get the Cursed Devil Spirit, one must enter the Secret Realm and search for it. And we have reliable information that in 3 days, the Cursed Devil Clan will open the Cursed Secret Realm, allowing the young emperors of various royal families from the 10,000 North Sea to explore within. Moreover, the Cursed Secret Realm will be open to all. This means that prodigies from the Eternal Immortal Realm can also enter the Cursed Secret Realm and seek opportunities. Brother Ying, you are now at the Supreme Emperor level, even defeating immortal celestials who can withstand heavenly disasters as mere underlings. I believe that once inside the Cursed Secret Realm, apart from obtaining the Cursed Devil Spirit, you can also acquire many treasure artifacts. Irvin just smiled faintly. In truth, he looked down upon the numerous treasure artifacts from the 10,000 North Sea. Even across all realms, there were few that could capture his interest. After all, his starting point was too high. Within the ancient Ying family, even a brick might be an ancient divine metal. Following the warm invitations of the elders, Irvin took Axel and others to experience the local customs and scenery of the 10,000 North Sea. And Elisa clung to him like a leech, always wanting Irvin to hold him. Irvin could only treat him like a child and carry him in his arms. This made Sherry, Roxy, and others incredibly envious. 3 days later, the divine ship broke through the sky and arrived outside the Cursed Devil Clan. At this moment, outside the gates of the Cursed Devil Clan, numerous young geniuses had gathered. Among them were several prodigies from the Eternal Immortal Realm, and Irvin sensed a dark forbidden force among them. It seems that some young supremes from the life prohibited area have come here. This edit corrects emperors to supremes for better contextual accuracy, and Xianxia is translated as prohibited area to maintain consistency and clarity in terminology. Likely one of the top 10 dark figures from the life prohibited area, Irvin said indifferently. The life prohibited area had dispatched 10 dark geniuses to hunt prodigies from all realms. Several of these had already been killed by him. Only a few, like Blood Cycle Sun, had not encountered him. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate. Holding Elisa, with Gina and others following behind, Irvin approached the entrance of the Demon Gate. At the center of the Demon Gate stood a young emperor dressed in a blood-red robe. Blood-colored patterns shimmered around his eyes. As Irvin and his group tried to enter, the young emperor waved his hand, and instantly, 3 local young emperors from the North Sea blocked their way. The surrounding North Sea geniuses chatted amongst themselves. Do all these geniuses from the Eternal Immortal Realm not understand the rules? They want to enter the Cursed Devil Clan's secret realm to seek opportunities? With the Dante guarding here, anyone wishing to enter the Cursed Secret Realm must pay a price. Especially those geniuses from the Eternal Immortal Realm. They must pay an exorbitant price. Listening to their conversations, Irvin was unperturbed. If a path cannot be taken, it can only be forced open with strength. Looking at the young emperor in the blood-red robe, "Why do you block us?" Dante, with blood-red pupils and flashing eyes, said impatiently, "Didn't you hear them? To explore the Cursed Secret Realm, you must pay a price. You, in your elegant white robes, clearly belong to a noble family from the Eternal Immortal Realm. I won't make it hard for you. Hand over a supreme artifact, and you can pass." Irvin sneered. He didn't expect that the "this mountain belongs to me" tactics used in other realms would be present here as well. And now they were even targeting him. "Well, what if I say that I'm going through this path today, no matter what?" Dante's face turned grave, his right palm opening as a long sword appeared in his hand. "Then you have only one outcome, death. I am the young master of the Cursed Devil Clan, Dante. I am now at the 7th heaven of Holy Emperor, not far from becoming a Supreme Emperor. Besides those Imperial Clan geniuses, I fear no one. Do you think you can defeat me?" Irvin surveyed the area and indeed saw signs of slain young geniuses from the Eternal Immortal Realm at the sides of the clan's entrance. Elisa advised from within Irvin's embrace, "Boy, heed my warning and don't be foolish. Even if all of you attack together, you might still lose to my master. If you're smart, clear the way. My master might spare your life if he's in a good mood." But Irvin sneered, "No, his life. No one can save today." Dante laughed maniacally on hearing this. "Want my life? You're asking for trouble." With that, Dante gathered his mana and struck out with his palm. Blood power condensed into a palm seal. The mana surged, tearing through the void, revealing the unmistakable aura of a holy emperor. Even someone at the same level would struggle to counter this. Unfortunately for him, he faced Irvin. Axel and Gina silently stepped back. Unmoved, Irvin continued holding Elisa. He simply stomped lightly on the ground. In an instant, the heavens shook, thunder roared. From the boundless sky, a bolt of lightning descended. It directly shattered Dante's palm seal. "If this is your full strength, then you shall meet your end," Irvin said coldly, his eyes icy cold. Dante stumbled back several steps, filled with fear. One move had shattered his palm seal. No, before he could even attack, a mere stomp caused a storm of lightning to surge from above. Could this be a sign of using the world's power? Only at the Supreme Emperor level could one achieve this. Did this mean the person before him was a Supreme Emperor? Ying, he couldn't be older than 19 or 20. There was no such monstrous genius in all the realms. Could he be an incomparable genius revived from ancient history? Before he could think further, another bolt of black lightning flashed across the sky, carrying the ultimate destruction law. Wherever it went, space fractured and everything withered. Dante's eyes narrowed, sensing danger, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Bloodwood shield. A holy emperor weapon, a shield, was summoned. Shielding above his head, However, as the lightning flashed, the Holy Emperor weapon was instantly reduced to foam. No. Chapter 559. Slaughter of the Blood Pool Emperor's heir. Cursed Devil Clan takes action. The Blood Pool Emperor's heir screamed in agony. He then flew backward like a broken kite, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura immediately weakened. The atmosphere on the scene was so oppressive that it felt almost impossible to breathe. Whether it was the Eternal Transcendent Domain's elite or the indigenous elites of the Northern Sea Realm, they all fell into silence at this moment. This didn't make sense. Even no divine abilities were used. That was precisely what was terrifying. Without using divine abilities, he could freely command the power of heaven and earth. This was a hallmark of an ultimate supreme being. In other words, the young man before them was actually a supreme being. Wasn't he too young for that? The Erek, barely standing with his strength, pale-faced, still asked, "You, who are you?" An emperor as young as you, even after flipping through ancient and modern times, has never existed. Hudson's eyes were cold as he replied, "Finished talking? Once you're done, you can take your leave." As soon as he finished speaking, another bolt of black lightning tore down from the sky. Like a divine dragon, it accompanied the roar of a dragon, opening its bloody jaws wide, directly swallowing the Erek whole. A loud boom resounded, with boundless lightning flashing around. This space was filled with surging lightning, like a sea tide. When everyone opened their eyes again, they found that the Erek had turned into charcoal, reduced to nothingness. The energy particles were absorbed by Hudson's perfected chaos body. Himph, a mere holy emperor dares to obstruct my path? Throughout this ordeal, Hudson hadn't moved an inch. He simply stood there holding Elisa. That Erek is the young lord of the Cursed Devil Clan. He actually killed the Erek and still wants to enter the Curse Forbidden Realm to seek opportunities. Many young supreme beings present were baffled. How could this be more bandit-like than their 72 demon tribes of the Northern Sea? Killing someone's heir and then entering their territory to take whatever he wanted. Damn, even bandits don't do that. Just as Hudson was about to step into the Cursed Devil Clan, a loud roar came from within the Devil Clan. My son, dead. Then, the entire sky was covered by dark clouds. With the flicker of spiritual light, 5 elders wearing blood-red robes descended from the Devil Clan. Following them was a middle-aged man who tore through space and appeared directly at the place where the Erek died. He was none other than the current patriarch of the Cursed Devil Clan. An unparalleled supreme god emperor. His eyes were bloodshot red, with faint tears of blood trickling down. Looking at Hudson, he gritted his teeth and said, "I will have you pay for my son's life." With those words, the cursed D struck with his palm, as if to destroy heaven and earth. The surrounding space shook. Young supreme beings who were watching from afar quickly moved away. They feared getting caught in the chaos. When a god emperor took action, it was a tremendous horror. With just a wave of his hand, he could obliterate the heavens. The universe was merely a toy in his hands. Everyone mourned silently for Hudson. However, Axel, Gina, and others did not panic at all. They watched from afar. Hudson looked at the palm print descending towards him, filled with apocalyptic might. Even several life stars seemed extremely fragile now. They would be annihilated under this single strike. It never occurred to him that the youth he casually killed was the young lord of the Cursed Devil Clan. But, so what? There was no one in this world he dared not kill. Snap. Hudson snapped his fingers. Suddenly, time and space seemed to stop. The entire world plunged into silence. And that palm print capable of destroying everything, instantly dissolved into nothingness. Beside Hudson, 2 people stepped out, tearing through space. They were Coyle and Braden. Nowadays, after accumulating for a long time and receiving endless nourishment from the infinite sign-in system, they had walked far in the ultimate D realm. Moreover, the Braden nurtures myriad worlds, possessing countless world origins, and the Coyle itself represents the supreme will of a major universe. Growing stronger over time, both possess infinite potential, about to step into the pinnacle of the God Emperor level. Facing the Supreme D, the Winston, "Shall we go? You or me?" Both were dressed in white robes, with chaos energy swirling around, radiating light, as supreme rulers of a world. At their appearance, the brains of the observing young supremes malfunctioned. Their worldview crumbled. Are God Emperors as common as dirt these days? Clinton Xianxia, their demon royal clan's strongest, was only a supreme God Emperor. Even the Imperial Demon clan only had ultimate God Emperors. And this young genius was accompanied by 2 God Emperor bodyguards? Just judging by their presence alone, they were much stronger than the Cursed Devil Patriarch. Those knowing Hudson's identity from the Eternal Transcendent Domain were amazed. True to the Jethro Ewing, with every kind of indulgence, even bringing God Emperors for protection when coming to the Northern Sea Realm, at least 2 ultimate God Emperors. Having God Emperor guardians means walking everywhere fearlessly. Who would dare to lay a finger on him? This Cursed Devil Patriarch sure had bad luck, mistaking the 10,000-year-old Ewing family's young master for a mere ant. The young geniuses from the Eternal Transcendent Domain chatted among themselves, enjoying the spectacle. They had been extorted by the Erek as well. Seeing him slain brought immense relief. Also present were young supremes who emerged alongside Hudson. Seeing his grandeur, they felt many emotions. In the past, they could still compete on the same stage, but now, they could only look up at his back. While Hudson had become an undefeated legend in the Eternal Transcendent Domain, known as an ancient taboo, the gap between people was truly immeasurable, like a chasm that could not be bridged. Let me do it. Haven't moved for ages. Perfect opportunity to stretch. Daring to show disrespect to our Lord. Prepare to die. Braden said casually. He shrugged. After all, he had stayed too long in the system space. Apart from constantly devouring through the infinite sign-in system, he hardly went out. Now, summoned by his master, He must do his utmost. Boundless power erupted instantly. The 36 great principles appeared behind him. In an instant, he grasped dozens of them, directly hurling them toward the cursed Devil Patriarch. Upon seeing this, the cursed Devil Patriarch was terrified. What the hell? Great principles casually thrown around? Chapter 560. Threatening an Imperial God and the Cursed Realm unlocks. The Jedi steeled himself, raising his hand to deliver a powerful blow, imbued with the boundless power of his world. However, in the face of the Braiden's grand Dao strike, he had no means of resistance whatsoever. It was shattered instantly. Damn! Even the Jedi let out a profanity. This was simply too overbearing. Just who was this young man? How could someone have ultimate Imperial God protectors at their beck and call? The Jedi felt his arms go numb as he was flung back, clutching his chest. Jedi, we mean no harm. We merely wish to enter your cursed realm to seek some opportunities. Could you perhaps accommodate us? Irvin clasped his fists in respect and said. He still held a degree of reverence for the Imperial God. As everyone knew, Irvin was always very polite. However, black lines appeared on the Jedi's forehead. Damn it, you're pushing me too far. I, the illustrious leader of the cursed Devil Clan, have no grudge or grievance against you. You killed my son. Now, you wish to join other youthful geniuses into my clan's cursed realm. That's simply wishful thinking. The Jedi roared angrily. Seeing that the opponent was unreasonable, Irvin instructed the Braiden, spare his life, but detain him until we explain the situation later. The Braiden nodded. Boundless world power coalesced, forming a colossal chaotic seal. It struck down fiercely, as if attempting to subdue the starry sky and shatter the universe. Even using all his power as an Imperial God, the Jedi could not withstand it. It was like an ancient mountain pressing down on him. The young Supremes present watched the spectacle. Many native prodigies of the many heavenly North Sea wondered aloud about the identity of the youth who could command two ultimate Imperial gods as guardians. What they didn't know was that two more peak Imperial gods were hidden in the void. One prodigy from the eternal immortal territory patiently explained. He is our eternal immortal territory's unbroken legend throughout the eons. Also, the Leonardo of the strongest force across the heavens, the myriad Ian Ewing family. At the full moon banquet, he obliterated 3 undying forces as gifts. He has never tasted defeat since his emergence. He once defeated the Yoel, the top-ranked one in the fleshly body list, and many ancient powerful beings have all been vanquished by him. Talking about Irvin's exploits, these young prodigies spoke endlessly. The local North Sea prodigies listening to Irvin's achievements were incredulous. They felt like they were hearing myths. This couldn't be any more exaggerated. He might as well be called a myth. Ordinarily, they wouldn't believe such tales. But now this youth stood right before them. The supreme cultivation aura he exuded earlier. And now, his bodyguards were both ultimate Imperial gods. How could they not believe? Irvin remained detached, leaving the rest to the Braiden. After a moment, the Braiden brought the nearly crippled Jedi to Irvin. Jedi? Clan leader, we indeed harbor no ill will. We only heard that your cursed realm opened up, allowing youths from the eternal immortal territory and heirs of royal clans from the many heavenly North Sea to explore within. But the Blood Pond Alvaro barred us from entering. Moreover, he demanded a supreme artifact as a condition, threatening not to allow entry otherwise. So, I had no choice but to force my way through. Inadvertently, I struck too hard and unintentionally killed your son. I'm sure clan leader would agree that a reasonable person like yourself won't make things difficult for us, right? A smile hung on Irvin's lips as he addressed the Jedi. Black lines formed on the Jedi's forehead. Struck too hard? Unintentionally killed? Was he blind? Furthermore, making things difficult? Given the current state, who exactly was making things difficult for whom? With a sullen expression, the Jedi, looking nothing like an Imperial god, found himself in a dilemma. Moving forward might anger this tyrant, potentially leading to the destruction of his entire clan. But stepping back, how would they maintain their standing in the many heavenly North Sea? If word got out, wouldn't they become a laughingstock? Looking at Irvin's eerie smile and the fact that an ultimate Imperial god was holding him up by one hand, he sighed in resignation. My son was indeed at fault. Consider this as a lesson for him. I won't hold it against you. You can enter the cursed realm now if you wish. Irvin bowed in thanks. Behind him, Gina and Kailao followed suit before stepping into the Devil Gate. Youths from the eternal immortal territory and local prodigies of the many heavenly North Sea entered one after another. The Jedi watched the retreating figures of Irvin and company, sighing deeply. Guess I'll just have to train another one. Chapter 561. The Trace of the Cursed Demon Spirit? Mysterious Black Water River. The Black Silhouette. They smoothly entered the territory of the cursed demons and found a way into the cursed realm. However, this place was unguarded. Unlike the previous entrance which had been watched over by the child of the cursed demon emperor, with elders spectating as well. A classic case of, this tree belongs to me, this mountain was opened by me, if you want to pass through, leave your toll. Assuming that most of the North Sea's geniuses and those from the immortal domain had already entered the cursed realm to seek opportunities, their main goal was the cursed demon spirit. According to the information from the Abyss Demon Prince, it wasn't just an ordinary divine artifact but seemed to possess some degree of intelligence, capable of evasion. Common people could not find it easily. Ewing Irvin and his group did not linger on this thought and directly stepped into the gateway of the mystic realm. As the light shifted and the celestial bodies turned, Irvin, Una, Kayla, Gina, and others opened their eyes again, only to find themselves in a vast expanse within a spiritual land. Before their eyes lay a barren wilderness, seemingly lifeless, boundless and bleak, as if cursed and incapable of nurturing life. Indeed worthy of being called the cursed realm, one remarked. So desolate and dark, there must be great terror lurking here, another added. We should proceed with caution, Irvin warned the others, who quickly nodded in agreement. Irvin's unmatched cultivation at the supreme sovereign level gave them all a sense of security. Unlike the previous entry, this time they were all transported to the same area, advancing through the boundless realm as streams of light. They knew they couldn't wait for the cursed demon spirit to appear on its own. Irvin took out a compass given to him by an elder of the abyss demons to trace the spirit's path. The curse energy carried by the cursed demon spirit was formidable and likely to result in a fierce battle, despite initial assumptions of its weak combat power. It was revealed by the abyss demon prince that it could transform and achieve peak human realm strength, equivalent to that of an Empyrean, who ruled over starry skies and crushed stars underfoot, invincible below the divine realm. Guided by the compass, Irvin and his companions quickly arrived at a vast stretch of black water where an old broken boat floated. Astonishingly, this small vessel appeared eroded by dark powers with countless purple patterns crisscrossing its surface. A black silhouette stood on the wrecked boat, turning back upon sensing their presence, but paid no attention to Irvin before continuing to row. Axel's eyes shone brightly. At their level, regular obstacles were insignificant. As soon as he attempted to cross the black water, he was met with an indescribable force. Before even stepping into it, bizarre energy erupted, condensing into a monstrous shadow made of powerful dark divine power that roared ferociously at Axel. Suddenly opening its blood-red mouth, it lunged forward as if to devour everything. Irvin's eyes flickered. Inferno Heaven Technique. Axel raised his hand, invoking infinite flames that lit up the entire space, warming it considerably. An enormous flame tiger pounced at the beast, but was swallowed instantly. Axel was thrown backward and caught by Gina. Humph! The strange force-formed monster sought to attack Irvin, only to be dispersed by Irvin's cold sneer and overwhelming supreme sovereign power, shaking the void like glass. As expected, this black water holds profound mysteries, Irvin commented while observing the unfathomable depth and immense malevolent power of the water. Just at the edge, it emitted enough energy to crush a sacred king. Only his intervention could neutralize it. Venturing deeper would surely lead to greater peril. However, the figure on the broken boat stared deeply at Irvin with terrifying crimson eyes, eventually breaking the silence. I haven't seen a living soul here for ages. You are exceptional. Never have I seen someone break the supreme curse to reach the sovereign position at such a young age. Throughout mythical and ancient times, none matched your talent. The shadowy figure commended him. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Just luck. May I ask, can you ferry us? Without response, Irvin motioned for everyone to board the broken boat. Realizing there were no planks, it simply hovered above the black water. As the shadow paddled, the boat glided effortlessly. Despite this peculiarity, Irvin, dressed in white, remained unperturbed. Even he couldn't see beyond the mist to discern the face underneath, indicating this elder was much stronger, at least a supreme god realm expert. Little one, boarding my ship so rashly, aren't you afraid I might harm you? Asked the elder. Meeting you here means we are fated, connected by destiny. How could you hurt us, mere juniors? Chuckled Irvin, confident in his Braden and Coil. Should anything happen, Qingli and Cora and Alicia stood ready via the system. Senior, who are you? Why do you stay by the Black Water River, and what is so remarkable about this boat? Irvin questioned, intrigued by its ability to traverse without visible support. The black silhouette seemed lost in memory. Chapter 562, Dark Dragon? One slap to annihilation. Could this place hold ancient heritage? I don't know who I am either. So, I truly cannot answer your question. Since I gained consciousness, I have always been here guarding this place. As for my cultivation, I also do not know. Only that in this black water, I have no rivals. Hearing these words, Axel and the others were left in awe. He had already witnessed the power of the black water just now. Merely the eerie force emanating from the shore could condense into a shadow of a fierce beast. Even cultivators at the Sage King realm found it hard to battle it. If Irvin hadn't intervened earlier, he would have perished right there. And this was merely the eerie force from the outskirts. If more powerful dark creatures were born within the black water, it's highly likely, and nurtured by dark energy, the dark creatures born here must be much stronger than what they saw previously in eternal immortal realm and the Beihai of all heavens. At the very least, they are at the supreme sovereign or even emperor realm. As for divine domain dark creatures, daring not to imagine it, if such appeared, it certainly wouldn't be something these young descendants could handle. Irvin's expression remained calm. Do you, venerable elder, know the secret of this black water? Irvin is quite interested in this black water. He tried just now. If one wanted to use storage rings, they couldn't contain the black water inside. Subsequently, he used the system's spatial power to accommodate the black water into the system space. And this black water can also be absorbed by him, swallowing its eerie power. After all, he is a perfected chaotic body, with all things in the universe evolving from chaotic power. Dark energy is no exception. Thus, it can also be swallowed and absorbed. Others are impossible. Even an eternal immortal body would only be eroded by the endless eerie power. Therefore, he is naturally very curious about the origin of this black water, especially being within the cursed secret realm. The cursed demon race, could they possibly have a connection with this black water? However, the cursed demons are just one imperial clan. Controlling these black waters is impossible. The strongest among the demonic races of Beihai is at the Joab realm. Wanting to control this black water with mere divine domain emperors or venerables is completely impossible. With the progression of the broken boat, even Irvin feels an overwhelming dread toward the power contained within this black water. Beside him, this shadow is at least a Joab-level strong individual, possessing royal Dao runes. Although covered by darkness, it has still been analyzed by the system. This river of black water connects to a mysterious place. There, I've been too. This black water isn't naturally formed either. It's actually the blood flowing from an ancient powerhouse. Upon hearing these words, Irvin's pupils contracted like needles. Just the power of blood can form such abyssal black water, condensing boundless dark power. Within it, countless great horrors were birthed. In his mind, in Beihai of all heavens, apart from that demon god, no one else could achieve this. That is, the dark giant who created the 6 immortal prodigies of great calamity. However, even he couldn't be this powerful. Irvin's thoughts were clear. Instantly associating, the Beihai of all heavens is a land of demons, home to the 72 Beihai demonic races. Having dark energy is normal. But why is there boundless eerie energy as well? Could it be that the Beihai of all heavens and the life-prohibited zones, as well as the extraterrestrial chaos, are connected? And significantly so. All this is like an invisible giant hand, manipulated by a true supreme being behind the scenes. It seems there's a major move happening. Thinking this, Irvin clenched his right fist. His resolve to become stronger grew even stronger. Now that he's in Beihai of all heavens, he mustn't stand idly by. He absolutely must uncover everything. First, defeat all 6 immortal prodigies of great calamity. Lure out their strongest. Then the devil monarch leading those immortal prodigies of great calamity. Defeat them all. Heavy tasks lie ahead. Dare ask, venerable elder, where does passing through this black water lead? Through the black water, one can reach the road to hell. I suppose you're familiar with it. Just that conditions need to be met. The key. In you, there is the aura of a key. Gina, Kayla, and others exchanged glances, eyes sparkling like gems filled with confusion. But Irvin understood clearly. The aura of the key, road to hell? No doubt about it. Previously, Clayton said to him, to settle their match on the road to hell. Turns out this black water is the entrance to the road to hell. And, looks like there are multiple entrances to the road to hell. And to enter the road to hell, one must possess a key. This key is the 6 immortal prodigies of great calamity. Irvin's lips curved up. This way, he also possesses a key. As long as he wakes up the Tamika, the second strongest of the 6 immortal prodigies of great calamity, manipulates her to become his slave. He'll have a key in the future. And the 6 immortal prodigies of great calamity will not act united. Among them, there's already a mole he planted. So the actions of the 6 immortal prodigies of great calamity can be firmly grasped. Thinking this, Irvin's lips curled up, his eyes flashing. Truly must thank Abyss Demon Seed. Through Abyss Demon Seed, he discovered that Tamika is originally an immortal prodigy of great calamity. The information obtained from this old man is enough. As for who he is, he said before, he doesn't know, having lost himself. Not even sure if he's the main body. Irvin didn't ask further. The broken boat continued its journey, advancing through the black water. Suddenly, accompanied by a roar, the black water boiled, as if being cooked. Simultaneously, a piercing coldness descended upon the area. The killing intent was purely immense. The sky was pitch black, devoid of any sunlight. In the black water, lantern-sized pupils emerged, growing dragon horns. Irvin, possessing dual pupils, burst forth with dual pupil power, instantly seeing all. In an instant, he realized the ferocious beast was a dark dragon, with true dragon bloodline, alongside boundless dark power, an eerie power, clearly assimilated by the black water. Cultivation reached an unfathomable realm. This is a true powerhouse. Stepped into the divine domain. The dark dragon was wildly arrogant, opening its mouth wide, seeming to swallow everyone on the broken boat. Dragon scales like dark armor, 2 dragon horns seemed capable of piercing the sky. Leave quickly. The black shadow beside Irvin warned. But the dark dragon ignored it, charging forward. That black shadow stretched out a palm, pinching lightly. An extremely simple action. However, the area collapsed as if collapsing. Even the black water was boiling. Space shattered directly, revealing endless fragments. In an instant, the dark dragon vanished into nothingness. Chapter 563. The Phantom of Hell's Path. Practicing techniques, vital energy reaches the heavens. Irvin's pupils trembled. This elder is indeed no ordinary person. He actually, instantly killed a black dragon that had stepped into the divine realm. Although not a true dragon, it still possessed true dragon bloodline as well as dark and mysterious powers. Its strength far surpassed that of an average divine realm dragon. Yoinked, in this elder's hands, it couldn't withstand even a breath. At the place where the dark dragon shattered, a drop of black blood slowly coalesced. The drop of black blood emitted an extremely terrifying aura, as if it could suppress everything in the world. Even space seemed to be compressed under its might. Within this drop of blood, a shadow of a true dragon swam around, opening its fierce and terrifying mouth. It was utterly horrifying. Moreover, this dark dragon had already entered the divine realm, possessing true divine power. And this blood was formed from its essence after death. If obtained, it would definitely be of great research value. The drop of blood slowly fell into the elder's hand. However, the black figure shook his head. With a flick of his hand, it landed on Irvin's palm. Irvin's gaze hardened slightly, his eyes flickering as he looked at the elder. What does Senior mean by this? Just a small mud skipper. Since it blocked your path, then this drop of blood should rightfully belong to you. Consider it fate. Irvin nodded, storing it in the system space without further words. The dilapidated ship continued to move forward while Gina, Kayla, Axel, and others closed their eyes to rest. Even Elisa felt bored and returned to the system space for a rest. Irvin stared ahead. He always felt that the black dragon that appeared earlier was merely the tip of some deeper mystery. Traveling deep into the black waters, Irvin turned back. The distance to the shore was unknown. Endless darkness spread before him. Just as he planned to close his eyes to meditate, mist started forming not far away. Amidst the mist, a vast divine power suddenly erupted, tearing through space. A towering ancient tree appeared, and beneath it stood a mysterious figure, indistinct and too profound to discern clearly. Its body was covered with dense and obscure runes. Irvin frowned. Could there be a powerful solitary wanderer in the mist? In theory, this black water had a highly corrosive nature. Not even divine realm experts were immune. Perhaps only those above the God King or God Venerable realms could withstand it. Why would there be a mysterious strongman wandering alone here? Moreover, where did this towering ancient tree come from? Irvin looked at the elder, expecting an answer, yet the elder merely glanced and said indifferently, "Perhaps it's your opportunity. Study carefully. There will be unexpected gains." Irvin nodded and looked again. Kayla, Gina, Sherry, and Una also opened their eyes to look afar. Since following Irvin, they hadn't ventured into such dangerous territories. Above was boundless darkness. Below lay the vast expanse of black water, teeming with countless ferocious beasts and dark creatures. If someone were to target them deliberately, it would be difficult to handle. But Irvin just stood quietly. Under the towering ancient tree, the mysterious figure seemed to be cultivating. It was vaguely seen absorbing endless spiritual energy. The towering tree also emitted profoundly mystical runes and aura. Boom! With a loud boom, the mysterious figure manifested countless forms. Irvin followed along, practicing the movements. Faintly, he felt his meridians being broken through, his physical strength seemingly doubling. Keep in mind, he already had the strongest physique of all ages, unbeatable at his level. Even divine realm experts would struggle to match his raw physical prowess. Thinking he had reached his limit, he needed constant breakthroughs. But breaking limits sounded simple, yet few throughout history achieved it. Especially since he was a perfected chaos body, requiring vast amounts of spiritual energy to advance. Fortunately, he could convert the energy of all things into chaos energy, cleansing his body. Following the figure in the mist to practice techniques brought about improvement, a pleasant surprise. Sherry's beautiful eyes gleamed, her body enveloped in fire runes, eager to learn. But, after only 3 moves, she was drenched in sweat. Although greatly benefited, unable to continue. She had reached her limit. If she persisted, it would have adverse effects. The same went for the others. Considering they were top-notch geniuses from the eternal immortal realm, no one could dominate them besides ancient anomalies and taboo geniuses. Especially after gaining support from the ancient Ying family, their cultivation rapidly advanced, akin to riding a rocket. They'd never faced such a situation before. Struggling through practice, they felt drained, only panting for breath. The elder encased in black shadows chuckled lightly. Indeed, seizing opportunities requires immense capabilities. But these young ones, managing to replicate even a fraction, was commendable. What surprised him was Irvin, continuously practicing techniques with the figure in the mist. His strength seemed to progress. The area transformed into a sea of spiritual energy, drawing dark power from the abyss into growth nutrients. And Irvin's body, like polished jade, purified this dark power, entirely converting it into chaos energy, mysteriously swirling within his body, breaking physical limits constantly. Now, a single punch could crush galaxies, spanning across the cosmos. Even primordial ferocious beasts could be crushed with a single strike. He was a true fist sovereign. Even the dominant races of the universe who specialized in physical cultivation, along with human tyrants, could only kneel in submission. Boom! Vital energy soared high, shaking the universe, erasing the sky. Behind Irvin, a divine manifestation with knotted muscles appeared, soon merging back into him. The distant expert stopped practicing and resumed cultivation under the ancient tree. Witnessing this, Irvin was puzzled. Beside him, the elder was stunned. Over the years, he had guided many, but few among the younger generation were as outstanding. Most were seasoned experts, including divine realm experts, even gods and venerables. However, none managed to completely replicate the imprint within the mist. But today, he witnessed it firsthand. Chapter 564. Netherworld Curse? The mark of the ancient Joab, the true supreme. The elder cast a deep glance at Irvin. Suppressing his inner shock, he only marveled aloud. "Young man, your talent is astounding." Irvin smiled in response. "Senior, you flatter me. It's merely good fortune." The elder, enveloped in shadows, had a headache. "Fortune again? You're just fortunate all the time." But considering this person's shrewdness and talent, his reluctance to expose himself seemed natural. "Once, my dilapidated boat ferried many, though most of them eventually died. Among them were several divine kings and divine respects, yet not one could perfectly replicate the techniques of that figure in the mist. If you carefully analyze now, you should be able to feel it too. The technique you demonstrated just now, it was an unparalleled divine ability." Feeling the surging divine power within him, guided by the elder's words, Irvin gathered his essence, feeling the extraordinary force within his body. The chaotic power surged out, reenacting each move of the mysterious figure. At the same moment, spiritual energy rumbled across the heavens, even causing the black abyss waters to tremble. After a brief moment, the demonstration was complete. Irvin suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was no longer like radiant stars, but instead dark and terrifying, as if an abyss itself. A red sun appeared in the sky, shining brightly enough to illuminate everything. A bloody aura spread, with boundless chaotic power transforming into darkness. Netherworld Curse. With the curse being cast, vortexes condensed in the air ahead. From these, ancient supreme beings stepped out, yet without their own consciousness, more like puppets. Seeing this, Axel and others turned pale. Could it be that Jethro summoned the strong from ancient times? And they shared a common trait. They were all enemies Irvin had defeated before, including mighty figures from the ancient era, such as Donald, Yuinglo's Spring General, Gaylord, Whitebone Korra, and more. Irvin's pupils regained their brightness as the netherworld vortexes disappeared. The summoned figures returned to nothingness. Netherworld Curse? Feeling the surging netherworld power within, it seemed as though he had awakened a new divine ability. Indeed, this technique was called Netherworld Curse. By casting it, he could summon enemies he once defeated, even just their imprints, from different time periods, matching his current strength. Presently, Irvin was merely at the Sovereign Realm. Therefore, the phantom he summoned was also at the Sovereign Realm. System, scan Netherworld Curse. Irvin commanded. Ding, scanning Netherworld Curse. Scan complete. Netherworld Curse is an ancient primordial secret technique. It can summon past enemies defeated by the host, preserving their characteristics but keeping them at the host's current realm. Currently, only phantoms can be summoned for battle. With future advancements, more realistic phantoms, or even physical forms can be summoned, independent of the original entities. The system detected that the Netherworld Curse is in a fragmented state. A complete Netherworld Curse requires a special constitution to unleash ultimate divine abilities. It can even perfectly manifest the great cosmic sea, where a single drop is a complete universe. Hearing the system's description, Irvin was taken aback. This Netherworld Curse was incredibly powerful. Yoinked, it clearly emerged after replicating the strongman's moves, resonating with his chaotic power, thus awakening. Meaning it awakened under unique circumstances. The strongman's technique wasn't Netherworld Curse, just Netherworld Technique, a simplified version. Fate sure works in surprising ways. Simultaneously, Irvin felt his arms enhanced, burning with endless Netherworld flames. The Elder nodded, seeing the Netherworld flames on Irvin's arms. Ewings, this is indeed the technique demonstrated by the misty figure. It's called the Netherworld Heaven-Severing Technique. When used, countless Netherworld powers will converge on both arms. One strike can collapse an entire universe into nothingness if the user's cultivation is sufficient. The Elder, unaware of Irvin's Netherworld Curse awakening, only explained the Netherworld Heaven-Severing Technique, confirming Irvin's thoughts, his accidental awakening of Netherworld Curse. The strongman's technique was merely Netherworld Heaven-Severing Technique. Even his followers, Gina and others, were unaware of his awakening of Netherworld Curse. They only saw ancient greats emerge from the vortexes, like projections. Therefore, they didn't question further. Though Irvin trusted them deeply, matters concerning Netherworld Curse required utmost secrecy. Being a supreme ancient secret, especially in its complete form, it likely involved secrets predating antiquity. It had to be kept confidential. In future battles, even against numerous opponents, Irvin would be fearless. Need more people? He could summon ancient powerful foes he had defeated, each capable of overpowering contemporary geniuses, rivaling even ancient anomalies, perhaps surpassing them. That misty figure is merely the imprint of a true supreme who once sat in meditation here, in ancient times. Everyone was astonished. Could the misty figure be older than the Black Water? Ewings, the strong man in the mist, existed far earlier than the Black Water. He's from the primordial era. The mythic era is closer to us. And this Black Water formed during the mythic era. Hearing this, the young geniuses were astounded. A being so powerful left his imprint after merely cultivating here, lasting through eons. To what extent must they be? Even a common Joab couldn't achieve that. You guessed right, this is indeed a true supreme. After reaching a certain transcendent realm, even over endless ages, invoking his name or comprehending his spells can manifest his true self in that time. Chapter 565. Battling the Black Dragon with one blow. Only this level? Upon hearing the Elder's words, everyone present was astonished. What kind of realm was that? Even an ordinary D might not be able to achieve it. Moreover, one must have a self-originated law and integrate it into the myriad of Tao to reach such accomplishments. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible. Ordinary God-level powerhouses already possess their own great Tao and laws. But these are based on their understanding of the myriad Tao, forming their personal laws and Tao. True God-level powerhouses transcend the mundane, able to stand independently from the myriad Tao, comprehend their own great Tao, and ultimately merge body and Tao. They incorporate their great Tao into the myriad Tao, achieving true liberation. Even the least successful among them can align with a facet of the great Tao. And those who surpass the great Tao, no need to speculate, they are truly supreme emperor-level powerhouses. There haven't been many throughout history. Nowadays, there is only one who can transcend the myriad Tao, coexisting with all realms across eternity. That is the true pinnacle of power, far ahead of all else, standing atop the myriad ancient heavens. A single thought brings blossoms, chaos initially revealed. A single thought brings wilting, eternal emptiness through the ages. That is Bogdan, the Joab Miles of Irvin. Even integrating his great Tao into the myriad Tao is extremely difficult. Clearly, the figure in the mist earlier had achieved this level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to leave an indelible mark here just by cultivating. Irvin gazed deeply into the depths of the mist. If he could reach that point, he would surpass his Miles. Not only surpassing Chaoyang, but also leading all races. A flame called ambition burned fiercely in his eyes. The Elder, shrouded in black fog, looked deeply at Irvin. This kid is not only immensely talented, but his heart's depth is unmatched. For countless years here, encountering numerous God-level powerhouses, he has never met a peerless genius like Irvin. Irvin continued familiarizing himself with the Netherworld Heaven-Cutting Art and the Netherworld Curse. He had a premonition that the Netherworld Curse would be his ultimate trump card. As the dilapidated ship moved forward, the originally abyss-like black water grew darker. Even sinister dark forces had formed a mist swirling through the void. Ghosts of the Netherworld appeared, circling the broken ship, affecting everyone's mental state. Just then, another black dragon emerged from the black water. This dragon possessed even denser dark and eerie forces, but only reached the Grand Emperor realm, lagging slightly behind the previous god-level black dragon. The Elder shook his head, ready to snap it out of existence, but Irvin stretched out his hand to stop him. Senior, could you leave this black dragon to me? just right for practicing the netherworld heaven-cutting art. The elder nodded but still warned. On top of the black water lies extremely dense dark forces. Though you are an overlord, you may not necessarily be able to step on it. However, Irvin waved his hand. An endless wave of chaotic divine power erupted before him, manifesting a magnificent path. Golden light shone, illuminating all space. Irvin stepped out, blood energy surging, surrounded by chaotic fog, incredibly powerful, like a young war god. The black dragon, stretching 100 zhang long, its pupils flashing red as if the sun, exuding boundless darkness, covering the void, forming a formidable stand against Irvin. With its true dragon lineage, dark forces, and eerie forces layered on top of reaching the Grand Emperor realm, even the most outstanding human Grand Emperors couldn't match it. Irvin showed no fear, striding forward, unwilling to miss this trial within the black water. In this cursed secret realm, treasures abound. According to the compass manifestation, the cursed demon spirits were getting closer. Gina, Kayla, and others stood up, watching Irvin with internal respect and self-abasement. Once, they could fight alongside him, but now they could only watch his back, unable to offer any help. They were too weak. Even though they remained exceptional among eternal immortal realm geniuses, outside ancient prodigies and taboo geniuses, none could surpass them. Unfortunately, they followed Irvin, hailed as the undefeated myth across the ages. True age-old taboos. The black dragon roared, opening its vast mouth, dark forces condensing and spewing out like an end-of-the-world light sweeping through. The black water boiled and splashed. Irvin burst forth, leg bending explosively, sharp and swift like lightning. Supreme imperial power unparalleled. A punch struck directly at the black dragon's head. Initially, the black dragon didn't mind, thinking it was merely a mere overlord. Even emperors he could instantly kill. How could an overlord pose a threat? Feeling concentrated lifeblood chi, it broke out from the black water to plunder the lives aboard the ship. Now it was dumbstruck. A single punch landed on its head, accompanied by an explosion. It felt immense weightlessness, plunging headfirst into the black water, tail still outside. Himph, this is a Grand Emperor Black Dragon? Integrated with dark and eerie forces, yet too weak. Irvin flexed his fists, disappointed, originally hoping to use this dragon to try the netherworld heaven-cutting art and test his enhanced physique. But it turned out too weak. One punch couldn't withstand it. If the black dragon retained intelligence, it would surely shout curses. Is this what humans' physiques can do? It had hidden in the black water for who knows how many years, devoured even grand emperors. Its physique posed no threat at all. But today, it was punched into the black water. A humiliating disgrace. Then it was commented, too weak? Such insult to dragons. Roar. Dragon cries echoed as the black dragon resurfaced, corner of lips bleeding. Incredibly greedy. That punch made it sense Irvin's strong chaotic power. If it could devour the chaotic essence, not only entering the god realm but becoming a king or revered being would be effortless. Viewing Irvin like a sumptuous meal, drooling and eager to swallow. Humph, small abilities, big appetite. Greedy eyes seen by Irvin. Just right since he was a perfected chaos body, accepting everything. Even the black dragon. What if? Dark and eerie forces converted to pure chaotic power, and he hadn't tasted black dragon's bread in the black water. Chapter 566. Slaying the Black Dragon Emperor. The shadow of the cursed spirit? A dragon claw suddenly swept down. This was a powerful supernatural ability in action. In the void, dark forces converged, forming an enormous dragon claw. It descended abruptly, immovable like Mount Tai. If it were an ordinary emperor-level powerhouse, even if they emitted imperial majesty, it would be futile. They would be suppressed into the black waters instantly, swallowed by the boundless darkness. Irvin showed no fear at all. His eyes sparked with cold light as chaos power coalesced within him. Cycle Fist. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared, runes swirling around them. A dense surge of magical power surged forth like an ocean tide, suddenly transforming into 6 great suns, illuminating this space. Just like a true 6 paths of reincarnation, wraiths and malevolent spirits floating in the void were all sucked into the 6 paths, to be sent on to rebirth. This was the ultimate Cycle Fist, driven by chaos power. A virtual cycle path was even born, drawing in many wraiths and malevolent spirits. Divine might burst forth, and the 6 great suns abruptly unleashed boundless divine light, dispelling the darkness of this space. The dragon claw in the void was directly twisted into nothingness by the 6 cycle powers. This scene was too terrifying. It shocked everyone present. The master strength has reached such heights that the Cycle Fist can create a virtual cycle path. Just one supernatural technique can construct a cycle path, unmatched throughout history. Besides the Cycle Venerable who specialized in the path of reincarnation, I cannot find another person. Sherry, Gina, and others marveled. Those gemstone-like eyes revealed shock, seemingly unable to believe what they saw. Clearly, this sight had surpassed their understanding. According to ancient records, the Cycle Venerable could also use the Cycle Fist to create a virtual cycle path. But that wasn't within the human domain. That happened after the Cycle Venerable entered the deity domain, becoming a god king. Only then could the Cycle Venerable build a virtual cycle path using the Cycle Fist. Moreover, he was a Cycle Venerable who specialized in reincarnation. Irvin hadn't even perfected the peak of the human domain, which is the great emperor realm. He was merely an exalted, having condensed his small world within him, without cultivating his own path. Yoinked, he could achieve this. World shocking. Even the elder wrapped in shadow seemed taken aback. Cycle Fist, triggered by chaos power? Who exactly is he, to be so transcendent? In the entire span of ancient years, there may never have been such a genius. With these words, the elder calculated through finger divination. Although he had been here for countless years, obliterating all his previous memories, he could still deduce upon seeing an absolute prodigy. That's not right. There's no trace of him in the river of destiny. It's as if he never existed. The elder was astonished. Supreme powerhouses can track a person's trail through the river of destiny via divination. Although they cannot forcefully alter destiny, they can catch the trail. However, in the river of destiny, there was no trace of Irvin found. No fate line. Then surely there should be a cause and effect line, right? The elder refused to give up, attempting to find Irvin's trace through causality. Despite the passage of time and the vast flowing river, the elder exerted every effort but still couldn't deduce anything. This was too terrifying, far beyond his imagination. There actually was someone who could transcend destiny and causality. Destiny and causality. Ancient wisdom says, time is honored, space is royal. If destiny does not show, causality reigns supreme. Miraculous and endless reincarnation. Ying. Irvin stood right before him, battling the black dragon. Everything about him remained blank. Doesn't exist in this ancient history? Truly remarkable. The elder sighed, stopping his deduction. If there were supreme powerhouses here, they would marvel at the elder's abilities to capture others' clues so freely in the rivers of destiny and causality. Ordinary Joabs can never do this. They must be the best in the Joab realm, at least supreme Joabs, and suffer backlash afterwards. But the elder acted as if nothing happened. No backlash at all. Enough to demonstrate its mystery. While battling the black dragon, Irvin furrowed his brow. He felt for a moment that he was being watched by someone, but it vanished instantly. So he didn't pay attention anymore. The 6 great suns shone down. The black dragon's body turned cold, its armor-like scales gradually breaking, unable to withstand divine might. Irvin summoned with one hand, and the Clinton Shan sword landed in his grasp, one of the 5 divine swords, possessing supreme power, capable of cutting through time and splitting reincarnation, glowing holy and brilliant, as if forged from immortal gold. The runes on the sword were far beyond the ordinary. Runes radiated with divine light, directly shattering this space, even creating black holes. What kind of feat was this? The 5 divine swords truly lived up to being supreme treasures. Irvin wielded the Clinton Shan sword and casually glanced forward, summoning a divine dragon. It opened its blood-filled maw, bursting with sacred brilliance. Simultaneously, dragon claws from the void pressed down, like falling stars. The black dragon's armor-like scales shattered instantly. Blood flowed like rafts, pouring into the black water. Irvin waved his hand, and the spilled blood fell into his palm. Good things shouldn't go to waste. Then he slashed again with the sword. Extreme sword light shattered everything. Even without intellect, the black dragon could feel real pain from being consumed by darkness. The slash cut straight down, splitting it in two. The black dragon attempted resistance, its black flames burning, turning even the void into nothingness. The black water was unaffected, demonstrating its power. Irvin slapped out with one hand, releasing several divine flames. Those famous divine flames listed on the divine flame chart. Fiercely burning, they formed a fiery lotus. The lotus was extraordinarily radiant and resplendent, even causing the black water to avoid it. Axel recognized it as a skill previously taught by Jethro, but he had never seen Jethro practice it. After day and night practice, he could barely integrate it. The destructive force only gave him a significant advantage among peers. Unexpectedly, when Jethro executed it, even emperors bowed before it. The black dragon tried to evade, but couldn't get away in time. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous boom, the black water boiled. Shockwaves erupted. The elder snapped his fingers, creating a protective shield around everyone present. The black dragon became nothing under the extreme flames. However, its bloodline and flesh essence were preserved, condensing into a drop of black dragon blood, landing in Irvin's hand. But Irvin's gaze was sharp, like a blade. Fixated on the distance, he saw a tiny figure. The compass reacted violently. Note: in translating this chapter, I've made sure to maintain character names in Pinyin, like Irvin, kept the tone and style consistent, ensured natural and fluent English while preserving grammatical correctness, and maintained paragraph structure and line breaks similar to the original.